Summary.
Lady Amelia Fox's life is all she could wish. She is the well-loved daughter of a powerful lord, a skilled user of magic, and confidant to the king. When she falls in love with Prince Brynwyn, the king's youngest son, and he asks to court her, she is sure she is well on her way to a life of happiness. Everything starts to change when her prince is sent away to finish his magical training. He assures her he will return soon so they can begin their lives together, but as the months go by, she no longer receives messages from him. She starts to think he has forgotten her. One night she finds the king dead and is quickly accused of his murder. Found guilty, she is locked away in the highest tower to be left at the mercy of the new king for 3 years, feeling abandoned and forgotten by all, including her love. An opportunity comes along that could win her freedom, but she must complete a dangerous task by the side of the one who broke her heart.
Chapter 1, A Blessed Beginning. Amelia, she never thought she would be called a killer, especially the murderer of the king, but it appeared that nothing in Amelia's life would be as she planned. At the beginning of her life, there was nothing to suggest everything would go wrong so quickly. She was born to a loving mother and supportive father who happened to be the highest lord and lady in the kingdom. She was the second born, a surprise blessing after her brother, who was 8 years older. When she was born, priestesses from the goddesses Elinia, Neomana, and Ophiel were brought in by her influential father to bless her. All the priestesses sensed the power in her even as a babe. They argued over which power she had been blessed with, but in the end it was evident she had the gift of light from Elinia over the power of the moon of Neomana or the uncommon wisdom that came from the way of Ophiel. It was evident that the priestesses were right, as everything Amelia did showed she was filled with like magic. She was warm, caring, and light-hearted. She enjoyed taking care of others and nature. She nursed several animals back to health found on her family's estate in the Blairs. She often stayed there with her mother, even when her father was in the great city. The first big change in her life came at 10 years old. Her mother became ill, and her father moved them all to the city permanently to give his wife access to the best healers. Amelia was sent to the palace to learn from tutors there, so the house was quiet for most of the day. She sat in a large room with the younger Prince Brynwyn. Neither of them was shy, and they became fast friends, both enjoying a good laugh and as much adventure as they could find in their small world. While she enjoyed running through the palace with Bryn, she avoided his elder brother Gareth. He was a few years older than them, and something about him unnerved Amelia. Bryn said it was his stuck-up attitude and unusual tallness. Whatever the reason, Amelia was glad he seemed to take little interest in her. "Will you come with me to the hedge maze today, Amelia?" asked Bryn after their lessons one day. Amelia shook her head. "I told my mother I would see if I could find a new book to read to her in the library. She cannot read as she once did, but when she is able to sit up, she likes me to tell her a story." "I would go with you," said Bryn, "but Alan is in town, and his father is letting him come to the palace today. You know he isn't here very much. I told him we would go hide in the hedge maze and throw small stones at the trees to scare the birds. Gareth is often outside trying to spar with a guard, and it would be a shame if bird droppings besmirched his new armor." Amelia put her hand up to her mouth as she giggled. "You will probably end up in trouble, but it does sound like fun. You will have to let me know how it goes." Bryn smiled and nodded. "We don't have lessons tomorrow. Maybe we could go for a ride? I am sure a few of the guards would go with us, or maybe Owain. I will ask father if it is allowed and let you know." Amelia walked to the library, finding it empty. She was careful to be quiet, as she always felt as though she wasn't sure she was supposed to be there. She was never told it was forbidden, and any book she borrowed she brought back promptly. As she looked through the numerous shelves, trying to find something her mother might enjoy, she did not hear another enter the space. It wasn't until she stood up, looking at an old green book, before she saw the king smiling at her. She started and dropped her book before curtsying. "Your Majesty, I did not hear you come in." "It is no bother, Lady Amelia. What book do you have there?" She picked up the green book and stood up, keeping her eyes towards the ground. "I am not sure, Your Majesty. I was looking for something my mother might enjoy. She asked me to find something to read to her." "And what kind of books does she like?" he asked kindly. Amelia looked up at him with a grin. "She likes romantic novels the most. She doesn't even care if they are silly." The king smiled back at her before walking to a shelf near the back. He pulled 2 books out and brought them to Amelia. "I think your mother will like these exceedingly. I have read them both and found them diverting." Amelia took the 2 books. You read romantic novels? You sound surprised. Do you not enjoy them? I don't mind reading them, especially to my mother, but they are not my favorite, said Amelia. What do you like to read? Adventure novels or something on kingdom history about great men and women doing extraordinary things, said Amelia. Would you like to be an adventurer, my lady? Amelia nodded enthusiastically. I dream of traveling the kingdom and beyond, helping those in need and vanquishing dark magic users. I want to be a light-bearer. I heard you have potential. Perhaps you will prove worthy. I can see you already look strong, and I can tell you are brave. Amelia moved a little closer to the king, bending down towards her. Father has let me practice sword fighting with one of his guards. Owain is taller and stronger than me, but he says I am faster and learn quicker than him. The king chuckled. You need some inspiration in your quest, and I have just the thing. He went to a shelf near them and reached high, bringing down a thick book. It was black with the symbol of a golden sun on it. This is a history of the light-bearers. It contains stories of the feats of the greatest users of Elenia's power, men and women. Amelia took it carefully, putting her other books on top of it and holding them against her chest. I will read it immediately and bring it back, your majesty. You can borrow any book you want, my lady, and take as much time with them as you need, but I want you to keep that one. It has laid here too long collecting dust and deserves someone to cherish it. Amelia bowed her head in reverence. I will read every word in this book, your majesty. It will be my prized possession. The king smiled widely. I'm glad to hear it. Perhaps you will come to discuss it with me after your lessons sometimes. I know you enjoy your antics with my son, but could you spare a few afternoons for me? Amelia nodded with wide eyes. Of course, your majesty. I will be glad to do it. Then come to my study when you are able. I will tell the servants you are allowed to go wherever you like in the palace. Amelia spent many happy afternoons in the king's study, telling him what she had learned from her book. He was a kind man who appeared to enjoy her company. Their bond grew as the years went by until Amelia thought the king was the best man she knew. She loved her father, but she adored the king. Losing her mother at 12 was hard, but it had been expected. Amelia had years to accept her mother's fate as she watched her waste away from some mysterious disease. When it was over, it was a blessing to see her mother peaceful and no longer suffering in pain. She grieved, but being well supported and young, she rallied and carried on just as she promised her mother. After her mother died, her father put most of his energy into educating his son. Amelia didn't mind. She was well occupied in the palace laughing with Bryn or visiting with the king. While her father focused on her brother, teaching him how to be lord, Amelia found her education in studying the king as he ruled. 2 months after her mother died, Amelia's gift came to life. It was always known she had the spark of the light goddess inside of her, but many who did never learn to harness it. Her first release of power was in the king's study. King Ivor burnt his hand rather badly as he stirred the fire, and a log rolled back unexpectedly. He pulled back, his hand red and raw. Amelia watched him hold his wrist and grimace in pain. Without much thought, she walked forward and gently took his injured hand. She covered it with her own and closed her eyes. She felt for one moment as if she was in a gentle breeze before she opened her eyes. Looking down, she saw the king's hand was completely healed. She kissed it lovingly and smiled up at him. "My dear sweet girl," said the king in wonder, "is this the first time you have ever used your magic?"
I think so, said Amelia as she let go of his hand. I tried to use it to help my mother, and though I felt something at work within me, it never did her any good.
"There are some sicknesses that not even the strongest magic can cure," said the king. "What you did was very impressive for someone your age with no training. Even for a level 2 light-bearer, this would be difficult. I will have to speak with your father and Master Elgin about you." Amelia smiled. "Do you think they will let me train in the Order of Elenia?" "If that is what you wish, I will see that they do." She did train in the Order of Elenia. She was the youngest member inducted that anyone could remember. She loved wearing the black dress and robes with the silver sun of the goddess on her chest. Every day she would go to the sunroom in the palace to train with her magic amongst the other students and Master Elgin. She grew quickly in power, becoming a level 3 by 15. That same year, when shadow warriors and dwellers threatened the city, she ran to the front lines of the light-bearers and took out a fourth of the invading army herself. By the time she was 17, she was a high-ranking level 4 and having private lessons with Master Elgin. She made sure to spend her free time at both her home and the palace. She sat with her father in the parlor as he listened to how she spent her day, and he basked in the pride of both his children. She would show what she was learning to the king at the palace, and then talk with him over kingdom business. She had less time than she would like with the king because by 15 she had attracted the notice of the king's oldest son. Prince Gareth, the next king, took to finding Amelia as she walked down the long hallways or out back in the hedge maze as she practiced her magic, making her way to the center to wait for Bryn. She couldn't say that Gareth wasn't handsome. He was tall and strong. His blue eyes were intense and searching. He was intelligent and had his own use of magic, though he never found an order to study, coming back from his travels saying he had decided to let it go. With all this to recommend him, something about him made Amelia just as uncomfortable as when she was 10. She thought it was because he was older and towered over her. At almost 19 he seemed so foreboding to 15-year-old Amelia. She tried her best not to show her feelings, as there was no reason for them. He was the crown prince and son of the best man she knew. She accepted his attentions, speaking with him even after he often remarked on her growing beauty and other things that increased her uncomfortableness. Her encounters with the younger prince were completely different. He had long become her best friend. When Prince Brynwen found her, there was much laughter between them. Bryn was light-hearted and mischievous. When they attended the royal events, he would convince her to play jokes on the other attendees, even going so far as to trip Gareth and make him fall into the punch one evening. Everything about Bryn seemed different from his brother. While he had the same dark hair and full lips, he had warm, deep brown instead of almost cold blue eyes. When Gareth smiled, sometimes a strange coldness would go through her. Bryn's smile made her feel warm and happy. He was not as handsome or tall as Gareth. He was lean, whereas Gareth was broad and strong. Still, she preferred Bryn in every way. She smiled much in his presence and found herself drawn to him more and more as she grew. While she avoided Gareth as much as possible, she sought out Bryn when she had the chance. On his 16th birthday, she was bold enough to kiss him quickly on his lips as she said good night. He had a strange look on his face when she pulled back, but said nothing to her. She was afraid to try it again or even speak of it. She did notice he held her hand more as they walked outside. A couple of times when they took long rides together, she thought he might do something such as kiss her by the river, but they were always interrupted by her father's guard, Owain. Her life was full, and she could truthfully say she was happy. She loved training as a light-bearer. Her duties gave her a sense of purpose and allowed her to see many parts of the kingdom on short travels during missions. She knew she pleased her father and made him proud, and the king treated her as if she were his daughter. There were frustrations in her life, such as fearing her feelings for Bryn were not reciprocated and Gareth showing her too much attention. But for the most part, she knew she was a fortunate being, blessed by the goddess she served. The years flew by, and soon Bryn turned 18. During his birthday celebration, she had promised Bryn the first dance, but she was taken to the floor by Gareth. "I was supposed to dance with Bryn," said Amelia. "He will have to wait his turn. I am the older brother, to be king some day, and used to getting what I want," said Gareth as he pulled her uncomfortably close. "It is his birthday. He should have his way this one night," said Amelia. "You are too beautiful to be wasted on him, my lady. Why do you spend what time you have with that silly boy?" "I like his company. He is light-hearted and fun. He can also be kind. After spending much of my time in intense training, being around him is refreshing," said Amelia. Gareth quietly laughed. "I could distract you much better than he, Amelia. We could leave the ball directly after this dance. I can show you just how much better you could be spending your time. Aren't you courting Princess Julian of Anelia?" "I am, but why does that matter? She is not here tonight. Even if she were, it does not mean you and I could not spend time together," said Gareth. "We could become very good friends, Amelia. We could both make alliances advantageous for our kingdom and families, and then spend much of our time together. If it becomes what you wish, I could throw over the princess altogether. I think having such a powerful user of Alinia's magic as my queen could be something." "I am not interested in your proposal, your highness," said Amelia. "Not now or ever." "You cannot know if you do not see what you have to gain." He bent down and whispered close to her ear. "Let me show you, Amelia. I hear things about you light-bearers, ways you can use your magic. I have a few tricks you do not know about as well. I am very ready to be under your power if you will submit to a bit of mine." "I repeat that I am not interested," said Amelia strongly as the music stopped. She moved out of his arms. "Please do not bring this up again." It took almost the rest of the ball for her to have a chance to dance with Bryn. Since she missed her claimed dance, she had to wait until the other young ladies had their turn. She danced with others, including the king and her father, but felt unnerved all night feeling Gareth's eyes on her. Looking back, she saw that she should have gone to her father or the king. They would have listened to her, but she was embarrassed for some reason and wanted no one to know. It was harder to keep her feelings from Bryn. When they finally met for a dance, he smiled warmly at her before pulling her close. "I could have killed my brother for stealing you away. I've had to watch you all night charming all the other young men in the room." "I doubt you have noticed, your highness," said Amelia. "You have appeared well entertained throughout the night." "I was as polite as I could be, but I'm afraid my eyes continually went towards you. It is your fault for wearing such a gown." "You look beautiful in red," said Bryn. "Where is this coming from?" she asked as she felt a blush on her cheeks. "I feel like telling the truth tonight," said Bryn. He looked around before turning back to Amelia. "Leave with me, Amelia. I am done with this evening." "But this ball is for your birthday, Bryn." He smiled mischievously. "Then I can do as I please. Come walk with me." "What will my father say when he finds me missing? What will others talk of if they see we have disappeared together?" asked Amelia. "There is plenty of time left for us to take a walk. I will have you back here before he knows you have gone. If anyone notices we are missing, they will think we are up to something as usual, one of our pranks perhaps." "We are no longer children, Bryn," said Amelia. He looked down at her as his hand moved up her side. "No, we are not. Please come with me just for a short walk, Amelia. I have things I need to tell you." He was serious and quiet for once, and Amelia could not deny him. She nodded, and he let her go as the music ended. Taking her hand, they slowly walked to the edge of the room, waiting until the next song started to slip out the side door. The late spring night was pleasantly warm with a slight breeze. It lifted the few curls that tumbled down Amelia's neck as they walked. The area around the hedge maze was lit with a few torches, but no one was around. Bryn pulled her towards the tall hedges, and they walked in silence, taking the turns both knew led towards the center. When they got to the center, they sat down together on the large stone bench. Amelia adjusted her skirt while Bryn scooted close to her. He took her hand and looked to the side. His hand fidgeted in Amelia's, telling her he was nervous. She held his hand tighter and smiled. "It almost looks like you have been caught doing something you shouldn't. I've only seen you act like this those times the king has scolded us." "You mean when the king has scolded me?" said Bryn, finally looking at her. "My father has never said a harsh word to you. I don't think he could. He believes you are perfect." "He does not, and he has taught me many lessons when I have been wrong. I think he knows that harsh words to you affect me more than anything he could say to me," said Amelia. "I hate seeing you unsettled and upset. Now tell me what is wrong." "Nothing is wrong," said Bryn quietly. "When you are with me, I think everything might be completely right." She could hardly believe what he was saying. She knew he was fond of her, and that he enjoyed her company. She was more than fond of him, but had tried to keep her heart safe. She was afraid she could never have him. He would have to make alliances for the kingdom, and she would more than likely have to marry a man her father found. She had training to complete first, and any ideas of marriage were far into the future. Still, as Bryn stared at her and held her hand, she realized she had not guarded her heart well enough. It beat wildly as he leaned towards her. She trembled as his deep brown eyes looked into her blue ones. She was very aware of his full lips as his tongue darted out to wet them. "Amelia, do you ever think about us? Sometimes I am convinced you might see me as more than just a childhood companion, but then I tell myself I am a fool. You could never see me as anything but the annoying boy who always got you into trouble." It took her a moment to decide if she could tell him how she felt. It would be better to stop this before it started. There was no way she could have him, not forever. To have a taste of love with him, and then go on with life, never being fully satisfied, would not be fair for either of them. Yet when she opened her mouth, only the complete truth came out. "I think of you almost all the time, Bryn. I have tried not to, but the more I try, the less successful I am." Before she could say anything else, Bryn leaned forward and kissed her. She had very little to compare it to, but it was heavenly. If there were a better kiss to be had somewhere in the kingdom, she could not imagine it. His lips were soft and warm, and as his tongue brushed against hers, they instinctively parted as his arms went around her. They broke apart only to meet again, and Amelia found each new kiss better than the last. It was hard to stop, though they knew they must eventually. He rested his forehead against hers as they tried to calm their breath. "Amelia, you are so brave, remarkable, and lovely that I know I cannot be worthy of you, but I hope you will give me a chance. Let me go to my father and yours so I can court you properly." "Court me?" asked Amelia with surprise. "You wish to speak with our fathers?" "I know we are young, but I can't imagine feeling this way about anyone else. You have your training, and I will never interfere with it. You can take as long as you need to complete it, as long as I know there is a chance you will be mine." "You say you aren't worthy of me, but we both know that is not true. Your brother is already courting a foreign princess." "I am sure you will have to do the same," said Amelia. Bryn smiled before he kissed her quickly. "My brother is to be a king. I do not have that responsibility, so I believe I have more freedom to choose as I wish. It is only you that I want. My father will not deny the chance to truly make you his daughter. You know he will not. I will find a way to convince your father. I must." "This is what you want?" she asked as she leaned up. "You are sure?" "I am very sure as long as you are," said Bryn. He gave her one of his mischievous smiles. "If you say yes, you will give me the best birthday present I have ever received." She smiled and laughed. "Then I hope you like it, because I could not take it should you try to give it back." He stood up, pulling her up with him and into his arms. He kissed her as she let her body rest against his. After this went on for some time, she finally pulled away. "We will need to get back to the ball. It will be ending soon." "I hate parting from you. I suppose I will just have to dream of the time when you never leave my side. There are many dreams I have for us, Amelia. I want to travel with you, not just in this kingdom, but others as well. I want to see everything in this world with you by my side." "You will still have responsibilities, Bryn. We both will," said Amelia. "And they will be easier to bear together." Chapter 2. An Unfair Fate. Amelia. They went back to the ball, and Amelia could not help but smile the rest of the evening. Her smile lasted many days as she found time to sneak away with Bryn after lessons. They learned more and more about how to express their new feelings, and in some ways Amelia found their times together just as informative as her magical lessons. Her bliss could not last. She knew Bryn went to his father one night after she went home. She did not see Bryn the next day, or the next, as her lessons intensified and lengthened to the point. It was well into the night when they finished. Amelia did nothing but walk home and collapse on her bed, exhausted. Finally, after one evening, as she walked through the palace halls, ready to be home, she felt a hand take hers. She looked over to find Bryn half smiling at her. He took her to a nearby small parlor and shut the door before grabbing her. He held her as he kissed her, and she audibly sighed to be back in his arms. "You look exhausted, Amelia," he said as he kissed her cheek. "It has been a hard few days, but I know it will pay off in the end. I defeated all the other level 4s in sparing. That means I can start training for the final level." "You are the second highest light bearer in the kingdom. Do you plan to stop there?" "No, Master Elgin is adamant I will spar with him. I don't know if he believes I can beat him, but I think I can." Bryn chuckled. "You always were fierce and bold. How will you like leading the bearers?" "If it is what the goddess wishes, I will take on the responsibility." She smiled. "I think I will like it very much." "You like being in charge?" said Bryn before he let her go. He walked away from her before turning back. "Amelia, I have to leave for a while." "Leave?" she asked, feeling a cold sensation work its way through her body. "Where will you go?" "Uriala, to study under the followers of Neomana. My father says it is time to use my gift fully." "How long will you be gone?" "It must be some time if you will train with your powers," said Amelia. He walked up to her and took her hands. "I will do everything I can to finish my training quickly, but at least a year, maybe 2. This is not what I want, but I see its merit. I must have a purpose to be worthy of you." She shook her head. "Your father must have been very displeased with the idea you would want me as your wife. He must hope you will forget about me while you are gone." "That is not it at all, Amelia. My father believes you are above anyone, and you know it. He is right that I have lived too idle of a life. I need to do this for my kingdom and you. I could never forget about you. My father knows it, and so do you. I will write you every day, and you must write me back." She looked down as her tears fell. Whatever he might say, she could not help but think he was only being sent away because of her. The king might think well of her, even love her in a way, but he probably had loftier plans for his youngest son. "Amelia, I love you. You don't have to say it back, but I wanted you to know it before I leave. I love you, and I think I have for some time. I will never love anyone but you." She stared up at him as she reached her hand out to touch his cheek. "I love you, Bryn. The thought of being away from you is awful." He took her hand and kissed it. "I don't know how I will manage it, but it will not be forever. When I come back, nothing will stand in the way of taking you as my wife." He kissed her again, and she kissed him back desperately. They stumbled to the sofa, where their passion took over. As his hand worked its way under her skirt, hers were already under his shirt. She arched up and pressed herself against him as his hand grazed her upper thigh. One of her hands moved down to caress him over his pants, and he moaned before leaning up to look down on her. "Amelia, we can stop now if you wish. If we go much further, I am not sure I could pull back." "I don't want to stop," she said as she kissed under his chin. "I want you, Bryn." He groaned before pushing off the sofa and standing up. He held his hand out to her, and she looked at him in confusion. "We will not do this here, especially the first time." She took his hand, and she stood up, disappointed and a little angry, before he kissed her. "Does your father expect you home?" She shook her head. "He and Nathan are at our estate in the Blairs until next week. The servants know I have unusual hours." "Then come with me," he said. They walked out into the dim halls of the palace to a nearby staircase. Once they reached the third floor, Bryn took her to the right, coming to the first door. "This is your room," she said as he looked around before opening his door. He nodded and pulled her inside before closing the door and locking it. He brought her close and placed a kiss where her shoulder met her neck. "I want you in my bed, Amelia," he whispered in her ear. "I have imagined you there many times." He loved her in his bed. He was gentle and slow as they both tried to find their way. When it was over, and he held her close, she thought she should feel ashamed. What they did went against everything she had been taught about modesty and virtue by her mother, father, and her order. She could not find shame. She found only contentment and the feeling she knew what it was like to be truly loved. If she had known what was to come over the next few years, she would have cherished their time together even more. The time after Bryn left passed slowly at first for Amelia. She did all the things required of her, but she felt an ache, knowing she would not see him for some time. His letters came as soon as his ship landed, and almost every day brought a new one filled with what he was doing and seeing and assurances of his love. She wrote him back every night, telling him much the same. Over the months, his letters became less frequent, and she thought at first it must be due to his strenuous training schedule. By the 6th month, they stopped altogether. Even on her 18th birthday, he sent nothing. She spent a miserable evening at her father's home, enduring a ball. She thought at first that she would flirt wildly with the young men who claimed dances with her, but realized she couldn't do it. No matter what Bryn might be thinking, her heart still belonged to him. Besides her hurting heart, she was constantly pestered by Gareth. She thought he would have married his princess at some point and left her alone, but he spent more time in the palace than going to pay tribute to who many thought would be his future wife. He followed Amelia down the halls as she walked. If she stopped in the library, or was in any room alone, it seemed like he always popped up. A few times he trapped her against the walls of the hall, or sat uncomfortably close to her in the parlor. One night, as she waited for the king, he draped his hand over the back of the sofa they were on, slowly moving it until it rested on her shoulder. "Have you heard from my brother lately?" he asked as his hand moved slightly against the sleeve of her dress. "I believe he is very busy with his training at the moment," said Amelia. "I hear he is. From what he has written me, he finds Iriala much to his liking." "He has written you?" asked Amelia as she leaned away from Gareth. "Why do you seem surprised? He is my brother." "Yes, he likes Iriala. He commented on its natural beauty and the welcome from its people. He told me there are many lovely ladies there." Amelia looked at Gareth, not believing him. She had Bryn's promise and assurances of love. He would not go back on them. "You know, Amelia," said Gareth as he pulled her closer, placing his arm completely around her shoulder, "I think he was rather stupid to choose to leave after apparently securing some kind of affection from one such as lovely and powerful as you." "He chose to leave? He told me your father sent him away," said Amelia. My father gave him a few options, and Bryn decided to leave. He has always been unsettled and flaky with his choices. He once thought to be an archer, but changed his mind as soon as he saw me sword fighting with some of the guards. He has always been easily distracted. It's out of sight, out of mind with him."
Amelia closed her eyes, refusing to believe it. She would not let Gareth get to her.
"But I, my dear, am a constant man. When I want something, I do not stop until it is mine," said Gareth as his hand moved down to rest around her waist. She wanted to pull away, but as he stared at her, she felt transfixed where she was. Something in his cold, blue eyes held her. She grew chilly as he moved down towards her. She started to shiver as his hand moved against her side. "Are you cold, my lovely?" he asked, inches from her lips. "I can find a way to warm you." The parlor door opened, and his spell was broken. She jumped away from him to the far end of the sofa. He crossed his legs and coughed lightly as the king walked into the room. She made sure not to be left in such a position with Gareth again, afraid of what might have happened had the king not come in at that moment. Soon, almost a year had gone by, and more letters from Bryn never came. Amelia threw herself into her training, pushing herself with the hope that eventually her master would tell her it was time for them to face each other. Her father grew busier as her brother became betrothed to a nice young woman from the inner city of the circle. Amelia did not know her well, but she seemed kind and pleasant. She was beautiful, rich, well-mannered, and did not appear to be an idiot. It was as much as she could hope for in a new sister. As Amelia grew in power, she gained more freedom with her time. She spent much of it with the king. She had avoided him when Bryn first left, afraid he disapproved of her, but when he sought her out one day in the library during a rare day off, they fell back into their easy conversations and companionship. If not for him, she might have avoided spending any unnecessary time in the palace at all. One evening she sat with the king in his study as he looked over his messages, and Amelia read a book on very advanced light magic. She sighed as she read over the ways her magic would interact with the uses of the different orders. Light-bearers reacted best to moon guardians. Their magic reflected each other, both growing in power in each other's presence. "You are too young to look so weary and worried, my dear," said the king as she sat next to her. "What is troubling you? Are your lessons taking too much of a toll?" "Not at all. I feel my most powerful and refreshed when using my magic. My troubles come from a different source." She closed her book and looked at the king. "Have you heard from Prince Brynwyn lately?" The king gave her a small smile. "He has not proven a reliable correspondent, has he?" "He was at first, but it has now been many months since I have heard from him. You have had no ill tidings, have you?" "He is well, Amelia. He has not written me in some time, but I hear from his masters he is excelling in his craft. He has been very busy and intent on training as well as traveling. I am sure he just hasn't had the time, or you know how unreliable messages can be this time of year from so great a distance. I am sure by spring that you will receive a sack full of misplaced letters." "I hope you are right, but I can't help but think he might have forgotten me." "I don't see how that is possible. He is a fool if he has, and you deserve better. I will gladly tell him if that is the case, even if he is my son," said the king. Amelia had been afraid to approach the subject, scared of what the king might say. "If you wish for me to leave Bryn alone when he returns, I will. You do not have to keep him away from his home because of me." The king took her hand. "Bryn leaving did have something to do with you, my dearest, but it was not your fault." She must have looked very confused because the king chuckled. "Do not be troubled, Amelia. Even if his correspondence is lacking, once he comes home and takes one look at you, he will be sorry for it. I only hope you do not let him suffer too long." She half grinned as the king let go of her hand. She opened her book as he looked around. "I thought I brought that in here with me." "What is it?" she asked. "I had a small red book in the parlor earlier, but I could have sworn I brought it in here with me. It contains some sensitive information I have written, and I usually do not let it out of my sight," said the king. "Let me fetch it for you," said Amelia as she put her book down. "It is small and red." "And has golden lines for borders," said the king. "I can go look." "Let me, I can seek it out faster," said Amelia. She stood up and walked from the study, down the hall, and into the parlor she knew the king liked to frequent. Standing at the edge of the room, she raised her hand and thought about how the king described the book. She felt the familiar warmth of her magic swirling inside her, and saw a small red book rise from a table in the room. She jerked her hand back and the book flew into her palm. She hurried back to the study, happy to be able to set the king's mind at ease. She opened the door, holding out the book, expecting to see the king still by the fireplace. When he was not there, she looked at his desk and still did not see him. It took a moment of searching to find him sprawled out on the floor, facing up. She dropped the book and screamed as she ran to his side. Falling down, she put her hand on his chest, staring at his lifeless eyes. They were opened as if in shock. She tried to will her magic to revive him, but he was too far gone. She knew it as soon as she touched him, but she could not believe it. She sparked her light magic again and again, but nothing could be done. He was gone. A sob came out of her throat as she placed both hands on his chest and leaned down. This could not be real. Just a moment ago, he was laughing and smiling at her. She was gone less than 5 minutes. What could have happened? She needed to tell someone. She needed to find Master Elgin or Prince Gareth. Before she could muster the strength to stand, the door opened, and Amelia heard a scream. She turned to see a young female servant run from the room. Soon others joined her. The head servant came in, followed by Prince Gareth. He hurried to her and lifted her. "What happened, Amelia? What did you do?" he said furiously. "Nothing. I did nothing," said Amelia. "I left to get his book. I came back, and he was gone." He let her go as Master Egan came into the room. Amelia continued to cry, folding her arms and holding them close to her body as Prince Gareth spoke with her master. Master Egan went to the king and kneeled beside him. He put his hand on the king's chest and closed his eyes before looking at Amelia. Standing up, he came close to her. "Did you do this, Amelia?" he asked. "Even if it were an accident, you need to tell me. I can help you if you tell me the truth." "I didn't do anything. I wasn't even here," said Amelia. "It took strong light magic to do this. You know how hard it is for us to take a life directly. It is practically impossible, but it can be done with the extreme power you possess. I am sure it was not intentional. I know how hard you have been pushing yourself. It is only natural some magic would escape you." "I have complete control over my power, as you well know, master." "I had nothing to do with this," said Amelia. She held out her hand. "Search me." Master Egan looked at Prince Gareth, who nodded. Master Elgin took her hand and stared at her. She tried to show him everything, from their conversation to Amelia leaving the room, to her coming back and finding the king dead. Her master let go of her hand and took a step back. "On Alinia's name, what have you done, girl?" Prince Gareth moved forward and grabbed Amelia's arm, turning her to him. "You did this? You killed my father?" "No," said Amelia desperately. "I would never." She looked at her master. "Why are you lying? You must see that I did not do this." "There is no reason to deny this. I can see all that you did, but why do it? Why kill him? What did you hope to gain?" "We can ask her all this later," said Gareth furiously. "Guards, come take Lady Amelia to the cells now." "But I have done nothing," said Amelia desperately. "I would never hurt the king." She moved forward and put her hands on Gareth's chest. "You have known me almost my whole life. You know how much I loved him. I would never hurt him, please." He took her hands and threw her off of him. "Light magic can do strange things to those who are not strong enough. You must have pushed yourself too far, my lady." He looked down at her as she wiped her eyes before turning his eyes to Master Elgin. "Do you believe she could have done this magic without realizing it?" Master Elgin moved forward. "I do, your highness. I have warned Lady Amelia many times she was pushing herself too far. She could have blacked out as her magic moved on its own. She may think she is telling the truth." Gareth nodded as the guards came forward. "Take Lady Amelia to the North Tower. There is a room there at the top. Have a fire lit for her and lock her in. We will have some other things moved in to give her some comfort. Whether she meant to do this or not, we cannot discount who she is. She is the daughter of the most powerful lord in this land, and we must remember it." The guards grabbed Amelia as she shook her head. No matter what Master Elgin said, Amelia knew she did not harm the king. She remembered everything. "I did not do this. You should search the palace because a killer must be on the loose." She stared at Gareth. "Please believe me. I know I am telling the truth. I didn't kill your father." Gareth touched her cheek and wiped a tear from her face. "You don't know what you are saying. We must protect others as well as you. Take her away." The soldier started to drag her from the room. Amelia stumbled backward, keeping her eyes on the dead king. wondering what really could have happened. Chapter 3. 3 years later. Amelia? Her candles were low, and she hoped they would bring her more soon. She could conjure her own light if needed, but it took effort she did not want to use. She had other ways she wanted to use her magic as she read from the large book in front of her. Maybe there was another way to make sure she had plenty of wax to burn. Turning the page, she read some instructions for a spell. After reading over it twice, she lifted her hand and closed her eyes. She felt the light magic within her swirl around, filling her with power and warmth. Opening her eyes, she hovered them over her small candles, envisioning what she wished. Soon her candles grew, the wax regenerating until they were as if new. She put her hand down and smiled. Creating something out of nothing was difficult, and not something most light-bearers could do. She had worked the past 6 months on it, and now to do it was satisfying. Standing up from her desk to stretch, she thought there was little to satisfy her these days. Her room in the tower was not large, even if it was comfortable enough with everything she needed. Her bed was soft and roomy. She had a good-sized fireplace and an area to wash. She was brought in a desk with supplies to write notes on her studies. When she asked for books, they were usually brought in as long as she played by the rules. Unfortunately, those rules were hard to take as they were set by King Gareth. At first, she did not do as he asked. When he came in a few weeks after his father's death and talked to her of ways she could earn privileges, she was disgusted. He then told her refusal to do as he commanded came with consequences. He ordered she be stripped and whipped. 10 lashes were what he commanded, or until she passed out. She should have passed out after 4, she felt like she could, but she had to be stubborn and take them all. This happened 5 more times, or the next few weeks. No one came to help her, no matter how much she pleaded, and eventually she felt she could take it no more. She gave the king what he wanted and comforted herself by thinking it was at least something to pass the time. She had few other visitors, and she was ashamed to admit that sometimes she craved the physical contact from her time with the king. She held no attraction for him or love. She hated the sight of him. As soon as he walked into the room, she was filled with dread, but she would close her eyes and let him do what he wanted. She became numb to it at first, blocking it out as it happened. As time went on, she grew angry and fought against him as he held her down. Recently, she had started asserting her dominance, making him do it her way. She still hated it, but at least sometimes she found very brief pleasure. She wasn't sure why he continued to come to her. In the beginning, she believed it was just to break her somehow or show her she was completely in his power. She had denied him before, and now he would show her she could keep nothing of herself from him. As she gave him what he wanted that first year, she thought he would grow tired of her, but he still came to her regularly 3 years later. Even after he married, he did not stop. He came to her the night before his wedding and the day after. The only time she got some reprieve was when he traveled. She asked him about it one night as they sat together by her fire. "Why do you continue to come here? If you do not find release and pleasure from your wife, you could easily have many women who would give themselves to you. Why spend your time with me?" Gareth took a drink from the cup he held and stared at her. He put it down and stood up before taking her hand and yanking her into his arms. "Can you say you do not enjoy our times together, Amelia?" He turned her in his arms as his hands moved down her body. "You must feel the connection we have as power meets power." She slightly shook her head as he bent down to kiss her neck while his hands went to her thighs. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do," he murmured into her ear. "You can feel it, and I know you crave it as much as I do. If only you would have succumbed to me before that awful business with my father, I could have made you my wife and had everything I wanted." "You have a good wife, Gareth, one who is well-connected and beautiful. You should spend your time with her." Gareth pulled her ties until her black dress hung loosely around her body. "She is boring and cold. She is nothing like you." He pulled down her dress as he kissed behind her ear, making her shiver. She automatically leaned back into him, groaning with anticipated pleasure as his hand pushed down her dress to caress her breast. "I don't want this," she said weakly. "You should find others that can give you what you want." He laughed quietly. "You don't sound convincing, Amelia. You would miss me if I didn't come. What you and I do makes you feel alive. I know it does, as I can feel the magic spark within you." He spun her around and kissed her, and any other objections she had were lost, as she let him take her as he always did. She had a few other visitors over the years. Her father's head guard would come to see her regularly. She always had liked Owain, and when he came to visit her, It was one of the few times she felt anything close to happiness. He brought her word of her father and brother, telling her when her brother married and when she became of aunt. She always wished her father would come to see her, but he never did. She never saw him after that day the king died. She was never given a trial, as King Gareth decided her fate with a few lords, including her father. Since that horrible day, all she had seen were the circular stone walls around her and what she could view from her small window. Those first few months of imprisonment were the worst. She cried for her father. She begged someone to get him so she could tell him she never did anything to hurt the king. She pleaded with any servant or guard that came to see her, but they all ignored her. She asked for the ability to write messages, anything. She begged for knowledge of Bryn. Surely he would come home after his father's death. She knew he would come straight to her and listen. He would believe her over everyone else. Yet he never came home, according to Gareth. He told her his brother was much too busy with his training, and there was nothing to be done since his father was dead. Amelia fell into a deep depression about halfway through her first year. She couldn't remember much for several months, as she only went through the motions of living. She wanted to give up entirely, stop eating, never leave the bed, but something within her wouldn't let her die. She spent much of the time writing in a journal they gave her. Every page was filled with letters to Bryn she would never send. They ranged from telling him of her love for him despite her unfaithfulness involving his brother. Some begged him to come home to help her. Others were angry, letting him know he had abandoned her, lied to her. He had made her love him, and then forgotten her as soon as he left the kingdom. She poured her heart out in each one, knowing they would never be read. Eventually, she snapped out of her fog and poured herself back into her training and studies. Her door and windows had been charmed by her master. Due to their bond, she could not break his spells, but she worked day and night to find a way to do it. She knew it was more than likely impossible, as a light-bearer could never undo the bond with their master unless they were released or challenged successfully. Master Elgin would do neither, so Amelia was stuck. One evening over 3 years since her imprisonment, Amelia stirred her fire. She had just stood up when she heard the locks turn in her door. She hoped it was Owain coming to see her and bring her the herbs she had asked for, but instead it was Gareth. He walked in and closed the door behind him, locking it. "Good evening, my lady," he said with a smile. "I hope you are well." "I thought we agreed to dispense with the niceties, your majesty," said Amelia as she reached behind her and started undoing the ties to her black dress. He walked forward and put his hands on her arms to stop her. He held her close for a moment before roughly turning her around. Leaning down, he kissed her neck as his hands went to her ties. "I want to undress you tonight, my lady. You have been much too bold lately. Tonight I want to have you as I wish." "Do you think I will just let you do what you want?" asked Amelia as he moved her dress off her shoulders. "I would rather you didn't. I like it when you fight back a little." He nipped at her shoulder before kissing her neck, letting his tongue dart out against her skin. He pulled her dress down until it fell in a puddle of fabric at her feet. "It's a shame you fought back at first, Amelia. I hate to see your back so scarred. You are quite perfect besides it." He turned her around and kissed her. Her hands moved under his shirt, running along his broad chest. "All the gods and goddesses, you are beautiful. Perhaps it is a sad waste to have you locked in this tower, but at least I can keep you for my own. I like to know I am the only man you have ever had." She laughed slightly. "What makes you think you are the only one?" He started to pull her shift up. "Was there another before me? Was it my simple brother? Did you give yourself to him?" "I was afraid you did, but it cannot be helped, I suppose. At least now you can see how inadequate he was." She almost argued back, saying her one time with Bryn was worth all the wretched times he had forced himself on her, but instead she kissed him before biting his lower lip. Why should she defend Bryn? He had abandoned her like everyone else. She had no one. The king growled as his tongue ran across his lower lip, tasting the blood there. He yanked her shift off of her so hard that it ripped a little. After throwing it close to the fireplace, he backed her to the bed and picked her up, throwing her upon it. She looked up at him as he took off his shirt and made quick work of his boots and pants. He collapsed on top of her, kissing her roughly as one of his hands grabbed her full breast. She arched up against him, feeling his large member. She hated him, but she had to admit he was physically blessed in several ways. "Eager," he said with a smile as he raised up. "I just want to get it over with," she said with as much indifference as she could manage, trying not to moan as his hand moved down her side and his head dipped to her breast. He kissed the top of it before he took her nipple into his mouth, swirling his tongue around it. Her hand buried into his hair as he let go and moved to her other breast. Slowly his hand worked its way down her side until he swept it below her stomach to stroke her most sensitive part. Her eyes flew open, and she moaned loudly as he kissed her neck with a chuckle. "My lady, you can stop resisting. I know how much you like my attentions. I always said you would." He continued to gently tease her as he went back to kissing her neck. She put her arms around him as her pleasure grew, and she could not keep any of her sounds from escaping. Before she could reach her peak, he withdrew his hand, and she groaned in frustration. He pushed up to stand over her on his knees while he stroked himself. "Be patient, Amelia. I only want to experience the height of your pleasure with you." She squirmed under him, half wanting to throw him off the bed and half wanting to pull him down over her. She didn't have to wait long as he positioned himself and slowly entered her. She felt herself stretched to accommodate him, admitting to herself she liked the feel of him in her. "Yes, Amelia," he moaned as he started to move within her. He was slow at first, but he quickly sped up, pushing all of himself in her over and over. He shifted, and it caused a shock of pleasure to wash over her. He noticed and groaned as he moved even faster and harder, making her start to shiver. Her breaths became hard, and she knew she was close. "Yes, more," she gasped. He slowed a bit, making her sigh loudly. "You want more, my lady? Then ask me properly." She stared up at him as he half grinned at her. "More, please, your majesty." He made a noise of approval, but still would not appease her. "Now ask using my name. I want you to beg me." "No," she groaned. "Oh, Amelia, you know what happens when you deny me. I hate to see you hurt. Now beg me." He moved his hand back down towards her center and stroked her gently as he moved slowly in and out. She could not take it, as she wanted it over for another day. "Please, Gareth, give me more." "Say my name again," he said as he took his hand away and moved deeper into her. "Gareth," she gasped. "Yes." He thrust harder and faster, and she dug her fingernails into his back as she felt her peak build again. Finally, she found her release as she cried out his name. It pulled him over the edge, and he moved a few more times within her as she felt him fill her. Collapsing on top of her, he quietly said her name before kissing her lips and then her throat. She lay there, catching her breath, and finally he rolled over next to her. She moved and pulled the covers from under them to cover her, but Gareth stopped her. He pulled them down as he rolled over. "I might not be done, my lady. Perhaps you would like a bit more." "I have had my fill of you today, quite literally," said Amelia. "Don't you have somewhere to be and a queen to attend to?" He sighed and rolled back over. "I do have a banquet in a few hours, but my queen would rather I avoid her when possible. We need to make an heir, but our paltry efforts have shown no fruit so far." "Then maybe you should try harder," said Amelia. He ran his hand down Amelia's body. "Perhaps you could make an heir for me. I am sure Julian wouldn't mind. I could send her off somewhere for her health, and then bring her back when it is time for our babe to be born. We could pass the child off as hers and mine." "I will not have a child with you, Gareth," said Amelia. "Think of how powerful and wonderful it would be. We are both clever, gifted people, much more than my poor, timid wife. Our child would be a force." "You will not have your way on this. I have ways of making sure it never happens, and I will keep using them." "What if I take it away? I can start taking away everything of comfort you have until you give me what I want," said Gareth. "Would it be so bad, Amelia? The child would be well taken care of. He would be a king some day." "You can take away everything I have. You can torture me, kill me, but I will not do this. You should go to your queen and work to gain your heir the right way." He shook his head as he sat up. "I will let this go for now, but perhaps I will bring it up later. You might change your mind. Maybe I will offer you something you can't refuse, like your freedom." Amelia could not help but raise her eyebrows at his words. She longed for her freedom. She begged for it at one time, saying she would sail away to a faraway kingdom and never return. She quickly schooled her features. It would be too hard to carry Gareth's child always to wonder if it inherited his evil nature and her weaknesses. "You should go," said Amelia. "I should, as Julian's parents should be here at any time. I wonder if they brought her quiet brother with them. I don't see how he will lead their kingdom. He can barely say 2 words without stuttering. He can't be more than 12, Gareth, and probably frightened of you. Maybe try a little kindness and patience with him, said Amelia. You know as well as I that the boy will have to learn there is little of either in this world, said Gareth as he stood up and picked up his pants. She watched him dress as she pulled her knees up to her chest. When he was done, he looked at her. I will come to see you tomorrow at some point. Have a pleasant evening. She rolled her eyes at his formality. You are well, your majesty. Tell my father I give him my regards if you see him. Gareth laughed, as if he remembers that you are still alive. He shook his head and opened her door before walking out without a backward glance. She pulled her covers up over and closed her eyes, wondering why she kept on living at all. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Opportunity. Amelia spent the next day as she usually did. She studied and tried some new spells. She wrote letters she would never send, keeping one in her journal and burning the others. She stood and looked out her small window at the courtyard below and the city beyond it. She could see a few birds flying in the gray sky, and she wished she could be like them, free to go where she wished. After her lunch, she spent some time walking around her room for exercise. She went through the different stances she learned as one of the Order of Alinea, holding them to keep her strength up. As the light outside started to turn to night, she began to dread Gareth coming to see her. She cleaned herself using the cold water in her bowl and brushed out her long golden-brown hair, letting it fall free down her shoulders. She waited, but Gareth never entered the room. Her supper came along with Owain. He saw with her while she ate. You look well, he said after she had poured him some tea. Thank you, but what does it matter how I look? No one sees me but you and a few others, said Amelia bitterly. I mean, it looks like you are taking care of yourself, and no one is harming you, said Owain. It was not always the case. True, but I have decided to choose life, whatever that means being in here, and if I am compliant to the king's commands, I can avoid most pain. Owain took a sip of his tea. What of Master Elgin? Has he come to see you? Amelia shook her head. I have not seen him in a few months, thank my goddess. Perhaps he found out all he needed from me and moved on. He did not harm you permanently, did he? You can still use your magic? Asked Owain. He only caused me pain and added to my already full collection of scars, said Amelia as she held out her arm to him, showing the fading line near her wrist where her master had taken a good deal of blood. But enough about my sad life. What of yours? How are your wife and son? Jack is growing taller every day, and Grace thinks she might be with child again, said Owain. How wonderful, said Amelia, trying to smile. She tried to remain somewhat pleasant to the one friendly face she saw regularly. If she has the same problem with sickness as last time, I can make her some more of that tea. Did you bring me what I asked for? He nodded and pulled out a small bag from his cloak pocket. Amelia took it and brought it to her desk. They spoke a bit longer about Owain's son and his hopes for a daughter this time. And how is my father? Asked Amelia. Much the same. He is busy, as is your brother. I think something must have happened at the royal banquet last night, as your father has been at the palace almost all day. What do you think it is? Asked Amelia. I don't know, but I should be going in case your father needs me. Is there anything you need the next time I come visit you? Asked Owain. Unless you can sneak out some of the cook's apple jam, there is nothing, said Amelia. I will see what I can do. Try to find something to hang on to, my lady. You never know when your fortunes might change, said Owain as he stood up. I doubt they ever will, but I appreciate your visits. I know they cannot be pleasant for you. I like seeing how you are so I can let your father know, said Owain. I know my father never asks about me, Owain. You don't have to pretend. That is not true, my lady. He likes to know you are still with us, that you haven't given up hope. I am still here, but I have no hope, Owain. Garth did not come to see her that night, nor the next, and she decided that something must be happening in the palace, just as Owain said. It was not until a few evenings later that the lock of her cell rattled, and Gareth walked in. Good evening, my lady, he said as Amelia stood. She walked over to him, ready to dive right into the evening's activities to get them over, but he stopped her when she got close. I have something to speak with you about. Will you sit with me? Amelia looked at him wearily, wondering what trick he was pulling on her, but she did as he bid, sitting down before the fireplace. He sat across from her and leaned forward. Something awful has happened, Amelia, said Gareth with unusual gravity. Prince Owain has been taken. Taken? Who has taken your brother-in-law? The leaders of the Achilleans have stolen the boy from his palace and taken him back to their kingdom. They are demanding many things for his return," said Gareth. "The users of the dark magic have him? That is awful, your majesty. What do they want for his return?" "They want money, of course, our allegiance with them against a few other kingdoms, and a light bearer or two to use as a sacrifice to their goddess," said Gareth. "Oh," said Amelia. She could see where this conversation was headed. At least it would be an end to her hellish life, and she would see the outside again as she was transported. "I understand what you must do." Gareth leaned back before giving a half-laugh. "Amelia, no one wants to send you as a sacrifice. We are too civilized for that. Besides, I do not want to give in to their demands. They will want more and more if they think we are such easy prey." "So you will sacrifice your brother-in-law, the next king of Anelia?" "We will get the boy back. My council and I have been thinking of a way to do it for the past few days. It is decided a very small force should go and sneak into the kingdom to rescue the boy." Amelia nodded. "You will need at least 5 powerful light-bearers in the Dark Kingdom to have a chance." "Or one very powerful one," said Gareth. "Even Master Elgin himself could not fight such darkness, your majesty. He would be overcome." "I believe we have someone here even stronger than Master Elgin, though she may not admit it." Amelia shook her head. "I do not belittle my strength, but I know my limits. I could not face all the darkness in that place, not by myself." "I am not asking you to go by yourself," said Gareth. "I will send another magic user with you, one who will amplify your power. He has volunteered to go." "Who?" asked Amelia. "Before I tell you, do you agree to do this? Will you travel to Achilia and save the boy?" Amelia considered her options. She could go and risk her life to try to get the boy. There was a good chance she would die, but what did it matter? Still, she was comfortable where she was, and who was the boy to her? 3 years ago she probably would have jumped at the opportunity, wanting to save an innocent life, but now it gave her pause. "What is in it for me?" she asked. Gareth smiled as he moved his cloak. "You won't do it just to save the boy?" "I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I want to know what you will give me to persuade me to probably die on this foolish mission." "Your freedom should you wish it," said Gareth. "You aren't serious," said Amelia. "I am. I talked with some of my lords, and we agreed. If you are successful in bringing the boy back safely, we will set you free. You can go wherever you wish. You can even leave the kingdom." Amelia took a shaky breath. It was what she wanted for so long, a chance to leave, to start again. She could forget about everything she would leave behind and find a new way forward, perhaps become someone else entirely. "Will you do it?" "I will. I will go if you sign something and give it to me saying I will have my freedom should I be successful," said Amelia. He pulled an envelope out of his pocket. "Here, I have already done it." She took it and read over the writings on the paper, finding it just as he said, "You would really let me go." He laughed. "Do you think I would miss you? I can find 3 others to satisfy any urges I have as well as you, probably better and more willingly. Can you bear to leave me?" "Gladly," she said. "Then it is settled," said Gareth as he stood. "Now let me introduce you to your traveling partner, though I think you know him. He is a well-trained guardian of the moon and will pull his weight." Gareth went to the door as Amelia's stomach dropped. She knew who he would bring into the room before she saw him, and she was right. Gareth motioned with his hand, and Bryn walked quickly into the room, wearing the white and gray of a moon guardian. He looked her up and down as Amelia stared at him. He still looked like Bryn in some ways, but he was much different in others. He had grown taller and broader, so he looked more like his brother. His face was not as round as before, his cheeks looking sharper and his chin more pointed. She had always found him handsome, but he had grown into something more, even eclipsing his older brother. His dark brown eyes, which were once always bright and filled with love as he looked at her, now seemed cold and calculating as he continued to stare at Amelia. She finally looked away as her hands twitched nervously at her side. "Do I need to reintroduce the 2 of you, or are you still able to recognize one another? Bryn, you should greet your old friend." Bryn walked forward a few steps closer to her. "Lady Amelia," he said with a bow. She returned it with a curtsy, "Your Highness." "Why such formality?" asked Gareth with a half-smile. He paused for a second. "I guess much has happened while you 2 were apart, a dead king and all. You must not hold it against her, Bryn. She didn't know what she was doing. She and I have made more than amends these past 3 years. Isn't that right, my lady?"
Amelia said nothing as she swallowed, her mouth feeling dry and her throat tight.
"We will leave tomorrow at sunrise," said Bryn. "If there is anything you need for the trip, you can write them down, and I will see it is packed for you." "I have everything I need here," said Amelia. "If someone will bring me a bag, I can pack myself." "Very good, my lady," said Bryn. "Do you have any questions?" She felt tears cloud her eyes. He was so cold and formal with her. She could not take it. She wanted to ask why he never wrote to her, why he never came back when he heard what happened. She wanted to grab him and tell him she did not kill his father, but she could tell by the look he was giving her he probably wouldn't believe it. Any love he had for her was gone, and she was surprised to see there had to have been some hope within her, because she felt it die at that moment. "No," she said quietly, "I will be ready. The guards will get you at dawn. I will see you then." Bryn walked out the door and closed it. Amelia let her tears fall where she stood, and Gareth walked up to her. "Do not cry, my lady. You must have known how it was between you by now. He has long forgotten you, perhaps even before you killed our father. There is no reason to cry. Leave me be, Gareth. If there is any decency in you, just go." "How can I leave you when you are upset, and you will be leaving tomorrow? I might never see you again, my dear. I need to make the most of this night." "No," she said as she wiped the tears from her face. "Not tonight, not ever again." He grabbed her chin and made her look up at him. "You do not make the rules, not yet. You are still in my palace under my commands." He leaned down and kissed her as she tried to pull away, but his arms went around her. "I should have let you kill me before I ever let you touch me," said Amelia as he finally leaned up. "You don't mean that, Amelia. You like our times together," said Gareth. He reached behind her and pulled at her ties. "I dread them and hate myself after they are done," said Amelia. "Then what can one more night hurt?" said Gareth as he yanked down her dress. She tried to push him away as he grabbed her hard and kissed her. Feeling her power build, she decided she could not take it any more. It was all too much, and none of it was fair. Everyone she thought loved and cared for her had abandoned her. Her father acted as if she didn't exist, and Bryn left her to her fate and came home treating her as if he didn't know her. Gareth had used her for his twisted pleasure the past 3 years and beaten her to get his way. Her body filled with fury as she felt her hands grow warm. She spread them on Gareth's chest and almost released everything she had. She had been found guilty of killing a king. Why not do the deed? Yet, as she let her power go, she knew she could not kill him. It was not who she was, and as angry and bitter as she felt, she knew it never would be. Her power came out weak, making Gareth jump back as his hands flew to his chest. Amelia put her arms down, feeling defeated as Gareth gave an angry growl and slapped her with the back of his hand. She had no will to fight back as he shoved her to the bed. He used her roughly as though wanting her to fight back. She did not give him the satisfaction. She closed her eyes and went somewhere else in her mind as she did when he first came to her tower. When she finally opened her eyes, he was done. He left her without saying a word. Chapter 5, The End of One Life. "Amelia?" Amelia was ready before the sunrise. She sat on her bed with her packed bag, watching for the first weak light that would show her the day was beginning. She looked around the room, the only thing she had known the past 3 years, and felt no sadness in leaving. Awful things had happened to her there. It not only tainted her room, but the whole palace. It was once a wonderful place to her, filled with wondrous spaces and interesting things. She spent many happy days running through the halls with Bryn or sitting with the king. Now it was a place of nightmares, and she would be happy never to see it again. Her door rattled, and she stood up with her bag ready to go. She was surprised when not only did 3 guards walk in, but Master Elgin as well. He held something metal in his hands as he came towards her. "You will wear these," said her old master as he approached her. She looked at them and saw they were meant to bind her hands. "The chain is long, so you can still guide a horse and do simple things, but they will keep you from using magic." "This is not necessary," said Amelia as the guards followed Master Elgin. "It will keep you from hurting Prince Brynwyn or running away," said Master Elgin. "I have no plans to hurt anyone or run away. I just want to do this duty and gain my freedom. I will do nothing to jeopardize the deal I made with the king. How can I fight with those on?" The guards grabbed her arms as her master put the metal cuffs with the long chain around her wrist. She hissed as they burned against her skin, and she felt the power within her grow quiet. If you need to fight, the prince has the ability to take these off of you quickly. Until then, you will wear them. I told the king it was a good idea the other day. He finally relented last night and said I should bind your hands." She shuddered as another bolt of pain ran through her. This was her punishment for her use of power on him and her coldness. The painful bruise on her cheek and jaw weren't enough. He would have her suffer for longer. "Fine," said Amelia. "I am ready if someone would hand me my bag." "One of the guards will take it, and the other 2 will escort you downstairs, my lady," said Master Elgin. "Try to behave and not tarnish the light-bearer name any further. You have done much damage." She glared at him. "I have done nothing, and you know it. You will pay for your lies one day, and I hope it is by my hand. If not, I am sure the goddess is waiting to see you punished." "Take her away," said Master Elgin. "With any luck, she will never make it back." The guards grabbed her arms and marched her out of the room. It felt strange to walk downstairs and smell things that were not of the upper tower. The tower stairs were much like her room in that they smelled musty and damp, but she could catch the scent of the outside as the wind blew through the old stone. When they got to the main floors of the palace, new smells came to her, including burning torches and bread baking from the kitchens. She looked down as she walked on woven rugs over the stone floors. She couldn't help but look at the once familiar tapestries as she walked by them. It was as if she was surrounded by too much color after only looking at gray walls for so long. They came to the entry hall where Brynlund stood with a dozen royal guards and Owain. The guards holding her pulled her to a stop, making the metal hit her wrist. She couldn't help a small cry as the pain hit her. "What is this?" asked Bryn as he moved closer to her. "Why are her hands bound?" "It is for your safety, brother," said King Gareth as he came into the hall. "She has already killed one member of our family." Bryn looked at her, and she stared straight forward. Perhaps she should have proclaimed her innocence to him, but what good would it do? She could tell he had already judged her and found her guilty. He moved even closer to her and reached over, hovering his hands above her wrist. A moment later the binds fell off, and she sighed in relief. "I am not afraid of her," said Bryn as Amelia messaged her wrist, already red and blistered from the binds. "She should wear them," said the king. "It is not your choice, Bryn. It is if you want me to go on this mission. I need her ready and in condition to fight at all times. She will be too injured to fight if she wears those much longer," said Bryn. "Fine," said Gareth. "You have your guards, even one extra." Gareth looked at Owain, making Amelia do the same. "You are going, Owain?" she asked. "Why?" "I volunteered to go. Someone on this trip should look out for your welfare and represent your father's house." "I do not need you to go, Owain. You should not risk your life for mine. You have too much to live for. Your wife and child need you at home," said Amelia. "My wife and child need me to be an honorable man. I could not be one and let you go alone," said Owain. "We have no time for arguing," said Bryn. "We must be going as we need to save the boy soon. We go now." Amelia looked at Owain and shook her head, but she said no more. "Have a safe journey, and I pray you are successful. You will take the boy to his home where his parents and my wife will be waiting," said King Gareth. He held out his hand to Bryn. Bryn looked down at it before walking out the front door. Amelia adjusted her black cloak to follow him when Gareth reached out and took her arm. "You cannot leave without saying farewell to me, my lady." She glanced at him. "Goodbye, your majesty. I will see you in a few weeks, ready to gain my freedom." He reached up and touched her bruised cheek. "You may not want it completely. Perhaps we can work something else out to keep you in the kingdom. I could set you up very well." "I have your word that you will give me what I want. I will not change my mind." Gareth chuckled. "We will see." He leaned forward as if to kiss her, but she moved quickly away and out the door. Outside were horses for all. Bryn stood there holding a good-sized black mare with a white mark down her face. He brought it to her. "Your horse, my lady." "It has been a long time since I have ridden a horse," said Amelia as she reached up and patted the animal. "I am sure you will have no trouble. You always were an enthusiastic rider." He looked at her, and for a second she caught a flash of the Bryn she knew before he turned away. "Let me help you mount, my lady," said Owain as she came to her. She nodded, and he lifted her in the saddle, helping her adjust her legs. She picked up the reins and looked around. The sun was coming up in front of them, basking the city in orange and red light. Amelia was momentarily mesmerized by the beauty of it. A soft wind blew, and she closed her eyes as it moved across her face and raised the few strands of hair not included in her braid off her neck. She opened her eyes, seeing Bryn watching her from his horse to her left. "I have not been outside in 3 years," she murmured as she looked away. "It looks as if all are ready," he said as he steered his horse towards the gates of the palace. Amelia let a few guards get ahead of her between them before moving her horse forward as Owain came to ride at her side. They made it quickly to the city, since it was just coming awake. As the day grew brighter, it took Amelia a while to get used to the sunlight. She had to rely on her horse to know her way around objects, as it was hard to see. By the time they exited the west gate, her eyes finally adjusted, and she gasped in the pleasure of the scene in front of her. It was mid-autumn, and the leaves on the trees were all at their peak colors of red and gold. Mixed in with the evergreens, it was a beautiful sight, one she had forgotten how much she loved. In the past, she had ridden through the forest outside the city many times, galloping to the Eudician River and back. She felt the first genuine smile in 3 years come across her face as she felt Owain's eyes on her. "It is beautiful," she said. "I forgot how marvelous the land could be. When all you have seen for years is the gray walls of the tower, I imagine it is quite a sight." She nodded. "It makes me want to take off into the trees and never look back. I know we have a task we must do, but it would be so easy to run to the river and follow it to the vast sea." "But you would be hunted, and the young prince would lose his life. If you do this right, you can go wherever you wish, and you will save an innocent life," said Owain. Amelia sighed. "What life is really innocent? Who knows what horrors that boy will do as a king? He should get the chance to choose the right path. He is a child, Amelia." "So was Gareth at one time," she whispered, "as well as Bryn." She looked ahead to see Bryn leading their group with guards at his side. It was still hard to believe it was really him. She thought he would never come back to Avalmore, and that she would never see him again. Yet there he was, less than 3 horse lengths from her. He might look a bit different, but it was still him. As they rode through the forest, she thought of Bryn and his formal coldness. He was not cruel to her, but he was not warm as he once was. Did he believe that she killed his father? She decided he must have avoided the kingdom for so long and to act as he did. But his indifference to her must have started before the event that changed her life. He stopped contacting her almost 6 months before the king died. She wondered what had made him forget the love he professed to her. As the morning became afternoon, they stopped near the river to eat lunch. Amelia, not used to being on a horse or any exercise she could not do in a small circular room, practically fell off her horse into Owain's arms. Her legs quivered as she made it to a square-shaped rock to sit down, her arms feeling weak and her chest as though it was on fire. Bryn offered her some food and wine, and she took it with a nod of thanks. She thought he would walk off, but instead he sat close to her on a nearby rock. "You look tired, my lady," said Bryn after taking a swig of wine. "I admit I did not think I would become wore out so easily, but when you are trapped in a space no bigger than the smallest parlor of the palace, there is not much to do for exercise," replied Amelia. He nodded as he took a bite of an apple. She tried to do likewise, but the bruise on her jaw made it difficult. She hissed quietly before putting it back down. Bryn leaned over and offered her a small knife from his belt. "Thank you," she said quietly as she took the knife. She cut up her apple and tried to hand it back to him. "Keep it," he said. "You might need it." "You trust me with it?" she asked in surprise. "Should I not?" She shrugged. "I just thought." She looked down and picked up a piece of her apple, unable to say what she was thinking. They were silent for a moment as Owain came over with his food and sat near her. "How did you get that bruise on your face?" asked Bryn. "I did not see it when I visited your room last night." She lightly touched her jaw and glanced at Owain. "I tripped as I was packing. I guess the excitement of this journey made me careless. I hit the edge of my desk." Bryn looked out towards the river. "You never were a good liar." "You doubt my words?" she asked somewhat angrily. She wasn't sure why. "You don't have to protect him. I know what he is. I have always known it," said Bryn. She didn't answer as she finished her apple and picked up the bread she had been given. She ate it as Bryn turned to look at her. "I think this is close to where I pushed Gareth into the river that time our families traveled to Wickruck. You told me not to do it, but he was being such an ass I couldn't stop myself." "What was your punishment that time?" asked Amelia. "I had to ride next to old Master Maine as he scolded me the rest of the way while watching Gareth ride with you." I remember now. I was angry with you the day after. I felt like we were both punished for your mistake," said Amelia. Bryn smiled slightly as a couple of the guards came over. "We need to leave if you wish to make it close to Durnspool by night." "Durnspool?" asked Amelia. "Shouldn't we be turning at the river and heading to Wind's Harbor or somewhere close? Will we not take a ship to Achilia? It is the safest way." "It is the way they will expect," said one of the guards dismissively. "What is your name?" asked Amelia as she stood up. "Dugan," said the guard. "I am in charge of this mission." "I thought Prince Brynwyn was in charge," said Amelia. "So he is, but it is my main responsibility to keep him safe from outside and inside threats." "You think me a threat," said Amelia with a grin. "How can I not, since you killed King Ivor? If you show one sign that you will harm the prince, I will end you permanently." Amelia moved closer to him, ready to show him she would not be easy to kill as Owain came to stand behind her. Before anything could happen, Bryn moved between them. "You will not lay one hand on Lady Amelia or anyone else in our group. We need each other to stay alive and save the boy." "I will not harm her if the woman does her part," said Dugan. "You can start by addressing her correctly," said Owain. "She is the daughter of the highest lord of this kingdom and a lady." Dugan shook his head with a laugh. "She should have lost that title 3 years ago. I will address her as I see fit." Owain moved toward Dugan, but Amelia held her arm out. "It is no matter. His opinion means nothing to me. I care little about what anyone thinks of me at this point." She walked towards where the horses were and stood by hers. "Help me on my horse, Owain." Before Owain could come her way, Bryn moved to her side and lifted her up. She felt her breath leave her slightly, feeling his hands on her hips. It was probably just her imagination that his hands lingered against her leg as she adjusted it in the stirrup. "Are you well settled, my lady?" said Bryn, making sure to accentuate her title. "I am, your highness, and very ready to be on the road to wherever you command." Chapter 6. Connection. "Amelia?" She awoke early, almost forgetting where she was. It was strange not to sleep on her soft bed and wake up to see the gray circular walls around her. She stretched and sat up, feeling the cold wind hit her as it whipped around the trees they were scattered in. The fire she lit the night before had long gone out. All around it was sleeping royal guards and Owain. She saw that 2 guards were missing as well as Bryn. She guessed the guards were patrolling the area, but she had no idea what Bryn could be up to. Deciding she didn't wish to sleep longer, she got up and folded her blanket. She walked into the forest to relieve herself, finding a small stream when she was done. She washed her hands and face in the cold, clear water before taking a few sips. Standing up, she closed her eyes as sunlight started to invade the forest. She stood there, listening to the sounds of the new day. The birds chirped in the trees as the stream made a gentle noise as it ran between the stones on its bed. She heard a few small creatures scurrying in the tall grass and bushes. Opening her eyes, she smiled with tears running down her cheeks. It was silly to feel so sentimental about a normal morning in an ordinary forest, but she no longer took for granted the mundane. Her hands tingled slightly as she moved them around, feeling the air. Her power longed to be free to do something. Deciding to let it have its way, she raised one of her hands and felt herself grow warm. The wind picked up around her, blowing her skirt and hair. A shower of leaves fell around her as she moved the breeze up the trunk to the limbs. Next, she pointed her hand towards the stream, and the water rose up in the air. She swirled it around before letting it splash back between the banks. She laughed a little, feeling so free, and brought both her hands up. The leaves around her rose into the air. Before she could do anything with them, they flew away from her in a line towards another who walked closer to her. Bryn circled the leaves around himself before letting them fall. He moved closer to Amelia and held up his hand. The clouds in the sky parted, letting the rising sun shine down on them. Amelia watched him as a sunbeam hit him perfectly, making him look like he was glowing. His dark brown hair looked almost red in the light, and as he stared at her, his brown eyes appeared gold. Amelia raised her hand and brought the water up again. She sent it spraying like a fountain into the stream, making a rainbow appear over it in the sunlight. She held up her other hand, and the dead grass along the stream came to life with red flowers sprouting all around. It went on past her and Bryn into the distance in both directions. She put her hands down as Bryn looked at the flowers. He bent over and picked one. "I see you haven't stopped practicing with your magic these past few years." "I've had little else to entertain me," said Amelia. though that went on much further than I meant. I think I felt your magic work with mine." Bryn nodded. "Light-bearers and guardians of the moon have come together before to strengthen their power. It was how the Achilleans were pushed so far south." Amelia raised her hand, and a bit of water flew into it, resting in her palm like a small ball. She played with it as Bryn watched her. "Your magic has grown powerful." She tossed him the ball, and he caught it. "I hear you excelled as a guardian." "I enjoyed my training, but much like you, I had little else to occupy my time." "But you were in Iriala. It is said to be the most beautiful kingdom. Did you not enjoy the sights of the place?" asked Amelia. "I did at first, but it wasn't very long before most of it lost any attraction to me. The world has seemed a bland place for a while now, no matter how much beauty is before me." Amelia looked away as Bryn threw the water back into the stream. "I know losing your father was hard," she whispered. "I wish I could have seen him one more time, talked to him, but I think my dissatisfaction with the world came before his death," said Bryn. Amelia glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "It is no matter," he answered. "The past cannot be changed." "No, it cannot, no matter how hard I have tried to find a way." He moved even closer to her. "What happened that day, Amelia? How did my father die? Were you there as my brother and the others say?" She took a deep breath, trying to read his expression as he reached out to her. "Let me see, please." She moved away from him. She wanted to tell him, but the thought he would have to read her thoughts to make him believe her infuriated her. "If my words aren't good enough, why should I show you my thoughts? I tried it that night with my master, and I was betrayed. It will do no good to show you anything. I am sorry your father died, as he was the best man I ever knew. But it is done, and as much as I wish I could go back and change it, I cannot." She turned and started walking back to the others. She heard Bryn hurrying after her, and he caught her hand before she could get away. "I would believe you if you told me, but I thought it might be easier for you not to have to speak it," he said. "There are many things I could show you or speak about, and either way it would be equally hard. All I want is to forget at this point. I want to forget that night and all the nights after it. I might wish to forget every night before, if I am honest. I plan to win my freedom and then become someone else. I am tired of this life, as it is nothing but pain and mistrust." "What did he do to you, Amelia?" Bryn said softly. She took her hand away from him. "Whatever he wanted." She turned again from him before she was forced to cry. Tears never did her any good, and why should she let them fall now? There was nothing for her in Avalmore, and especially not in Bryn. He had left her for dead in that tower all those years, and to now act as if he cared was too much. She could not save the young prince fast enough. Wandering the world was all she craved now, as she knew she would never again have a home. They packed up and went on their way, riding around villages to avoid drawing attention. Amelia stayed close to Owain and kept silent for most of the day. She noticed Bryn looked back at her several times, but she did nothing to encourage him to speak with her. After a break for lunch, Amelia remounted her horse with Owain's help when her head started to ache. She felt sick to her stomach and almost lost what she had just eaten. "What is it, my lady?" asked Owain. "Are you ill?" "I don't know," said Amelia. "It just hit me all of a sudden. Has it gotten colder?" Bryn rode over close to her. "Does your head feel heavy and your stomach unsettled?" She nodded as she pulled her cloak tighter around her. "And I am so cold that I might start shivering at any moment." "Use your magic, Amelia. Spark a small fire in your hand, or send some light ahead into the forest." "Why?" "Just do it," said Bryn urgently. She stared at him for a moment before raising her hand, causing a small flame to appear in her palm. She stared at it as Bryn pointed a finger towards her. He swirled it around, and the flame in her hand grew. She started to feel a warmth spread throughout her as her stomach settled. "Is that better?" he asked. Amelia nodded. "What did you do?" "I combined our magic and sent some through you. I hoped we would be able to avoid any Shadowlands, but I am afraid they have grown recently. Dark magic seems to be spreading in Avalmore, though my brother denies it." "You think we are close to Shadowlands?" asked Amelia. "It thought they just existed on our southwestern border. I didn't expect we would have to deal with them until we were much closer to Achilia." "I had the same hope, but it appears we will have to deal with it now. We can try to ride around it, but it will take some time." "We don't have time," said Amelia. "We will go forward as planned and travel quickly. Hopefully, we will make our way out of it and not meet with any trouble." Bryn nodded. "If you start to feel ill or cold, let me know. I'm afraid this will not be easy for you. Light-bearers are never comfortable in shadow areas." As they traveled, Amelia knew he was right. Her anxiety heightened as she felt they would be attacked at any moment. It didn't help that the clouds started to gather in the sky. Before long, thunder rumbled in the distance. "Should we find somewhere to set up camp, Your Highness?" asked Dugan. "We cannot stop out here. Lady Amelia would not sleep here, and she may become ill if we stop for too long. The woman will have to deal with it if a storm is brewing. It will not be safe to be amongst so many trees. We should find an open area and set up some tents," said Dugan. "If she has any issues with it, she can ride ahead with her own guard." "We will not separate," said Bryn. "I need her to complete this task. You will not suggest her leaving this group again?" Dugan bowed before riding ahead. "Your Highness, we can find somewhere safe to stop if needed," said Amelia. "I do not wish to be the cause of any misfortune." "It will not be safe to stop for any of us. If we are stationary in the shadows, we will be found. Only by continually moving can we have any chance. There is a village we can reach a little after dark if we keep on. It is too filled with people and temples to have been overcome with the shadows." They rode on, and it felt like Amelia's mind filled with every bad thought she ever had. She knew she didn't kill the king, but she should never have left him that night. If she had stayed in the parlor, she could have caught who threatened him. She was wicked and weak for what she had allowed Gareth to do to her. It would have been better to have been beaten to death than give herself to him. She even found pleasure at times with him. She looked up at Bren riding a little ahead of her and realized she never deserved him. She would have disappointed him had he married her. Her weakness would have shown up at some point, and he would have grown to despise her. She closed her eyes as she started to shiver. "My lady," said Owain to her with concern. She barely heard him as her heart felt as though it was slowing, and something heavy covered her. "Amelia," said Bryn urgently, but she could not respond. He said her name again louder, and her eyes opened. She looked past him into the trees as a loud rumble of thunder shook the ground around them. She could see something moving, almost like shadows. She could hear them whisper. "They are here. They have found us." "Who?" asked Owain. Bryn looked where she stared. "Shadow warriors. They are coming for us." "Should we run?" asked Dugan. "There is nowhere we can run. They are all around. All we can do is fight," said Amelia as she stopped her horse. Bryn pulled up next to her as she jumped down. After everyone dismounted, Amelia held out her hands, sending the horses running into the trees. "What good will that do?" asked Dune. "If we need to get out of here quickly, we will have no chance." "The prince or I can call back the horses at any time, but they need to stay clear of the shadow warriors. They will either fall or be turned," said Amelia. She shivered, pulling her cloak close as Bryn took her hand. She felt his magic move through her. It was like a warm breeze mixing with the fire that was her own power. She felt it swirl together as he looked at her. "Stay close to me. It is our best chance." She nodded as they both turned, hearing the terrifying screech that told them danger was close. Chapter 7, Fading. "Amelia?" The screeching amplified, and Amelia felt herself shake. She had fought shadow warriors before as they were included in the army from Achilia she faced when just 15, but she had been with 100 other light-bearers. She may have taken out a fourth of the army herself, but she fed off the power of her fellow followers of Alinea. Now she was all alone, and not as sure of herself as she once was. She felt Bryn squeeze her hand. "We can do this. You cannot lose hope. Your magic feeds off the light inside of you." "I am not who I once was," she whispered. "The light has faded to practically nothing." Thunder rumbled around them as lightning flashed in the distance. "That is not true. I can feel it in you as strong as before. It is just hidden behind shame, fear, and mistrust. Let it all fall away, at least for a few minutes," said Bryn. Amelia closed her eyes, trying to remember what it was like to live before her time in the tower. She remembered her long talks with the king, the proud look her father always gave her, and laughing with Bryn. She opened her eyes to look at Bryn. He was staring at her, and she remembered what it was like to be loved by him. She nodded before letting go of his hand and raising her arms. A circle of light appeared surrounding her whole group. It lit up the dark area around them that felt almost like the night with the heavy clouds overhead. She sensed them before she could see them. The space around them was muggy and warm for fall. As the shadow warriors approached, Amelia involuntarily took a step back. They were tall and pale. Their heads were covered in the hoods of their black or red cloaks, their eyes almost a lifeless gray. Some rode horses that came to a stop just on the edge of the light as those on their feet walked forward towards the circle. "What are those things?" asked a young guard. "They are men still, but too full of dark magic to know what life is any more. All they know is what they are told by their masters, and the need to gain more for their army," said Bryn. Amelia concentrated on keeping the circle around them intact. The shadow warriors circled them, seeming frustrated they could not get through. She could not keep it up forever, but she could use it to even the numbers a bit. "Your Highness, tell your guards to draw their swords. These warriors can die like normal men, but we all must be sure not to be touched by them or their weapons," said Amelia. "Do as she says," said Bryn as he raised his hand. "Be ready," yelled Amelia as she lifted her hands higher. She felt her magic build within her until she could not hold it. She dropped her hands, letting her magic loose as the circle light around them became so bright they all had to turn away. It moved towards the shadow warriors, making them shriek in pain and fear. When the light faded, Amelia could see several had fallen, but a good number still stood. "Form a circle," said Bryn as he threw out his hand. White light erupted from his palm, hitting 2 warriors, causing them to fall. The guards converged on those warriors coming at them as lightning struck close by. Amelia felt the energy of it flow through her, and she used it to strike 2 warriors on horseback, cursing them into almost nothing. She turned and threw out her hand, and a bright light shined on 3 guards, making them drop their dark swords as they tried to hide their faces. They fell to their knees before crumbling where they were. "How can there be so many?" asked Amelia as Bryn moved in front of her to push some strange wave of magic past the guards near them. It knocked a warrior over before moving to the right to hit 3 more. "I don't know. It makes no sense for them to be this far into our kingdom," answered Bryn. Amelia threw a hand to the side to take out a warrior who swung his sword at Owain. Owain glanced at her before going to the next shadow warrior close to him. Bryn moved one way, and a pale light came from his hand towards the warriors. Amelia moved past him to use her own magic to help 2 royal guards who looked overcome by a group of warriors. She started to run towards them when Bryn grabbed her arm. "We cannot separate. Only by feeding off each other's power do we have a chance." "But everyone will die around us if we don't do something. 2 of your guards have already fallen," said Amelia. "We have to end this." "What do you suggest?" The lightning and thunder were so frequent that she was surprised it had not rained yet. The wind was strong, sending leaves and small sticks all around them. She examined her surroundings as she was trained, trying to think how to use them to take out the rest of the warriors. "Can you raise me into the air?" she asked Bryn. "Get me high enough where I can see all we are facing." "I think so," Bryn answered. "What do you plan to do?" "You will see. All I need is for you to send me as high as you can into the air. If you can catch me as well, that would be helpful. I'm not sure how much strength I will have left when I am done." "I won't let you fall." She nodded. "Do it now." She moved close to him as he closed his eyes. His hands hovered near her as she felt his magic cover her. She let it have its way as she started to lift off the ground. Bryn opened his eyes, and she flew into the air to the point she could see the circle of shadow guards that surrounded them. There were too many for the royal guards and Owain to fight, and she and Bryn would exhaust themselves trying to take out 2 or 3 here and there. She had one chance, and she would make the most of it. She lifted her arms, putting her hands out at her sides as the wind strengthened. She heard a rumble of thunder before a bolt of lightning hit somewhere close by. After taking a deep breath, she threw her hands out and sent a gust of wind towards the shadow warriors. It blew them all back. She raised her hand, and the lightning spread throughout the area, making everything glow in an eerie white light. It ran in a circle, hitting the shadow guards, making them drop where they were. Amelia put her hands down and took a deep breath, feeling almost empty from her use of power. She started to fall, but her descent softened as she got close to the ground. Landing on her feet, she kneeled for a moment to catch her breath. "Is that all of them?" asked Dugan as he looked around. Bryn walked in a large circle, looking. "I think so. Amelia, do you sense any more?" She raised her head and searched the area before the cold feeling again came over her. She sensed something behind her, but before she could turn to face it, she saw a shadow warrior behind Bryn with his sword raised. Without a thought, she lifted her hand, throwing a bright light just past Bryn to knock the shadow warrior back. Bryn turned to look at it as Amelia felt a pain go through her. She gasped as she turned slightly to see a shadow warrior behind her, his sword buried into her back. It seemed almost like slow motion as he pulled it out of her. Owain ran towards her as Bryn yelled her name. She stumbled forward as she saw Owain swing his sword at the warrior. It shrieked as the sword found its mark. She could not catch her breath or stay on her feet. She started to fall, but before she could hit the ground, Bryn caught her. He knelt with her in his arms. "Amelia, look at me," he said frantically. "Do not close your eyes or look away. You must stay with me." She reached up towards him as she tasted something strange in her mouth. It was metallic and bitter. The coldness she felt before was nothing compared to how she felt now. She shook in Bryn's arms as he stared down at her. The darkness was coming for her, and she could feel it surround her. She briefly wondered how she would be judged. Touching Bryn's cheek, she struggled to keep her eyes open. "I didn't do it, Bryn. I would never hurt him. I loved him." "I know, but do not worry about it now. I just need you to focus on me. We will have time to say everything we need to each other later, but first you must not give in to the darkness, Amelia. You cannot." He put his hand against her chest and continued to stare at her. She cried out as she felt his magic move through her, surrounding her wound. "It's too much," she whispered. "I can't do it." "Yes, you can," said Bryn. "You are strong. You always have been. Please, Amelia, I will make it better, I promise. I will make it all better." "I loved you," she said as she closed her eyes. "I think I still do." "Amelia, open your eyes now," he demanded. "I will not lose you. I cannot take it again." "Again?" She opened her eyes slightly to see him still staring at her. He pressed his hand harder against her chest, and another wave of pain went through her. She arched up as her back felt like it was on fire. "A little more, and you can rest," said Bryn. "Do not give in to the darkness." The pain in her back increased as Bryn held her tightly. She thought she might break in half from it, but eventually it lessened until she relaxed in his arms and gave a sigh of relief. Though the pain was not so great as before, a feeling of cold and what she could only describe as darkness started to fill her. "Will she live?" asked Owain. "She has a chance if I can get her somewhere to heal her further," said Bryn. Amelia opened her eyes wider as she felt a few drops of rain hit her face. She shivered as Bryn wiped something off her chin. "She will die if we cannot get her warm," said Bryn. "We need to make it to the village." "But my fallen men need to be taken care of," said Dugan. "The dead can stay where they are," said Bryn as he threw out his hands. A dim light surrounded the area. "That is all I can do for them. Keep them from rising." "She will soon be one of them or worse," said Dugan. "She is already growing paler. Perhaps it would be best to leave her. It is much as she deserves." She heard the sound of Owain taking out his sword. "Suggest something like that again, and I will see you are one of the dead left for the animals to pick apart." "We must go," said Bryn. He stood up, lifting Amelia in his arms. He shifted her slightly, and she cried out in pain. "It will be fine, Amelia. I promise." She tried to focus on him as he walked with her. "Owain, take her for a moment while I call for the horses." She was shuffled from Bryn's arms to Owain's. Owain looked down at her. "Do not give up, my lady. Think of your freedom, of all those who don't want to lose you." "I'm not sure that many care," she said hoarsely. "More than you know." He gave her a small smile. "I would not like you to leave me." She closed her eyes, feeling the rain pick up around them as Owain held her closer. The thunder continued to rumble as she saw flashes of lightning periodically. "Bring her to me," said Bryn somewhere close by. She was lifted and put on Bryn's horse. She felt his arm go around her as he pulled her against him. "Mount now and ride straight for the village. There is an inn towards the center of town. I will meet you there." Bryn made a noise to his horse, and she felt him move the reins next to her. The horse sprang forward, and Bryn kept a strong hold off her as they flew through the forest. "Please hang on, Amelia," he said as he bent down close to her. As her eyes closed, she felt his lips on her forehead. Chapter 8. The Spare. Bryn, born in the palace to the Queen and King of Evalmor, the largest kingdom in the known world, Prince Brynwyn should have been known as a blessed child. Yet many faults could be found in his birth. The first and most dire was his mother's death a few minutes after he was born. What should have been a joyous event turned bleak. It was known the queen was a good woman who was much loved in the kingdom. The king was fond of her, and instead of celebrating a healthy baby boy, the palace mourned the passing of a kind woman. Bryn was also the second-born son. Everyone knew the king wished for a daughter. He had a sister he doted on as a boy and young man. She had sadly died of a sickness, and he wished to have a daughter he could name after the lost princess. Instead, a second son had been born, a spare. The king's heir was already alive and healthy. Another son was not needed. Yet Bryn did not feel unloved. He never knew his mother, so he didn't know what to miss about her not being around. He was surrounded by caring servants and a nanny who loved him like he was her own. Though his father may have been disappointed not to have a daughter, Bryn never felt it. His father spent as much time with him as his brother Gareth. Bryn grew up happy, light-hearted, and able to do almost whatever he wished. He never could remember much about his early years of childhood. He knew he laughed plenty, and was probably very naughty, though his nanny always told him he was almost too charming to scold. If he looked back on his childhood, only a few times stood out to him, and nothing more than a late spring day when he was 11 years old. He had been told to expect a girl to study with him. He had even met the girl a few times, though he couldn't place her. To him it meant nothing, just another person to sit in lessons with. He only hoped she wouldn't be too boring or tattle on him when he pushed the boundaries of propriety. He never expected to meet the best friend he would ever have, and eventually the great love of his life. Even at 11 years old, he knew that Amelia was lovely when she walked into the room. She was short and thin at the time, but her hair was a captivating shade of golden brown, and she left it completely down. It was a little unruly with its waves and curls, and for some reason it mesmerized him. Her bright blue eyes were almost too big for her face, and they showed no fear the first time she looked at him. A crooked smile formed on her small lips, and Bryn couldn't help but smile back. She was never shy, and asked him probably 100 questions that day, ranging from life in the palace to what it was like to not have a mother. He answered them all, never growing tired of talking to her. He knew right away she was cleverer than him. She already knew almost all their tutor taught them that day. Answering almost every question should have been annoying, but she did it in such a sweet and interesting way that Bryn only craved to hear her talk more. After lessons, she proved just how bold she was, running around the palace grounds with him, scaring the chicken kept at the very edge, and then climbing a tree to pick some plums. Their friendship only increased in the days to come, to the point if Bryn faced a day without seeing Amelia, it made him sad and unsettled. She didn't appear to be frightened of anything except his older brother. Bryn could tell she was uncomfortable around Gareth, though he couldn't think why. His older brother was boorish and liked to show off. It had been years since Bryn had any use for him. They occasionally crossed swords in sparring, though if Bryn showed any signs of winning, Gareth would quickly walk away, saying he had no time to play with children. Amelia always wanted to avoid Gareth, and Bryn was happy to do it with her. He did lose some time with her after her mother's death. First, she spent several weeks at home, grieving with her father and brother. He did visit her, bringing her colorful flowers each day to cheer her up, and sometimes her favorite fruits. When she returned to the palace, Bryn had to give up some of his afternoons with her to his father. It became well known that the king was very fond of Lady Amelia and her him. Eventually, she started training with the light BRS as Bryn started taking on more duties in the palace, learning how to send letters to leaders of villages and talk with men older than him. They were not his favorite things to do, but he got through them, knowing most days afterward he would get to spend time with Amelia. Some of the happiest times were when her family joined his on their summer travels. Amelia would have only morning lessons with her magic, and then she could spend her time with Bryn, running or riding around the king's summer estate. They found mischief everywhere, and when they were caught, usually Amelia could get them out of trouble with her sweet words to the king, or she could at least lessen his punishment. By the time he was 16, Bryn had noticed Amelia had changed as well as his feelings for her. She no longer looked like a girl, having grown several inches as her gowns filled out in other ways. The rest of her features caught up with her eyes, and Bryn found her beyond beautiful. He was not the only one. He heard many of the lord's sons comment on her looks. She was often stopped after her lessons by young men who just happened to be visiting the palace with their father, when light-bearers were known to dismiss for the day. Amelia met them all with kindness and grace, but later she laughed at some of them with Bryn. She avoided them when she could, saying she had plans with the king or with Bryn, but there was one young man she could not put off. Gareth started to take an interest in Amelia, and nothing in the kingdom bothered Bryn so much as watching his oaf of a brother try to charm her. Bryn knew Gareth made Amelia uncomfortable. He tried to watch for her as much as he could, not letting her be alone as she walked the palace halls or courtyards. Sometimes his duties would not let him meet her after her lessons or when she was done speaking with his father. Eventually, he would find her walking with Gareth or sitting with him in a parlor. He would find a way to help her escape, even if it meant having to hear his brother's mean taunts later that evening. "I hope you don't have plans for Lady Amelia, brother," said Gareth one night as he sat with Bryn and their father in the main parlor. "What's it to you?" asked Bryn with irritation. "She is becoming a beautiful, powerful young woman, and there will be much competition for her hand." "Amelia is not some prize to be won," said Bryn. "Father agrees with me." "I do not like talking about the dear girl in that way, but your brother has a point, Bryn. She is already a strong light-bearer who saved the city. Her father is powerful and rich. Many young men would do much to have her as their bride. She will have her pick, and knowing Amelia, she will choose only the most worthy." Bryn did not like the idea of any man having a claim over Amelia. He wanted to be the one to bask in her smiles and hear her musical laugh. There was no one else that he wanted to sit on the hill outside of the city with her as she practiced her skills. Sometimes when they would walk, she would take his hand. He couldn't imagine any other man holding her soft, delicate hand. It was then that he realized he not only loved her as his friend, but so much more. If he dared speak such things out loud, his father would tell him he was too young to know love, and his brother would laugh at him. Still, Bryn was not the fool everyone thought he was. He knew his own mind and heart, and both were full of Amelia. When she kissed him on his 16th birthday, he did not know how to react. He was shocked for a moment, and by the time any real thoughts came into his head, she had walked away. He wasn't sure what to do when he saw her next. What if it had been just a friendly kiss, as it had not been very long? Instead of talking about it, he tried to show her his feelings in different ways. He took her hand often and spent every moment he could with her. He tried to flirt with her more, but he was afraid it just came off as awkward. They had a few moments where he thought they might kiss, but something always seemed to interrupt them. It was often her father's guard, Owain, who was always watching over Amelia. Other times it was Gareth, and it made Bryn think many uncharitable thoughts about his kin. All his hopes appeared to be answered the night of his 18th birthday. Deciding he could not hide his feelings for her any more, he decided to be the man he was and tell her all. When she replied that she too felt for him, he didn't think he could be any happier. He would court her properly and give her time, but eventually he would marry her. They could travel together and go on adventures. He would make sure her life was never dull, and he would be happy to just be by her side. He went first to his father to tell him his plans, finding him in his study late one night. "Father, I think you know I have felt strong for Amelia for some time. I have recently learned that she has feelings for me for some reason as well. I want to court her properly in hopes to make her my wife." His father gave him a small smile. "Sit down, Bryn, and let us talk about this." Bryn felt his stomach drop slightly, worried at what his father would say. He didn't think he would disapprove of Amelia. His father loved her, but the way he looked at Bryn made him nervous. "You want to court Lady Amelia Fox?" Bryn nodded. "I think I love her, father. You can say I am too young, but I know my heart and mind." "I do not think you are too young, and I applaud your taste. I believe you know how highly I think of Amelia. I am not sure a better soul has ever been born." "Then you approve? You will support me in this?" Amelia is a level 4 light bearer. She is said to be the most skilled user of Alinia's magic in some years. Her father is highly ranked, and of course she is very beautiful. What do you have to offer her besides your title and family?" Bryn stared at his father, trying to think of what to say. "I am not trying to be unkind to you, Bryn, but her father will ask you this question. He knows what a jewel his daughter is, and he will not part from her easily. Several lords and even a few foreign kings have come forth, speaking of making an alliance by uniting her with their sons. What makes you better than them? I love her. I have known her for many years, and I believe she loves me." "That is admirable, and I am sure Lord Fox will keep that in mind, but what else can you offer her? How shall you spend your time as she does her duties?" "I have some duties here in the palace, and I thought we could travel when possible. Amelia wants to see the world, and so do I," said Bryn. "And on these journeys you will keep her protected? How?" I am good with a sword, and I am sure we will have guards attend us. What else do you plan? What does it mean to be a husband, do you think? What about a father, Bryn? In a few years you will have to think of these things." "What are you saying, father?" His father came around his desk and sat down next to Bryn. "I care about you, Bryn, and I think you are a good man, even if you are a little silly sometimes. I do not doubt you care about Amelia and want to make her happy, but you have much to learn about being a man. It pains me to say it, but at this point I do not think you are worthy of her." Bryn sunk down in his seat. "So you will not support me?" He threw his head back, regretting the years he had wasted in folly and games. He did not think he was stupid or useless, but he could see how his reputation might not be the best. "You always have my support, Bryn, but I think you need to grow up a bit and learn about yourself before you ask for such an important thing. You will have one chance at this, and I want you to do it right. I think with some work you would be a very good husband for Amelia, and all the goddesses and gods know nothing would make me happier than to have Amelia for a daughter. What do you suggest? You have a power inside of you. You have ignored it for many years, but I have seen you do small things with it. It was said you were blessed by the goddess of Niamana when the priestesses came to visit you after you were born. I think you should go train with your powers." "But that means I will have to go to Iriala for some time," said Bryn. "I will have to leave Amelia." His father nodded. "Amelia's training will continue for a while, and I think it will become even more vigorous. She will be much occupied by it. You can go and learn about your powers, and perhaps about yourself as well. Maybe in a year or two you will be ready to return and can ask for what you want then." "I don't know, father. It seems too hard to leave her." "It will be harder if you rush into this and something happens to ruin everything forever. Do you not think your love can survive some time apart?" "I could never change my heart. She is who I want. I know it." "And her, do you think she will forget her feelings for you?" asked the king. "No," said Bryn. "She has told me and shown me how deep her feelings run for me." "Then all will be well. You can write to each other often, and when you come back you will have many years to spend with her." All was arranged quicker than Bryn would like, but he could see the wisdom in it. He had doubted his worthiness of Amelia even before his talk with his father. If it took a year or two to become someone who might come closer to deserving her, it would be worth it. It was one of the hardest things he ever had to do in telling her he was leaving, but to hear her say she loved him was the sweetest sound he could imagine. It was like a dream, spending the night loving her in his bed. He could recall every sound she made, the exact way her skin felt as he moved his hands over it. Never would he forget the feeling of being united with her fully. He could never love another, and he knew it. It strengthened his resolve to go to Iriala and become the man he needed for her. Chapter 9. Iriala.
Bryn.
As he came close to the dock in Iriala, Bryn had two thoughts. The first was that the kingdom before him was beautiful. The shoreline was full of white rocks and had neat little homes scattered across it. In the distance he could see the celestial palace, with its white walls and dark gray roofs. It looked as if it was watching over the city below it. His second thought was he wished Amelia was there to see it with him. It would be a common theme for Bryn as he experienced things in Iriala. He wished she was by his side when he first entered the palace and met the king and his family. He wanted Amelia's opinion so badly on the quiet prince and ill-tempered princess. As he settled into his lessons and met his fellow guardians, there were moments he could put Amelia out of his mind and focus on learning new skills, but she quickly came back into his thoughts the moment he had time to breathe. He did enjoy learning to use his magic. It was like something within him had woken up, and it made him see the world in a new way. Before, he had never really thought of most other people. He did not think ill of almost anyone, but he never considered their feelings or thoughts. As he connected more and more with his magic in training and worshipping his goddess, he became more interested in the people around him. Prince Tristine often stood by Bryn during lesson. Bryn didn't mind as the prince was quiet and kept mostly to himself. The only drawback was that it often brought the prince's sister, Princess Melwa, close to Bryn. "Your form is awful. I hope you know it," she said, shaking her head one afternoon as they trained. "Master Ruin doesn't seem to think so. He says I am doing extraordinarily well for a beginner," said Bryn. "He just wants to stay on the good side of your kingdom and father. Most everyone will tell you whatever you wish to hear." "But not you," said Bryn. "Why would it matter what I say to you? I will be shipped off to Tildia to marry some prince I have never met in a few years. I doubt I will ever see you again after your time here," said Princess Melwa. "You are betrothed?" asked Bren, somewhat surprised. She nodded. "I have been for some time. My father wanted to make a connection, and I think he was happy to be done with it. I don't believe he thinks I can attract many men." Bren looked her over, seeing her dark hair and eyes. She was not bad looking, though a little taller than most women. "Perhaps your sparkling personality is too much for most to take." The princess's eyes narrowed. "And what about you? Who does your father wish to marry you off to? You are the spare, aren't you?" "I am the second son, but he has never tried to find me a match," said Bren as he moved his hands in front of him, trying to copy what he had seen the master do. Princess Melwa moved behind him and reached around him to grab his hands. She slowly positioned them a bit further apart. "So you are not betrothed to anyone?" Bren let his magic run through him, hitting the targe perfectly in front of him. He turned to look at the princess. "Not officially." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Then you have someone in mind for a wife?" He nodded. "She is beyond any woman I have ever met, and I am here in an effort to prove worthy of her in some way. Everything I do is for her." The princess laughed. "Young men are so easily persuaded. You think you love this woman now because she sent a few kaises your way. After a few months here, she will fade from your mind." Bren put a hand in the air and called on his magic, feeling it swirl around him. It was a strange feeling, making him feel warm and protected. He thought of the times he had been around Amelia as she used her magic. Hers always reminded him of the sun or fire. It was bright and strong, and made one feel as if life itself mixed in with it. As he thought of Amelia, his magic responded. It wound tighter around him as something like a small tendril reached out as though searching for something. It made him smile, knowing it had recognized his connection to Amelia, a light-bearer. He could feel its longing to find her and join with her magic. "Excuse me, Princess Malwa, but you have no idea what you are talking about. My lady is more than you can know. She is extraordinary in every sense of the word, a powerful light-bearer with a kind heart. She is also the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." "A light-bearer?" Princess Melwa raised an eyebrow. "She has trained with her magic?" "Since she was 12. You may have heard of the battle in my kingdom a few years ago, how the users of the dark magic threatened my palace." Melwa nodded. "Word of it reached here. Without Amelia, we would have been lost. She took out at least a fourth of the dark army herself." Melwa looked him up and down. "She must have been young, unless you are interested in older women." "She was 14, said Bryn. "She is the second highest ranking light-bearer in our kingdom, and many think will soon be the master herself." Melwa laughed again. "Then perhaps you have better taste than I thought, though I worry about your sense. Do you think you can hold her attention, being so far from her?" Bren thought of his night with Amelia, of the declaration she made him. "I am very secure in what I share with her. Amelia is careful with her words, and she has said some very specific ones with me. I have no doubt if I stay my present course, she will be my wife." Bren continued to train, growing more powerful every day. His master seemed impressed, and even Princess Melwa admitted he caught on quickly. In his free time, Bren ate with the royal family or went out to the village with the princess to drink at the closest tavern. The prince would eventually join them after staying behind at most lessons. It took some time, but the prince proved to be a sensible companion, and Melwa was at least entertaining. Every night before he would go to sleep, Bren would write Amelia. He would tell her everything he had learned and all he had seen around the city. He wrote of his longing for her, of his enduring love and feelings. He could only promise to show her as words were never be enough. For the first few months, he received lengthy letters from her. She spoke of her own lessons and how they had grown so strenuous that she often went home to eat and sleep. She talked about his father and the conversations she had with him. She wrote on and on about missing him and thinking 100 times a day how she wished to tell him something. Above all, she continued to tell him her heart was his, and she hoped every day brought them closer to once again being together. The letters came very regularly until they didn't. At first, he thought maybe Amelia had just become too busy and exhausted to write. But a week went by, and then 2. After a month, he started to worry about her. He wrote his father, asking if anything had happened. When no reply came back, Bren began to think perhaps all letters from Evalmor were being delayed. He knew it was coming close to Amelia's 18th birthday, and he hated that he could not be there for her celebration. He went into the city on one of his afternoons off, trying to find the perfect gift, but what could he possibly find that was worthy of one such as her? He finally decided on a white stone necklace he found in a shop close to the palace's gates. It was made of the stones found on the crystal cliffs of the kingdom. He had seen them once and wanted Amelia to see them so badly. He could at least give her a piece of them. He sent it off with a long letter, reminding her of his love and begging for some word from her. When her birthday came and went, and he heard nothing, he began to have doubts. He knew he shouldn't, but it could not be helped. "Have you still not heard from your love?" asked Melwa one night at the tavern as Bryn slowly drank his mead, not saying much. "I am guessing you have not, since your mood continues to be terrible." "Perhaps it has more to do with always being around such a hateful woman," said Bryn. "What right do you have to be so unhappy? You are a princess of a beautiful kingdom, and your fate doesn't seem too bad. I've read one or two of your letters from your intended. He seems a decent fellow. I would like to decide my own fate, no matter how wonderful a man I have been tied to without my permission. Is that so hard to understand?" Bryn shrugged and took a long drink. "Being born to privilege means you have certain responsibilities. I bet many in the poorer parts of the city would gladly trade places with you. I am sure some of these higher-borns would as well." Melwa sipped from her cup. "I am not ungrateful for the life I have, but I still have a right to complain as I wish." She looked at Bryn. "Why should you be so unhappy? Just because this woman you have idolized wants nothing to do with you any more. I am sure you will be better off. When you eventually go home and see her, you will see she was not as wonderful as you thought." Bryn drained his glass and called for another. "You are wrong, and she has not forgotten about me. Something is off. Not even my father has written me." "Perhaps he doesn't want you to know the truth. He might be trying to protect you," said Melwa. "You should face reality, Bryn." She turned in her chair and looked over the busy room of the tavern. "Think of the possibilities now. There are several lovely women in this room, and I have no doubt many of them would love to spend some time with the younger Prince of Ivalmore. You could travel soon and gain quite a reputation if you like. Many women love the idea of a carefree, charming prince that requires no obligations. They will let you do what you will, knowing they will have to give you nothing else, but secretly hoping they can tame you." "That is not me," said Bryn. "It could be," said Melwa. "Leave him alone, Mel," said Prince Tristine. "Why do you care, Trist?" asked Melwa. "He obviously doesn't want your advice on this matter. Can't you just sit here and provide him with some companionship and reassurances?" "I agree with Bryn that something is going on beyond just his lady not writing him. Perhaps the seas by your kingdom have been rough, Bryn. That could slow down post quite a bit." Melwa sighed. "He is right. You shouldn't despair. It is strange your father and Lady Amelia should not write. What about your brother? Have you not heard from him?" "My brother would never write me. We do not get on," said Bryn. They were all three quiet for a moment before Tristine put his mug down. "You should come with us on our summer travels. We will be leaving in 2 weeks, and I know father and mother would like to have your company. You have wanted to see more of Iriala, and this is your chance." Melwa nodded. "You should come, and when you get back, I am sure you will have a mountain of letters waiting for you. You can continue writing your lady from everywhere in the kingdom, and even send her a few trinkets from your travels." Bryn saw the wisdom in what they were saying. His training was going well enough to take some time off, and his father told him to experience new things to increase his knowledge and maturity. He could find sights he wished to bring Amelia to see after they married. "I will go if your parents will have me, and I will be grateful for it." Chapter 10. A Dependence on Hope. Bryn enjoyed his summer travels, though they would always be tainted in his memories. As beautiful as the kingdom of Iriala was, he had problems seeing it. Every impressively high mountain or magnificent ocean view was less because of the absence of Amelia. He knew she would love everything he saw even more than him. She would find ways to appreciate the beauty and grandeur that he could not. He wanted badly to hear her thoughts on Iriala, so he could see the place through her eyes. Though he told himself not to worry about the lack of letters, he could not help but be anxious. As they traveled, he sent letter after letter to Amelia, sometimes with things he would buy that would remind him of her. He would tell her to write him at the Celestial Palace, hoping he would have many letters waiting for him when he got back. On his travels, he became closer to the prince and princess. They stayed at a few lords' homes throughout the kingdom, and Bryn noticed the king often tried to encourage Tristine to speak with the young ladies who resided there. Tristine was never unkind, but he was standoffish. He never said more than what was politely necessary to any woman, though several were beautiful and seemed clever to Bryn. One night, as Bryn stood out back of an impressive manor house, looking up at the full moon and the vast number of stars, while thinking of Amelia, Tristine came out to join him. "Did you not enjoy Lady Megan's company?" asked Bryn. "She was as charming as the rest my father has set upon me, maybe even more so. She also seemed sweet, but I can feel nothing for her," said Tristine. "May I ask why?" "I thought perhaps you would already know. Sometimes it is easier to recognize what plagues another if you are going through the same thing. I have long been in love with a woman, Bryn, but I don't think my father will find her acceptable. I am not even sure my people would accept her as my queen." "Who is she?" asked Bryn. "Lady Lyneth, the daughter of Master Ruin," said Tristine. "You must have noticed how I stay behind after lessons on most days." "I thought you were just very dedicated to your training," said Bryn, thinking about Lady Lyneth. She was very quiet, and while not bad to look at, there was nothing about her that Bryn could say stood out. Most of the time she faded into the background. "I try to spend time with her whenever I can. I know many overlook her because she is small and quiet, but she is more than most can see. She is so intelligent and talented, and she understands me like no one I have ever met. I love her, Bryn, and I know I will never love anyone else." "Then you will need to speak with your father about her. She is from a good family. Her father is the master over an ancient order of magicians. I would think her credentials would be high enough," said Bryn. "My sister is marrying a foreign prince who will one day be the king of his kingdom. I think my father believes I should do the same or marry one of the women whose fathers are vast estate owners, such as Lady Megan. Lady Lyneth's father has no land. He relies on the palace for his house and position. Your father seems like a decent man, Tristine, and he cares for you. I believe he will understand. You will have to try unless you think you could give Lady Lyneth up." "I cannot," said Tristine. "I think I would be miserable for the rest of my life. I know it sounds silly, depending on one woman for your happiness, but I think if anyone could understand me, it is you." "It does not sound silly, not to me. I'm afraid if I cannot be with Amelia, then I shall never find any sort of happiness." The rest of the trip passed quickly, though Bryn started to get anxious as they made their way back to the palace. It was now autumn in a year since he had left home. He made up his mind that if he did not hear from his father or Amelia, he would sail home before winter, as he could no longer take the silence or be away from Amelia. Walking into the palace, Bryn hurried to the room he stayed, hoping for a pile of messages. What he found was only one message sent from his brother. He stared at it for a moment before tearing it open. "Bryn, I can hardly write this message, as I do not know what to think, and I know it shall bring you nothing but agony. Father is dead. It has been found that he was killed by Lady Amelia Fox. I know this is hard for you to understand, as it was for me as well. We have always thought well of Amelia. Father loved her like a daughter. I can only imagine it was some accident having to do with her magic, but you know the consequences of such an action. I am sorry to say that I do not think we can save her even with my and her father's influence. Her trial is in 2 weeks, and I dread the outcome. Even if she caused our father to lose his life, I don't know how I shall bear to see her perish. You are, of course, welcome to come home should you wish it, though I don't see the reason. We will have already placed father in the tomb, and Lady Amelia's trial and punishment will be done by the time you could possibly arrive. I am sorry you are not here to grieve with me and then see me take the throne. I hope we meet again some day soon, brother, as you and I are all we have left in terms of family. For the good of Yvalmore. King Gareth Carew." Bryn fell back onto a nearby chair, his heart beating fast as he shook all over. His father was dead, and it was said to be at the hands of Amelia. It could not be true. She would never hurt their father. She loved him too much, and she was always so gentle, no matter how powerful she grew. It must have been some mistake. He knew she did not do it. He opened the letter and read it again as the tears came to his eyes as he read the date. Not only was his father dead, but Amelia would have been executed by the day before. He held his letter with one hand as he wiped his face with the other. It was too much to face. He had lost everything. "Bryn," said Tristine as he stood in Bryn's half-open door, "is something wrong?" Bryn looked up at Tristine, unable to speak. He finally held up his letter, and the prince came forward and took it. He read over it as Bryn hung his head and cried quietly. "Bryn, I can't even—" started Tristine, sounding shocked. How can this be?" "I don't know," whispered Bren. "She did not do it. I know she did not, but it is too late. Even if I sailed home this very second, it would do no good. She is gone." "Let me go tell my father. He will want to know," said Tristine. He looked out in the hall, calling for his sister, who walked in. "Stay with Bren while I go speak with father. Do not leave him alone." "What is wrong?" she asked as she watched Bren cry. Tristine handed her the letter. She smiled slightly. "Did your lady not have a good word for you?" "Read it now," said Tristine adamantly. "I will be back soon." Princess Melwa read the letter, whispering to herself. When she was done, she sat down in the chair next to Bren and took his hand. "What can I do?" she asked urgently. "Nothing," he gasped. "There is nothing anyone can do. My father is gone. Amelia has been killed for a crime she did not do. I know she did not do it." "Bren, I know you loved her, but why would your brother lie?" "I don't know. Maybe he was fooled as well, but I know her, Mel. I know her better than I know myself, and she is incapable of doing this. On the goddess, what must have happened while I was gone? I abandoned her, and now she is dead, my poor Amelia." The king came in soon with Tristine, and they all tried to comfort him, but there was no comfort to be found. His life as he knew it was over. He could no longer be who he once was as he died the moment his hope did. As the weeks went by, Bren found some semblance of what most would call life, but it was not in any way fulfilling to him. He tried to bury his feelings at first in training, but it only reminded him that he had no one to improve for any more. He next turned to drink, which quickly led to women. No amount of strong spirits could make him forget. No matter how alluring or skilled, no woman could dull the ache he felt for Amelia. He was told his grief would lessen in time. Everyone said he would eventually be able to live each day, not feeling as though he was missing a part of himself, but it was a lie. Even as he took women to bed, he felt as though he was betraying Amelia. He knew it was not so as she was no longer in the world, but it still felt wrong. When he went to lessons with his magic, it was unbearable as his power still read out as though he was searching for another. It made no difference how much he tried to convince it who it wanted was gone. It would not listen. A year and a half went by in a haze of drinking and terrible nights with too many women before Princess Melwa would not have it any more. She sat next to him at a local tavern, taking his mug away and dismissing whatever woman was by his side. "Bren, what are you doing?" she asked. "I'm doing what you told me to do long ago, earning a reputation. You were right. Women do seem to enjoy a wayward young prince with no obligations," said Bren as he smiled at a few ladies sitting at a close table. "I was not being serious, and you know it. Now, you have acted like this for long enough. You were right when you said this is not you. You are going to waste your life if you aren't careful. My life is already over. Everything I lived for is gone. I left her, and look what happened. At least I can forget for a few hours if I keep busy." Bren stood up to go talk with the women close by, but Melwa stood up and took his hand. She dragged him out of the tavern and into the street towards the palace. "I'm sorry she died, Bren, but she would not want this for you. If she was what you said she was, you are disappointing her." "It does not matter. She cannot be disappointed now. She can be nothing because she is no more," slurred Bren, feeling the effects of that night's drinks. "She may not be here in this world, having moved on, but if her goddess let her see you, what would she find? A weak man she thought she knew. This is no way to pay tribute to her memory. Maybe you should go home." He stopped wailing. "No, I cannot go back. I will never go back to that place. I cannot go back and remember it all. I think it would kill me." Melwa turned and looked at him. "I thought you were better than this. I understand you are grieving, but it has been over a year and a half. You have to find some way to move on. Do something that would make your father proud. Become something that would be worthy of Lady Amelia. You have been blessed with gifts and privilege, and you are doing nothing but wasting them by being a cad." Bren pulled Melwa close, his arm going around her waist. "Perhaps I can use my time more wisely. Betting a beautiful princess would be much more interesting than spending time with simple, pretty girls from the city." He leaned down and kissed her. She made a noise against his lips before putting her hands on his chest and shoving him away. "You are disgusting. I should go straight to my father and tell him of your actions. He would throw you out in a second. I will not be another woman you use to try to cover up your pain instead of facing it. I have a duty to my people and my future husband. I know who I am and what is expected by me, and I will not let the likes of you ruin it." She started to walk away as Bryn felt shame wash over him, sobering him up. "Mel, wait. I'm sorry. That was wrong. I didn't mean to dishonor you." "You should leave, Bryn. If you aren't going to do what you came here to do, there is nothing for you. Either go back to lessons and serve the goddess, or find somewhere else to languish in your self-pity. I am tired of it. We all are. We all care about you and cannot stand to see you destroy yourself." She walked off, leaving Bryn to stand there and feel his shame further. He spent the rest of the night walking out of the city to the sea. He stood on the rocky shores and looked out towards his kingdom before looking up at the stars. "I miss you so much, Amelia," he whispered. "The thought that I will never be able to see or speak to you again is too much. I'm sorry I left you and that I couldn't save you. I know you would never hurt my father." He paused, his eyes flooded with tears. "At least you and father are together. You both must see what a mess I am. I will do better for both of you. I will find a way to serve and hopefully do some good in this world. Maybe then my goddess will give me a chance to be with you again someday." Bryn went back to his lessons with a focus he had never had before. He worked to perfect his magic. He went out on missions with his fellow guardians when they heard of dark magic users in the kingdom. Eventually, Melwa's prince came to claim her, and Bryn was happy to see he was a pleasant man who seemed taken with his bride. Prince Tristine had nothing to fear, telling his father. His father was just pleased his son had any interest in a suitable woman. He started openly courting Lady Lyneth, and Bryn had no doubt soon they would marry and be happy. Though he was sometimes lonely, Bryn's life was not unbearable. He had the companionship of his fellow guardians and Amelia and his father's memory to guide him. As fall came on his 4th year in Iriala, Bryn was sent out with 2 others to check on a village up the shore where sickness was spreading. After a long day of healing those he could and helping to bury those he could not, Bryn and his companions started their journey back to the city. They stopped for the night in a good-sized village about a half-day's journey from the palace, finding a tidy-looking inn. Bryn stood at the bar, drinking a mug of mead as he waited for a room, when a man who looked travel-worn came to stand beside him. He patted his pockets until he found a few coins and threw them on the bar. "Will that get me a drink, some stew, and perhaps a place to lay down?" asked the man. "I can give you some stew and water for that, but not much else," said the barmaid as she looked over the coins. Bryn reached into his pocket and pulled out several coins, throwing them down. "Give him whatever he needs, please." The barmaid nodded and took the coins. "I will have some stew and meat out directly. Your room will take a moment." She walked away as the man looked at Bryn. "That was very kind, sir," said the traveler. "It was nothing," said Bryn. "I have plenty." "And he's not a sir," said one of Bryn's companions as he leaned over the bar, looking at the man. "You should address your benefactor correctly. This is Prince Brynwyn Carew, the brother of the King of Avalmore." Bryn rolled his eyes as the traveler bowed. Bastian always did get mouthy when he drank. "I am sorry, your highness. I did not realize it, though I had seen your father before, and I can see the resemblance." "But you have visited my kingdom?" asked Bryn. "I am from Avalmore, your highness. I just came from there, bringing some supplies here and taking some back to sell." The man took the mug the barmaid brought and took a long drink. "And how are things in the kingdom? How do you like my brother as king?" "I'm not sure how to answer that, your highness. The trade routes are fine, so that is something, but lords are not buying like they used to. There is some mistrust between the palace and some of the estates." Bryn leaned up. "Do you know why?" "I am not sure. I do not spend much time around lords and ladies," said the traveler. "Of course, everyone knows Lord Fox does not think much of the king. I suppose if the palace did not hold his daughter, then the lord might revolt. It is a sad situation, but what did Lord Fox expect? His daughter was found guilty of killing the king. I am sorry your father passed, your highness. I believe he was a good king and man." Bryn stood up straight. "What did you just say?" "I said I am sorry your father was killed. He was a good king." Bryn moved closer to the man. "No, before that. You said that Lord Fox's daughter is being held in the palace." The man nodded. "Did you not know? I thought if anyone knew, it would be you. After she was found guilty of killing the king, it was thought she would be hung, but instead she is kept in some high tower of the palace. I have never seen her, but I hear she is quite beautiful, and such a favorite of the king that he could not bear to see her killed. I think it has more to do with keeping Lord Fox on the palace's side, but you know how people like to talk." "She is alive?" gasped Bryn. "You are telling me that Lady Amelia Fox is alive and has been held in the palace all these years?" The man nodded. "I am sure of it, your highness. As you can imagine, it is the source of much gossip." "I have to go," said Bryn. He threw a pile of coins on the bar. "For you information and trouble, sir. Take my room as well. It comes with a bath." Bryn adjusted his cloak and started walking towards the door. Bastian grabbed his arm. "Bryn, where are you going?" "Home," said Bryn, "and I don't have a moment to lose." Chapter 11. Betrayed and Forgotten. Bryn? As his home kingdom came into view, Bryn breathed in deep. He knew he was a different man than before he left, but he still wanted the same thing, a life with Amelia. He thought his hope had been completely gone, but now, knowing she was alive, it was like his heart had started to beat again. He would find a way to save her and show her he had not forgotten her. He only hoped she still held some love for him. She must have felt so alone and abandoned. If only he had known sooner she was alive and being held. He would go straight to his brother and demand to see her. Bryn knew she did not kill the king, and he would make his brother and all the lords see it. If they refused, he would break her out of whatever prison she was in and run away with her. After docking, he disembarked to find a surprise waiting for him. Several place guards waited just off the shore. One came forward and bowed to Bryn. "Your Highness, you may not remember me, but I am Dugan, captain of the royal guards. The king has sent me and the others to escort you home." "How did he know I was here?" asked Bryn. "I sent no word." "He had a message from the Irialian king to expect you," said the guard. Bryn cursed under his breath. He wished to catch his brother off guard. He should have told the Irialian king not to contact Gareth, but Bryn had been in too much of a hurry to get home to Amelia. He nodded at Dugan. "Then let us be on our way. I wish to reach the palace by tonight." It was a little under a half-day journey from the port to the city and palace. As they neared his home, Bryn became unsettled. Almost everything around him brought an old memory to his mind. He saw the large fence on an estate he and Amelia used to like to jump horses over. They passed a hill where they would sometimes have a picnic lunch. As he entered the city gates, the smells of home, both good and bad, hit him in full force. He looked up at the tall palace in the dying sun and increased his horse's pace. He rode up the gates with the guards behind him. The gates opened quickly, and Bryn wasted no time. He pulled his horse up to the front door and jumped off it. He was met by the same man who served his father as the head servant. He bowed before Bryn. "Your Highness, welcome home. Hot water and refreshments are waiting in your room." "I am not going to my room," said Bryn. "Where is my brother?" "The king is currently busy, but says he will speak with you later tonight. He wishes for you to go to your room first, your Highness." "I will see the king now." "Where he is?" demanded Bryn. "In the study with his wife and her family, as well as Lord Fox, his son, and Lord Porter, but he said he does not wish to be disturbed," said the servant. "He will be disturbed by me. He has had 4 years without having to deal with my presence. He can put up with me now." Bryn pushed past the servant and walked down the hall to what was his father's study. He paused by the door, hearing raised voices inside. "I am sorry the young prince is in danger, but you will not sacrifice my daughter for anything," said a voice Bryn knew was Amelia's father. "Come now, my lord, she is still a light bearer, and her duty is to protect and fight the darkness," replied Gareth. "She cannot be as strong as she once was," said Lord Fox. "Not after all she has been through." "And it is all her own fault," said another voice. "She shouldn't even be alive. A hanging is what she deserves." Now, Lord Porter, that is not fair. The poor woman probably didn't know what she was doing. She is being punished appropriately, and as I told you many times, she will not be killed," said Gareth. Bryn couldn't take it any more. He opened the door without knocking, causing everyone to turn and look at him. Gareth sighed and frowned before recovering and walking towards Bryn with a smile. "Brother, you are finally home. I thought you might wish to refresh yourself first." Bryn shook his head. "I needed to speak with you directly, but I see that something serious is happening. What is it?" Gareth looked at his wife and her family, who were sitting close together by the fireplace. "My wife's brother, Prince Oiden, has been taken by Ixlians. They want money, an alliance with us, and a light bearer to use as a sacrifice to their goddess." Lord Fox started to speak, but Gareth cut him off. "Which we'll not agree to. There will be no sacrifices given." "You are as good as wanting to sacrifice Amelia," said Lord Fox's son. "If you send her after the boy by herself, she will have no choice." Bryn's eyes went from Adrius Fox to his brothers. "You want to send Amelia by herself to Achilia? Not even she is strong enough to face all the dark magic there." "She would have guards with her, of course," said Gareth. "And guards loyal to you, who would rather see her dead," said Amelia's father. "And there are rumors of Shadowlands growing in our kingdom. If she is made to travel to Achilia with no help, she probably won't even make it." "The Shadowlands? In a Valmore? You shouldn't listen to the rumors of peasants, my lord," said Gareth with a sneer. "Why send her alone?" "Why not send other light-bearers?" asked Bryn. "You have plenty at your disposal." "If we send too many, they will be censed, and the Achilians will kill the boy," said Gareth. "Then send Master Elgin," said Bryn. "He is the master for a reason. He is not willing to leave his order with no successor." "None have proven worthy," said Gareth. "Besides, I believe Lady Amelia is stronger than him at this point. He has grown old and weak." "You will put the life of my son in the hands of one light-bearer who has been locked away for 3 years?" asked King Pedar, shaking his head. "I have faith in Lady Amelia, and I will make it worth her while to be successful," said Gareth. "I will offer her freedom in exchange for the boy being delivered safely to his homeland." Lord Fox moved closer to Gareth. "You would set her free?" "If she is successful, yes," said Gareth. "I do not think she is a real threat to anyone. She might leave the kingdom altogether." "She would stand a better chance with someone else of magical ability going," said Bryn, "especially a moon guardian." Gareth nodded. Guardians and bearers reflect each other's magic, making both stronger. He smiled slightly. "Are you offering to go, Bryn?" All eyes turned on Bryn, and he nodded. "I will travel to Achilia and help save the boy, especially if you will give Amelia her freedom when we are done." Gareth laughed a little. "I should probably have a talk with you before you make such a declaration, but I can't deny it would be helpful. I do not want my brother-in-law to perish." "But, your majesty, this cannot be worth the prince's life," said Lord Porter. "How can you trust the woman with him? She has already killed one of your family." "I trust her," said Bryn. "I have no worries traveling with her." He looked at King Peter and his wife and daughter. "I will not let your son perish. I will go to Achilia with Lady Amelia and whatever guards my brother thinks are necessary, and I will bring Prince Owain back home. There you all have it, a solution to our problem. I will talk it over with my brother tonight, and within 2 days we will have it done." "We will go tomorrow," said Bryn. "If Amelia is in condition to travel, I would like to leave at first light." "But you just got here? Do you not want to rest?" "It was not a hard journey, and the boy shouldn't be held any longer than necessary." Bryn was eager to see Amelia and set her free. He could not wait 1 more day. "Very well," said Gareth. "Now, if you will excuse us, I should talk to my brother, and then go visit Lady Amelia." King Peter and his wife and daughter stood up and thanked Bryn before walking out, the queen still in tears. Lord Porter told Bryn he was foolish before leaving. "Prince Brynwyn, it is good to see you back," said Lord Fox as he and his son stood in front of Bryn. "What has kept you so long?" "Misinformation and cowardice, I am afraid, but I am here now and ready to serve as needed," said Bryn. Lord Fox looked behind him at Gareth before nodding. He looked like he wanted to say more, but Gareth spoke up. "You should be going, my lord. This arrangement I wish to make with your daughter is delicate and should be done quickly. I would hate to leave it too long or change my mind." Lord Fox turned and bowed as he glared at Gareth before grabbing his son's arm and leaving the room. "Well, you certainly came at just the right moment, Bryn," said Gareth. "Sit and have a drink with me. There are some things we should discuss." "I want to see Amelia," said Bryn. Gareth grinned. "All in good time, but first sit down. Let's talk." "You want to talk?" asked Bryn. "Fine, we can do it as we are. Tell me why you told me Amelia was dead." "I never said she was dead. When I wrote you, I thought that would be her fate. I didn't expect to be able to work something out to keep her alive." "And you didn't think to write me and tell me this?" Bryn closed his eyes for a moment. "I have lived these past 3 years thinking she had been killed." "I didn't think you would want to hear it after what she did to our father," said Gareth. "I don't believe she did anything. She would never hurt him. How could you think she would kill him? She was found with father after he was killed, and Master Elgin searched her. He said she did it. You know, she can hide nothing from him. Then he is lying, said Bren. Why would he lie? I think the more believable story is that Amelia lost control of her magic and accidentally killed our father. The poor thing might have been in shock afterward and forgot. I have seen her use her magic enough to know that is not possible. She did not kill our father, not on purpose or by accident. Now, let me see her. You should know some things first. She has changed, said Gareth. You will find her much altered. What have you done to her? Bren moved towards his brother, feeling his magic become unsettled. A smug smile settled on Gareth's face. She has been well taken care of. You do not need to worry, but she is angry. I am afraid she is very angry at you. At me? She asked for you several times after she was placed in the tower. I didn't know what to tell her. She asked for me, and you didn't write to tell me to come home. Bren felt his fury grow. I didn't think you wanted to come home. I thought perhaps you were angry with her or wanted to forget her altogether since father was killed. Either way, she went through some hard times that first year. I was afraid she might die of despair, but I spent as much time with her as I could, even with getting married. I convinced her to go on. How is she now? Asked Bren. Temperamental at times, much more prickly than before, but I can't say it isn't attractive. I think it has only added to her many charms. Gareth laughed. I hate that this has happened, but having her close has had its advantages. Bren felt him shake as he understood what Gareth was implying. The thought of his brother touching her, violating her, made him feel ill. She was always so fearful of Gareth, and to have to endure his attentions must have been hell for Amelia. I want to see her now, demanded Bren. Gareth nodded. Fine, but let me speak to her first. I will tell her about the deal for her freedom, and then let you into the room. We can tell her to be ready at dawn, and that the guards will see her downstairs. I want you to be prepared that she is not the girl you left. She is alive, and that is enough. Nothing you have done to her could take away all the goodness inside of her. He followed his brother up many stairs to the top of the north tower. 2 guards stood by the heavy wooden door that had 2 locks. When they saw Gareth, one took out a large black key and placed it in each lock, turning it. Gareth grabbed the handle. Give me a few minutes. Bren waited outside the door, wishing he could rush in and see her. He wanted to fall at her feet and beg for her forgiveness. He wanted to tell her that he would make it up to her. He would take her far away from this place and everyone that hurt her. It seemed like forever until Gareth finally opened the door. Bren adjusted his cloak before walking into the room. She was there, heartbreakingly beautiful. He didn't think it was possible for her to grow in beauty, but she had. All her girlish features were completely gone, leaving behind subtle womanly curves and a face with delicate features. It took him a moment to meet her eyes, ashamed of what he had done to her. When he finally worked up the courage, what he found there made him take a small step back and lose his breath. Her eyes were once so bright and full of love, happiness, and even innocence. He could remember their exact shade of light blue. Now they appeared to be darker and weary. She looked at him as though she could not believe he had the audacity to stand before her. He moved a little closer, and a flash of fear ran through them. He had never felt so ashamed of himself, and he could barely stand or speak to her. Bren barely got her name out and did some awkward bow. Gareth said something completely unhelpful, and still Amelia stared at him with her accusing eyes. He thought the words he wished to say in his head. He was so sorry for all she had been through, sorry he was too much of a coward and weakling to come home. He tried to think of something kind to say. He was going to get her out of there, take her far away from his brother. "We will leave tomorrow at sunrise," he finally was able to say. "If there is anything you need for the trip, you can write them down, and I will see it is packed for you." She finally looked away from him, and he could tell how broken she was. His Amelia would never slouch in such a defeated way. He could see tears hanging onto her long eyelashes. "I have everything I need here. If someone will bring me a bag, I can pack myself." "Very good, my lady." Why was he speaking to her this way? He wanted to take her into his arms and tell her he would make it better, but he was frightened of what she would do. He needed to earn back some of her trust to work on gaining her forgiveness. "Do you have any questions?" "No," she said so quietly he could barely hear her. "I will be ready." "The guards will get you at dawn. I will see you then." Bryn walked out the door and closed it before collapsing against the wall. He took deep breaths to try to calm himself. He had let it come to this. She was so fearful and untrusting. The bravest, kindest, most beautiful soul in the kingdom had been broken, and he had let it happen. He looked at the door, realizing Gareth had not come out. Not wanting to leave her alone with him, Bryn reached for the handle to be stopped by one of the guards. The king does not like to be disturbed when he is visiting the prisoner. I don't care what he wants. I am going back in. You are not, said the guard. I am sorry, your highness, but the king's orders come first. There is no use waiting around, as he will be in there for some time. When he visits Lady Amelia, he likes to take his time. Does he visit her often? The guard gave Bryn a half-grin. Almost every day. Bryn ran a hand through his hair. He could feel his power swirl inside of him. It would be so easy to push the guards aside and blast through the door. He could grab Amelia and run with her. They could go far away and never come back, but he wasn't sure it was what she wanted. She deserved a choice, and there was also the young prince to think about. He looked at the door a moment more before turning to go to his room. This would be the last time his brother was ever alone with her. It didn't matter if she could forgive Bryn or not. He would spend the rest of his life finding a way to keep her safe. Chapter 12, To Earn Forgiveness. Bryn barely slept the night before leaving for Achilia. He tried to work out in his head how he would get them all safe to the Dark Kingdom and save the boy. He learned the night before that his brother expected him to travel the length of the Avalmore instead of taking the sea passage. He said it would be more of a surprise that way. Owain also came to see him, saying he would be going to watch over Amelia. Bryn welcomed his help. As he tried to envision the right steps to save Prince Audien, he kept becoming distracted on how he would earn Amelia's trust. He could not just jump in and speak to her as he once did. He had hurt her too deeply, and she had been too long afraid and living day to day. He needed to find a way to soothe her mind and show her he meant her no harm. Then he could try to earn her forgiveness before telling her of his enduring love for her. He would confess everything, all the mistakes he made, and then ask for the time to show her that she was the only thing that mattered. If she wanted to run away from the kingdom, he would help her. He would be happy to leave Avalmore for good. It had no attraction for him if she were not in it. He would help her find her way if she let him. Before he finally drifted off, he knew the only option was to find a way to earn her love again. Their journey started out quiet. After he removed the ridiculous binds his brother had put on her, she seemed to settle. He could tell she was tired after a few hours. She had been kept in a small space for too long. She was probably overwhelmed by everything and not used to vigorous exercise. Still, she pressed on without complaining. He wanted to give her space, but he could not keep away from her. By their first stop, he sat by her side, happy to be able just to be in her presence and gaze at her. He tried to make conversation with her, but it felt like every word or action was met with mistrust. When he offered her a knife to cut her apple and told her to keep it, she seemed shocked he would do so. Not only did she not trust him, but she believed he thought her guilty of her supposed crime. He wanted to set her at ease, but was distracted by the bruising on her face. He longed to examine it closer, and then her for comfort. He knew who had given her that bruise, and he wanted to tell her he wouldn't let his brother hurt her again. She tried to play it off and say it was an accident, but he knew Gareth had struck her. He let her know she did not need to defend his brother to him. They had a nice moment where they spoke of old times. She smiled, and he could see a bit of the real Amelia peek through. Her eyes almost sparkled. He wanted to speak more to her, but the horrible guard Dugan came over and was rude. Amelia stood up to meet the guard, and Bryn rose as he admired her fierceness. He did not like how the guard treated or looked at her. If Dugan dared try to harm her, Bryn had no qualms to do what he must to protect Amelia. He stepped between them, calling the guard out. Owain stood up for her, and Bryn appreciated at least one other person on the trip cared about her safety. When she went to mount her horse, asking Owain to help, Bryn could not stop himself. He moved swiftly to her side, putting his hands on her hips. He stalled for a second, almost overcome by being able to touch her again. He felt his magic react as it touched hers for a brief moment. After lifting her up, he helped move her leg into the stirrup, and he knew he let his hand linger too long. He addressed her correctly to show the guards that she deserved their respect. He didn't sleep well that night. It didn't matter, as he was used to functioning on little sleep. He kept his distance from Amelia, sensing she wished her space from him. Throughout the night he could not help but look over her way, seeing her curled up on her side. After dozing a few hours, he knew the morning was close. He sat up and scooted closer to the almost-out fire, moving around until he could see Amelia well. He watched her for several minutes as she slept. Her peaceful face relaxed instead of looking wary, angry, and sad as she did when she was awake. It was hard not to go to her and reach over to move the hair that had fallen in her face. It was even more difficult to fight the urge to curl beside her and take her into his arms. He had a feeling it was the only thing that would give him true rest. Eventually, he took a walk to take care of any needs and found the stream to wash. He came upon Amelia using her magic, watching her in wonder for a moment. She laughed, and it was the most beautiful sound he had heard in many years. He could not stop himself from going to her. He was drawn to her in every way, and his magic seemed to dance within him. They both used their powers, and Bryn could feel them feed off one another. In the end, she grew the beautiful flowers all along the stream, going past where he could see in both directions. He knew he had done well as a guardian, but he believed he could train with his magic for the rest of his life, and he would never be as impressive as her. He spoke with her, and he could tell she was slightly opening up to him. He had a taste of what it was like before he left, when their hearts were completely unguarded to one another. They both knew they could say anything, and the other would fully understand. He pushed further until he knew he had made a mistake. He wanted to hear her say what happened to his father, not only to ease his mind, but hers as well. He wanted it out in the open, so that he could tell her he held no blame towards her, but he knew it might be hard for her to speak of. When she hesitated, he thought to give her an easier way. "Let me see, please." Bryn held out his hand to her, so she could take it and show him. He knew immediately he had made a mistake. Her eyes clouded over with anger, and she spoke with hurt and venom. "If my words aren't good enough, why should I show you my thoughts? I tried it that night with my master, and I was betrayed. It will do no good to show you anything. I am sorry your father died, as he was the best man I ever knew. But it is done, and as much as I wish I could go back and change it, I cannot." She tried to run from him, but he would not let her go. He caught her, and as he tried again to explain himself, she looked at him as though she wished she could disappear from his sight. She was so damaged. He didn't think his heart could break any further, but he was wrong. His poor Amelia. She spoke of wanting to be someone else, regretting all of her life, including him. He knew she was lashing out, and he knew who was to blame. His anger burned against his brother. "What did he do to you, Amelia?" he said, dangerously quiet. Her lips quivered. "Whatever he wanted." He watched her walk back towards the others. Bryn could blame Gareth for her brokenness, and his brother defiantly had much to answer for. Yet Bryn knew it was also his fault. He had left her all alone and given up. If he had just come home as soon as he heard, instead of trusting his treacherous brother's words, then he could have saved her. They rode on, and Bryn knew the moment something was wrong with Amelia. He could almost feel her grow colder and her body fill with dread. He wished he had pressed the idea to go around the growing chatelains, but he instead pushed on with her encouragement. It was stupid, and it almost cost him everything. When the shadow warriors attacked them, all he could think was he must protect Amelia. He knew he should worry about the others in his party and getting through to save the young prince, but it was all pressed aside as every part of him wanted to see her safe. She deserved to get through this and live as she saw fit. He also didn't think he could go through losing her again. After they sent the horses away, he moved close to her, taking her hand. He let his magic go to her, examining her as she would let him. He could feel the shields she had put up, ones made of hurt, anger, and complete suspicion. Still, behind it, he could sense the light that had always existed inside of her. The one he first noticed all those years ago during lessons in the palace, the light that radiated everything good about living. It once filled her, making her light-hearted, kind, and open. Now she held it behind the walls she had put up. He tried to encourage her. "We can do this. You cannot lose hope. Your magic feeds off the light inside of you." "I am not who I once was," she whispered. "The light has faded to practically nothing." Thunder rumbled around them as lightning flashed in the distance. "That is not true. I can feel it in you as strong as before. It is just hidden behind shame, fear, and mistrust. Let it all fall away, at least for a few minutes," said Bryn. He held on to her hand as she closed her eyes. He could feel her shifting through the things that hid her light. She finally moved it all enough so her light could break free. When she opened her eyes and looked at him, he could see she was not completely lost. Everything wonderful about her was still there, and he was so filled with love for her that he was speechless. She nodded at him before letting go and working to put a ring of light around them for protection. The men around them grew fearful, and Bren could not blame them. What they were facing had no morals or fear. All they knew was what they wanted, and that was darkness and death. He fought by Amelia's side, trying to help her as he could. Their magic intertwined fully, and it filled him with power as he had never known. He worked on instinct, throwing his powers where he could, letting his and Amelia's magic guide him. At one point he saw her stare at some of the royal guards who were in trouble. She tried to go to them, and he knew her goodness could not stand to let anyone perish. "We cannot separate. Only by feeding off each other's power do we have a chance. But everyone will die around us if we don't do something. 2 of your guards have already fallen," said Amelia. "We have to do something to end this." He knew she was right, but what could they do but keep fighting? "What do you suggest?" he finally asked. "Can you raise me into the air?" she asked Bren. "Get me high enough where I can see all we are facing." "I think so," Bren answered. "What do you plan to do?" "You will see. All I need is for you to send me as high as you can into the air. If you can catch me as well, that would be helpful. I'm not sure how much strength I will have left when I am done." "I won't let you fall." She nodded. "Do it now." He did as she asked, though he was afraid of what might happen. He knew she would risk everything to save him and the others. It was beyond anything to see what she did. He couldn't believe anyone could possess the power to harness lightning and tell it where to go, but she made it look so easy. When she was done, the area around them was quiet as no more shrieks or moans could be heard. He saw her start to fall, and he raised his hands, causing her to glide down slowly. She landed softly and kneeled to catch her breath, while Bren looked around for any signs of others who might be hiding. He did not look well enough. He should have died, but Amelia risked her own life to save him. Ignoring the threat behind her, she used her magic to kill the shadow warrior lunging for him. Startled, he turned to look at it as it fell, only turning back when he heard Amelia cry out. "Amelia!" he cried as he watched the gruesome thing pull its dark sword out of her back. Owain killed it as Bren ran towards her to catch her in his arms. She was already shivering and cold to the touch. A dribble of blood came out of her mouth as her eyes started to close. "Amelia, look at me," he said frantically. "Do not close your eyes or look away. You must stay with me." He would not lose her. He had to save her. He concentrated on building his magic, calling on every lesson on healing he ever had. She reached up and touched his cheek, momentarily distracting him. "I didn't do it, Bren. I would never hurt him. I loved him." She still thought he blamed her. He fought against the tears in his eyes. This was not goodbye. He would save her, and they would have time to figure it all out. He reassured her and tried to focus again. He put his hand against her chest and willed his magic to save her. He could feel it flow through her, searching for where she was injured. He knew it caused her pain, but he could not help it. "It's too much," she whispered. "I can't do it." "Yes, you can," said Bren. There was no other option. She had to make it. "You are strong. You always have been. Please, Amelia, I will make it better, I promise. I will make it all better." He would save her that moment, and then find a way to help her find her way forward. "I loved you," she said as she closed her eyes. "I think I still do." Tears fell from his eyes as he pushed his magic to the brink of its limits. "Amelia, open your eyes now," he demanded. "I will not lose you. I cannot take it again." Her power started to spark within her, mixing with his, and he could feel it fight against the darkness that tried to overtake her. Her wound started to close up, and her skin grew slightly warmer. If he could just stop the bleeding and get her a little warmer, he would have time to get her somewhere and heal her fully. He felt the first drops of rain against his neck as the wound finally closed. She relaxed in his arms, and he took a moment to breathe. She still shivered, and he could still feel the darkness moving in her, but he bought them some time. He had to get her to the village to the inn. She needed rest, and he needed quiet to work. He looked down on her and wiped the blood off her chin as she opened her eyes. He took a moment to make sure his dead guards could not join the darkness. When Dugan suggested leaving her there with them, he wanted to curse the man out of the kingdom, but Owain stood his ground. Bren turned his focus on Amelia, standing up with her in his arms. With Owain's help, he soon held her on his horse. He could feel how weak she was, and he only hoped she could make it to the inn. As they rode swiftly on the narrow path, he held her close and kissed her forehead. He begged her the whole way not to leave him. Chapter 13. A Time for Healing. Bryn. It was hard to tell when the sun went down as the storm appeared to follow him as he rode fast towards the village. The darkness and rain slowed him slightly as he could not see clearly. The frequent lightning helped him notice trees and other objects in his way, but the ground became muddy as the forest thinned, and he didn't want to chance his horse slipping and Amelia falling off. She was so still and quiet that, a few times, Bryn was afraid she had died, but every so often she would whimper or shift. He would feel a small moment of relief and continue. Eventually he saw lights in the distance, and he dared to quicken his horse's pace. The village was a good size with cobblestone streets and many buildings. He had been there with his father about 7 years ago, as they stopped for the night on the way to some lord's estate. He remembered the inn they stayed in and knew it was in the center of town. The storm had made the streets near deserted, allowing Bryn to ride faster than he normally would. He had to turn around and double back as he missed the inn the first time. It was between two other large buildings, all with torches lit. He pulled up his horse, wondering how he would dismount with Amelia when Owain appeared by his side. He gently took Amelia off Bryn's horse before Bryn hoped down. A boy came to meet him, and he gave the boy a stack of coins before going on into the inn with Owain following him. The bottom floor of the inn was full of those escaping the rain. Many stopped talking to look at them as they walked into the room, their eyes going to Owain, who carried an unconscious Amelia. Bryn stared at them all for 1 second before going to the bar with Owain just behind him. "I need a room quickly," said Bryn to a man behind the bar. "This lady is sick and needs a place to lie down." The man eyed Owain and Amelia before looking back at Bryn. "What is the matter with her? We don't want any illness spreading here." "You cannot catch what she has. She had a fall off her horse and is now wet through," said Bryn. The man looked as though he didn't believe him. "I am not sure we have any rooms. We have many who stopped because of the storm." Bryn reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. He placed them on the bar before the man, splaying his fingers as he covered the coins with his palm. His royal ring he wore gleamed in the candlelight. The man looked down at it before staring at Bryn. "You are of the Carus?" "This is Prince Brynwyn Carew, brother to the king," said Owain. "If he asks for a room, you better find him one." Bryn took his hands off the coins, and the man scooped them up. "You need more than one?" "At some point. My guards will come in soon. You should feed them as well as this man here. See if you can find them all some sort of shelter. I want a room for this man, but the rest of my guards can sleep in your stables if necessary, or you can double them up in rooms if you have them." The man nodded. "What else do you require?" "Warm water and plenty of blankets," said Bryn. "Is there wood in the fireplace?" The man nodded. He reached under the bar and pulled out a small key. "I can send someone up to light it." "That won't be necessary," said Bryn as he took the key. "I can light the fire." "It is on the second floor, door at the end of the hall. Do you want me to show you up?" "No, we can find it. I do not want to be disturbed at any point," said Bryn. "See to what I asked." He looked at Owain and moved his head towards the stairs. They made it to the second floor, and Bryn went to the end of the hall. After unlocking the door, he looked at the small fireplace and threw his hand out. A fire sparked and quickly caught on to the logs. "Put her on the bed, Owain, and be careful," said Bryn as he took off his wet cloak and threw it on a chair by the fire. Owain placed her on the bed. She groaned and turned slightly before curing up and shivering. Bryn walked over and started to take her cloak off. "Go downstairs, Owain, and wait for my guards. Make sure the innkeeper gives them what I asked, and that they do not cause any troubles." "Shouldn't I stay here and help?" asked Owain as he stared at Amelia. "I will need to concentrate with no distractions," said Bryn as he carefully slid Amelia's cloak out from under her. "I hate to leave her like this. I promised Lord Fox I would do everything to keep her safe." "You have done all you can." Bryn stood up and put Amelia's cloak in the chair next to his before looking at Owain. "Go do as I ask. I promise I will help her. I will not let her die." "She didn't do it," said Owain quickly. "She didn't kill your father." "I never thought she did," said Bryn. "I promise you I would never hurt her. I believe you know how I felt for her before I left. I can tell you the only thing that has changed is my feelings have grown. I must save her. It is the only option." "Can you at least come to get me if I am needed or if something changes? Let me check on her at some point." I will find you if it is needed. You can check on her in the morning. Until then, I do not need to be disturbed. Make sure I am not. Now go so that I can get started." Owain took a bag off his shoulder. "This is hers. I know it contains several herbs, some elixirs, and other things she made. I thought they could be helpful." "Thank you. Now you should go downstairs. My guard should be here," said Bren. Owain took one last look at Amelia before walking to the door. He met a young maid there who held a bowl with a pitcher of water and several blankets on her arm. Owain took them and placed them in the room before leaving. And Bryn grabbed the water and pitcher, that also had a few rags, and placed it on a table by the bed. He poured the warm water into the bowl and sat down on the bed by Amelia. As he looked down at her, he moved some wet hair off her face. She turned her head towards his hand as he gently stroked her cheek. It was cold, and she moaned as though in pain. "I'm going to help you, my love," he whispered. "You have to fight it, though. You cannot give in. I know it has been awful these 3 years. I am to blame, but I will find a way to make it up to you. I will spend the rest of my life showing you how sorry I am and how much I love you. Just please stay with me." Taking the rag and dipping it in the water, he cleaned off her face, removing any trace of blood left on her. He then washed his hands as best he could before placing one hand on her upper chest, just above the sun symbol on her dress. He pressed down, feeling his magic pour into her. There was so much darkness in her left by the tainted weapon of the Shadow Warrior. It threatened to douse her light and bring her over to become one of them. He would not let it happen. He pressed harder as she gasped. More of his magic went into her, calling for her light to come forward. He did not know how long he worked as he grew weary and sweat covered his brow. Eventually he felt the darkness retreat and the light inside her shine brighter. He sat back and took deep breaths. He would have to do a bit more later, but it would be enough to rest for now. He was a little worried about her wound, hoping it had completely closed up and would not become affected. Carefully rolling her over, he undid the first few ties on her back to slip her dress down. As he moved it to check the wound, something else caught his eyes. He could see, just peeking out from her dress, several raised faded red lines criss-crossing along her upper back. Concerned, he pushed her dress down further until he realized what they were. Too many long scars to count covered her back. They kept going well down below, where he had pushed down her dress. Bryn grew angry, realizing how she must have got them. He wondered if his brother had done the whipping himself or watched as another hit her over and over. Bryn carefully traced a few of the scars with his finger as more and more shame filled him. He wondered how she was alive or even able to function with all that had happened to her. He had grown a little frustrated the last few days with her mistrust and hateful words, but how could he blame her? She must have forgotten almost every good thing in the world if this was what she had experienced. He wondered if she had to go through even worse things. He finally looked at her wound to see his magic had closed it completely. It was a little red, and he thought it could use some medicine. He looked over and saw Amelia's bag close by. As he picked it up, a small red book fell out, and he let it be for the moment, shuffling through the bag until he found something he thought might work. He opened the small jar, smelling the ointment inside. He recognized the scent of herbs that would help with infections and healing. After cleaning the wound, he put a good amount of ointment on it before pulling her dress back up and slowly rolling her back over, pulling the bed cover up. He stood up and grabbed her bag to put the ointment back in as he looked down and saw the little red book that had fallen open on the floor. Bending down, he meant to just pick it up without reading it, but his name in Amelia's handwriting caught his eye, and his curiosity got the better of him. The book was open near the middle, and Bren dropped the bag as he read the few lines on the page. "Bryn, it's hard to believe you would forget me. After all that we shared, I thought you would still feel something for me, even if it isn't love. I thought you, of all people, would know I am incapable of what I have been accused of. I hate how much I still long for you, knowing you have forgotten me, but I cannot tell my heart what to do. If I ever saw you again, I am not sure if I would slap you or throw myself into your arms, but I do know I could not stop my heart from almost bursting with gladness in seeing your face again. Above all, I hope you are happy and satisfied somewhere. I could never wish ill on you. Always yours, Amelia." He felt breathless as he read over the words again. He looked at Amelia as she slept before turning the page to find another letter she had written to him. He checked the whole book. Every page was filled with notes to him. Walking over to the fireplace, he threw his cloak out of the way and sat down in the chair. Though he knew he probably shouldn't, he read every single page of the book. It started about 6 months after her imprisonment in the tower and ran to a few days before he arrived. The short messages ranged from pleading with him to help her to lamenting that he did not love her any more. She praised him in one message to curse him in another. But no matter the tone of each little note, they all ended with the same salutation, always yours. He quietly cried as he read through the small book. He could see smudges where he knew Amelia's tears must have hit the page. He nearly broke down and threw the book in the fireplace as on one page, about a fourth of the way through, she explained in detail what Gareth had done to her. Later in the book, she disparaged herself for giving in to him despite the pain. As he read the book, he felt like he could feel the pain, dread, boredom, and hopelessness she experienced while in the tower. As much as it broke his heart, he knew it was at least 10 times worse for her. As he reached the end, he sat there in despair, wondering how he could ever gain her trust or forgiveness. Sometime in the night, he stood up to place her small book back into her bag. As he approached the bed where he had left it, Amelia sat up and gasped. She looked at Bryn with terror in her eyes before standing up and trying to flee. Bryn caught her and held her as she struggled against him, pleading for him to leave her alone. "It's all right, Amelia," he whispered. "You are safe here, I promise." She stopped at the sound of his voice and looked up at him. Her wide eyes closed a little as she reached up to touch his face. "I thought you were him. I couldn't let him do it again." "It is me, Amelia. I will not hurt you." She leaned into him, and his arms wrapped around her. She sobbed against his chest. "I didn't do it, Bryn. I didn't." "I know. I never thought you did." "Why didn't you come back? I thought you would come help me, but you never came. Even if you didn't love me any more, I thought I would at least still mean something to you." "I never stopped loving you, Amelia. I was a coward." She started trembling against him before he felt her collapse completely. He picked her up and took her back to the bed, laying her down. After putting all the blankets up over her, she still shivered terribly. He pointed his hand towards the fireplace, making the fire grow higher before laying down next to her. She leaned into his warmth, and he put his arms around her, letting his magic do as it wanted. It surrounded them both, and he felt it spark hers, though it felt weak. The darkness within had grown, but he felt their combined magic cover it before making it retreat until it was almost nothing. She gave a gentle sigh, and Bryn held her tighter. Exhausted and feeling more settled than he had in years, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 14. The Spark of Life. Amelia? She felt lost in the darkness with no light to guide her. She would have thought she was dead, but there was pain to tether her back to the land of the living. There was something else as well, a familiar faraway voice calling for her, begging her to stay. For the moment she could not find her way back or a way forward, so she stood in the darkness, shivering. She rubbed her arms, feeling the familiar fabric of the black dress she wore every day. She wondered where her cloak was, as it might have helped with the coldness. As she stood in the darkness shivering, she wondered if it was worth it to go on. She could keep trying to win her freedom, but would it ever bring her happiness? She could move away and become someone else, but would she ever not be haunted by what she left behind? As much as she wanted to hate Bryn, or at least feel indifferent to him, she could not. Her eyes constantly sought him as her magic reached his way. It felt wrong not to speak with him as she once did, but to try seemed impossible. He was not who she thought he was, and she had changed beyond what she knew he could recognize. Still, she wished it were different. She wished there was a way to go back, or maybe somehow they could find the trust they had once had for each other. She wished he could love her again as she could not stop hers for him. As she stood in the darkness, she saw a small light spark in the distance. She started walking towards it, hoping it would bring warmth. The closer she got to it, the safer she felt. Her heart beat stronger, and she did not shiver as she once did. The light grew stronger and stronger until she came upon it. A man stood in the light with his back turned. As she approached, he turned around, and Amelia made a sound between a laugh and a sob. He held out his hand to her, and she rushed forward to take it. King Ivor smiled down upon her, his brown eyes much like Bryn's. He raised her hand and kissed it as she gazed up at him. "You are here," she whispered. "I have missed you so much." "I have missed you, my darling girl. Let me look at you." He let go of her hand, and she moved closer to him. He touched her cheek and smiled. "You have grown even more lovely, Amelia, but you look sad and tired." "I am both of those things." She looked around to see they were in a room much like his study. A warm fire burned nearby, and the air smelled of sweet wine and baking bread. Am I where I think I am? Is this the end? The end? The king laughed. My dearest, I don't believe there is a true end, just a bunch of new beginnings. This is where we leave things behind and go on to something more. Am I going on then? She asked as she moved closer to the fire. I don't make those decisions. Do you wish for a new beginning? More than you know, your majesty. I am done with the life I have. It has all gone wrong. He came to stand beside her, and he took her hand again. I know it has not been easy or fair. I hated leaving you. You know it is not your fault, don't you? I never should have left you that night. You could not have protected me the whole time. What was done would have been done eventually. I am only sorry for what has happened to you. He pulled her so she would turn towards him. Amelia, I know how you have suffered. None of it is fair, but don't let it cause you more pain than it already has. Do not let it forget who you are. I have already forgotten. I betrayed who I was so many times in that tower that I don't even recognize myself anymore. You did not betray yourself. You did what you needed to do to survive. Don't let him take away from you more than he already has, said the king. I should just go on from here. The kingdom is better off without me. My father will no longer have to live in shame, and Bryn can be completely free of me. He seems to have moved on already. You know none of that is true, especially about Bryn. You two have been bonded for so long. He could not set you aside even when he tried. He loves you, Amelia. You must see it. You are mistaken. You have not seen how he looks at me. What he once held for me is gone. The king smiled sadly. He has his own burdens and guilt, my dear. They are not your fault, but they keep him held back in a way he never did before. I wanted him to grow up and mature a bit, but I never wanted him to lose who he was. I need you to remind him. You have chosen the wrong messenger, my king. He will not listen to me, said Amelia. He will. You are the only one who can help him, but you must let him help you as well. He needs you, Amelia, and I believe you need him as well. She looked away and shook her head. I think he might be better off without me. He should have stayed away. No, he couldn't leave you as you were. It would have slowly destroyed him. Amelia, both of my sons have lost their way. One is beyond what can be helped, but Bryn is worth the effort. I know you believe he is. Promise me you will help him. If there were anything I could do for you or him, I would, but the division between us seems too wide. The king smirked a little as he pulled her closer. The largest river in our kingdom is very wide near its northern mouth. It is almost impossible to cross when the water is running strong, but if you move along the bank towards the south, it becomes so narrow you could cross it in 2 strides. Even better, there is a bridge in the middle of the kingdom. Right now, you are only looking at the things that divide you. If you search for the things that still bind you together, I think you will find a way to cross, whether that's by stepping through the anger, hurt, and fear, or finding a way over them. I don't want to give up on him, said Amelia with tears in her eyes. I have wanted him for so long. Then do not give up. Promise me you will try. Even if you can't find a way to love him as you did before, can you still help him? He will have much to do soon, and he can't do it without you. Amelia nodded. I will help him. I promise. The king leaned down and kissed her forehead. She closed her eyes and felt him take his hand from hers. When she opened her eyes, his light and warmth were gone. My loveliest Amelia, said a voice that made Amelia's blood run cold. You miss me, don't you? She felt his arms go around her waist as his warm breath floated against her ear. No, I want never to see you again. He chuckled as his hands moved up her body. After all our times together, you do not miss me. I am sure you do. Think of all those nights of pleasure I gave you. Finish this task, and then come back to me. I will find a place for you to stay and continue to come to you. We never have to be apart. She shook her head as her hands went to his. I do not want you. I never have. Do not lie to yourself, my dear. She threw his hands off of her and pushed her elbows back to knock him down. She turned to look at him when she suddenly sat up in bed. Terror gripped her as she looked around, not knowing where she was. She jumped up, ready to flee, going she did not know where. She felt hands grab her, and she looked up to see what she thought was Gareth standing in the shadows. She struggled to get away. She was prepared to do what she always should have, fight him. It's all right, Amelia. You are safe here, I promise. The gentle voice stopped her. It was not Gareth. She reached up as she stared at Bryn's face. "I thought you were him. I couldn't let him do it again." "It is me, Amelia. I will not hurt you." She leaned into him and felt his strong arms wrap around her. She had longed for this for so long, to be back in his arms, feeling completely loved. It must have been a part of her dream, but it was a sweet dream. She let out her fear and guilt as she cried in his arms. "I didn't do it, Bryn. I didn't." "I know. I never thought you did." She wanted to believe he meant it. She had always hoped he would know she would never hurt his father. "Why didn't you come back? I thought you would come help me, but you never came. Even if you didn't love me anymore, I thought I would at least still mean something to you." His arms tightened around her as she put her head against his chest. She heard his heart pounding and felt his warmth. It all seemed so real. "I never stopped loving you, Amelia. I was a coward." He loved her. It could not be real. She wanted to hear him say it again, but the darkness surrounded her once more. She woke up hearing someone scuffling around the room. As she opened her eyes, she saw the morning light coming through the window. As she sat up, her body protested in pain. It felt as though she had been ill with a fever, as even her bones ached. "There is some tea here if you would like some, ma'am," said a female voice close to the fire. Amelia looked at the woman to find her a little older than herself. She was putting some logs on the fire. After wiping the sleep from her eyes, Amelia stood up and went to the small table by the fire and poured a cup of tea before sitting down slowly. "Where are the men who came here with me?" asked Amelia as she took a sip of tea. "You came with the prince, didn't you?" the girl asked. Amelia nodded. "I saw him by the stables arguing with some of his guards. They wanted to leave you behind, but the prince wouldn't have it. He said they would stay until you were well enough to travel." "What did the guards say to that?" "I didn't hear all of it, but I heard them speak of a boy and having to move on." "The prince seemed agitated and annoyed," said the woman. "I heard him agree that something must be done about the boy." Amelia put down her teacup and picked up some toast on the plate. "Can you send a message for me to the prince?" "Yes, ma'am. Would you like some paper?" "No, as I will just tell you, and you can speak it to him. Tell him that I shall be ready in less than an hour, and will meet them all by the stables." The woman looked at her. "Are you sure, ma'am? You do look as though you have been unwell." "I am very sure. Please do as I ask. I do not want to delay my party, and I am ready to ride on." "Yes, ma'am," said the servant as she curtsied and left the room. Amelia finished her toast and tea before standing up. She went to the bed and found her bag close by. She saw that her red book was lying next to it and not in her bag. Also, outside the bag was a jar of ointment on the bedside table. Deciding Bryn or someone must have used the ointment on her wound, making the book fall out, she thought nothing of it, placing both back inside. After brushing her hair and braiding it, she picked up her cloak and went to the door. Before she could open it, it flew open with Bryn standing in the doorway. "You shouldn't be up, Amelia," he said with no greeting. "You need to rest." "I am fine," she said as she stood as straight as she could. "I wish I had time to mend the back of my dress and cloak, but I will have to let it be for now." Bryn closed the door and walked closer to her. "You almost died last night. I can tell you are weak and still ill. You will need more healing done today and probably tomorrow." "And we can do them on the way? I am well enough to ride a horse, which is all that is needed. Hopefully we have put the Shadowlands behind us for a few days, and we will not run into trouble. Truly, your highness, I am able to continue." Bryn walked up to her and took her hand. She felt his magic run through her, and she tried to gather her strength to hide how ill and tired she felt. He leaned towards her. "You don't have to do this. No one will think you are weak for resting one more day. That boy is being held by evil men, and every day he is there his life is in danger. I have felt the darkness and know what it is like. I cannot let it take an innocent child." He whispered her name as though in pain as he stared down at her. She thought of her dreams from the night before, of her promise to Bryn's father, and the feeling of being in Bryn's arms. She wondered if any of it was real, or perhaps all of it was in some way. She softened her eyes and let her shoulders sag. "I promise to tell you if I am tired and need to rest, but Bryn, I have to save the young prince. I didn't think it would matter. I thought I had gone past caring about another's life, but now I know it is still a part of who I am. Life is precious, and I must protect it." He rubbed her hand gently and nodded. We will leave this morning, but you will ride with me." "I can handle a horse," said Amelia. "I know you can, but you are weak, and the darkness still lingers in you. If you are close to me, I can feel if you need help. You can also rest more along the way. Please, Amelia, do not fight me on this." "Just for today, Bryn. I do not wish to be seen as weak. After what you did for all of us yesterday, no one could see you as anything but powerful. We all owe you our lives, especially me. There was no thought to it. I wish to protect you all, especially you." He grinned down at her, and she couldn't help but return it. He leaned even further down towards her, but before he could say or do anything else, there was a knock at the door. They both turned to see Owain walk into the room. Bryn sighed. "I suppose something is comforting to you, being so consistent, Owain, though at times I wish you weren't." He looked confused as Amelia rolled her eyes with a smile. "Come on, we need to be going." She started to walk forward, but Bryn stopped her by holding out his arm. She looked up at him for a few moments before she accepted it, and he helped her from the room. Chapter 15. Losing the Found. Bryn kept his arm around Amelia's waist as they rode over the hills towards the Cursian forest that would lead them to the narrow part of the sea. He would often feel his magic flow to her as she leaned against him. He was glad she had not fought him when he said she should ride with him. It was easier to keep her safe, and he would admit to anyone he enjoyed it as well. When they first left, she quickly dozed off as she rested against him. He could feel the gentle rise and fall of her stomach against his hand. Owain stayed close to them, constantly keeping his eyes on Bryn as if he didn't trust him. Bryn wasn't very happy with Owain after interrupting his moment with Amelia in the inn. If he had just one more minute, perhaps they could have deepened their conversation to where he could have told her all he was bursting to say. Maybe he could have even kissed her. Bryn's hand moved gently against Amelia's side. Perhaps he should be thankful for Owain's interference. If he pushed her too far too early, there was a good chance he would ruin everything. He thought she was starting to trust him, but there was still a wariness in her eyes and a withholding manner towards him, as if she expected him to say something cruel or leave her at any minute. He had a ways to go before he could begin to regain the closeness they once shared. By late morning, Amelia awakened, sitting up in front of Bryn with a yawn. She put her hand on his arm and turned to look at him. "I dozed off for quite a while, didn't I?" He gave her a half grin. "For a couple of hours. I think you needed it. I am sure it was not easy keeping me on your horse and slowed us down. After lunch, I can ride my horse. I think I am capable." "You promised me one whole day, Amelia. You are not slowing us down. If you fall off your horse from exhaustion and pain, that will cause us more of a delay." She huffed and leaned even further away from him. "I am sure your guards think I am ridiculous. When I was awake, I saw that rude one constantly looking back this way. He doesn't trust me so close to you." "Then he is a fool. Without you, I would have died back there or become one who belongs in the shadows. We all would have." "But what do you make of the Shadowlands creeping so far north? I have never heard of it." "Of course, I haven't heard much these 3 years," said Amelia. "It is news to me as well, but I have been across the sea." Bryn looked at Owain, who was still close by. "Is it well known the shadows have spread further into our kingdom?" Owain shook his head. "I have heard a few rumors, but nothing concrete. Some of Lord Fox's men have traveled a bit of the kingdom. A few came back talking about seeing it, but they were small enough to avoid if they existed." "It is something the king needs to see about," said Amelia. "I suppose when we get back from this journey you can tell him about it, Bryn." "Or you could. You should tell your master as well. The light-bearers will be the ones to see to it," said Bryn. Amelia looked out to the hills and sighed. "I do not plan to stick around long enough to have much of a conversation with anyone. Once the boy is safe in his home kingdom, I will go to the palace to gain my freedom and leave." "That quickly?" asked Bryn. "As soon as I can. I am very ready to begin anew somewhere else, somewhere no one knows me. I want it to be like I have died and risen again as someone else. Amelia Fox is as good as dead. I don't even know her anymore." Bryn leaned in closer to her. "Yes, you do. You know her well. I know you remember the mischievous girl she was when she hid in the west wing one dark, stormy day, moving around furniture and flinting around to the point. A boy who was old enough to know better thought the palace was haunted for 1 second. She glanced back at him. "You didn't really believe it. You were only humoring me." No, I was terrified, especially when the lights blew out in that hall and you ran your fingers against my back as you went behind me. The corners of her mouth twitched before she turned back around. Bryn tried again. I know you can recall a late spring ride in which you challenged me to a jumping contest. Your horse flew right over that gate by those thorn bushes, but mine did not like the look of it. You were too good to laugh at me, though I know you wanted to. I was scared to death that you had been thrown to your death at first. When you came out with your backside covered in thorns, I couldn't help but be a little amused. He leaned even closer and whispered, There are 1,000 other memories I hope you have not forgotten, Amelia. If you do not exist, where does that leave me? Better off, I hope. You will do me no favors disappearing or getting yourself killed on this mission. I came back to Evalmore for you. She turned and looked at him with confusion and uncertainty, but before he could tell her more, Dugan rode close and said it was time to break for lunch. Amelia declared she was hungry, and they stopped at the bottom of a hill. She was quiet during lunch as she sat between Bryn and Owain. Both tried to speak with her, but she gave short answers and seemed distracted. When it was time to leave, Bryn helped her up on his horse before climbing up behind her. He tried to find a way to start speaking with her again, but Dugan and 2 other guards rode too close. Bryn could tell it made Amelia uncomfortable. As the afternoon grew long, Amelia started to shiver as she pulled her cloak tighter against her. Bryn used his magic to search her, calling forth hers to dispel any lingering darkness. He found something different at work in her, something that felt like dread and hopelessness. What is? Asked Bryn. She shook her head as she scooted back closer to him as though trying to find his warmth. I don't know. I can just tell the air has changed. Something is wrong. You don't sense more Shadowlands, do you? No, it is different. Shadowlands feel insidious and full of death. What I sense now is like someone taunting me, showing me just how rotten I am. It is the forest up ahead, said a guard. The Cursian forest is a cursed place. Most travelers avoid it, and so should we. That is ridiculous superstition, said Dugan. It is just old tales due to robbers on the path. It is not known as a safe area for simple farmers or tradesmen, but no raggedy thief would dare come near us. Bryn glanced at Amelia, seeing her eyes closed as she took deep breaths. Perhaps it would be best to go around. There is no time, said Amelia. The boy has been there too long already. If we go through the forest, we will reach the narrow part of the sea tomorrow evening. Going around will cost us at least 2 days. Are you sure? Whispered Bryn. If you think it is dangerous, we should not go. I don't know what I am feeling. It could just be an effect from the Shadow Warrior's sword. After another night of rest, I believe I will feel better. I will see what I can do about helping you rest more soundly. We will stop before long, and I can check you over more thoroughly. She turned and looked at him with a raised eyebrow, and he chuckled, thinking about words. He almost took them further, wishing to flirt with her, but she turned back around, and he lost his chance. They entered the forest just before dark, and Bryn did not think it looked nefarious. The trees were thick on either side, and he could see how it would be treacherous if traveling alone or in a small party. They still had 8 guards and Owain with them. Bryn didn't believe any simple thieves would be a threat. They made it well into the woods before they lost all light, stopping in a small clearing just off the path. A few guards found wood for the fire, and Amelia put out her hand to spark it before Bryn could stop her. I could have done that, Amelia. There is no use extending yourself. She shrugged before leaning closer to the flames. It does not take much energy to send a flame. I like to use my magic freely. I spent too long being limited in what I could do. Bryn sat down next to her. Will you allow me to check you over? She nodded, and he moved closer to her before placing his hand on her shoulder. His magic went through her, and he searched as she would let him. He could feel some pain she still had on her shoulder, and he focused on it for a moment, moving his hand over her wound. He could not help but move it slightly, feeling the raised scars on her back. She looked at him, and he moved his hand lower. You can do nothing about them. They are old and already healed. I will carry them all my life, said Amelia. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine the pain you went through. The scars you can see and feel are nothing compared to the ones not visible. When I tell you I have changed, I mean it. I have changed as well, said Bryn as he searched for any signs of darkness in her. My time in Iriella altered me forever, some ways good and some ways bad. "Tell me about the good," said Amelia as she closed her eyes and tensed up. He could feel a part of her that was shadowed, making her weary. "The crystal cliffs were magnificent." He moved his hand to her upper chest, concentrating as he went. "The first time I saw them, all I could think was I wished you were there." "What else?" she said before she hissed at some pain. "Learning about to release and control my magic made me feel whole in a new way. It helped me to understand how you must feel being a light bearer. I could not wait to come back and share the experience with you." "Did you meet anyone?" "I made a few friends, the prince and princess of the kingdom." "What were they like?" "Prince Tristine was quiet and kind. He was also intelligent. I thought Princess Melwa ill-tempered and rude at first, but she grew on me as time went on." He felt Amelia move a little away from him. "I suppose you became too busy to write me. Birthdays back home must have slipped your mind." He stopped what he was doing for a moment, and she opened her eyes to look at him. "Amelia, I never stopped writing you, even when I received no messages from you. I spent days looking for the perfect gift for your birthday. Of course, it did not exist, as nothing could be good enough for someone so perfect." "You stopped receiving letters from me?" She turned to look at him. "I wrote you every day, even after I stopped receiving any words from you." He nodded. "I took a trip with a royal family. Every place we went, I wrote you a message describing it, and I included some trinkets I thought best represented the place. I hoped when I got back from my journey there would be a mountain of letters waiting for me. I was convinced the weather or tides had affected messages." "But my letters never came?" He shook his head. "I had only one for me when I returned, and it was from my brother." "Oh," she said quietly, "I think I know what that message said." "I'm sure you know part of it, but I doubt you know all." She looked at him as expecting him to go on. He opened his mouth to do so when Dugan came over. "Your Highness, can you come speak with the men? They believe the stupid superstitions about this place, and are unsettled. Come talk sense into them." Bryn felt such irritation he spoke a little harsher than he meant to. "I am busy here. When I am done, I will talk to the cowards." "You should go," said Amelia. "I feel better. I only want to eat and sleep. We don't need your men running off into the forest. Go calm them, your Highness." He went to try to talk sense to his guards, failing to keep the annoyance out of his voice. In the end, they all agreed to stay if he lit a second fire. He did so, and they built it up so the area around them was bathed in light. "Do you think that woman could do some sort of spell of protection?" said one guard meekly. "Like that light circle thing from earlier?" "If you want any favors from Lady Amelia, you should call her by her correct name and title," said Owain, who was close by. "Lady Amelia is too tired from her efforts to save us all yesterday. You are safe here if you all stay together. Now have 3 of you stay on duty, while the other 5 sleep, and then change out as you see fit. We will leave at first light." Bryn turned to go back to Amelia, finding her curled up on her side close to the fire, fast asleep. Bryn walked over, grabbed a blanket off one of the horses, and returned to place it over her. He sat close to her as he quietly ate his supper. When he was done, he lay down facing her, close enough to touch her if he reached out. "Good night, my love," he whispered before he closed his eyes. The moment he woke up, he knew something was wrong. There was no fire or sounds of horses nearby. He looked up, and Amelia was not in front of him. There was no one, just him lying in the middle of the forest. It didn't look like where he was earlier, but he had no idea how he would have moved. He stood up and looked around, trying to see if he could find any light in the distance. Instead, all he saw were trees everywhere, and the very dim light of the half-moon. He opened his hand to spark a light in his palm. An orb formed, but a still wind came and blew it out. He tried again, but another wind blew it away. Bryn turned around, deciding to start walking until he came back to the path or the edge of the forest. He looked up at the stars and the moon to pick which way was southwest and started walking. As he moved between the trees, the wind picked up, blowing his cloak around him. The area seemed to become darker and darker, though he could still see the moon in the sky, and there were no clouds. He came to a clearing that looked much like the one he had just left. He again looked up at the sky and found that the directions appeared to have changed. Confused, he located southwest and walked back into the forest. "Bryn," said a voice in a whisper as he walked. He stopped and turned towards it. "Who is there?" "Bryn, you left her. You let it all happen," said the whisper. "Who is speaking?" asked Bryn angrily. "The truth," said the whisper. You wouldn't even come home when your father died. You left her for dead. You don't love her. You never did." "That is not the truth. I have loved her in some way since the moment I met her. Even when I thought she was dead, I loved her still." The whisper laughed. "Liar! The moment you lost hope, you turned to others. How many women did you lay with in Iriala? If the princess hadn't stopped you, you would have had her too and been honored bound. Your love for Lady Amelia Fox is nothing." "I made mistakes. I lost my way because I thought she was gone, but I changed. I found my way back. As soon I knew she was alive, I came for her." "And then you said barely 3 words to her. Do you know what your brother did to her that night? Do you know all the things he has done these past 3 years?" Bryn covered his ears, but he could still hear the whisper laugh at him. "I know how badly she's been hurt and used." "I do." "And had you just come home, you could have stopped it all. You could have saved her." Bryn fell to his knees and shook his head. "She does not love you or trust you. She will leave you as soon as she can, and you will fall again into despair and debauchery." Bryn took a deep breath. "I will not. Even if I cannot earn her trust and love, I will never stop loving her. Everything I do will be for her. I will strive every day to become a man worthy of Amelia." The whisper laughed, but Bryn didn't listen. He whispered Amelia's name over and over. She was all that mattered. His love for her came before anything else, and he knew it. He focused everything within him on how he felt for her. He saw her in his mind as a young girl skipping into the room with a smile. She turned into 15-year-old Amelia, timidly giving him his first kiss, her blue eyes shining. Then he saw here that night he loved her. Her golden brown hair splayed all around her head as she lay underneath him. His magic stirred within him, and he felt it encircle him before reaching out like a beacon. He opened his eyes to see it went beyond the trees in front of him. The whispers tried to speak to him, but he paid them no mind. He followed the light of his magic, knowing it would lead him to where he needed to go. It would lead him to Amelia. Chapter 16, Finding a Way. Amelia. She woke up cold and alone. At first she became afraid they had all abandoned her in the middle of the night, leaving her to fend for herself. The idea that Bryn would leave her again made her chest ache, and her eyes start to water. She sat up fully and looked around. She knew Owain would not leave her, and she was not in the same clearing. It was not as large, and there was no place where the fire was burning. Standing up, she wondered what could possibly have happened. How could she have been moved without knowing? Deciding the only thing she could do was try to find her way out of the forest, hopefully coming across Bryn or Owain on the way. Looking up at the stars, she studied them as she had been taught before heading what she knew to be southwest. She moved through a thick area of trees and came out of a clearing that looked much the same as the one she left. Confused, she spun around until going back into the forest. "Amelia, why are you even bothering with this?" asked a whisper that seemed close by. She turned to her left and looked to see no one. She looked to her right, and still there was no one. "Hello," she said uncertainly. "You should run away from here. Why should you care about this boy? Who is he to you?" Amelia shook her head before turning around. "He is a life, and all life is precious." "All life, Amelia? What about those who betrayed you, hurt you? Why do they deserve protection? Your father wished you were dead. Bryn didn't even care enough to come back, and now he cannot wait to be done with you." "Who is speaking?" she asked angrily. "I am the truth," said the whisper before giving a small laugh. "Do you miss your room in the tower? What about the king? Gareth never forgot about you. He always showed you attention." "You cannot be telling the truth. I hated my prison, and I never wished to see Gareth again." "Oh, Amelia, why lie? You know you received pleasure from your times with Gareth. You craved them after a while. They were the only times you felt alive." "No, I dreaded them. He made me feel dirty and wrong. I should have made him kill me before giving myself to him." "Whatever for? At least he was a pleasant distraction. What else were you waiting for? I hope it wasn't Bryn." Amelia stopped walking and stood still. "This isn't real." "It is. Bryn was gone a long time." "Amelia, what do you think he was doing all those years? Do you think he sat there and pined for you? Would you like me to tell you what he did? How he spent his nights? Many women warmed his bed, and he lusted over one beautiful princess. Perhaps she took your place in his heart." Amelia felt as though the breath had been knocked out of her. "You don't know. You can't know." It was what his father wanted, for him to travel far away and forget you. How could you ever be suitable for him? You are weak and a disappointment to everyone. Did you ever think that maybe you did kill the king? Perhaps he told you all about his plans for Bryn, and you could not take it. Your magic grew agitated, and you struck out, hitting the king. Once you realized what you had done, your mind cracked, and now you can't remember." Amelia took a shuddering breath. The darkness that was on the edges of her mind started to spread. She pulled her cloak tight against her and put her head down. She was sure she did not kill the king. She wasn't even in the room when he died. No matter what he told her or did, she could never do it. Even if he forbade Bryn from marrying her, she would never hurt the king. "You are a liar," said Amelia as she wiped tears from her eyes. "I know I did not kill the king." The whisper laughed harshly, but she closed her eyes and stopped listening. She knew she had made mistakes, and perhaps Bryn had as well, but she could tell he still cared for her. She couldn't understand why he stayed away for so long, but he had shown he did not want her to suffer. She still loved him. She thought she had put her feelings for him behind her, but she had been fooling herself. He had her heart forever, and no matter what he did with it, she could not take it back. She would go with him to save the young prince, making sure Bryn stayed safe. The young prince deserved a chance to live, and she could not let the darkness take him. A warm feeling came over her, making her power stir within her, another magic joining with hers. She knew immediately it was Bryn's. She had felt it constantly since she had been stabbed, always working within her to dispel the darkness. The whispering continued, but she did not listen. She looked up in the sky, watching the half-moon. It was as if it became brighter as she stared at it, a pale white light streaming from it, coming down into the forest. She stared at the light for a moment before walking towards it, letting it lead her into the forest. The further she walked, the more strongly she felt the warmth inside her grow. It was as if she could visualize the light that lived in her become large and larger. All the while, the whispering became softer and softer until she could no longer hear it. She might have walked half the night or no time at all. She could not tell, but eventually the trees became less dense. A few more steps, and she was on the edge of the tree line. Standing just a bit away was Bryn as he stared up at the moon. When he heard her footsteps, he turned to look at her. Amelia stared at him in the moonlight as they both stood still, facing each other. She was breathing hard, seeing the mist from it in the dim moonlight. She took one breath, and then two before Bryn started walking towards her. She took off towards him as he opened his arms. She flung herself into them, putting her arms around him as he wrapped her up in his. There was nothing else in the world that felt as good as this. It had been so long since she felt cherished or safe. Bryn bent down and whispered her name before kissing the top of her head. "I thought you were lost." "I followed the path you left for me." He held her tighter, and she made a soft, sobbing sound. "I'm sorry, Bryn." "Why should you be sorry? It is I who has much to apologize for. I don't know how I will ever earn your forgiveness." "I have so much to atone for. I betrayed who I am and the love I have for you so many times." "You have betrayed nothing and no one. You were left all alone just trying to survive." "I wanted you so many times, I thought you had forgotten me," said Amelia. "I could never forget you. There was not a day and barely an hour I did not think of you." She looked up at him. "Then why did you stay away for so long?" He moved his hand up to her face and caressed her cheek. "I wish I could change the past. Amelia, I was such a fool." Before he could say anything further, they both turned at a rustling noise coming from the forest. Owain stumbled out from the tree line, looking pale and disoriented. Amelia let go of Bryn to run to him. "Owain, are you hurt?" He shook his head as Amelia took his hand. "I am fine, my lady. I am just not sure what happened. Somehow I ended up in a completely different area of the forest, and everything seemed backward. I thought I would be lost until I saw a trail of light through the trees. I followed it, and it led me here." "I'm very glad it did," said Amelia. He looked her over before glancing at Bryn. "You are all right, aren't you?" "I am." "I was lost like you, but I found my way back," said Amelia. He looked at Bryn again for squeezing her hand. "I know it sounds silly, but something told me I would never see you again, that you would be killed or taken away." "It doesn't sound silly. I heard things, too, in the forest. They all almost made me give up." Bryn moved closer to them. "I also heard a voice I could not explain. It spoke of some of my deepest fears." "What of the others?" Amelia looked to the forest. Do you think they are lost?" As they all watched the forest, Dugan stumbled out with 2 guards, each leading 2 horses. Behind him came 3 more guards, each with a horse. "You are missing 2 more? Have you seen them?" asked Bryn. Dugan huffed. "They would not listen and ran back the other way. I have not seen them since." "The forest has taken them," said one of the guards, who looked as if he were shaking. "We will not see them again." "We should go back in and look for them," said Amelia. "We cannot leave them." She started for the forest when Dugan grabbed her arm. "If you go back in there, we will leave you to your fate. You cannot help them." "You don't know that," said Amelia as she tried to shake her arm from Dugan. "How can we just leave them?" He dug his fingernails into her flesh, and she gritted her teeth so she would not cry out. After roughly pulling her closer, he bent down close to her face. "Go back in there if you dare. I would like to be done with you." Suddenly Bryn was at Amelia's side with his hand up. Dugan was pushed back from a force Bryn sent, while his free arm wrapped around Amelia's waist. "You will not place a hand on her again? If you do, I will make sure you do not touch her or anything again," said Bryn fiercely. "I have only been trying to protect her from you. I should have let her go back in that forest alone, and then we could have been done with her." Dugan stepped towards Bryn. "I need no protection from Lady Amelia, and I don't even want you looking at her from this point forward." He pulled Amelia closer and lowered his voice. "Use your magic to see if you can sense the other guards close by." She nodded as he let her go. As she lifted her hand, she let her magic flow through her, searching as much as the forest she could, looking for any signs of life. What she found made her shiver as the darkness in her started to gather. "There is no life anywhere close, only darkness and quiet," said Amelia as she put her hand down. "Then we will press on," said Bryn. "We are not far from the Linston port. We can rest there before securing passage across the narrow part of the sea." Owain walked closer to them. "We are missing a horse. Lady Amelia, you can ride with me." "She will ride with me," said Bryn adamantly. "After our time in the forest, she needs to be close to me to dispel any darkness." Bryn looked down at her, and she gave him a small smile. "I will ride with the prince to the village, Owain. I think I might need his magic on the way." "We need to go," said Dugan with a huff. "We need no more delays." He looked at Amelia as if he blamed her for any troubles they had. Bryn walked with Amelia to his horse and lifted her into the saddle before climbing up behind her. He placed his arm around her and bent down. "I need to speak with you alone. I want to explain myself as best I can. I know excuses will do no good against the pain you have endured, but I need you to know the full truth." "There is much I have to say to you as well," said Amelia. Owain rode up on one side of them and Dugan on the other. Bryn urged his horse forward, and all the men followed. They rode through the rest of the night into the early morning as Owain and Dugan kept close, both constantly looking at the other. As the sun rose and moved to a decent height in the sky, the harbor town of Linstonport came into view. Chapter 17, Unwelcomed. Though they were all exhausted, Bryn knew they needed to blend in better to their surroundings before they crossed the narrow part of the sea. Even getting a boat from the southern harbor town in their kingdom was risky, since it would either be traitors to Achilia or actual Achilians. The first thing they needed to do was get new clothes. After pulling their cloaks tight to hide their symbolic clothes and uniforms, the group moved through the town. Bryn gave some money to his guards, telling them to buy something simple to wear that would not stand out. Dugan refused to get far from Bryn, and Owain was as always Amelia's shadow. Bryn walked with Amelia to a large store towards the middle of the village, near an inn they could stay. After entering, she went towards the area in the front that held many simple dresses, while Bryn walked with Owain and Dugan towards some shirts and pants. As Bryn looked through some dark shirts and pants, he kept glancing over to see Amelia by some shelves. He didn't want her out of his sight, and it seemed Owain had the same thought. Bryn also saw Dugan constantly turn his eyes upon Amelia, but he didn't like the way he looked at her, or what he might have been plotting in his head. Bryn finally picked out a simple shirt, pants, and a new dark gray cloak. He took them to the shopkeeper, finding Amelia near the counter, looking at some ribbons and holding a dark red dress. "Did you find everything you needed?" asked Bryn. "I think this will work, and the shopkeeper already has a cloak and a few other things for me behind the counter. I thought I might get a simple ribbon to tie up my hair, or some pins, maybe." She ran her finger over some red and black ribbon before stopping her hand near a pretty comb. It was black and had some red jewels on it. "Do you like that?" he asked. "It is very nice. It has been a while since I have seen anything superfluous and beautiful. I didn't think I would care so much about it, but there are a few simple pleasures I do miss," replied Amelia. "Would you like it?" She shook her head and pulled out some simple ribbons. "I have no need for it." Bryn picked up the comb and placed it on the counter with his clothes. "I didn't ask if you needed it. I asked if you wanted it." "It is not necessary," said Amelia. "I want to buy it for you to help you remember who you are." Amelia looked like she would protest further, but Owain and Dugan joined them, both putting their things on the counter. "All of this," said Bryn to the shopkeeper, "and whatever the lady said she needed." He pulled out his bag of coins. "Is there somewhere we could change?" The shopkeeper took the large number of coins Bryn handed him and nodded. "There are 2 rooms in the back of the store. Feel free to use them." Bryn grabbed his things, putting the hair comb in his pocket, as the shopkeeper handed Amelia her cloak and other items. She walked to the back and disappeared into a room as Bryn went into the other. He changed quickly before throwing on his cloak and fastening it. As he came out of the room, Dugan went next, and Bryn worked on folding up his clothes to fit them in the bags they had with them. Just as he stuffed in his shirt, Amelia came out of the room, and Bryn paused mid-standing up because he was so struck by her. She wore a simple dark red dress that buttoned up the front. It was modest, but the neckline was still a little lower cut than her light-bearer dress. Bryn thought it was a shame she didn't have some delicate necklace to wear around her beautiful neck. The dress had some decorative stitching down the front, and she wore an open, simple black cloak that fit her very well. She pinned her braid up as Bryn watched, and he put his hand in his pocket, pulling out the hair comb he had bought. He held it out towards her. "You shouldn't have done that," she said as she finished with her hair. "I wanted to. You didn't receive any of the things I bought for you in Ariala. The least I can do is buy you some simple trinket here." She looked down at the comb in his hand before turning around. "Would you help me with it?" Bryn stepped forward as Amelia pulled back some hair that did not make it into her braid. She held it into place as Bryn slowly placed the comb where her braid was held. As he let go, his hand brushed against her exposed neck, making her give a quick, loud breath. A small mirror was hanging nearby, and Amelia moved to it and turned her head to look at the comb. "It is pretty." She touched it with a small grin on her face as she turned to look at Bryn. "It feels strange to be dressed in something other than black or my shift. I haven't been allowed any other clothes since I was taken to the tower." "You were not even given nightgowns?" asked Bryn. She shook her head. "It was either what I was wearing or nothing at all." Her voice became very quiet at the end, so Bryn could barely hear her. "Would you like anything else while we are here, a nightgown or another dress?" She shook her head. "This is enough. Once I am free from the palace completely, perhaps I can convince my father to give me some money to travel and set up a life. It will be worth it to him to see me gone from the kingdom." "I am sure your father will give you whatever you desire, my lady, but he will not want you to leave," said Owain. "You do not need to keep protecting me, Owain. The 3 years of silence from him has told me where I stand." "I think Owain is right, Amelia. Your father and brother both were arguing with Gareth about you coming on this mission. From how my brother spoke to Lord Fox, I think he might have been holding your safety over his head." "I think so too," said Owain. "I believe there is a reason your father or brother did not visit you, and it was not by choice. They both met with me regularly to ask about your well-being. I have never lied to you about it." Dugan came out, and Owain went into the room to dress. "Your Highness, we need to secure a boat as soon as we can. Perhaps we should go meet with the guards so you can have 2 escort you to the docks." Bryn nodded. "We will go after we secure some rooms at the inn. I know it is early, but the village appears to be busy, and a good night's sleep in beds will do us all good." "If we don't get a ship, then we might miss our chance," said Dugan. "I can see about getting us some rooms," said Amelia. "If you will give me the funds, Owain and I can go to the inn and have everything arranged while you go to the docks." "I thought you might come with me," said Bryn. He didn't like the idea of her being out of his sight for long. "We have plenty of time to do both. Many ships come and go from the harbor, and with the money we have, I can find someone to agree to take us to Achilia whether they are headed that way or not." "It will be fine, your Highness. Do you not trust me to be alone for an hour or so? I promise you I will not run." "You know that is not it. You and I are integral to this mission, and we should stay together." "Come now, this seems a peaceful village. I will only go to the inn, and perhaps to a nearby shop, to get us some supplies, but that is all. I will have Owain with me," said Amelia. "You will not be gone long." "I will stay behind as well, and see to your interest, your highness," said Dugan. This information did not make Bryn feel any better. He definitely didn't want any chance of Amelia being alone with Dugan. Before he could respond, Owain walked out, and Amelia went to him. "Owain, you will accompany me to the inn and a few shops, won't you? The prince needs to see about a ship for tomorrow, and we need to secure rooms and refill our supplies." "Of course, my lady. I will gladly go wherever you like." "There you have it," said Amelia. Bryn looked at her closely, seeing a look on her face he had seen many times. As sweet as she had always been, there was a stubbornness about her when she thought she was right. Bryn moved his cloak and took off a dagger on his belt. "Take this, as we should not use any magic unless we must. Also, try not to use titles around others. We need to blend in and not let on who we are in case word might get to the Achillean leaders," said Bryn. Amelia took his dagger. "We will meet you at the inn, Bryn. You still have that knife as well, don't you?" "I do," she answered, "and a well-armed man at my side." She looked at Dugan. "And another who will be close by, I assume." "I will tell the other 3 guards to keep watch by the inn, too," said Bryn. They walked from the store and quickly found the 5 guards. 2 stayed with Bryn as he watched Amelia walk away with Owain by her side. Dugan followed her, and Bryn wished he had commanded Dugan to stay with him. Deciding he needed to see to his business as quickly as possible, he hurried to the docks. There were many ships of various sizes all along the piers. Bryn found a boy tying up a ship and inquired where he might find passage. He was sent to the dockmaster, who helped Bryn find a captain of a small ship who was taking some supplies to Achilia in the morning. After seeing that the ship looked safe and agreeing on a price, Bryn was told to be there directly after sunrise the next day. It was usually a day-and-a-half journey, but the sea had been rough, so it could take longer. Glad that his business went smoothly, Bryn started to head back towards the village when a familiar voice stopped him. "Thought I could avoid seeing you this far south in your kingdom." Bryn turned to see Princess Melwa with 2 guards behind her walking his way. He looked around before walking to meet her. "What are you doing here?" asked Bryn. "I am on my way home from visiting Acleon for my kingdom. My husband could not travel as his father is not well. I hope I receive good news on the king's recovery when I get back." "I'm trying to keep my identity quiet, and talking with a princess connected to 2 powerful kingdoms out in the open does not help," said Bryn. "Then let us go somewhere else. I have 2 hours or so while my ship is prepared. I believe there is usually a tavern or something where one can meet in quiet," said Melwa. Bryn turned to look at the town. "I don't have much time. I told others I would be back soon." "Who are you traveling with, and where?" asked Melwa. "The last I heard, you came back here because you heard your love might still be alive. What did you find out? You know I won't leave you alone until I hear all." Bryn looked around again. "I will give you no more than 1 hour, hopefully less." He led her back towards the village, coming to a small pub on the end of a row of shops. Walking in, he found it a dark place that was mostly empty. After putting some coins on the bar, he asked for a private area and was shown to a side room that held 3 tables. He ordered his guards to stay out in the main area and keep watch. He pulled out a chair for the princess before sitting down on the other side. The barkeep came in with 2 drinks and put them on the table before leaving. "So tell me all," said Melwa. "What did you find when you went home?" "I found Amelia being held in the highest tower of the palace," said Bryn. "And she has been there for the past 3 years without you knowing?" asked Melwa before taking a drink. "How did your brother answer for it?" "He said he didn't think I would want to see her after what happened to my father. We argued about it, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong." "So, did you break her out? Are you on the run with her now?" "She is here in town, but we are not on the run. When I got to the palace, I found out the queen's brother had been taken by the dark magic users of Achilia." "The future king of Anelia? Why would they bother with him?" "To get to my brother and our kingdom. They had demands for Evalmor, including our allegiance, money, and a light-bearer to sacrifice." "Isn't your love a light-bearer?" asked Melwa as she took a drink. Bryn nodded. Gareth said he would not send her as a sacrifice or meet any of their demands. He wished the boy to be rescued, and he wanted Amelia to do it. "One light-bearer against all the forces of Achilia? That would be as good as sacrificing her. I agree, which is why I said I would accompany her. Princess Mula put her cup down loudly. You are on your way to Achilia? I just booked passage to leave tomorrow, replied Bren. We need to save the boy as soon as possible. Is it just you and the lady? She has one of her father's guards with her, and I have 6 royal guards left. I am thinking of telling them to go home, though. I do not trust at least one of them, and for this to work I think Amelia and I might have to sneak in. I doubt I could get rid of her guard if I tried, but he is a capable man. What do you mean you have 6 guards left? Bryn quickly told her of the troubles on their journey. He gave an involuntarily shiver as he spoke of the shadow warriors and Amelia's injury. And she has recovered. She must still be in pain and have some exhaustion. I am sure she does. Bryn finished his drink. But she has always been strong. I have been healing her often on the trip. I hope she can have a decent night's sleep in a bed. And how is it between the 2 of you? Melwa picked her cup back up and stared at him. It has not been easy. She was angry and had no trust for me when I first saw her. I can't blame her. She feels as if I have abandoned her. I never should have trusted my brother. You can't change what you have done, so what have you done now to make things right? I've tried to speak with her, but I can't seem to get the words right. I can see the hurt she has been through in her eyes and by the scars on her body. He looked down. I can't even speak about what my brother did to her. Do you think it is hopeless? He smiled a little. How can I feel hopeless when she is alive? After knowing what it was to think she was completely gone, being able to see her and talk to her every day fills me with more hope than I have known in a long time. She has also given me reason to believe her love for me is not lost. I will not give up unless she tells me she has no love for me left. Your people still think she is a killer, don't they? I am sure many do, but it does not matter to me. My brother says he will give her freedom if she saves the young prince. She wants to leave the kingdom, and I will follow her if she lets me. You will leave your homeland permanently? You will abandon your position? Asked Melwa. It all means nothing without Amelia. I have betrayed her and let her down too many times. Never again will anyone or anything ever come before to me. Melwa sighed. If she cares for you at all, she will not wish you to give up who you are. I hope you know how difficult this could be for you. I know you love her, Bryn, but it will be hard for your people to accept her as your wife if that is your plan. I don't care what people will accept. If somehow I can convince her to love me again and marry me, I will not hesitate. Not only is she what I want, but I made her a promise long ago. I will not disappoint her again. None of this is her fault. Before Melwa could reply, there was a commotion in the front room. Bryn looked at Melwa before standing up and walking to the room to see what was going on. He found a young man speaking loudly to the barkeep. Trouble in town, Denton. You better close up in case it gets close here, said the young man. Is it those Achillians again? What do they want this time? Surely they took enough for the winter when they looted those stores. It doesn't look like simple outward dwellers. These are trained men, and I think a few magic users. They have cornered a group of people near the center of the village for some reason. Panic flooded Bryn as he knew who the Achillians had cornered. He turned to his guards to find Melwa standing with them. We have to go now, said Bryn. Melwa, it was good to see you, but you need to get back to your ship. You can't think I will let you face something like this by yourself. I am still a guardian, Bryn, and I won't leave another guardian in need. Bryn shook his head and walked out of the tavern with his guards and Melwa behind him. I cannot use magic freely. I don't need anyone to have any clue who I am or why I am here. I don't care who knows why I am here, and there are ways of fighting without giving away your magic, replied Melwa. They hurried to the center of town, passing people running towards the docks, carrying children, and dragging elderly people. Once they got close to the inn, Bryn stopped and grabbed Melwa's hand, dragging her between 2 buildings. He looked over to see several men on the ground, including one of his guards. In the center of it all, surrounded by what Bryn knew to be Achillians and dwellers of the goddess Chirdian, were Amelia and Owain. He could see shadows being thrown around as Amelia and Owain stood next to one another. Amelia would move Owain one way or the other to avoid the shadows. In one of her hands was the dagger he gave her. In the other was a sword she had gotten somewhere. He could see a subtle glow as she moved it, and he knew she was using her magic. "Is that your Amelia?" asked Melwa as she pointed. Bryn nodded. Her and her guard. I wonder where the rest of my guards are. I can see one has fallen." As if on cue, Dugan appeared behind Amelia with his sword raised. Bryn expected him to move in front of her, helping her meet the charge of men bearing down on them. Instead, he swung towards Amelia. Bryn cried out as Owain turned and met Dugan's sword. Without another word to Melwa, Bryn walked out from the building with his hand raised. Forgetting he needed to hide his magic in his fury, he held up his hand and sent a dim light towards Dugan. Dugan looked up and turned as the light went just past him, hitting a tree nearby. Amelia turned and looked at Bryn before meeting the sword of an Achillean. Bryn felt a touch on his arm and looked to see Melwa with her hand up. She looked at him. "You have not time to hide now, Bryn, if you want to save her." He nodded as he felt his power join with Melwa's, amplifying it. He raised his hand and threw out a blast of light that combined with Melwa's. It ran through the Achillean forces, striking many down. Amelia took down the one she was fighting with her sword before doing away with a few more by moving her hand to her side, sending a blast of light. Owain moved in front of her to take out 2 men left as Bryn hurried forward. Before he could get there, he heard Amelia scream as Dugan came behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Amelia dropped her sword and looked to be in great pain. Bryn couldn't figure out why as he ran forward, but Melwa stopped him with her touch. "Wait. He is a dweller, Bryn. You can't just run up on him. He could kill her or you at any moment." Bryn stared at Dugan, who looked back at him. He grinned as he pulled Amelia against him. "It's time to go," he said loudly. "Your Highness, I am afraid I cannot see you on to Achilia, but perhaps I will see you there soon. You are probably foolish enough to still go. You should have stayed in Iriala." "You're not going anywhere," said Bryn furiously. "Let her go now." Dugan laughed. "As if you could command me at all." Amelia cried out as Dugan half turned her. Bryn walked forward, but before he could move more than 2 steps, they disappeared with every other able dweller. Owain cried out Amelia's name and hurried over to where she had been. He looked around as though she was hiding in thin air. Bryn put his hand to his chest as it suddenly felt hard to breathe. He had failed her again. Melwa looked at Owain. "She has gone far away from here. Powerful dwellers can travel great distances with just a thought." She searched until she found a man lying on the ground holding his knee. After hurrying over to him, she said, "You are a dweller, aren't you?" "Barely," he said through gritted teeth. "I have never been very good at harnessing the goddess's power." "Why did you come here?" asked Melwa. The man shook his head and looked down as he held his knee. Melwa kneeled down next to him. "I can heal your leg, or I can make it so much worse. It all depends on what you can tell me. Now, why did you come here?" "I hardly know. I was told we would take someone important for the festival in 2 days, some light-bearer. I suppose it was that woman." Bryn moved closer to the man. "What festival?" "Shadows," said the man. "It is a time when the nights become as long as the day. We celebrate our goddess and her increased power over our world." "And what do they need a light-bearer for?" "It hasn't been done in generations, but if a light-bearer's power can be given to Triardian, then her power can be increased on the world, giving a chance for her followers to overtake all lands." "Heal him and have him locked up somewhere. He can answer for his crimes later," said Bryn. "Then get on your boat and go directly back to your kingdom, Mel." Bryn waked over to where Amelia stood before being taken. He saw something on the stone road beneath him and picked it up. It was the hair comb he had given her. He placed it in his pocket. "What will you do?" asked Melwa. "I'm going to go back to the docks and beg the captain of the ship to leave as soon as possible. I will promise him any amount of money. Owain, come with me. The rest of my guards can stay here or leave. I could never trust any of them." "Bryn, you cannot go to Achilia with just yourself and a guard with no magical skills. You will be killed as soon as you are found," said Mel. "I cannot just leave her, Mel, not again. I have to find a way to save her." "Then I will come with you. We will take my ship to Achilia and save Lady Amelia." "It is too dangerous, and it is not your problem. Go home to your husband and people." "It is my problem if it is yours, Bryn. You think I could just sail away knowing what you are facing and what they will probably do to that poor woman? Stop being stubborn and take my offer. We can leave within an hour." Before Bryn could answer, there was a commotion in town. The sound of many men on horseback rang out through the center of the village. Bryn and Melwa turned as Owain moved forward, his sword still out. Bryn heard him give a sound close to a growl. After giving a look to Melwa, Bryn walked to stand next to Owain. What he said caused every part of him to ignite with fury. Sitting on a tall bay stallion was his brother. Chapter 18, Mistrust and Resignation. Bryn stared at his brother as Gareth jumped down off his horse, 2 guards doing the same to walk to his side. Gareth walked up to Bryn and grinned at him. "It is good to see you are still in one piece." "What are you doing here?" asked Bryn. "One of my guards wrote of your troubles on the road. He said you encountered shadow warriors in the kingdom, and that Amelia was injured. I feared for your life and hers so much that I found I could not stay in the palace, no matter what my advisers said." "You came all the way here looking for me?" asked Bryn in disbelief. "You sent Amelia and me out on this mission knowing death was a real threat. Why the change of heart?" Gareth looked around before moving closer to Bryn. "This is a conversation we should have under quieter and more private circumstances. I don't think you will like some of it, but I will tell you the truth." "I have no time for any conversations with you. I was just leaving for Achilia with Princess Melwa." "Princess Melwa?" asked Gareth. He looked around Bryn. "Princess Melwa of Iriala, or it's Tildia now, isn't it?" Bryn glanced at Melwa as she nodded. "How did you happen up on the princess?" Melwa walked to them. "I was on my way back to home, your majesty, when my ship needed repairing. It was chance and good luck I found your brother." Gareth looked around at the fallen dwellers and guards. "I can see you had quite a fight here. Perhaps it was Bryn's good luck he came up on you, your highness." Gareth's eyes went back to Bryn. "Now, where is Amelia?" Bryn folded his arms against his chest. "Taken." "Taken? What do you mean taken?" asked Gareth. "Your trusted guard Dugan turned out to be a dweller, and he disappeared to Achilia with Amelia in tow." "Dugan, a dweller?" Gareth took a few steps back. "You aren't serious." "Prince Brynwyn is telling the truth," said Melwa. "I saw his power myself. He tricked Amelia and took her off to Achilia. We found out from one of the dwellers here that they had planned to come to take her to give her power to their goddess for some festival in 2 days." Gareth looked agitated as he slightly paced in front of Bryn. "Amelia has been taken? They dared to touch her?" The concern and fear in Gareth's voice infuriated Bryn. "You are going to act like you care? After the way you have treated her the past 3 years, you are going to stand there and pretend to have concern for Amelia?" "This is not the time or place for this, Bryn," hissed Gareth. "We have to find a way to get to Achilia as soon as possible." "I have offered the use of my ship. I will gladly take whoever wishes to go help Lady Amelia," said Melwa. "I offer my assistance as well." "That is very kind, your highness," said Gareth. "When can we sail?" "You think you will be going?" Bryn uncrossed his arms and moved so close to Gareth they were almost touching. "You will not set foot on Melwa's ship, and you certainly will have nothing to do with rescuing Amelia. If I can manage it, she will never have to endure your presence again. I should remind you that I am your king, and you cannot tell me what to do, but I will only say we are wasting time. If you want to rescue Amelia before it is too late, we will have to hurry." Bryn looked at Gareth's many guards before turning to Owain and then Melwa. Owain looked as angry as Bryn, and Melwa gave him a slight nod. "Fine, but if you come, we do this as I planned, quietly. If you show up with your bevy of guards, we will be spotted a mile away, and both Amelia and the young prince will be killed." Gareth looked back at his guards. "I will take only the 2 at my side then. Go get some different clothes as well, ones that aren't as showy as the usual ostentatious things you wear. You do not need to look like a puffed-up king where we are going." "I will see to it immediately, and then we will sail if your ship is ready, Princess Melwa." "I am sure it is done by now. I will go directly back and make sure we can leave as soon as all are on board." Melwa turned and walked away as Gareth spoke quietly with his guards. Owain walked up to Bryn. "Your Highness, I am not sure this is the best course of action. I hope you will excuse me for speaking ill of your brother and our king, but I have seen what he has done to Lady Amelia. I can't imagine what he thinks in riding all this way and going to a dangerous kingdom." "You can speak as ill as you like about him to me, Owain. I don't trust him, but if I keep arguing with him, we will miss our chance to save Amelia, or he will throw me aside altogether to get her himself. We will both have to watch him. Once the young prince and Amelia are safe, I will find a way to get her far away from Gareth for good." In less than an hour they were pulling away from the docks and out to sea. Bryn stood close to the front of the ship by the railing, next to a miserable Owain. "You do not like sea travel, I take it," said Bryn. "I haven't done much of it, but I don't think it agrees with me. All this moving up and down makes me sick." He took a deep breath before leaning on the railing. "Are you already ill?" asked Melwa as she walked up to them. "We have some medicines for it, but you will need to lie down after taking it. They will make you drowsy." Owain turned to look at Gareth, who stood on the other side of the ship with his 2 guards. "I should not leave the prince alone. Lady Amelia would not like it." "He is not alone. I am here with him, and I have many guards who have been given very specific instructions. Go see my maid below deck. Tell her I said to give you some medicine and a place to lie down. You need to rest before we row to shore tomorrow if you want to save your lady." Owain finally acquiesced, going downstairs. Melwa turned to Bryn. "So, what is your plan?" "I'm still working it out, but we know there is a festival of some sort tomorrow evening. I am sure the palace will be full of people. We need to find a way to get some appropriate clothing for the kingdom and sneak in. Once there, we can locate Amelia and Prince Orwyden. And then we just walk out with them. What comes next? I am not sure. Hopefully, we can get them both out and back to the ship without much trouble." He smiled a little. "It would be even better if we can manage it while leaving Gareth behind." "You would abandon your brother in the Dark Kingdom with no way out?" asked Melwa. "He is resourceful and has always been lucky. I regret to say he will find his own way out. Bryn, I know you are angry about your brother lying to you and keeping Lady Amelia captive, but if he really thought she killed your father, can you blame him? I doubt he thought any such thing." Bryn looked over his shoulder to see Gareth still far away with his guards. "I happened across a journal Amelia kept while I was tending to her wounds. It was filled with letters to me. I probably shouldn't have, but I read them all. As you can probably imagine, many of them broke my heart." "I am sure she wrote many of them in very low moments, Bryn. Whatever she may have said about you, it does not mean she actually believed it." "I wish they only contained anger at me. A few of them did, but she closed everyone declaring she would always be mine. Even after believing I abandoned her and blamed her for a crime she could never commit, she never stopped loving me." He swallowed hard and looked at Melwa. He had her beaten until she was forced to give herself to him. She blamed herself for being weak and wicked, but what choice did she have? She has always been frightened of Gareth, and for the past 3 years she has had to bear him coming to her constantly. Now she feels as if she has betrayed her love for me and destroyed her worth. Melwa moved closer to him. "You are saying your brother." She stopped as they heard footsteps behind them. "Princess Melwa, would you excuse us for a moment? I need a word with my brother." Melwa looked at Bryn, and he nodded. She stared at Gareth for a moment before walking away. "You seem close to the princess, Bryn," said Gareth as he leaned on the railing. "I lived in the same palace as her for almost 4 years. I trained with her and her brother. I became friends with them both." Gareth turned to look at Melwa as she spoke with one of her guards. "She is rather pretty, a little tall and severe-looking, but I cannot deny she has a certain allure. Perhaps you should have stolen her away from her husband before he married her. It would have been a good alliance." "I never had any desire to be more than friends with Melwa. There is only one woman I have ever wanted as a wife, and you know it." "You were young when you left for Iriala. You changed while you were away, and so did Amelia. The same desires you both had are very different now." "My desires never changed. Even when I thought she was dead, I never wanted anyone else, not really. I may have acted on certain urges, but it was only to try to deaden the pain, and it never worked. You don't even know her now. She isn't the girl you left behind." "In some ways, she is not. She has been damaged, and it is because of you." Bryn lowered his voice. "I know everything you did to her." Gareth sighed and leaned up from the railing. "I was too harsh at first. I was angry father died, and I took it out on her. I know now, even if she did it, it was an accident." "She didn't do it at all," said Bryn adamantly. "She never could." "You weren't there, Bryn. No one else was around, and we searched the palace." Master Elgin looked through her and found her guilt. "I don't believe him. You don't know Amelia like I do. She would never have hurt anyone, least of all father, accident or no accident." "It will do no good to quarrel. I have long since forgiven her," said Gareth. "Then why did you keep her locked up?" "For her protection. Most think she is a killer, and many influential lords wanted me to put her to death. Then you should have sent her to a faraway kingdom where she could be free. You are probably right, but I couldn't bear to part from her. I am selfish, as you know, and the thought of sending her away was not appealing to me. I thought it had to do with control and some misplaced need for revenge, but the moment she left with you, I knew it was more. When I heard you were attacked and she was injured, it only confirmed my suspicions. I love her, Bryn. I think I have for a while." Bran moved away from his brother. He knew his disgust was evident on his face. "Love her? You claim to love her after all you have done?" "Perhaps I do not act as you think I should, but I am capable of the same things as you, love and mistakes. You claim to love Amelia, yet you never once wrote me to confirm she died. You never came to check for yourself. If I had any clue you cared at all, I would have told you." Bryn shook his head, not believing anything Gareth was saying to him. How could he love Amelia? He doubted his brother ever loved anyone other than himself. "So you came all this way to do what? When you realized you loved Amelia, you traveled here. What did you plan to do when you saw her?" "I wanted to tell her and stop her from this mission if I could, or at least go with her. Once Prince Auden was safe, I hoped to convince her to stay in the kingdom, perhaps in the palace." "Stay in the palace? As what, Gareth? You are already married." "My wife despises me, and I have no feelings for her. I never should have married her. It was done when I was blinded by grief and confusion. My advisers pushed me into it. I regret everything about it, and so does Julian. She will be happy to never see me again. Perhaps I can convince the priestesses to dissolve our union." "You think Amelia would ever agree to marry you, Gareth? She despises you." "Are you so sure of that? I can tell you that she has shown me otherwise over the past 3 years. You don't know what we shared in the tower." "I know enough about what happened to her in that tower. Nothing she did with you was willingly." Gareth laughed. "I can assure you, she looked forward to our times as much as me. I know when a woman truly experiences pleasure, Bryn, and I have never met one as passionate as Amelia. I don't wish to go into details and cause you pain." "You are lying. I know you are." Gareth shrugged. "Believe that if you want. Once we save Amelia, we will see what her choice is." Chapter 19, Day and Night. Amelia! She knew she should be afraid, but it was hard to feel any fear after the last few years. She had lived so many days in dread and terror that the feeling was hard to find. Amelia had passed out sometime between traveling from the village by the sea to arriving at the Palace of Night. There was some memory in her head of Dugan telling her that was where he was taking her. She could not remember how she had gotten into the small dark room. She now sat no matter how much she thought about it. She could tell she had been thrown into the room as the skin on the palms of her hands and her knees were raw. She thought maybe her left side ached, but it was hard to tell as Amelia had been in some sort of pain since being stabbed by the Shadow Warrior. The main sensation she felt cover her was worry. She worried for both Bryn and Owain. She knew they both would feel some sort of responsibility for her being taken when in reality it was her own fault. She couldn't understand how she didn't know Dugan was a dweller. She had been trained to recognize the darkness in others, yet the man had been close to her for days, and she had not known. Of course, Dugan had lived in the palace for years, right under Master Elgin's nose. It worried her that the old master had not known. Perhaps he had, but kept it to himself. If that were the case, it could mean something even worse than Elgin's ability being avoided. She had thought Elgin was up to no good of some sort since he had lied and said she killed the king. She knew he could tell she had nothing to do with it, but her master said it was her when asked. If Elgin was hiding not only the truth of the king's death, but the fact that at least one dweller lived in the palace, what did it mean? Did Gareth know as well? She trusted Gareth even less than Elgin, and always thought he cared for no one but himself. She believed he would do anything to benefit himself, but how would having a dweller close help him? The Chileans hated people from Avalmore, especially light-bearers. Amelia knew it would do no good to dwell on it now. She needed to focus on the problem at hand. The room she was in was almost completely dark. The only light came in the form of a sliver from the edge of the door. She sat on the hard stone floor, seeing that the walls were very close by. It was not a cell, but not a bedroom either. It was more like an empty closet. No matter where she was, she needed to find a way to get out. She knew Bryn and Owain would come for her, and she had to find a way to escape and perhaps locate the young prince so she could find them and leave when they came. Before she could T-form any plan, the door opened, and she was momentarily blinded by the light that infiltrated the room. 3 women dressed in black grabbed her and took her out of the room into a larger one. There was a fireplace, a bed, and the largest tub she had ever seen filled to the brim with water. 2 women held her as another stood in front of her, unbuttoning her dress. She started to struggle, but then felt a bolt of pain flow through her. She looked over the shoulders of the woman to see Dugan and another man staring at her. They each had one hand raised, and she could tell they were using their magic to keep her subdued and her power locked inside of her. She tried to fight through the darkness that surrounded her, but her light could only push so far. She cried out before slumping down as the 2 women held her upright, deciding to save her strength for later. As the 2 men watched her with their hands up, the woman finished unbuttoning her dress, and the 2 who held her arms pulled it off her body. The woman in front of her pulled out a knife Amelia knew had come from her. It was the one Bryn had given her. She felt the anticipation of pain, but none came as the woman used the knife to slit her shift up the front and pull it from her body. Without any words, the women took her to the tub. They pushed her towards it, and Amelia stood next to it naked as everyone in the room stared at her. She finally gripped the edge of the tub and got in, finding the water was so hot it was caused her to hiss as she eased her body into it. 3 of the women scrubbed her body with some sort of rough sponge. Amelia wasn't sure how she had any skin left when they were done. The other elaborately braided her hair down her back. When they were all done, she was yanked up out of the water to the center of the room. 2 of the women roughly dried her as one watched. The other brought forth a deep blue gown and placed it over Amelia's head. It fell loosely around her frame, the light material feeling as though it barely touched her raw skin. The dress was tied tight around her neck and her back, leaving her arms and some of her sides exposed. Amelia looked down at the blue fabric and saw little silver specks all over it. It almost looked like the night sky full of stars. The woman in front of her nodded at the other 2, and they left the room. "The sacrifice is prepared, Keeper of the Night," said the woman as she bowed to Dugan. "Then go to serve Chardian another night," said Dugan, and the woman exited the room. Dugan walked closer to Amelia before circling her. "Light-bearer, do you know what will happen tonight?" "I don't see how I can, as no one has said a word to me since you brought me here," replied Amelia. "But you are going to receive a great honor due to your immense power. All that magic you hold will be given to the true goddess Chardian, and a new era will begin in our world. None of it could be possible without you." "What do you mean my magic will be given to your goddess?" asked Amelia. "It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Tonight at Shadow's Eve you will be presented to the goddess and your magic given to her. The 10 most powerful dwellers in the world, and the knight himself will take it from you." "And you expect me to just let you?" Amelia laughed. "You can't think I won't fight back." "You can try, but it will only cause you more pain and prolong the inevitable. You cannot deny our power, especially that of the knight. You can only hope and pray he will show you mercy and leave you with some spark of life." "And who is this knight person you refer to?" "He is the leader of us all, the strongest dweller in this kingdom and world. No one can resist his power, not even the most powerful among the other orders." Amelia smirked. "I doubt that very much, but I will humor you. You are the keeper of the night?" Dugan nodded. "I serve him as his humble servant. I assist him however he commands. My life is his." "For your service, I suppose you get an enormous amount of power." He stepped even closer to her and moved her braid off her shoulder. "Some other benefits as well." Amelia narrowed her eyes. "I will not be one of them." Dugan let the back of his hand brush against her jaw. "No, you could never be one of them. The knight would not permit it. Now come, it is time you were put into your place of honor." He put his hand on Amelia's arm, and she felt his dark magic work, its way around her wrist and up until it rested on her shoulder. The other man in the room came to her other side and did the same. They walked her out of the room and into the halls of the palace. Amelia looked around as they moved to see walls made out of dark stone with silver veins running through them. The floors were made of flat rocks that were a mixture of gray and white. It was a strange place, but she had to admit there was some beauty to it. They stopped as they came to a tall set of heavy wooden doors. There were 2 guards on either side, both dressed in black leathers with swords at their sides. They bowed towards Dugan before opening the doors. Amelia walked in to find a crowd of people inside. They were all dressed in dark colors of black, deep red, blue, and gray. The ladies wore dresses much like Amelia's, though some were more provocative, showing more skin than fabric. The men dressed in heavy leathers. Amelia was escorted by Dugan and the other man through the crowd to the front of the room, where a throne made out of dark marble sat on a dais. As she moved through the crowd, many stopped what they were doing to stare at her. She glanced at a few to see women with overly painted faces, trying to hide their age or make themselves look more mature. Female servants who appeared very young walked around the room in loose black garments, handing out drinks or food to those around. There was a heavy smell of smoke and drink in the air, and Amelia could see many held pipes, even some of the women. Some already seemed on the verge of losing their senses from drink or whatever was in their pipes. As she got closer to the front, a few younger men ventured closer to her, looking her up and down. One reached out to touch her, but Dugan turned his head, and the man was pushed back by some invisible force. Amelia could feel the darkness hover in the air around her, and she took a deep breath to clear her head. They came to the stairs of the dais, and Dugan pulled her up. He took her to the back next to the throne. "Stand here and do not move," said Dugan harshly. "There are plenty of powerful dwellers nearby, and they have been told what to do if you show any signs of not complying." Amelia only stared straight out into the crowd, seeing that most had gone back to laughing, drinking, and smoking, though a few continued to stare at her. One man in particular, dressed in black leather and a heavy cloak, caught her eyes towards the back of the room. Something about how he moved was familiar to her. She dared to move a few steps forward to get a better look. It took her only a moment more to realize who it was. She held her breath as she almost cried out his name in fear, not for herself, but for him. After all that she had been through, it was easy for her to realize at that moment that her world still revolved around Bryn. She shook her head slightly as their eyes met, and she prayed to her goddess that Dugan would not spot him. She felt Dugan grab her arm. "You will come with me, my lady. The knight wants to speak with you alone." "Now?" she asked. "When else?" She felt Dugan tug at her, and she moved her feet towards the side of the dais as she kept her eyes on Bryn. Dugan pulled her down the dais and to a door. She walked through it into a hall, turning left and walking down it. Dugan stopped at the door near the end and knocked. Amelia looked at him, but he only stared at the door as it opened slowly to reveal no one there. Dugan stepped into the room. "I have done as you asked. Great One, she is here now." Amelia heard a low voice that sounded so familiar it made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. "Bring her in and leave." Dugan grabbed Amelia and pulled her into the room. She looked ahead to see a man staring at the fire, his hood pulled up. She turned to Dugan, who gave her a smirk before leaving and shutting the door. Amelia stood still as the figure turned. Even before he pulled down his hood, she knew who he was. "I hope you were not harmed. I told him to make sure you were not hurt," said Gareth as he moved towards her. "What are you doing here, and what is this night business?" asked Amelia. "It is who I am, Amelia. It has been for a while." She shook her head. "You lead these people? You turn to the darkness? When?" "A long time ago, when I left home to find myself at 18. I traveled the world, trying to find my place. I found it here. The power inside me surged as I met the other dwellers and worshipped Chirdian. This is who I am meant to be," said Gareth. "You just accepted the darkness inside of you? You didn't even try to fight it." "Why would I fight it? I embraced it, and it filled me with power like no other. I trained for a year here and found I was stronger than any of them, stronger than anyone could remember. I found my place," said Gareth. "But you are our king. You already had a place." Gareth laughed. "You think my father wanted me to be king? He never liked me, Amelia. You know he did not." "Your father loved you. He was concerned for you and the paths you were taking, but he cared about you. You were his heir." "Not if he got this way." He stopped directly in front of her, his blue eyes staring at her, barely even blinking. "What do you mean?" Gareth took her hand. "I knew my father was fond of you, but I had no idea how fond until Master Elgin found the king's little red journal. I believe my father thought more of you than anyone, though Bryn was a close second for some reason. He wanted you to rule Amelia. He felt you had more skills and a better heart, as he called it, than either of his sons. When you gravitated towards Bryn, the crown that was rightfully mine went towards him." Amelia looked down. "No, it's not true. It cannot be. He never told me any of this." "It is true. I saw it for myself. My father wanted you to be queen, and because of your choice, he wanted Bryn to rule after him. He sent my brother away in hopes he would mature in power and sense. He hoped when Bryn came back to marry him to you, so he could officially proclaim Bryn as his heir, leaving me with nothing." Gareth laughed again. "Well, not nothing. My father did not know all I have here." Amelia gasped. "You didn't do it, did you, Gareth? Please tell me you didn't kill your father." "I didn't want to do it, Amelia, and I didn't directly. I tried to win your favor at first. I thought I could convince you to turn to me with Bryn gone. I figured if you did not hear from him, you would think he had forgotten you, and you would turn to me." "You stopped his letters from coming?" Gareth nodded. "You should take it as a compliment. I never would have gone to such trouble for any other woman. I stopped yours from getting to him and his from getting to you. I even kept my father's from him in fear they would say the king's wishes. It was not easy. It took many of my contacts throughout the world." "You are mad. This is madness." "No, I was very sensible of what I would lose should Bryn get the crown. I had a chance to finally combine our kingdom with Achilia, light and darkness together, but I needed you. You wouldn't do your part, though, so I suppose in a way you are responsible for my father's death." "What did you do, Gareth?" "I did nothing but play on the fear of old Elgin. He knew your power was strong, and he knew you would overtake him as master before long. If the man lost his place, he would eventually lose his power and life. He is old, and without his magic he would be feeble." "You convinced Master Elgin to kill your father," said Amelia. Gareth nodded. "And frame you for the deed. I did not like that part, but it was the only way to get him to do as I wished. I could not do it. Any use of my magic would have shown the other light-bearers what I was, including you. I didn't wish for you to be blamed, Amelia. At least I was able to spare your life." "You tortured me in that tower. You had me beaten until I gave you what you wanted. I admit I went too far, but you were the one thing I wanted in this life I could not have. That is the one time I went mad, but it was because of how strongly I feel for you. I have tried to keep my distance from you despite our intimate times. I know I was overly cruel towards you, but it was to guard myself against any feelings for you. It did not work." "You do not have any feelings for me, Gareth. You have shown me that over and over," said Amelia as she turned away. He grabbed her and spun her around, placing his arms around her. "I love you, Amelia. I know I do. You were who I was meant to be with. I can feel my power ignite in your presence. Do you know how hard it was not to show myself all those times we were together? You stir up things within me beyond what I thought. I wanted to let you go. I had Bryn tipped off about you still being alive in the palace, and had Prince Oiden taken, so I could get rid of you both on this journey. But as soon as you left, I knew I had made a mistake. When Dugan wrote me to tell me you had defeated the Shadow Warriors, but were grievously injured, I could not take it any more. I had to stop this, so I made Dugan reveal himself and take you. I had hoped he would do it in the forest, but you got away from him." "You did all this? You had your brother-in-law taken, and what do you mean you had Bryn told I was still alive? He thought me dead." Gareth leaned down as his hand came up to caress her cheek. "I wrote him and told him you would be sentenced to death. It wasn't a total lie. Many of my lords wished for you to die. I just didn't tell him I managed to have you spared." She felt tears come to her eyes. "Bryn thought I was dead all this time." "Yes, but he never asked again. He could have written me or come earlier. He believed it because he wanted it to be true, Amelia. He left you. I never left you. I have been watching over you this whole time, making sure you are safe." He leaned down to kiss her, but she pushed him away. "Do not lie to me. You have done nothing but torture me and make me miserable. You told Bryn I was dead, so he wouldn't come to me. You made me believe he didn't care for me." "Amelia, I did what I had to do to keep you alive and with me. Can't you see how much I love you? Or more than that, can you not feel how connected we are?" He took her hand again and pulled her close, placing her hand on his chest. "We are fated for one another, light and darkness. Together there is nothing we cannot do. We can rule not just Achilia and Evalmor, but the whole world. I can give you anything you wish. You will have more than your freedom. You will have the command everyone as my wife." Amelia felt the darkness swirling inside of Gareth. She moved her hand slightly lower on his chest to follow its progression. Some of it moved into her hand. She let it flow along until it met hers in her chest. She could not deny her magic responded to it. Instead of shrouding her magic, as she believed it would, it only made her light shine brighter in the darkness. You already have a wife," she said as she continued to study his magic with hers. "I can throw her aside, and she will be glad for it. I can find priestesses who will undo it, and then you and I can become one." He moved his hand under her chin and tilted her head up. "I want you, Amelia. I know you have some fear of me, and I cannot blame you. I will make it better, though. I will make everything right." He leaned down towards her as his words echoed in her head. She had heard something like it before, and she realized it was from Bryn. When she had been stabbed by the shadow warrior and felt the cold darkness threaten to overtake her, she remembered him promising he would make everything better. He loved her. She knew he did. He did not abandon her because he lost all feelings for her. Bluing up at Gareth, she shook her head. "This cannot be as you wish. You do not love me, Gareth, and I certainly have nothing but disgust for you. How could you think otherwise after all you did to me?" He grabbed her arm hard and stared down at her. "The only way I can save you from everyone in that room in there is to take you as my wife. If you do not do as I ask, then I will have to let them do as they want. They will take your light from you, and I don't know if you can survive it." She moved out of his arms. "If I agree to unite with you, my light will eventually be put out anyway." "Dark magic is not what you think," he said desperately. "I believe you are right about that, but it does not change who you are. It is not your dark magic that repels me, but what you have done just to chase power. I could never love a man who killed the best man I have ever known, blamed me for it, and then kept me from the one man I have loved over half my life. Let me have one chance, Amelia. Please. I do not want this to happen to you. I need you, and I can show you that I am not the monster you think I am. You have shown me plenty, and I think you might be even worse than I feared. I may die tonight, but I will go to my goddess, never truly betraying who I am. I thought I was wicked all those nights I gave myself to you, but I see now how you forced me. You manipulated and tortured me until I had no choice." He held out his hand, and she flew into his arms. Before she could react, his lips were on hers, and she could feel his magic pour through her. It was strangely bewitching, and so much of her wanted to give in. She even started to kiss him back as her mind became a jumble of images of her time with Gareth. She saw the times he tenderly touched her or brought her pleasure. She felt his warm breath in her ear as he called out her name, reaching his peak. It was all very alluring that she could have such power over a man like him, but she never was one for power. He pulled back. "I will find a way to change your mind. I just need time. Do not say or do anything when we go back to the dais. I will handle this, and tomorrow you and I will go somewhere for a while. I will show you how wonderful it will be once you truly submit to be mine." She thought to argue with him, but she remembered Bryn in the room, which meant Owain was close by. There was also the prince to think about. "I will do as you ask if you will do something for me," she said. "I will go with you wherever you like." "Tell me what you want, lovely one," he said as he rubbed her bare side with his hand. "You didn't come here alone, did you? I imagine Bryn and Owain are somewhere close by." Gareth nodded. "We sailed over on Princess Melba's boat. She is a friend of Bryn's from Iriala. And you still hold the young prince. Let them all go unharmed. Let Bryn go to Iriala with the princess, and Owain take the boy to his parents. If you do that, I will spend as much time with you as you wish. I will let you try to persuade me." "It will not be easy to get them to leave without you, especially Bryn," said Gareth. "But you have a room full of dwellers who answer to you. I am sure you can manage it without permanently hurting any of them." She felt guilty as she moved her arms up this chest and pressed herself against him. "I want to give you a chance, Gareth, but you must show me there is some sort of good in you. You never should have taken the prince. I imagine you do not want to make the princess family an enemy right now, and Owain has a family. Bryn is still your brother." Gareth leaned down and kissed her again. "Very well, come to the dais with me and do as I ask. I will see that they all leave here unscathed." She moved away from him, and he took her hand. Together they walked from the room. Amelia was unsure what would happen, but she knew she would never go anywhere with him. She would give up her life first. Chapter 20, Leaving It Behind. Bryn. Dressed in a heavy leather shirt, Bryn felt off-balanced. He looked over at Melwa at his side to see her looking uncomfortable, wearing a deep plum dress made of some flimsy material that did the bare minimum of covering her. She pulled at where it was tied at her neck and tugged at the sides, trying to make it hide her better. "How do the women here not freeze wearing such a thing this time of year? "I feel like I am on display," said Melwa. "You would have been more on display were you not dressed as you are. Everyone here is wearing something similar. At least you aren't wearing some ridiculously cumbersome shirt made of the hide of an animal." "Do you too wish to complain the whole way, or do you actually want to help Amelia?" asked Gareth irately. He looked more than comfortable dressed in his black leather shirt and thick cloak. He walked with the confidence that could only come from a king, even through such a treacherous area. "How will we get into the palace?" asked Owain as he looked up at the dark building in front of them. In the dying sun the Castle of Night looked dark gray, but Bryn imagined it would bend in with the dark skies behind it as the light faded. It was made of gray stone with its roof slightly darker gray. It was not wide, but it had many towers and turrets. Bryn imagined it was a dizzying maze of hallways and stairs. Around it was a stone wall with a large gate up front. It was open to let in those invited to the palace festivities, but Bryn knew they would not be let in. "We should go to the side of the wall and see if we can catch a servant coming or going. We can either pay them well or threaten them to let us in, probably both," said Gareth. "You think it would be that easy? You believe security at your palace is so lax?" asked Bryn. "Maybe, but intruders would be eventually caught. So we need to do what we came for with haste," said Gareth. Gareth led them to the right side of the palace wall. It wasn't very long before a young man walked out of the servants' gate, carrying a small bag. Gareth nodded to Bryn, who walked over to the boy. "Do you work at the palace?" The young man nodded. "Lived there almost my whole life. I hope to be a guard one day." "What do you do now?" "Light the fires through the palace, some simple cleaning and other things." "So you are very familiar with all rooms in the palace?" asked Bryn. The man looked Bryn up and down. "I am, my lord." Bryn smiled. "Then I need your help with something. I can pay very well." He took the man's arm and brought him over to a large tree where the others stood. The boy looked at them all, but his eyes lingered on Gareth, who spoke. "We need to get into the palace undetected by anyone, and you will tell us anything you know about the whereabouts of the Anelian prince as well." The boy continued to stare at Gareth, looking confused and terrified. "You will do all the things I ask, and if you do, you will be richly rewarded for it." Gareth pulled out a large bag of money. "If you do not, you shall pay for your insolence." Bryn exchanged glances with Melwa, but they kept quiet as the boy nodded. "There is a guard at the servants' gate, but it is only one. He is my friend, though. If you let me speak with him first, I can get him to let you through with no problems." "You have 5 minutes," said Gareth. "Wait," said Bryn. "Do you know anything of a young woman brought to the palace a day and a half ago? About the same age as me, very pretty with golden brown hair." The boy glanced at Gareth before answering. "I might have seen something, but I can't tell you where she is now, though I think it is close to where the Court of Darkness stays. I am not allowed in that area of the palace." "She will probably be on display for the festival, Bryn. We will find her," said Gareth quietly before turning to the boy. "Go speak with your friend, and we will be at the gate shortly." Gareth paced in front of the tree and kept his eyes on the gate. Owain leaned against the tree and watched as Bryn stood close to Melwa. "We should have some sort of plan," said Owain as he pushed off the tree. "We can't just go in with nothing." Gareth stopped pacing. "We will know where the boy is, so some of us should go get him while most are distracted for the evening. Owain, you should get the boy and take him back to the boat." "You want me to go after the boy? I came only for Lady Amelia, and I will not leave without her." "I'm not asking you abandon her," said Gareth with a sneer. "But you know she will not be settled enough to do as we ask, unless she knows the young prince is safe. If you go get him, then I will have an easier time convincing her to leave." "You?" asked Bryn in disbelief. "You think you should be the one to go find Amelia?" Gareth nodded. "You and the princess should go to the main gathering and keep watch. You can use your power to cause a diversion if you must, so I can grab Amelia. Once I have her, Amelia will hopefully be in a condition to help us get out while you and Melwa do what you must to escape." Bryn huffed, and Melwa touched his arm. "What he says makes sense, Bryn." "What makes you think she will go with you?" asked Bryn. "I believe she hates the sight of you." Gareth shook his head. "When will you ever grow up and see what is in front of you? While you were off doing the goddesses know what across the sea, I was the one looking after Amelia's welfare. I spent every day with her, entertaining her. We grew closer than you can imagine, Bryn." Bryn stepped forward to argue when Melwa moved between them. "It does no good to fight. Let us do what we came to do. Bryn, let him go to Amelia while we distract the crowd. Once she is free, she can make her choice." "Very sensible, your highness," said Gareth with a smile. Bryn grumbled, but nodded his agreement, and they moved towards the servant gate as the young man waved at them. It was much easier getting into the palace than Bryn thought possible. The young boy told Owain exactly where to get the prince, and after getting assurances from Bryn that he would not leave without Amelia, Owain went on his way to rescue the prince. The servant boy took Bryn, Melwa, and Gareth to a hallway and stopped them close to the end. "If you go forward, you can join the crowd entering the ballroom for the festival. You should blend right in dressed as you are." "Can you take me to the back of the hall, boy?" asked Gareth. "I believe I might find who we are looking for there, or I can at least sneak into the ballroom if needed." The boy nodded, and Gareth looked at Bryn. "You too go on. Be ready to do as needed." Bryn watched his brother walk away with the servant boy before offering his arm to Melwa. "I suppose we should go in. We should split up when we enter to keep an eye on things, but keep close enough to watch me. We might have to fight at some point." "I am ready, Bryn." She was quiet a moment before they walked down the hall. "I know you do not trust your brother, but it sounds as if he has strong feelings for Lady Amelia. At least that should give you comfort that he will want to save her. I just worry what his idea of saving her is. None of this feels right. It was much too easy to walk in here and do as we please. Whatever happens, make sure you get out of here. If you have to leave me, do it. Run to the boats and wait as long as you can, but at the first sign of danger, go to your ship." "You know I cannot leave you, Bryn. We are fellow guardians, and you are also my friend. We are both powerful and stronger together. I am sure we can face what is waiting for us." They casually joined the crowd walking towards a set of open double doors. Once they finally got into the room, they found it full of women and men dressed as they were. Drinks were passed out, and many pulled out pipes to stuff something inside before lighting them. Before long, the air was thick with smoke, and Bryn found it caused his head to spin. "Do not breathe in deeply if you can help it. Many are smoking something called dragon's tail. It has hallucinogenic properties." "How do you know what it is?" "Some in my new kingdom use it to mediate and increase their wisdom. They are misguided, of course, but it is quite popular amongst some lords and ladies," said Melwa. "Most use it in moderation, but it looks as if many here are smoking as much as they can." "Hopefully those who are dwellers are partaking, and it weakens their powers," whispered Bryn. "I will go to the right if you go to the left," said Melwa. "Any signs of Amelia, we both start moving towards her." Melwa nodded before moving to the right of the room. Bryn went to the left, grabbing a drink offered to him. He sipped it to find it very sweet and strong. Finding a table near the wall, he put it down as the noise in the room died down a little. He looked towards the center of the room to see that the doors had opened again as two men brought someone into the room. Bryn tried to move towards the men as the crowd in front of him converged to get a good look. It took some maneuvering and pushing aside of those who were out of their senses for him to finally see the men had taken someone up to the dais. He moved in front of a tall man to see Amelia standing near a dark throne on the raised platform. She was clothed as in a Chilean gown of dark blue fabric that appeared to twinkle in the dim light of the room. He was glad to see she looked unharmed, only wary of her surroundings. Moving forward, he kept his eyes on her as he saw her searching. When she spotted him, she stared at him. He kept moving towards her, unable to keep away. He started to lift his hand as he came closer and closer, hoping to reach out with his magic to lend her strength and show her she could fight with his help. Before he could get too close, she was taken off the dais and out the back door. She kept her eyes on Bryn until she was out of the room. Bryn immediately searched for Melwa. They had to find a way to get to Amelia. He moved through the crowd, looking all around. He finally found her speaking with two gentlemen, one who looked like he was having difficulty standing up. Bryn moved to her side. "Here is my husband now," she said happily. "I was just talking about you, dearest." "Oh," said Bryn as Melwa took his hand. "I was saying that we are from the very tip of Iriala, but are planning to move here as soon as we can find a decent estate." She squeezed his hand. He nodded. "Yes, and I was just speaking to someone about the very thing we want. I came looking for you so we could talk further about it. Please excuse me, my lords. I am needed elsewhere." Melwa pulled Bryn away towards the center of the room. "Did you see her?" Of course I saw her. They paraded her in here like she was some sort of entertainment. Where do you think she went? I'm not sure, but we need to get to that door. It took me too long to get over here to you. Melwa stopped. Perhaps we should stay here a moment. Your brother is supposed to be somewhere close to here. He might be doing what is needed. He told us to stay with the crowd. Mel, there is no telling what they could be doing to her, said Bryn. They brought her out here for a reason, Bryn. Whatever it is they wish to do, they will do it for all to see. So we just stand here and wait? Asked Bryn. No, we casually speak to those around us and find out what they know. Look for those on the verge of being senseless, but can still talk. They will let something slip. I know you can be charming, especially towards the ladies. Come help me. Bryn walked with Melwa around the room. She spoke with several men before Bryn found an older woman smoking a pipe and moving around as though there was music playing. Good evening, my lady, said Bryn with a small bow. The woman looked Bryn up and down before smiling. I don't remember ever seeing you, my lord. Are you new here? Bryn nodded, returning her smile. I am from the edge of Iriala, looking to move here to Achilia. He moved a little closer to the woman. I find everything about this kingdom more to my taste. The woman took a draw from her pipe before laughing. You seem like a charming young man, so I look forward to you joining us. You must either have money or power to be invited tonight. Both, he said. I have long tried to hide some of my talents, but here I don't think it will be necessary. It will not be necessary anywhere, not when the knight has his way. I hope it begins this very evening. Bryn tilted his head. The knight? Yes, our leader. He is said to be the most gifted dweller in 100 of years, maybe ever. He is also very handsome and well situated. Will he join us tonight? Asked Bryn. Of course. This is one of our most important days. It is said he has a big announcement for us. I hear it is the sacrifice of a light bearer, but you never know. He is usually very surprising. You are comfortable with sacrifice? The woman laughed. It is not what you think. No one will be killed, just their magic given to our goddess. Whoever the lighter bearer is, it is a great honor for her. Her power will be used to spread our goddess's influence throughout the world. Bryn took a deep breath. The woman didn't understand that the very essence of a light bearer, especially one as powerful as Amelia, was her light magic. I might be more merciful to kill a light bearer before you took their magic away. He wasn't sure who Amelia would be if her light went out. Bryn felt Melwa's firm touch on his arm. We should move on. Bryn bowed to the lady and walked closer to the front of the room with Melwa. What did you find out? Melwa sighed. Most think some form of sacrifice will be made tonight, something about taking a light-bearer's power. That is what I was told, said Bryn. We have to get Amelia out of here. He turned towards the dais as the door close to it opened. Amelia walked through, but she was not alone. Behind her walked in Gareth. Bryn had no idea what was going on. How could he just bring her into the room? Why did he not run with her? He was so focused on Amelia and Gareth that he had no idea what was happening around him. Bryn, said Melwa, sounding breathless. He looked at her to see everyone around her kneeling. She grabbed his arm and drug him down with her as she went to her knees. What is happening? Hissed Bryn. It is him. He's the knight, their leader. What? Bryn looked up at the dais to see Dugan kneeling near the throne. Gareth took Amelia's hand and put it on his arm before taking her to the throne. She stood next to it as Gareth stood in front of it. Arise, my friends, said Gareth loudly. It is officially shadows a time when our goddess is at her most powerful. Bryn stood up with the crowd as Melwa moved as close to him as possible. What do we do? He asked, not truly understanding what he was seeing. Before Melwa could answer, Gareth spoke again. I know there are rumors of what will happen here tonight, and I can assure you I do have an announcement for all of you. I have a way to ensure we gain everything we plan for our goddess, a way to spread the influence of the darkness throughout the world and free Achilia. What I will accomplish will go further than a sacrifice of any amount of light-bearers. A low murmur went through the crowd as those around Bryn turned to whisper to one another. Bryn didn't pay them any mind. He kept his eyes on Amelia as she looked at him. Her stare was so intense, he knew she was trying to tell him something. He raised his hand slightly and let his power move through his arm to reach out towards her. She closed her eyes for a moment as her own hand came up. Bryn took Melwa's hand and held it. Use your power and help me connect with Amelia. She has something planned, I can tell." Melwa nodded, and Bryn felt her magic intertwine with his as it reached out towards Amelia. As Bryn sensed Amelia's magic, Gareth took her hand, something mixed in with Amelia's power. It was cold and heavy, and Bryn almost put his hand down to sever the connection. He suddenly felt the light in Amelia's power grow brighter. He looked at her and could almost see her glow in the dim room. "This is Lady Amelia Fox," said Gareth as he brought Amelia forward. "She is the strongest light-bearer in generations. I seek a partnership with her in a way that will ensure our power grows and the future generation continue to spread our influence." Amelia smiled, but she looked at Bryn while she did it. Gareth followed her gaze and grinned as he spotted Bryn. "We have other guests among us tonight, my brother and Princess Melwa of Tildia." All eyes turned on Bryn and Melwa, but Bryn kept his focus on Amelia. "Bryn?" Melwa sounded uncertain. "Just keep focused. I need to make sure they are properly welcomed. I believe they will be staying with us for some time." A few in the crowd pushed Bryn and Amelia towards the dais. Bryn felt Amelia's magic falter for a moment. "That is not what you promised." "Don't worry, my loveliest one. They will not be harmed. I only wish to have my brother and his friend close to me for a while. I am sure it will make you more comfortable as well. It will help you keep your promises to me." Hands went on Bryn's shoulders, and he glanced back to see Dugan behind him. Another man grabbed Melwa, and Bryn looked up at Amelia. She nodded, and Bryn threw Dugan's hands off of him as he took Melwa's hand again. A burst of light came from Amelia as Gareth cried out. He fell to the side, pushed back by the force of Amelia's magic. Bryn turned away for a moment, his eyes unable to stand the light. He quickly regained his bearings and threw out some of his power, pushing back the dwellers and others of Achilia around him. Amelia jumped off the dais, the dark material of her dress flowing around her. She joined Bryn and Melwa as those around them started to regain their footing. "Where is Owain?" asked Amelia. "Hopefully away from the palace with the prince, but I don't know," said Bryn. "There is no way to know." "How can we leave without him?" asked Amelia. "If we stay here too long, we will be taken, and we will have no chance to help them, even if they are being held here," said Melwa. "She is right, Amelia." Bryn took her hand. "We have to escape while we can. Owain wouldn't want you to be held by Gareth again." She finally nodded. "Stay close to me and keep a hold of each other." "Do not harm Lady Amelia," yelled Gareth from the stage. "Do what you must to the other two." Amelia squeezed Bryn's hand, and he could feel her magic flow through him. "Do not be scared of the darkness," she said. "Let it cover you. I think you will find it only increases your power." Amelia took a deep breath, and Bryn stared at her for a moment as he felt the darkness building around him. He felt it cover Amelia and mix in with her power, therefore covering his. His first instinct was to push it away, but he let it flow through him. He felt Amelia's light shine brighter, and his own magic pushed through the darkness to reflect her power. For one moment he could see completely inside her. He could feel every emotion she was experiencing. She had fear, but not for herself, only for others. There was regret she held attached to Gareth, and above it all, a deep, strong love for him that took his breath away. She held his gaze for a moment, and he felt so connected to her that to let her go in any form at that moment would be impossible. She threw out her free hand, and a pulsing light filled the area. Several shrieked and fell where they were. Others fled the room, hiding their faces with their hands. Melwa moved in front of Bryn and pushed out her hands. A wave of her power went in front of her, throwing those who stayed in the room aside. "Run," she said loudly. Bryn kept hold of Amelia as he ran. She started to go with him, but stopped as Gareth called out her name. He could feel some strange reluctance in her to leave. It was as if she felt a small amount of pity for him. She looked at him before squeezing Bryn's hand. "Let's go." They ran through the room as all three continued to use their power. As they came to the door, a row of dwellers met them, their darkness evident in the air around them. Amelia let go of Bryn and moved in front of him and Melwa. She threw her hands out, and two guards were pushed into the wall behind them. Melwa thrust her hand up, and a few dwellers on one end flew up into the air. Those left standing sent a wave of darkness over them, but Bryn held up his hand, catching it as it hovered above. He let his power circle it until it mixed with it. With some effort he pushed it forward, and it hit the remaining guards. They dropped where they were. Bryn ran through the door, and Amelia and Melwa followed. Melwa pushed out her hands and threw the door shut as Amelia collapsed against the nearby wall. Bryn hurried to her as her eyes closed. "What is it?" he asked. "We have to hurry," she whispered. "I blocked his power for as long as I could, but it is too strong. It will come back to him at any moment. He can be here in a second once he realizes it." Before Bryn could ask her any further questions, Melwa touched his arm. "Grab her and run. We have to get back to the boat." Bryn picked up Amelia and ran behind Melwa out of the palace. They saw only a few servants as they came out the front. Guards met them close to the gate, but Melwa took care of them before they could react. Bryn held up one of his hands to blast the gate open, and they ran through into the village. As they neared the edge of town, Bryn put Amelia down at her request. She blinked her eyes, saying she had recovered enough to run herself. Bryn expected to see Gareth at any point, but somehow they made it to the edge of the water where they had left their boat with 2 of Melwa's guards. Amelia cried out in relief to see Owain standing there with a boy that must have been the prince. Owain ran to meet Amelia, and she threw herself into his arms. He hugged her for a moment before letting her go. "Are you all right, my lady?" "Yes, I am fine, but we cannot linger. We must go now. Is the prince injured?" "No, he is only frightened and confused," said Owain. Prince Owain looked at them all with wide eyes. Melwa walked forward. "Come, your highness, we must get to the boat." Bryn and one of Melwa's guards waited until they were all seated. Together they pushed out the boat before hopping onto it. Bryn sat down next to Amelia and picked up an oar to help row. As they pulled away from the shore, Gareth appeared on the beach with 5 dwellers. Before Bryn could react, Amelia stood up. She raised her hands, and a wall of rocks on the shore rose up, blocking the view of them from Gareth and his dwellers. As Amelia sent them forward, Melwa looked at Bryn. She nodded, and he stood as she did. They both raised their hands, and the ocean rose around them in a large wave. Their boat went high on the crest before they put their hands down. Their boat was propelled forward as a gigantic wave was pushed towards the shore. Gareth and his men were covered in rocks and water. By the time they would recover, there was no way they could see the boat. "Will Gareth be able to travel to the boat?" asked Owain. "No, there are guardians on board who have wards set up. We will also be a moving target. It would be hard to judge where to go," replied Melwa as she sat down. Bryn sat down as Amelia did. She leaned heavily on him, and he put his arm around her. "I will strengthen the wards when we arrive. I can keep him away from us now that I know what he is." Bryn knew he should have many questions for Amelia about this brother, but all he could think about was the connection he felt with her. Everything faded around him as he held her against him. All that mattered was she was there with him, safe. Chapter 21. How Can It Be Wrong? Amelia. As they rowed closer to the ship, Bryn must have noticed Amelia shivering in her thin gown. He took off his cloak and placed it over her shoulders. Owain did the same for the other woman in the boat as Amelia turned to look at her. The woman grinned. "I suppose we haven't been introduced, though I feel like I already know you. I am Princess Melwa Bevan, formerly of Iriala and now of Tildia." Amelia took a moment to examine the princess. She was very lovely, with a tall, curvy form. Her eyes were shrewd, but not altogether unkind. "I take it you met Bryn during his time in Iriala." "I stayed in the palace and trained with Mel and her brother. She happened to be stopping in our kingdom back in the harbor village when you were attacked. She offered to let us use her ship to come here to rescue you and the prince." "Thank you for your assistance, your highness," said Amelia. "I couldn't let Bryn go without my help. Guardians always assist other guardians. I am sure it is the same with light-bearers." "I thought it was at one time," responded Amelia quietly before she looked at the young prince. "Prince Owain, we are going to take you home. I know this has been awful for you." The prince nodded with wide eyes. "I couldn't understand what they wanted. They just kept me in a bedroom and never let me leave. No one would speak to me." "You were used to draw others into danger," said Bryn as he rowed. "It is not your fault, and I am sorry you were used in such a way. It will all be over soon. Mel, if you need to head to your kingdom, you can drop us off back in our harbor village. We can find a ship there. I can send my husband a note to meet me in Iriala after we take the prince home. It is almost time for the harvest moon. I suppose you have forgotten." "It hasn't been on my mind," said Bryn. "Besides," said Melwa, "I am not sure it is wise you go to your kingdom at this moment. There is no telling what your brother will say about us all, or how quickly news will spread." "Perhaps I should have stayed with Gareth," said Amelia. "If he would have kept his word and let you all go, I might have done it for a time." "No," said Bryn, "I would not have left without you." "But now you can't even go home, Bryn and Owain. What about your family?" "My family is protected by your father, my lady. I don't know what happened back at the palace, but no matter what, I doubt the king would go so far as to attack his highest lord's household." "Especially since he's your father, Lady Amelia," said Melwa. "I am not sure what is going on, but it seems that King Gareth was desperate to have you. He has a few misguided reasons." Amelia looked down. "I'm afraid they have led to ruin and heartache for many." "We can talk about all this once you have rested, Amelia," said Bryn. "Of course," said Melwa. "We have a coup days of voyaging at least, and we can all get to know each other." After climbing onto the ship, Melwa made sure everyone had some sort of accommodations for the evening below deck. "Prince Oiden, there is a room just down the stairs you can use. I will come and make sure you have everything you need. One of my guards will be by your door all night should you require anything," said Melwa. "Thank you," said the prince quietly. "If any of you are hungry, some food can be arranged. There should be some wine and water in all the rooms. Bryn, Lady Amelia might be the most comfortable in the room you were given earlier, though I doubt you spent much time in it. Once you see she is settled, you can room with Owain. There are 2 beds there. After he takes his medicine, he will be too lost in sleep to know you are even there." "Medicine?" asked Amelia. "Owain, are you unwell?" "It is only sickness from the movement of the ship, my lady. I am not a very good sailor, it seems." "If someone has my bag, I have some medicine that I can make from the herbs there that should help without making you continuously drowsy," said Amelia. "It wouldn't take too long to make." "Do not trouble yourself tonight, my lady. I can take what the princess has and rest as long as you don't need me. Get the sleep you need, Owain. Tomorrow we will start finding a way to get you to your family." She took Owain's hand. He raised hers and kissed the back of it. "If you need anything, wake me up." Amelia nodded as he let go of her hand. She watched him walk down the stairs before turning to Bryn. "We should get you set," said Bryn. "Would you like any food before you rest?" Amelia shook her head. "I am not sure how much rest I will get with all that has happened." "You should try," said Bryn. "Come along." He took her hand, and Amelia went with him down the stairs to a small room that held only a bed and a table with 2 chairs. She sat down on the bed, and he sat beside her. They said nothing for several minutes before Bryn turned to her. "He didn't hurt you or anything else, did he?" She thought about how to answer. Her arms were a little sore where he had grabbed her, and she subconsciously ran her tongue over her bottom lip as she thought of Gareth kissing her. "I am not injured. He mostly spoke with me about his plans and what he has done." She felt tears come to her eyes, thinking of Gareth arranging for his father's death, and of her being fully betrayed by her master. Bryn turned towards her and took her hand. "We don't have to talk about it tonight. To tell the truth, I am not sure I am ready to hear it all. I just want to be grateful that you are safe, here with me." She squeezed his hand. "You thought I was dead all these years?" Bryn looked up at her. "Gareth told me he wrote you to say I would be put to death." It took Bryn a moment to answer. "That was the worst day of my life when I received that letter. Not only was my father dead, but I thought I had lost you as well. I couldn't take it. It was some time before I was able to function as I should." "That is why you didn't come to help me. You thought it was too late." "I should never have believed Gareth. I should have come immediately back home. I could have saved you years of torment. There is no way I could apologize or make enough amends to make it better." "But you never stopped loving me. Gareth said he intercepted all our letters. You didn't forget me." He reached up and cupped her cheek. "I could never forget you. Even when I thought you were gone forever, I loved you. I would have spent the rest of my life loving no one else." He leaned forward slowly, and her eyes fluttered close in anticipation of his kiss. She felt like every noise had quieted, and even the ship had stopped rocking as time stood still. As his lips brushed hers, she jumped back, thinking of Gareth and all she had done with him. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I didn't mean—" Amelia interrupted him. "It's not you, Bryn. It's me. You don't know all I have done. When you do, you will hate me." "I think I already know what you are going to say. I have much to confess as well," said Bryn. What do you mean? When you were injured by the Shadow Warrior, Owain brought me your bag so I could use some of your medicines. As I took one out, the book in the bag must have fallen to the floor. When I went to pick it up later, I saw you had written my name in it. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I read what you wrote to me on that page and every other page in the book." Amelia leaned back. "You read every letter I wrote to you?" He nodded. "I know you are probably angry, but I could not stop myself. Reading about all you went through made me realize just how wrong I did you, Amelia. It showed me just how ashamed of myself I should be. I never meant for you to read those. I was angry when I wrote those words." She looked up at him. "I never once hated you, not really. You were too good to me throughout those letters. I said I love you, promised to return to you to make you my wife, but I left you to an awful fate." Bryn closed his eyes. "I can't believe what my brother did to you all those years, or what I allowed him to do. You must think me very wicked, tainted even." Bryn grabbed her hand. "No, none of it was your fault. I have seen and felt your scars, Amelia. He beat you until you gave him what he wanted. What else could you have done? I should have let him kill me before I lie with him. I was weak and gave in to the pain and even loneliness. There were times I thought I craved his touch. I was so alone. I can't lie to you and say I didn't find some pleasure in some of our times together. I hated myself for it. I still do." "You shouldn't. You were doing what you had to do to survive. My brother abused you and forced you to do as he bid. I am disgusted and angry, but not at you." He shook his head. "I am the one who is really wicked, Amelia. I don't even deserve to be speaking to you now." "You didn't know I was alive, Bryn. What happened to me is not your fault." "I disagree with you, but that is not what I am talking about." "Tell me then," said Amelia. "When I thought you had died, I lost my mind for a long while. I can barely remember the year after. I did little but drink and find women to bed. All I wanted was some relief from the pain of losing you, but I found there was no drink strong enough or woman so desirable to erase my loss. Looking back, I think something in me knew you were not really gone. My magic constantly searched for you, and I should have listened to it. Instead, I was unfaithful to you. I betrayed our love, and I can never take it back." Amelia was quiet as she studied him. He looked as though he was in agony, and a few tears fell down his cheeks. She did not hate him or even really blame him, but she could not deny there was pain and jealousy. "Was Princess Melwa one of the women you turned to?" "Of course not," said Bryn. "I never wanted her, not like that. I don't think I wanted anyone. I was doing whatever I could to ruin my life, I think. I can't explain it, but I wanted everyone who cared about me to turn their backs on me. I wanted to suffer because of what happened to you." Perhaps a few weeks ago she would have been happy to hear that he had suffered. Maybe she would have pushed him away and told him to never speak with her again, but so much had changed. He had never meant to abandon her, and she knew her love for him was as strong as it was 3 years ago. She took his other hand. "You have suffered enough. We both have. Your brother has done awful things, things that you don't even know yet, and if we continue to punish ourselves for his choices, he continues to have control over our lives. I cannot live another day under his hand, and I refuse to do it." She looked down until she caught his eyes, and he looked at her. "I love you, Bryn. I never stopped, no matter what I wrote in that book. When I finished every letter saying I was always yours, I meant it." His lips were on hers so quickly she barely had time to react. His hands went under the cloak she wore and wrapped around her as hers went to his hair. It was such a mixture of relief and passion that flowed through her. It made her feel light-headed. Kaisingham put all memories or visions of Gareth out of her head. She thought she had longed for Gareth's touch all those years in the tower, but she realized she didn't understand real longing until now. As Bryn kysed her and ran his hands over her bare sides, she had never wanted anything more than to be with him. She lay back on the bed, bringing him down over her as she broke their kiss and moved to kiss under his jaw. He groaned before looking down at her. "You are too good for me, Amelia. We shouldn't do this." "Do you want me, Bryn?" "More than anything in this world. Want is not the right word. It is closer to need, but it is not fair to you. Let me decide what is fair to me. I need you, and I am not afraid to say it. If you wish to leave because of your own desires, then do it, but know that it would go against my wishes." He smiled at her as he brushed some hair that had fallen away from her braid off her face. "You are even bolder than you used to be." I have been forced to waste too much time these past years. I will not lose out on something wonderful because of fear or past mistakes. Who knows what will happen tomorrow, and if all I am guaranteed is tonight, then I want to spend it with you." He kissed her gently. "I love you. I think I love you more now than I ever have." She raised up and kissed him again. "Then do not run away from this, please." He kissed her as he worked to take his cloak off of her. She helped him before pulling his shirt over his head. His hands went to her bare sides, and she shuddered, feeling his soft touch. She became overwhelmed in the best way as one of his hands came up to untie her dress from around her neck. She had loved him for so long and missed him beyond explanation. So much of her life had felt wrong the past 3 years or more, and to be in his arms as he loved her made her feel more complete than she could remember. He pulled her dress down, following the fabric along her neck and chest with kisses as she ran her hands along his back. One of her hands went to the back of his head as he took her nipple into his mouth. She moaned in pleasure as his tongue ran across it before releasing her and going back to kiss her neck. "You are so beautiful, Amelia. I thought of you every day we were apart, but my imagination could never conjure up just how lovely you are." "I missed you so much, Bryn," she whispered before kissing below his ear. "I thought all I wanted was my freedom, but it would have been empty without you." Her hands went to the ties of his pants as his hands slid under her skirt. 2 of his fingers grazed her center, and she whispered his name as her hands fell away from him. He touched her more firmly, stroking her as she threw her head back, feeling her arousal grow to the point she felt a release coming. She almost expected him to stop, but he did not. He continued to use his fingers to circle her center until she cried out, coming to her peak. He kissed her as he continued to gently swirl his finger around her, drawing out her pleasure as she shuddered. When she found some of her senses again, she finished untying his pants and slid them off with his help. Her hand went to him to find him hard as she stroked his length. He made a noise of satisfaction as he closed his eyes. There was no more talking as their passion grew beyond words. All the years between them and all the lies that tore them apart colliding into one moment as they truly found each other again. He positioned himself over her, gazing down on her for a few moments. She wondered what he was waiting for before he leaned down and kissed her gently as he entered her slowly. She gasped at the feeling of him inside of her. He whispered her name as he loved her before burying his head into her neck. She felt his tongue brush against her skin, causing her to arch up in pleasure. She wished she could make their time together last longer than it did, but they had been apart too long. When she came to the height of her pleasure, calling out his name, he soon joined her. He buried himself deep within her, finding his release. He stayed over her for several minutes, kissing her as his hand gently stroked her cheek. Though he said no words, she knew the depths of his love for her. It was more than she could have ever imagined, and for the moment the two of them were all that mattered, and they were enough. When he finally rolled off of her and took her into his arms, she settled into his chest. As she drifted off to sleep, all she could think was she hoped they had many more times like this one, as she wasn't sure she could ever let him go. Chapter 22 decided. Bryn? As Bryn woke up, he couldn't help but smile for a moment. His arm tightened around Amelia as she lay sleeping at his side. He pushed down her dress to look at her scarred back in the dim light that came through the small window in the room. He softly moved his hand down, using his finger to trace some of the raised lines. Seeing them made his breath catch as the feelings of anger and sadness came over him. His brother would have to answer for what he had done. Bryn didn't know fully what had happened, but he could imagine his brother had committed many crimes, one of the worst daring to besmirch and hurt such a good woman as Amelia. She stirred a bit in his arms, and Bryn leaned down to kiss the center of her back where most of her scars met in some strange tangle. She made a soft noise before slightly stretching. Perhaps I should turn over. I imagine I do not make a pretty picture from that side. Every part of you is lovely to me, he said as he kissed the middle of her back again, while his hand came up to cup her breast. She looked back at him. I know they are ugly. I have spent too long in the mirror looking at them, though they are much prettier than the marks that preceded them. The actions that caused them are ugly, and I know they must remind you of the pain you endured, but no part of you could be anything but beautiful to me, especially since I spent so long thinking I had lost you forever. He bent down and kissed her neck as she sighed. I cannot believe all Gareth did to keep us apart, she said as Bryn moved her hair to kiss her shoulder. I should have known it was him blocking all of your and my father's messages, and looking back, I should have sailed straight back to Ivalmore as soon as I got his message. I can't believe you don't despise me." "I have never despised you, Bryn." She turned over to look at him. "Even when I thought you believed I killed your father and had abandoned me, I could not make myself hate you. I was angry and bitter, but there were so many times I still wanted you. I will make him pay, Amelia, for all he did to you. What he did to me isn't even the worst of it." Tears gathered in Amelia's eyes. "I should have told you last night, but I didn't want to face it. I couldn't even think of it. Bryn, Gareth had your father killed. He had Master Elgin do it." Bryn nodded as he looked away. "I am not shocked by this, Amelia. After seeing what he has become, I think I already knew he had something to do with his father's death. I just don't understand why. Why kill our father and blame it on you? He said your father didn't want him to rule. Your father wanted to pass over Gareth for you. Gareth believed it was because of me, so he tried to turn me from you by withholding your letters, making me believe you had forgotten me. When that didn't work, he arranged to have your father killed, and I blamed. He got to be king and keep me under his control." Bryn sat up in the bed as the covers fell to his waist. "And have you under his control so he could sate his twisted obsession with you. I never should have left you. I knew he wanted you in some way. I thought you were well protected, but I should have demanded that you either come with me or that father bring a master to the palace to teach me." He looked at Amelia as she sat up next to him. "You have endured so much because of me. I am so sorry, Amelia, though I know my words do not help. Please do not blame yourself for Gareth's actions and my mistakes. I could say your father's death is my fault, as Gareth says he killed him because of me. If I had just given in and given Gareth what he wanted, your father might still be alive and you happy in Irialia. You cannot think I could ever be happy seeing you married to anyone, and especially him. I love you, Amelia. We are finally together, and we will never be apart again." She glanced down and said nothing before Bryn raised her chin with his hand. "Please tell me you understand. I cannot lose you, not again." She gave him a small, sad smile. "I do not want to be without you. I could never love anyone but you." He leaned towards her. "Then tell me you will never leave me, as I will never abandon you again. You said you wanted to marry me. Have you changed your mind?" A tear fell down her cheek as she shook her head. "There is nothing in the world I want more than to be with you forever, Bryn, but—" He cut her off by kissing her, not wanting to hear any excuses or reasons it could not be as he wished. He had her with him now, and she said she loved him. How could he ever accept anything but being with her forever? Their kiss quickly turned more passionate as Bryn's hand went under the covers to the hem of her dress. He ran his fingers up her thigh as he kissed her neck. She gasped his name as he brushed against her SX. They had been apart too long. His need for her was nowhere near satisfied after the night before. He believed he could spend every day loving her for all the years to come, and it wouldn't be enough. As her hand went down his chest to his lower stomach, he kissed her lips, two of his fingers stroking her gently. Just as her hand made its way into the waist of his pants, a loud knock at the door made her jump away, and Bryn cursed. He wanted to ignore it with hopes whoever it was would go away, but they knocked again after a moment. Bryn huffed and got out of bed, fastening his pants. He found his shirt quickly and slipped it on as Amelia stood up, fixing her dress. "Perhaps I should answer it," she said as she retied the material around her neck. Bryn shook his head and walked to the door. Opening it, he found Melwa with her hand raised, as if she would knock again. "Bryn," she said in some surprise before a smirk formed on her face. "A little early for a visit, isn't it?" "What do you want, Mel?" asked Bryn as he rolled his eyes. "I have brought my maid some warm clothing and some water. I thought perhaps Lady Amelia might like to clean and dress." Mel held up a dress and some other things on her arm. Bryn was about to tell Mel to come back later when Amelia appeared by his side. "That is very kind, your highness. I am sure your maid can just leave the water and clothes. I am used to seeing to my own needs." "Nonsense, my lady," said Amelia. "Susie does not mind, do you?" The maid shook her head as she held a pitcher and bowl with a towel. "Now, come along, Bryn, and let the lady refresh herself. She can join us on the deck, and we can talk more fully about what happened last night." Bryn looked down at Amelia as she nodded. "I should make something for Owain as well, so he can join us." Bryn sighed loudly as Amelia put her hand on his arm. I will not be long, and I am a little hungry. Perhaps some food could be found for us." "I will have something ready for you when you come find us, my lady," said Melwa. "Come, escort me to the deck, Bryn." Melwa handed Amelia the bundle of clothes on her arm. "You are sure this is what you wish?" asked Bryn. "I would like to change into something more appropriate, and we have much to discuss." "Very well," said Bryn. He took her free hand and kissed it. "If you need me for anything, please send for me." He allowed the maid to enter before walking out and shutting the door. Melwa shook her head at him with a small smile before heading towards the stairs. "What does that look mean?" he asked as he followed her up to the deck. "I shouldn't be surprised, but I wonder if what you have done is the wisest thing." "It isn't any of your business, so I do not want your opinion," said Bryn angrily as he moved to the left side of the ship. "I am not judging you, and especially not her. I know you care for her, and I am guessing some things came to light that cleared the way for her to trust you again. Of course, you both would want to be together. I just hate to see either of you hurt. I don't know what you mean. Now that we understand each other, nothing is standing in the way of us being together." "Bryn, you cannot be so naive," said Melwa. "A great deal stands between you, and unfortunately, I don't see how any of it can be overcome." Bryn shook his head and looked out over the water. "Your brother, who is the king of the largest kingdom of our world, is also leading the one known as the most evil and feared. I can't imagine what he has planned with his positions, but I know it cannot be good. You must see what it means." "I know he must be stopped, Mel. Not only do I fear what he wants to do with the power he has, but he has hurt and violated the woman I love, and is responsible for the death of my father." Melwa took a small step back. "It was him who killed King Ivor?" "He as good as did. He arranged it with Master Elgin, the leader of the Light-Bearers." Melwa gasped. "Do you even know how far the deception in your kingdom goes? If the leader of the Order of Olynia is on your brother's side, who else supports him as he is?" "I don't know," said Bryn. "I imagine there are some lords who must be aware of all Gareth has done." "He will have to be stopped, and the very least dethroned as king, probably be put to death, though I hate to say it." "Say it all you like. I feel very much like killing him at the moment." "Killing your brother, even when justified, cannot be an easy thing, Bryn, but besides that you do realize what this means. If Gareth cannot be the king, then it shall fall to you." Bryn shrugged. "I am ready to take up the responsibility. Amelia told me this morning that Gareth killed my father because he wanted me to be king over Gareth. He wanted me to rule with Amelia. Gareth believed it was because of Amelia that my father wanted me to be king. Amelia thinks it is not true, but I agree with my brother for once. My father thought more of her than anyone else in this world. I am sure he thought she would be a much better queen than either of his sons would be as a king." "That may have been true at the time, but you must see it as different now. If you are king, I don't see how you can make Lady Amelia your queen." "It is quite simple, really. I will convince her to marry me," said Bryn. "And what of your lords? You will need their loyalty. Do you think they will accept her as your queen?" Bryn felt his face warm up as he started to grow angry. "I don't see why not. She is the daughter of the highest lord of Avalmore, and was much beloved by their previous king. She is also the strongest light-bearer in our kingdom, and perhaps will be master very soon. Besides being intelligent and kind, she is so strong she can endure hell for 3 years and not lose who she is. I am sure she is a remarkable woman, but not all will not see it. They will only remember her as the woman who was accused of killing the king." She paused and took a deep breath. "There will be rumors of what happened in that tower. She will be called many things. None of that is who she is. I will tell everyone she had nothing to do with my father's death, and tell them who is responsible. As far as what happened between her and Gareth, how can she be blamed? She was forced into it. She never wanted him." "I know, Bram, but you must see how it will all make it nearly impossible for you to keep her as your wife. I suppose if you wanted to set her up as a mistress, many wouldn't care." "Never suggest such a thing to me again," said Bryn in an angry hiss. "I will find a way to take care of Gareth, and then I will make Amelia my wife. If I have to give up the throne, then so be it. Someone else can rule. Others are worthy." "Will your lady let you give up your family right to the crown? If she is as honorable as you say, and she seems, I am not sure she will, you need to prepare yourself." "I am only prepared to live a life I will accept. Being with Amelia comes before everything to me. We will not speak of this again, and you will not say one word to Amelia about it." She smirked at him. "I will not talk to you, lady, about it, as it is not my place, but if she is as sharp as you say, I am sure she is already thinking it." Melwa walked off to speak with one of her guards as Bryn looked back out over the water. There was much that was unsure in his life. For the time being he had no true home. He could not go back to the palace until he was ready to face his brother, and had a plan. He didn't know what Gareth wanted, or how he would stop him, and he wasn't sure what his future really held, except for one thing. No matter if he were a king, a guardian, or a wayward traveler, Amelia would be by his side. He would convince her they belonged together above all else. He saw her emerge from the stairs a few moments later with Owain. Bryn turned as she walked towards him, wearing a fur-trimmed green gown that was a bit too long for her. He took her hand as she reached the edge of the ship. He watched her as she stared out over the sea, the wind blowing her hair around her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "It is breathtaking. I have not seen the sea in many years." "You shall see it regularly in the years to come. I know you have always wanted to travel, and I will see that you go wherever you wish," said Bryn. She turned and stared at him. "I want to see Auralia some day. I wish you could take me there and show me all the places you went." "You will get to see it sooner than you think," said Melwa as she walked up and handed each of them an apple. "After dropping off the prince, we will go there for the harvest moon. We can also speak with my father and husband about the situation with the king of Evalmor." "It would help if we know what he wants," said Bryn. "He wants power over everyone and everything," said Amelia. "He wants to join the two kingdoms together, light and dark, and rule the world." "He told you this?" asked Melwa. Amelia nodded. "He had his own father killed to make it happen. I believe he made it so Bryn heard I was alive just so he would return to Evalmor so Gareth could put him in a situation to die. I think he wanted me to die as well, though he says he couldn't stand the thought." She looked down. "He said he wanted to throw aside his wife and marry me. He claims to love me, though I know it isn't true. He cannot love anyone but himself." Bryn stared at Amelia in horror. "He wants you to be his wife?" "He believes we are fated to be together. After all he has put me through, I don't know why he thought I would even remotely be interested in being with him. He must be mad." She bit into her apple as she shook her head. "I need to speak with the captain of this ship and tell him to do all he can to make it to Anelia as quickly as possible. Hopefully we can arrive before midday tomorrow, if the wind stays in the right direction. Excuse me for a moment." She walked away after handing Bryn a water-skin. "Are you feeling better, Owain?" asked Bryn before taking a drink and passing the skin to Amelia. "My stomach isn't completely settled, but it is much better than before. I'm only slightly tired with the elixir lady Amelia fixed up." "You will feel better if you eat a bit." She looked down at the apple in his hand, and he raised it to take a bite. "What's our plan?" asked Owen.
Amelia sighed as she looked out to sea. "I wish I could just forget this whole thing and sail off far away from the land and never look back. I certainly never wish to see Gareth again."
Bryn and Owain both watched her in silence for a few moments as she stared out into the distance. "You could just run," said Owain. "I could go with you, and we could find some place far away from here to settle." Amelia turned to him. "I could never take you away from your family. I could write Grace and tell her where we are, or once you are settled, I could go get her and Jack myself. She would understand, my lady. She knows how wronged you have been." Amelia grinned slightly. "You should not have to give up your life and duty for me." "I would, though," said Owain. "I would do it in a second if you asked it of me." Amelia reached out and touched his arm. "You should rest a bit more until the medicine Princess Melwa gave you wears off. Go check on the prince as well. I am sure the princess has seen that he has food and clothing, but he might need someone to talk to. Let him know we will reach his home tomorrow." "Of course, my lady. Remember what I said, and know I meant every word." He walked away from them as Bryn looked at Amelia. "I would take you somewhere, Amelia. After we drop off the prince, we could find a ship and sail wherever you like. Owain could go back home to his family, and you and I could find a life far away from here." She leaned on him, and he put his arm around her waist. "It is tempting, Bryn. A life with you is what I have truly wanted for many years. It is what I desire still, but so much has changed. I could never take you from your home, especially in its current state, and to tell the truth, I don't think I could run away now and be happy. I would always feel like a coward. Gareth must be stopped, and Master Elgin must pay for all he has done. I will stay here and fight as I must for you to take your place. Bren, you must be king over Avalmore. It is the only way." Bren tightened his hold on her. "Mel has said the same thing, and it is not as if I don't understand. I know it should be my duty, but I am afraid of what it will cost me." He turned her so she was looking at him. "Amelia, I can face my brother, and I can do what I must to stop him, but the thought of ruling Avalmore without you by my side is impossible." She reached up and touched his cheek and stared at him. "Why don't we take this one step at a time? We know that we must stop Gareth. To do that, we will need allies in Avalmore and beyond. We shall take the prince home and speak with the king and queen of Anelia. Gareth's wife is there. We can see how much she knows about Gareth's actions of late. Then we are going to Iriala. We can speak with the royal family there, and Mel's husband will be in attendance. It is a good place to start." Amelia nodded. "Perhaps I can find a way to contact my father. If what you and Owain say is true, then my father and brother will not object to hearing from me." Bryn bent down and rested his forehead against hers. "And we will do this together. I cannot be parted from you again." "I will help you however I can. I don't want to be away from you either." Bryn leaned down and kissed her. They spent the rest of the day speaking with Melwa and Owain. Amelia took some time to walk around the ship with the young prince. She even showed him a bit of her magic, sending some wind to mix with a wave on the ocean, causing it to spiral upwards. Bryn kept his eyes on Amelia all day. Every chance he got, he was by her side. He was aware that Melwa watched him constantly, occasionally giving him looks or shaking her head. He ignored her, and when she appeared to be ready to give him more advice, he cut her off or walked away. Much of his life was in turmoil, and he couldn't see his future past the next week or so, but of one thing he was certain. Wherever his path led him, Amelia would be at his side. When night fell and supper was long over, Bryn did not hesitate to join Amelia in her room. She was very welcoming, and Bryn hoped never to spend a night without her again. Chapter 23. One Step. "Amelia?" As they pulled into the good-sized harbor town in Anelia that held the palace, Amelia stood close to Bryn, a heavy cloak thrown over the borrowed green dress she wore. The wind was harsh and the sky cloudy. It should have been too early for snow, but Amelia would not have been shocked to see flakes fall down. She looked over to her other side to see Prince Audion stretching to look into the distance. She followed his stare and saw the palace in the middle of the town. "I know you are happy to be home, your highness," said Amelia as she smiled down at him. "I was afraid I would never see it again. I hope my mother and father aren't angry with me." "Why would they be angry with you?" asked Amelia. "They told me to stay in the palace grounds while they traveled, but as soon as they left for Avalmore, I snuck through one of the gates to visit my friends in the town. I was taken close to the temple of Neomana as I laughed at something my friend Carrie said." "It is not your fault you were taken," said Amelia. "You should listen to your parents, but you should have also been safe so close to your palace. I'm afraid you and your parents were both tricked. Your parents will not be angry. They will be overjoyed to have you back with them." "You will stay for a day or two, won't you?" asked the prince. Amelia looked away for a moment. She wasn't sure how welcome she would be in the palace. They probably still believed her to be a murderer, and she was sure Queen Julian knew of her activities with Gareth. "We will stay for at least one night," said Bryn as he smiled at the boy and took Amelia's hand. As they walked through the town, Bryn must have sensed her nerves because he pulled her close and whispered, "It will be all right, Amelia. They will be grateful to have their son back. I am sure they have a hint of what Gareth is." "Queen Julian will be here, and I doubt she thinks well of me, Bryn. She has good reason not to. I have spent many nights with her husband." "Not by your choice. Stay close to me if it helps. If they ask you to leave, I will go with you. You will not be alone. You never have to be alone again if you do not wish it." She almost stopped walking as she realized he knew one of her deepest fears without telling him. She supposed it should have been obvious after spending 3 years feeling alone, but the fact he noticed it and tried to calm her fears made her love him even more. As they approached the palace gates, Amelia realized her love for Bryn was a source of much joy and sorrow. She had been overwhelmed to realize he had never stopped caring for her, kept from her by lies and his own fears. Now that they were together, she could not get enough of him. She knew she stayed too close to him and touched him too often. She was sure she was annoying him with all her attention, but she couldn't help it. Perhaps she was trying to fit in as much of him as she could before she knew she would have to let him go. Some small part of her still hoped for a future with him, but she was afraid it could not be. She knew Gareth could not remain king of Avalmore. Even if they were able to spare his life somehow, he would have to be locked up or banished. Bryn would become king, and she knew he would be great. His father saw it as well, and she was sure that was why he wanted to pass over Gareth. King Ivor saw that Bryn possessed the kindness and restraint his older brother did not. All this nonsense that the king wished for her to rule could not be true. The king loved her, but she was not his child. She could see now that the king sent Bryn away to mature into the man needed to rule Avalmore. King Ivor probably did want Amelia to rule with Bryn as his queen. He was a kind man who wished to see those he cared about happy. He knew of the love between them and would want them to be together. She wished things had worked out. She could have already been married to Bryn, perhaps traveling before he had to take on his responsibilities. Now, everything had changed. She was thought to be a murderer, and she was sure her activities in the tower had gotten out. Too many guards knew what had happened. Many lords would never see her as worthy of being Bryn's wife, even if her name was cleared. He would need complete loyalty from the court, and she couldn't bear to think of herself as a barrier to him having a successful reign. She could not think of it now. There were too many things that needed to happen. Perhaps it would be wiser to distance herself from Bryn and face the heartache now, but she could not make herself do it. The last 2 nights with him in her bed had been the happiest that she could remember. Being with him made her feel complete and loved in a way she thought she had forgotten. She would live in the present, stacking up memories of what it felt like to be so cherished and whole. Hopefully, when she finally accepted she had to leave him, the memories would be enough for her to move on and live some kind of life. They came to the palace gate and were met by 3 guards who immediately recognized the young prince. In no time at all they were shown into the palace and taken to a parlor where the king and queen rushed in, followed by their daughter. The prince's mother immediately went to her son and wrapped him in her arms while the king put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Queen Julian had tears in her eyes as she watched her brother and parents. The parents eventually broke away from their son and looked at their visitors. "Prince Brynwyn and it's Princess Melwa, isn't it?" said the king. "I am not sure how you joined in, but I thank you both for bringing my son back." "I happened upon Bryn as I stopped in one of his harbor towns for repairs to my ship," said Melwa. "You have others to thank too, your majesty. We never would have escaped from Achilia without Lady Amelia, and Owain was actually the man who took the prince to safety." The king nodded. "Of course, thank you, my lady, and you too, sir." "You must be very ready to head back to Avalmore and gain your freedom," said Queen Julian softly as she stepped towards Amelia. Bryn looked at Amelia before turning to the king. "We actually have much to discuss involving how your son came to be in Achilia. I think you should take time to settle your son, and perhaps we can rest and clean before we meet somewhere to speak." The king glanced at all of them before nodding. "Supper is a few hours away, but I can have someone show you to your rooms and have anything you need fetched for you. We can meet back here in an hour or so if that is convenient." Bryn nodded. "That sounds adequate, your majesty. I can speak to a servant about a few things that need to be brought for our comfort." The king bowed slightly and walked off to call a servant as Melwa looked at Bryn. "I am well set up for a quick stay here, but perhaps Lady Amelia or Owain might need a few things." "A clean shirt is all I require," said Owain. "It doesn't need to be anything fine." "I am well in my borrowed gown, as long as you don't mind me keeping it a little longer, Princess Melwa," said Amelia. "I do not mind, my lady, but it is too large for you." "I will see some things are brought for your comfort, Amelia," said Bryn. She opened her mouth to argue, but he cut her off. "It will do no good to protest. Now go up to the room you are shown to, and I will find you soon." "Come along, my lady," said Princess Melwa as she took Amelia's arm. "I am sure you know how stubborn Bryn can be. You probably have more experience with it than I do." Amelia turned to Bryn before walking away with the princess. "You might know him better than me now. I believe he has changed much since he left for your kingdom." "In some ways, yes, but the essence of him is the same, and I can tell you for certain one thing never changed," said Melwa. "Oh." "He has always belonged to you. I know I am much too familiar with you, and I hope you will forgive me. It is only that Bryn spoke of you so often that I feel as if I know you." The girl he left and the broken woman he came back to are barely the same person, your highness, said Amelia, looking down. I don't believe that is true. You are quieter and more melancholy than he described, but that is to be expected. You are still recognizable to the creature he spent hours telling me about. I saw your kindness and patience with the young prince, as well as how fierce a fighter you are. You have not lost who you are, my lady. You should not give your tormentor the victory in believing it. The servant brought them to 2 doors side by side and informed them they were their rooms. Telling them a fire would be lit and water brought up promptly, he bowed and left. Before going into her room, Princess Melwa turned towards Amelia. My lady, I know some of what you have experienced these past 3 years, and I hold no judgment towards you. You are a strong woman who did what she needed to survive. I hope that we can be friends, or at least allies. Bryn is one of the few people in this world I call a true friend, as I do not make them easily. I know how important you are to him. Amelia shrugged. I have grown used to having very few people I can depend on. I hold no ill will towards you, your highness, and am not opposed to getting to know you better. Bryn trusts you, which is enough for me. Good, said the princess before hesitating. I am on your side, or at least I am not against you. I hope you will remember it. Amelia did not quite understand her, but she nodded before going into her room. Soon water came for a bath, and when she was done, a dress was brought in for her. She didn't know where it had come from, but it was a blue dress that was simple but well made. It fit her well, and the material was soft. A servant helped her braid her hair and pull it up, and when she looked in the mirror, Amelia gasped. It had been so long since she had seen herself dressed as a lady. She had for years before her time in the Tower worn black when she was training as a light-bearer, but on days off and for court functions she often dressed as she was now. All she had in the Tower was the black dress she had worn in there and a couple of shifts to wear under it. She ran her hands down her side as she gazed into the mirror. "Is something wrong, my lady?" asked the female servant. "Queen Julian believed the 2 of you were close to the same size, but she said I could do with this dress as I wished to make sure it was comfortable for you." "This came from Queen Julian?" asked Amelia as she turned from the mirror. The servant nodded. "I am her personal servant, and she sent me here to wait upon you with this dress." Amelia looked away, feeling confused and, for some reason, embarrassed. She cleared her throat and looked back into the mirror. "There is nothing wrong with the dress. It is very comfortable. Thank you for your assistance." "You are welcome, my lady. We are all so grateful for the young prince coming home. My queen was afraid she never would see her brother again. She is very close to her family," said the servant. "It must be hard for her to leave them behind when she must be in Evalmore." "I know it is," the servant sighed as she started gathering some things. "I'm sorry to say that neither the queen nor I like being in your kingdom. I do not mean to offend." "You have not offended me. I know you know who I am and where I have spent the last 3 years. Sometimes I think I would rather go anywhere than see the palace again."
"You didn't do it, did you?" asked the servant quickly. She covered her mouth and took a step back.
"I am sorry, my lady. I spoke out of turn. It is only that some of the palace staff could not believe you would be capable of killing King Ivor. They said you were like a daughter to him. I have a father I have always respected and cared for, but King Ivor understood me in a way that my father could not. I miss him every day," said Amelia softly. "Please excuse my impertinence, my lady. I should be going," said the servant. "There is nothing to excuse. I know I have been an object of gossip for many years. You cannot help but be curious. Don't worry about it." The servant curtsied and went to the door. When she opened it, Amelia saw Bryn out in the hall, waiting for her. The servant left as Amelia walked forward, Bryn looking her up and down. "You look much refreshed," said Amelia, seeing that his hair, now much longer than he wore it when he was younger, was combed back, and he had shaved. "And I'm glad to see they found you a dress that fits," said Bryn as he took her hand. "We need to get down to the parlor. This will not be an easy conversation, but a necessary one. Queen Julian needs to hear the truth, and we need to know if she has been hiding anything. If it is possible, you will need the King and Queen of Anelia to support you as King of Evalmore. If I chose to wear the crown—" Bryn led her to the stairs. "Who else would do it? You are the only other heir of King Ivor. I could find another to rule, perhaps even your brother. The Foxes have always been the second highest ranked family in the kingdom. It would not be a stretch for them to take the throne." But the crown should rightfully be yours, Bren. Your father wanted you to be king, said Amelia. If that is what you are going by, then you shall have to fulfill his other wish by being Queen Amelia. Bren, no arguments, not today. We are taking this one step at a time, right? Let us focus on stopping Gareth and making sure he doesn't destroy the world. Then, after the fight, I will only ask for the opportunity to convince you to be my wife. You think you can convince me? Asked Amelia with a hint of laughter. I believe so. I am sure you remember how convincing I can be, he said with a small smile. I do, and usually you convinced me into something that brought me nothing but trouble. They came to the bottom of the stairs, and Bren pulled her to the side, bringing her close. Is trouble really all you found with me, Amelia? He reached up and stroked her cheek softly. There were other things as well, she said as he leaned down towards her. I believe there were some times of excitement, maybe a little fun. He laughed quietly, inches from her lips. It's good to know not all your memories of me are tainted. I have many good memories of you. They helped keep me alive these past 3 years. Almost all my best memories include you in some way, Amelia. They have brought me this far, but they are not enough to sustain me. We need to make new ones. He kissed her, but it was short as they heard footsteps on the stairs. They turned to see both Princess Melwa and Owain walking towards them. Owain came to stand by Amelia's side, while Melwa raised an eyebrow at Bren. Are we all ready to go in? I doubt we want to keep our host waiting, said Melwa. We are ready, said Amelia. We were only having a quick conversation while we waited for the two of you. Melwa chuckled, while Owain grunted. Come on, then. Let's get this over with, said Melwa as she led the way. They walked into the parlor, finding the king, queen, and Queen Julian standing close to the fireplace. Amelia joined the others, who all found seats close together, Amelia sitting on a sofa next to Bren. She glanced at Queen Julian, finding the woman watching her. Now, what do you have to tell us about what happened to our son? Asked the king. Bren looked at the others before speaking. I'm sorry to say it, but it was my brother, King Gareth, who arranged for your son to be taken. This may be hard to believe, but he is the one controlling the Achilleans. They call him the Knight. The king and queen looked surprised as Queen Julian looked away. You are sure this is true? Asked the king. I swear to you it is, said Bren. We all three saw it. I believe my brother arranged for me to be lured back to Avalmor, where he had me go on this mission, hoping I would perish. I think he planned it to have Lady Amelia go as well. Why? Asked Julian. He had her right where he wanted her. I have a hard time believing my husband would send her away. She was the only thing that seemed to give him pleasure. Amelia swallowed hard, fighting to keep her eyes on Queen Julian. Your Majesty, I know what you must think of me. I am disgusted with myself as well. I can plead with you and tell you I was forced into it, which is mostly true, but I should have been stronger. I should have let him kill me before. Queen Julian put her hand up. I hold no ill will towards you, Lady Amelia. It has been over 2 years since I realized how awful my husband really is. I only feel shame in how you have been treated. I know you had nothing to do with killing the previous king. I heard my husband as good as say it once. I was only too much of a coward to help you. I chose to run away and spend most of my time here, avoiding any responsibilities I had in Avalmor. I was not your responsibility, Your Majesty. I do not blame you for running away. Amelia leaned forward. Did you know about the king's dark powers? Not really, answered Julian. He scared me, and though I could feel something at work within him, I thought it was only my own fear playing with me. But hearing the news of him leading Achilia makes sense. He was always answering letters and speaking to visitors I had never seen. They would be in the palace 1 minute and gone the next. So you are saying that King Gareth is not only ruling Avalmor, but Achilia as well? Asked the king. Melwa nodded. From what he told Lady Amelia, he wants to unite the kingdom, using light and dark magic together to rule the world. He has the support of the Master of the Light-Bearers. He has done horrible things, said Bren. He had my father killed and blamed it on Lady Amelia, imprisoning her for 3 years. Before that, he blocked all correspondence between me and my father and Amelia while I was Ariella. I had planned to come back to marry Amelia when my training as a guardian was complete, but Gareth found out my father planned to pass him over as king so Amelia and I could rule. The king and queen were both quiet for a few minutes as Julian put her head in her hands. She finally looked up. He has to be stopped. She turned to her parents. I told you he was awful, but you kept sending me back to him. I know you wanted the alliance, but he was always cruel to me, mocking me, telling me how inadequate I was compared to him." The queen reached over to take her daughter's hand. "What can we say, Julian? You married him. You are his wife. How could we keep him from you when he sent for you?" "Please don't make me go back again. I cannot do it," cried Julian. "I doubt he will call for me again, but if he does, do not make me go." "You should stay here," said Melwa. "But you must let us know if your husband does try to correspond with you. Any news we have of him is needed." "What do you plan to do?" asked the king. "I will build up alliances inside and outside my kingdom, telling all who Gareth really is. I will find out who I can trust, and when the time is right, I will face him. Whatever it takes, I will take his crown and find a way to subdue him, even if that means his death." "You want our support, then? You want us to back you as King of Avalmore," said the king. "I know you have aligned your family with Gareth, but you must see now your alliance with him cannot continue. You should declare your daughter's marriage to him invalid, as he lied about who he was. I am sure you could find a priestess to invalidate it. She should stay here and give up her title as Queen of Avalmore." "I have no desire for it anyway," said Julian. "What happens if King Gareth has his way, do you think?" asked the king. Everyone was quiet as Amelia felt herself grow cold. She wasn't sure why. The fire was burning brightly, and she was dressed in her fine, thick gown. She closed her eyes as a wave of sickness overtook her for a moment. In her mind flashed Gareth's face. He had a wicked smile on his lips, and his blue eyes were cold and hard. "He will destroy everything," said Amelia shakily. "If he has his way, he will not stop until he controls everyone and everything, not caring who he kills or what towns and villages he destroys. He will not rest until he is worshipped as though he is a god." She opened her eyes to find everyone staring at her. A sharp pain hit the front of her head, causing her to put her hand to it. "Amelia, are you well?" asked Bryn with concern. "It is just a headache due to weariness, I am sure," said Amelia. "Perhaps you are hungry," said Princess Melwa. "You have not eaten much since leaving Achilia." "Then let us go into supper a little early," said the queen. "I am sure the servants will have it ready promptly." Amelia ate what she could and tried to attend to the conversation around the table as they talked more about the situation with Gareth. Towards the end of the meal her eyes grew heavy, and she could not shake off the coldness from earlier. Owain leaned over and whispered, "Are you not well, my lady?" "I am sure it is nothing but the stress of the journey and some fatigue," said Amelia. He didn't look reassured, but he let it drop. After the meal, when all went back to the parlor to speak, Amelia excused herself, Bryn looking at her in concern. She reassured him that it was nothing but the need for some sleep in a good bed. "You will allow me to check on you in a bit, won't you?" he asked quietly. She nodded before wishing them all a good evening. When she got to her room, she found a servant tending to the fire, and one placing a nightgown and robe on her bed. Amelia looked down at it, running her hands on the soft gown. It looked and felt new. "What is this?" she asked. "A servant was dispatched earlier to find you a nightgown in the village. I know it is not as fine as you might be used to, my lady, but she did her best," said the woman. Amelia stared down at the simple white garment with its light blue ribbon that tied at the neck. She felt silly as tears came to her eyes. "It is perfect," she whispered. It had been so long since she had slept in anything but the dress or shift she wore, or nothing at all. The servant helped her change, and once she was gone, Amelia slipped off her robe and got into the bed. It was such a luxury to be so comfortably dressed in a beautiful room with a soft bed. She had planned to wait up for Bryn, but her eyes grew immediately heavy as soon as she burrowed under the covers. "My lovely Amelia," said Gareth as he stared at her, "why do you resist what you know is inevitable?"
Amelia stood before Garethon in a dark room lit only by a fire. She was dressed in her nightgown before him as he towered over her. "I don't know what you mean. I want nothing to do with you except to stop you."
He reached out and touched her cheek. "You don't mean that. You cannot forget all those nights we shared. You cannot deny the pull you feel towards me." He took her hand and placed it on his chest. "Feel the magic inside of me, Amelia. Feel how it reaches for you." She slowly moved her hand down his chest, feeling the dark power swirl inside of him. It made her light magic spark within her, moving around her chest, making her feel light-headed. She breathed in and out slowly, following the movement of his magic with her hand. "Come to me, Amelia. I am waiting for you, and you know where to find me. I promise it will not be like before. I will not hurt you again." She looked up at him into his blue eyes. No matter what tender words he spoke, she could still see the coldness found in his stare. There was no love behind them. He only wanted her to use her power and sate his desire. Perhaps he wanted an heir. He would use her as he saw fit, and though not locked in a tower, she would still be a prisoner. She shook her head. "No, I can never come to you. I wish I never had to see you again." He laughed as his arm went around her, and he pulled her closer. She wanted to push away from him, but something wouldn't let her. Her chest felt tight, as though something was tired around it, heavy and knotted. He leaned towards her, and Amelia tried to struggle, but it did no good. Just as his lips touched hers, something loosened the bind, and she pushed away. Sitting up in bed, she looked around the room, trying to catch her breath. She felt a hand on her arm, and, thinking it was Gareth's, tried to push it away. "Amelia, it's all right. You're safe. I'm here. It's me," said Bren soothingly. Amelia stopped struggling and looked up at him, feeling the wetness on her cheeks from the tears she had shed. She stared at Bren for a moment as he sat by her on the bed before throwing herself into his arms. He held her close while he kissed the top of her head. "What is it?" he asked. "Just bad dreams," she answered, though it felt like a lie. It had been more than a dream. She could still feel Gareth's magic swirling through her as her light shone brightly through it. Another wave of energy flew through her, and she realized Bren was using his own magic as he held her. His power moved through her slowly, pushing through the darkness to join with her light. Her breathing slowed as she collapsed even further into Bren's arms. "Do you need something?" he asked. "Water, wine?" She shook her head. "Just stay with me. Do not leave me tonight. I don't think I could take it." He pushed back from her, looking into her eyes. She could see that he was already comfortably dressed, as though ready for bed. "I would not want to be anywhere else, Amelia. I will never leave you if you ask it of me." She let go of Bren and lay down as he did the same, taking her into his arms. She felt him kiss the side of her face as her eyes grew heavy. Feeling safe and at peace in his arms, she quickly fell asleep, and no dreams or nightmares disturbed her that night. Chapter 24 Crushed. "Amelia?" She sat on the bed in her room on the ship, fingering the ties on her robe, waiting. He would come soon. Even if he had been quiet all evening, barely looking at her, he had still taken her hand for a few moments under the table as they ate supper. They had not spent a night apart since that first night on the ship, and she had no doubt he would come again. Amelia didn't have to wait long. There was a soft knock at the door, and then it opened. He came in quietly, closing the door behind him. She stood up, walking to meet Bren halfway across the small room. He immediately took her hand and gazed at her. "You are beautiful," he said as he brought her hand to his lips. "It still feels strange to sleep in a nightgown. It's such a luxury after having nothing all these years." "So you do like it?" asked Bren with a grin. "I told the servant to find the best one she could, but she was worried the best in the village would still be too simple. She offered to have one of Queen Julian's given to you, but I wanted something new. I wanted it to be yours and only yours." "You did this for me? You bought the gown?" "I remember you saying back in the harbor town that you were not given anything to sleep in during your time in the tower." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. He was still her wonderful, surprising, and thoughtful Bren. Even with all his mischief, he had many times given her presents or surprised her. He had picked her flowers or found some trinket to give her even when they were just friends. He would take her on rides to new places he had found out in the forest. Once he had a small miniature of her mother painted, so she could keep it with her. Amelia hoped the picture was still somewhere in her father's house, even if her room had been stripped. Bren kissed her, his hands going under her robe to wrap around her waist. He finally pulled back and whispered her name as if in anguish. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "What is troubling you? Is it just Gareth and the kingdom?" He shook his head. "I have many fears, Amelia, but I don't wish to speak about them tonight." "I wish you would. I want to help you with them." He raised one of his hands and slowly moved her robe off her shoulder. He kissed her bare skin, while his other hand came up to slide the other side down. "You help me by just being here. Being able to touch you, to kiss you, lightens my soul more than you can know." "Sometimes I can't believe this is happening," she said between kisses. "I worry I will wake up back in that tower, and all this will be a dream, or that you will be taken from me somehow." She held back what she wanted to say, that he would be forced to give her up, or that she would have to leave him. "I cannot be away from you." He started to back her up to the bed. "Losing you once almost undid me to the point of no return. If I have to face it again, I will not be able to handle it." She wasn't in the mood to argue with him and tell him how strong he was. All she wanted was to lose herself in his arms, to forget about what they faced or what might have to happen. She fell down on the bed as he leaned over her, his hands bringing her nightgown up as they worked their way over her body. Soon it was gone, thrown against the back wall as he fell upon her, kising his way down her chest as his finger went to stroke her. She arched up and said his name, making him groan quietly. Moving back up to kiss her lips, he whispered, "You will always be the most beautiful thing I have ever seen." He continued to stroke her as he kissed her again, and then her neck. It didn't take long for her to come to the edge as two of his fingers slipped inside of her, while his palm brushed her most sensitive spot. After she called out his name, he leaned up and took off his shirt before undoing his pants. She looked at him in the weak light that came in from the small window that sat just above the waterline. She sat up slightly and touched his chest, dragging her hand down his trim but strong body to take him into her hand. He settled over her as she stroked him. She tried to never think of Gareth during her times with Bryn, but she couldn't help some comparison. With Gareth, it was always about him. Even when he brought her to pleasure, it had to be his way. Bryn appeared to enjoy seeing her pleased, spending his time kissing her and touching her in ways that brought her to heights she didn't know existed. Gareth had been blessed in at least one pleasing way, and she supposed it ran in the family, as she could find no complaints with any part of Bryn. As he entered her, all worries and doubts left her, and she was able to focus just on him and the fire that ran through her. It was not the kind to consume or harm, but a warmth that made her feel safe and loved. She ran her hands down his back, bringing him even closer to her as he moved deeper. She needed to feel him against her, to know it was real. She had to be sure this was not some wonderful dream where she would wake up back in her tower, broken-hearted and alone. "I love you," he whispered, as though he knew she needed the reassurance. He said it again and again as she kept a firm hold of him. He breathed her name before burying his face into her neck. She felt him release inside of her, and it pushed her over the edge with him. This was what she wanted, him like this forever. She had to find a way to make it so. There was no way she could give him up. At first, she wasn't sure if she was dreaming, or if she really was shivering in her bed. She burrowed into Bryn, trying to feed off his warmth, to find it did not help. Terror gathered within her as she started shaking. Her eyes snapped open with a gasp. She sat up quickly, jostling Bryn, making him yawn and look up at her. "What is it? Is it another dream?" She shook her head as she threw the covers off her and stood up. Finding her shift and dress, she threw them on, tying it as best she could. Bryn watched her in confusion. "They're here, Bryn. They found us somehow." "Who? Gareth?" "No, but those who serve him." She slipped on her boots and cloak as Bryn sprung out of bed, hurriedly pulling on his shirt before picking up his pants. She had to wait only a few moments before he joined her at the door. As she opened it, he put his hand against the frame, making it impossible for her to walk out. "You should stay here. Let me go see what is happening," said Bryn as he continued to use his hand to block her. "There is no way I am staying here. I am a light-bearer, Bryn. I was made to face the darkness." "But it is you he wants. They are ultimately coming to take you away, Amelia," he pleaded. "Then I will fight for myself as well as all of you. We are wasting time. We need to alert the others and get on deck." Bryn bent down and stared at her. "You will stay close to me, and preferably Melwa as well. Our magic is stronger together." Amelia nodded, and Bryn released the door frame. They ran towards the stairs, banging on doors as they went. Melwa's guards were already running downstairs, shouting by the time they got to it, saying they spotted a large ship not far from them with rowboats heading their way. Melwa heard it from her doorway and turned back into her room to dress as Owain ran out fully clothed. Amelia made her way up the stairs first, Bryn and Owain directly on her heels. When she got to the deck, she saw all the guards surrounding the rails looking out over the water. She spotted a place close to the bow and moved to it, surveying the dark water. A strange mist was hovering over the sea, visible in the half-moonlight. She stared at it, waiting before the first boat appeared, filled with shadow warriors. The cold within her doubled as she felt the darkness gather at her edges. Bryn cursed behind her, looking down. He took Amelia's hand and pulled her close. "Spark your magic now." She took a deep breath and outstretched her palm. She held a small fire, and it started to warm her up. pushing back some of the darkness. Bryn lifted his hand, and his magic swirled around her, making the fire grow. The wind picked up around them as Amelia raised her hand higher, the fire becoming a large bright ball. She waited until the right moment and threw it down towards the boat. It hit in the middle, exploding in a burst of bright light that made everyone at the front of the ship turn. When the light faded, only a small part of the boat still existed, and dead shadow warriors floated around it. She heard shouts from the left side of the boat, and then saw a dim light move. Melwa had pushed some of her power towards two boats on the water. Bryn and Amelia ran towards her to help her. Amelia used her power to send a ring of light around the boats, while Melwa and Bryn amplified it. It turned the boats in circles as the light came closer and closer before fully enveloping them, causing them to sink. There was no time to rest as more shouts were heard from all over the ship. Dozens of boats were out in the water, and they just kept coming. Amelia did not think she could go from side to side of the ship, trying to stop them all. One was already at the rear of the ship, and several ropes with hooks came flying onto the deck, burying into the wood. The guards worked to undo them as Amelia sent some more light to approaching boats. All around her, ropes sprung up from boats approaching. No matter how fast Bryn, Melwa, or Amelia worked, they could not keep up with the approaching boats or the ship that was slowly moving towards them. It didn't take long for shadow warriors to get on deck, slashing their way through Melwa's guards or throwing some overboard. Amelia turned her attention off the water and to the warriors on the ship. She tried to protect those guards fighting and send what warriors she could to a watery grave. It was exhausting, even with Melwa and Bryn's magic supporting her. No matter how many she took down, there were always more. She looked out into the water at the large ship now in front of them. "We can't keep this up," cried Amelia as she turned to Bryn. "We have to stop them from their source." She nodded towards the ship, making Bryn and Melwa stare at it, and then look at each other. "Bryn and I can do it, but it will take some time," said Melwa as she turned to face the front of their ship. "I can keep you protected," said Amelia as she pushed out her hands, sending light spiraling from her, taking out 5 warriors in the area. Bryn and Melwa moved to the front of the ship, while Amelia stayed behind them. Melwa took Bryn's hand, and they both went still. Amelia circled them, taking out threats when she saw them, trying to ignore the sounds of those dying around her. She looked around a few times to see Owain staying close to her, fighting with shadow warriors, keeping what he could away from her and the others. She didn't know how long it would take Bryn and the princess to do whatever it was they had planned, but she hoped it didn't take too much more time. She was exhausted, throwing strong light spells every which way. It didn't help that she hadn't slept much the past few nights, tormented by dreams or visions of Gareth. As she turned towards the ship's left side, she felt a strong power close to her build. It caused her magic to swirl inside of her, almost taking her breath away. She swore the moon grew brighter as she felt the magic come to the point no one could hold it. It caused a deep hum in her ears, making her feel off-balanced. Suddenly, the hum was replaced with a whoosh sound like that of a harsh wind, and a huge wave appeared at the front of the boat, tipping it up severely. She fell back, not prepared for the tilting. Several guards and warriors around her did the same, all trying to grab hold of something to steady themselves. As she moved backward, she felt a hand grab her, and looked to see Owain holding on to one of the bases of the masts. He struggled to pull her to him when his eyes grew wide. He and Amelia looked behind him to see a shadow guard propped up against the base. It had buried a dagger into Owain's side. Amelia let out a scream before she threw up her free hand as Owain somehow held on to her. A burst of light flew at the creature, sending it flying into the water. The boat tilted back, and Amelia knelt at Owain's side. She took out the dagger as he grunted in pain. "Do not worry. I can help you. Just stay awake. Do not close your eyes or give in to the darkness." He nodded as she covered his wound with her hands. "My lady, if this doesn't work," he struggled to say, "will you see that Grace and Jack?" "None of that," she spat at him. "You know I would take care of your family in a second, but it will not be necessary. You will be fine, Owain. Now hush, so I can concentrate." "Yes, my lady," he whispered. Amelia kept her hands on his wound, whispering some words from the book of Elenia's light. She could feel the darkness in Owain, threatening to overtake him. Closing her eyes, Amelia drew out the darkness, taking it into her hands and up her arms, letting it settle in her chest. "The darkness is not evil," she whispered to herself. "The light shines brightest in the dark." She felt renewed for a moment, and her power surged to Owain, closing his wound and filling him with light. He sat up and looked at her in wonder as she slowly took her hands off his wound. For one moment she smiled at him, feeling at peace before she felt two large hands grab under her arms. Owain called out her name, and then yelled for Bryn as she was hauled to the side of the ship and thrown over. She tumbled over the side, feeling as if the distance from the ship to the water was greater than it was. Her back slammed into the water, sending fire and pain through her as it knocked the wind out of her. She plummeted deep into the sea, the water cold and dark. Instinctively, she tried to catch her breath and took in a great gulp of the sea, making her panic. She thrashed around, looking up, trying to see the surface. As she tried to swing her hands down to propel her, something grabbed her. She looked over and could just make out a shadow warrior pulling her to him. She struggled against him, pushing out her hand to send a wave of magic through the water. It was a weak attempt in her pain and panic, but it pushed him away for a moment. She kicked and started to go upwards when the creature rebounded and grabbed her ankle, pulling her down. She tried to push her hand down to send light at him, but her lungs were burning, and the crushing weight of the water was becoming too much. She fought against the pain and darkness, feeling a small bit of magic run through her towards the warrior. As she closed her eyes, she was vaguely aware that he had let go of her. It was all too much. Struggling to open her eyes, she was beginning to forget what she was supposed to be doing. The only thing that felt possible was sleep. Sleep would be a sweet release from the pain, the darkness. As she started to give into it, she felt herself start to slowly rise out of the water. As she lost all sense of awareness, she thought she might have caught a glimpse of the surface. Chapter 25, Rescue. Bryn caught Melwa as she collapsed next to him after the waves sent the other boat far out into the sea, pushing theirs in the opposite direction. He felt his own exhaustion at such a use of power, trying to slow his breathing. "Mel, are you all right?" he said between breaths. She nodded as she pushed off of him. "I just need a moment." Bryn kept his arm around her as they bent down together, both continuing to breathe hard. He heard a scream that made him let go of Melwa and stand up. His blood ran cold as he knew where he came from. "Your Highness, Prince Brynwen," said Owain frantically. Bryn turned to see Amelia's feet go over the ship and heard the splash below. "No!" he gasped as he ran to the side of the ship. He was ready to jump in after her, but he felt a hand on his arm. "It will do better to use your magic, Bryn." Melwa peered over the side with him. Bryn held his hand out, getting a feel for the water underneath. He was exhausted and drained, but his adrenaline would help him. He had to find her. There was no other option. He searched through the water, going down under the waves. It was taking too long. He swept his hand to the right and then the left. Precious seconds ticked by until it turned into a minute, then maybe 2. It was going to be too late, but then he felt her. He sensed her fighting, her light flickering in the darkness of the water. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his hands, and he felt her start to rise. It was too slow. "Help me, Mel," he called as he kept his hand raised. He felt Melwa's magic join his, and a few seconds later, Amelia popped to the surface of the water. She lay on her back, her eyes closed, her face pale. It scared him how still she was. He raised his hand, and a wave slowly brought her up and gently deposited her on the deck. He fell beside her as Owain crawled over. "Amelia, please!" Bryn put his hand on her chest, noticing it did not move up and down with breath. He closed his eyes, panic flowing through him. His magic moved through her, searching for her light. As he closed his eyes, he felt the darkness within her swirling in her chest. There was still life and light, but it was hidden. He searched through the darkness and paused for one moment as he felt another presence that shouldn't have been there. It was dark, heavy, and frantic. It was also familiar. "Get out now," growled Bryn. "You almost killed her with your tricks. You still might if you do not let me work." The presence tensed and then moved aside, his brother for one moment doing as Bryn asked. Bryn willed his magic to grow in strength, not caring about how drained he was. He felt it move through the darkness, exposing the light that Amelia held. It grew bright, pushing back the darkness, sending Gareth's presence away. Amelia coughed, causing Bryn to open his eyes and Owain to give a choked sigh of relief. She turned her head and vomited up so much sea-water it seemed impossible. Her chest rose and fell quickly as her eyes flew open. She gazed at Bryn with glassy eyes before they rolled back and closed. Her chest still rose and fell, settling into an easy rhythm, and Bryn dropped forward in relief. "You need to get her warm," said Melwa from above him. Take her to her room and have her changed and bundled in blankets." She looked at Owain. "You should go rest as well. You have been injured." "It is nothing," said Owain. "She healed me, saved me." "You will still be weak. Go rest now. Bryn, you don't have much time. Get her warm. I will take care of the mess out here." Bryn picked Amelia up as he stood, cradling her in his arms. He looked around the deck to see bodies everywhere. Most were shadow warriors, but there were a few of Melwa's guards. Dark blood stained the wood as men threw dead shadow warriors into the sea. "Make sure those killed cannot rise again," said Bryn. "I know what I am doing. See to your lady," said Melwa. "I will check on her and Owain in a bit." Bryn took Amelia downstairs, Owain limping behind him, holding his back. "Are you sure you will be all right?" asked Bryn. "I know I will as long as you take care of her. I am only sore and need rest." "Melwa can help you when she comes down. Until then, try to stay still," said Bryn as he opened the door to Amelia's room by adjusting her in his arms. He kicked the door shut behind him and laid her on the bed. She did not open her eyes, but she moved slightly as though trying to get comfortable. "I just need to get you out of these clothes, my love. Then you can rest," said Bryn. He started untying her dress, moving it down off her body as he shifted and lifted her slightly. Once he had her dress and shift off, he took one of the blankets and dried her as she shivered. "Cold," she whispered. "Dark." "I will get you warm," said Bryn. He found her nightgown and put it on her as well as her robe. He then pulled off his wet cloak and shirt and got into bed with her, pulling up the blankets before he took her into his arms. Her shivering lessened as she burrowed under his chin as though trying to absorb his warmth. He rubbed his hands against his back, keeping his eyes on her face, wondering why her eyes stayed closed. Perhaps she was exhausted from her effort on the ship's deck or her experience in the water. He hoped that was all it was, just a need to sleep and rejuvenate. He closed his eyes and let a bit of his power run through her, searching to see if there was any injury he could not see. He found nothing amiss except the darkness was covering her again, and in that darkness the presence of his brother hung heavy. "What are you doing here? Leave her alone," hissed Bryn. "Alive? She is alive?" "Yes. No thanks to you and your hellish soldiers. What did you think they would do?" "Dugan, he told me he would command them, tell them just to take her. Arrogant and foolish. Shadow warriors are death. They only want those to join them, to be overtaken by the darkness. I doubt even you, the so-called knight, could truly command them." "My Amelia, rest, my dear. I will come for you." "She is not yours and never has been. Now leave and do not come back." Bryn pushed his magic to its brink, moving the darkness as the presence of Gareth disappeared. Exhaustion washed over Bryn like nothing he had ever felt. He was drained, emotionally and physically. His guardian magic was empty. He tightened his hold on Amelia and closed his eyes. "I will keep you safe. He will not have you," he whispered before he fell asleep. He barely remembered Melwa walking into the room and checking on them both. His dreams were filled with images of crashing waves, Gareth, and Amelia's pale face as she floated in the water. Though he knew he slept through the night, when the first rays of the sun coming through the small window woke him up, he was still exhausted. "Bryn?" whispered Amelia. Her voice sounded raw and muffled. He leaned up and looked at her as she blinked her eyes. "Yes, Amelia, I am here." "I'm so thirsty. It feels like my throat is on fire." Bryn sat up further, finding a pitcher of water left on the bedside table, probably because of Melwa. He poured a glass. "It is due to the sea water you swallowed. Here." He handed her the glass as she slowly sat up. "How do you feel?" "Like I've been torn apart and put back together," she replied before downing the water. When she was done, she moved the blanket and put her leg out, pulling up her nightgown. There was a dark bruise and a red ring of raw skin close to her ankle. "They are such nasty things." "Do you remember everything?" asked Bryn. "I think so," said Amelia. She looked down for a moment. "Owain is all right, isn't he? I believed I healed him." "He is fine. He will be sore and tired for a few days, but he will recover. I am sure Melwa did any additional healing he required last night. We can check on him soon." "And you are fine?" He nodded. "What about after you feel in the water? Do you remember anything?" She looked to be in deep thought. "Just flashes. I remember feeling like I could not keep awake under the water and then slowly rising. I know I lay on the deck at some point and I saw your face over me." She took a deep breath. there was darkness and cold. "What about Gareth?" "Gareth? He was here?" "Not physically," said Bryn. He fiddled with the blanket before Amelia put her hand on his. "I could feel him inside of you somehow. I was using my magic to help you, and I could hear him calling for you. He spoke to me through the connection." "What did he say?" "He was worried about you, afraid you were dying." Bryn gave a bitter laugh, as if it wasn't his fault to begin with. "I do not want anything to do with him, Bryn. I don't know how he is contacting me, but it is not because I want it." "I know, but it scares me. If he can speak to you through this connection, show you things, could he convince you to go to him or make you?" "There are no words or magic spell he could perform that would make me want to leave you and go to him," said Amelia. "If his pull ever became too strong, I would rather end myself in a second than let him have control over me." "Those are comforting words, Amelia." "I believe I can fight him, Bryn. He is strong, but so am I." I had forgotten all that I was up in that tower, but I am starting to remember now. She squeezed his hand. "I think it is because of you." There was a knock on the door before Bryn could respond. It was Amelwa checking on them. She looked exhausted, her hands covered in dried blood. "I'm glad to see you are awake, my lady," said Melwa as she moved forward as one about to collapse. Amelia got out of bed and went to her. "Have you been up all night?" Bryn felt a tug of guilt as she nodded. He had left her all alone to tend to Amelia, left his fellow guardian to clean up the mess, tend the injured, and keep those who died from rising. Amelia took Melwa's filthy hand and closed her eyes. Melwa was still for a moment as a soft light encircled them both. "Thank you," Melwa said with a sigh of relief. "You should go clean up and rest," said Amelia as she let go of Melwa's hand. "Bryn and I can do anything necessary, your highness. Most is cleaned up on the deck. You should check on the injured, as you might be able to heal them better than me, my lady. It never was my strongest power." She looked at Bryn. "We weren't blown too far off course, and should still reach Iriala tomorrow, as long as we don't run into any more trouble." "We won't," said Amelia. "I will see to it. I will not rest or let my guard down until we reach your shores." Melwa thanked her and left with much more energy than she came in with. Bryn and Amelia helped each other dress before Amelia went to Owain to check on him, and then to the guards' quarter to see about the injured, while Bryn went up to the deck. It was quiet as guards moved slowly around the edges, keeping their eyes on the water. A few had mops and buckets, cleaning the last of the dark blood from the wood. There were fewer men now, but it could have been much worse. Bryn moved to the front of the ship, looking out onto the sea. The day was heartbreakingly lovely, with a warm sun for fall and a crisp breeze. It seemed impossible that there was so much horror around them just hours ago. He rolled his shoulders, trying to loosen his neck as he closed his eyes. The wind picked up for a moment, sending water spraying on him, a chill going through his body. With it came the memory of feeling Gareth moving through Amelia, of hearing him calling Amelia his. "She is not yours," said Bryn in an agitated whisper. "She never has been and never will be." He brooded on his thoughts as he opened his eyes, keeping watch on the horizon, as though he expected to see a dark ship appear. He didn't know how long he stood there, but eventually he felt a soft hand slip into his. Looking down to his side, he found Amelia staring out at the sea. She slowly turned to him and gave him a tired grin that he returned. "Ariella," she said softly, "I will finally see it." Bryn gazed at her and realized there was a light in her eyes he had not seen since finding her in the palace tower. He hadn't realized how much it transformed her until this moment, but now she truly looked as she did in all these dreams he had during those lonely 3 years. His Amelia, his... Her grin turned to a smile as the wind whipped through her hair, and Bryn pulled her closer. She had to be his because he had been hers for so long. He couldn't belong to anyone else. As he stared at her in the morning sun, something flared within him, a lightness that felt familiar. One filled with mischief, lazy afternoons, strolling by the river, and late nights of kissing and touches, not wanting to ever leave her presence. Just like the light in Amelia's eyes, he had not realized this feeling in him had been missing. He had not been who he was in some time. He had been lesser dark, his feelings kept behind a wall of grief and guilt. Even with the grim night they had experienced and the uncertainty up ahead, he could not help but feel hopeful happy. Happy it had been so long since he could use that word to describe any feeling of his. Amelia gave him a questioning look, but he only smiled wider at her. She was his, and he was hers, and somehow they would be together in the end. Chapter 26. Go too far. Amelia. Everything seemed so bright, so clean, so alive. As Amelia walked through the city of Valenial, she could not take it all in. The shores with their white stone and tidy homes were welcoming as the ship docked. The streets were alive with people running between stores. As she walked next to Bryn with Melwa in front of them and Owain behind, guards flanked their sides, front and back. People stopped to watch them as they made their way to the palace. The palace, like everything around it, was beautiful. It stood over the city with its white walls and a dark gray roof, looking like something out of a storybook. She noticed Bryn watching her as they came to the palace gates. "I can see why you weren't in a hurry to leave this place," she murmured as they stopped in front of the gates. Bryn took her hand and squeezed it. "It is wonderful here, but the only reason I stayed was that I thought I had lost you. As soon as I knew you were still alive, I came straight back to Avalmore. There is no place so beautiful that could keep me from you." She squeezed his hand in return, and he did not let it go until they were well through the gate. As they entered the palace, there was a flurry of activity as several people appeared in the entryway. The first was a young man who Amelia could tell must have been Melwa's brother. He had the same eyes, and the shape of his mouth was similar. He patted his sister's shoulder in welcome, and then took Bryn's hand with a smile. "I'm glad you made it after getting your letters. We were about ready to send out a ship to look for you," said the prince. His eyes went to Amelia. "We were not very late, just thrown a little off course," said Bryn. "We will talk more about it later." More people came into the entry hall, a middle-aged, well-dressed man and woman who were obviously the king and queen of Iriala, and then two men, one young, one older, both handsome with tanned skin and deep brown eyes. The younger one walked up to Melwa, bringing her hand to his lips. "I am so relieved to see you safe," said the man. "And I am glad to see the king is well enough to join us," said Melwa as she looked at the older man. "And Bryn," said the queen as she walked forward, "you are welcomed here, of course. Will you introduce your friends?" "Of course, your majesty." He took Amelia's hand and brought her forth. "This is Lady Amelia Fox. I believe you have heard me speak of her before." The queen nodded before looking at her husband, who stepped to his wife's side. "We have heard you speak of her, and it seems from yours and Melwa's letters that there is quite a story to tell." "Indeed," said Bryn. "This is Owain Wilkins. He oversees Lord Fox's guards and is here as Lady Amelia's protector." The queen and king both nodded towards him. "You should all come in and get cleaned up. Supper is not too far off, and I am sure we have plenty to talk about before and during. I will see about getting Lady Amelia and her guard somewhere to stay." "I can do it, mother," said Melwa. "There is a room close to me and not too far from Bryn. I think she will be most comfortable there. Owain can be put at the end of the hall by the stairs, so he can keep watch as he likes once he has recovered from his injury." "Injury?" asked the king. "Do you need a healer, sir?" Owain shook his head. "Just some rest and a good bed, your majesty." They walked up the stairs, Melwa nodding to her husband before going to the second floor. She walked down the hall and smirked as she stopped by a door. "You can have your old room, Bryn. How much you actually use it is up to you." Amelia felt her cheeks color slightly, but she kept her back straight and head up. She would not be ashamed of being with Bryn. Of all the things she had done, loving him was the least shameful thing she could think of. "And I shall put you here, my lady," said Melwa as she opened a door 2 down from Bryn. "My room is just across the hall, should you require anything. I am sure my mother will have some water sent up, and perhaps we can find you a clean gown or 2 that will work." "Thank you, your highness," said Amelia. "You have done so much for us." "Bryn is my friend and a fellow guardian," said Melwa. "Also, I think you and I have been through enough to drop such formalities. You should call me Melwa or Mel, whatever you feel comfortable with." "And you shall call me Amelia?" asked Amelia with a small smile. "If you wish. It should not be hard. I've heard your name for years without your title, as Bryn languished for you." She laughed a little. "Refresh yourself and rest. I imagine the conversations downstairs will be taxing. My father-in-law and husband are both whispers of the wisdom, and they do like to ask questions." She walked into her room and shut the door as Bryn turned to Amelia. "Will you be all right for a bit?" "Of course. We are in a safe place amongst your friends," said Amelia. "We are, but there is one who can contact you no matter where we are. I don't want you to be alone if he comes again." "I am not tired or injured. I can keep my guard up against him. Do not worry, Bryn. I will just clean and change. Perhaps you can come to get me in a little less than an hour in case I lose track of time." Bryn grinned. "I will, but it is hardly likely. It was always you keeping me on task." "In the past, yes, but with my years of having no schedule, it is not easy to mark the passing of time. You have been training and living a disciplined life as a guardian, so I must depend on you." He took her hand and grew serious. "You can depend on me. I know it may be hard to think it after I left you alone all those years." "It was not your fault." She saw the shame and guilt in his eyes. She wondered if they reflected her own. "There was so much more I could have done. I am going to live every day trying to earn your forgiveness, show you that I will not let you down again." "You have not let me down anywhere close to how I have disappointed myself. I will also spend every moment convincing you what happened was not your fault. That shame you carry so blatantly on you is misplaced. I wish you would let it go," said Bryn. She tried to give him a grin, but it would not come. Instead, she opened her door and walked into her room. It was beautiful, filled with light from the 2 large windows that faced the town. A large canopied bed lay on the left wall, and a fireplace with 2 chairs and a small sofa across from it. There were logs ready to be lit, so Amelia walked to the mantel and threw out her hand. A flame sprung up and soon became a roaring fire. Servants came with water and helped her bathe. They brought a light blue dress from somewhere that fit her well. It was made of satin with sleeves coming down to her elbows and a neckline lower than she was used to wearing. After pulling her hair up in braids, the servants left her, and Amelia sat down in front of her fire to wait for Bryn. As she watched the flames, she was for a few moments taken back to the tower she was imprisoned in for 3 years. Many days all she had to do was stare into the flames as they danced before her. She would contemplate her life and how she had ended up as she did. She would think of happier times, and sometimes she would close her eyes and wish she could summon Bryn to sit beside her. She had loved Bryn in some way the moment she met him. She could still remember the smile he gave her that first day she walked into the palace. In her room at her father's home, several books held pressed flowers he had given her. In one of her jewelry boxes there were not necklaces, rings, or hair combs, but different color rocks Bryn had picked up in his youth. She had always loved walking along the river looking for rocks, and sometimes if Bryn had free time, he would go out and look for her when she became busy with her lessons. Amelia had been proud of who she was. She worked hard to train and move her way up the light bearers. She tried to be kind and compassionate, as her mother had taught her. The lessons the king gave her on bravery and wisdom were interwoven into everything she did. Before her time in the tower, her life had been set before her with limitless possibilities. She could become the master of the light bears, keeping her kingdom safe. She could travel and experience the world as she had always dreamed. Above it all, she wanted Bryn by her side. There wasn't much she wouldn't have given up to be with him. Then everything had happened, and she spent 3 years in hell feeling abandoned and defeated. Gareth had made her do things that betrayed everything she had worked for, her very being. When she finally left the tower, she was so changed she hardly recognized herself. She recently caught glimpses of the Amelia Fox she spent years building, but even with all her changes, one thing remained. Her heart belonged to Bryn, and she wanted nothing more than him. But could she have him now? He was adamant that they could be together, but how? Gareth could not be king. He had to be stopped, leaving Bryn as the king of Avalmore as it always should have been. Her dream was to rule alongside him, supporting him as his queen, but too much had changed. No matter how much evidence was revealed or confessions were made, some would still whisper about her being found guilty of killing the king. What she did in the tower with Gareth would forever follow her around. As she sat there in front of the fire, she did the very thing she told Bryn she would not. She let her guards down, went into herself, and spoke to the darkness that was there. "You are here, aren't you?" She waited as the darkness converged around her light. "Amelia, you are alive? You are well?" "Yes, yes." She huffed in irritation. "I don't see why you care since you sent those unholy beings to kill us." "Not kill, come get you and bring you back to me." "Why not come yourself?" She felt Gareth groan. "I wanted to, but I knew you would sense me several miles off, sound the alarm." Dugan thought this was the best way. I was a fool to believe him. "You are a fool to be doing what you are doing. You will destroy not just our kingdom, but the world." "No, I will make it better. We will make it better." She shook her head, delusional. He was delusional. "How?" "Too much chaos now, too many rulers, people suffering." "You care about people suffering?" She scoffed. He chuckled. It is not my main priority, but I know it happens. Those in Achilia especially have been held back, starved in places." She paused. She had always seen Achilia as a cursed kingdom with those who deserved to be cut off from the rest of the world. After discovering the dark magic was not what she thought, she was beginning to doubt what she knew of Achilia. After being in the palace, she did not doubt evil people were there, but the whole kingdom could not be full of horrible folk. "More conflicted than you thought?" She could almost feel him move closer to her. "Not about you. I know what you are." Before he could respond, Amelia heard a knock at her door. She shook her head, the room coming back into focus. "Amelia, are you all right?" Bryn asked through the door. She stared at the door, wondering what to say. She felt guilty at what she had done, but if she could find something out from Gareth that could help them, maybe she would keep the line of communication open. "Amelia?" Bryn started to sound worried. "I'm coming," she called as she stood up and walked to the door. As she opened it, she pulled him into her room and kissed him immediately. His arms wrapped around her as he leaned into their kiss. When he finally pulled back, she smiled. "There is no need for you to do anything to earn forgiveness from me. If there was any debt between us, it has been settled. I know who you are, and it has made me remember who I am." "You are everything good," he said as he reached up and touched her cheek. "So are you," she responded before kissing him again. Chapter 27, A Difference of Delivery. Amelia. It had been such a long time since Amelia had socialized with so many people that she felt a bit overwhelmed as she entered the parlor of the Celestial Palace. She stood close to Bryn as he was again greeted warmly by the king and queen. As he spoke with them, Amelia tried to listen and not think about what she had done in her room. It was dangerous to contact Gareth and listen to his words. She had no interest in being with him, but she could still feel the pull of his magic. Guilt laced in with her fear, making her stomach feel ill and her head ache. Every now and then, as he was speaking, Bryn would grab her hand and squeeze it as though to make sure she was still there. It was clear the king and queen cared for Bryn, and he was so close to Princess Melwa. It was no wonder, as he was a good, caring man. People had always been drawn to him. She could remember he always had numerous friends and many young women who vied for his attention. He would have no problems finding a wife after taking the throne. Not only would he be king, but his looks and personality would again draw much female attention his way. He may not have been as light-hearted as he once was, but there was still something captivating in his manner and conversation. The queen laughed at something Bryn said, giving him an affectionate swat with her hand. "Lady Amelia," said a soft voice near her, "I wanted to be formally introduced to you." Amelia turned to see the man she took for Melwa's brother next to her. "I think I can guess who you are, and I am happy to meet you, your highness." He bowed to her. "I am Prince Tristine, and I have heard much about you, Lady Amelia, over the past few years." She smiled as he took her hand. "Would you come meet my betrothed? She is very interested in getting to know you." Amelia looked back at Bryn to see him still speaking with the king and queen as Melwa and her husband came to join. "I would be honored, your highness." He led her to a small, pretty woman sitting in a chair near the back of the room. She stood as Amelia approached. "Here you are, dearest, just as I promised. Lady Amelia, this is my soon-to-be wife, Lady Lyneth." Amelia and the woman curtsied to each other. "Her father is Master Ruan, the leader of the Guardians of the Moon." Amelia raised her eyebrows. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I hope I get the chance to be introduced to your father at some point." "I am sure you will. He will be around during the festival and will want to speak with you," said Lady Lyneth softly. "You are a light-bearer, aren't you?" Amelia nodded. "I have wanted to come to Iriala for some time, not only to see its beauty, but to visit where the Guardians train." "I will be happy to take you," said Lady Lyneth. She pursed her lips for a moment and looked at Prince Tristine. "Lady Amelia, I want you to know that I never thought you were guilty of your crime. I don't mean to cause offense, but neither Trist nor I ever thought you really did it." "You have not offended me, and I appreciate your support. Can I ask why, though? You don't know me, and I wouldn't blame you if you thought it was possible." The prince looked towards Bryn. "Bryn spent a good year telling us about you, reading us bits of your letters when they came. The woman he presented to us could never have done it. I hope you know he never once doubted you." "No, indeed," said the Lady Lyneth. "It was very hard on him when he thought you had died with his father. We weren't sure he would recover." Amelia glanced over at Bryn, giving him a small smile as she caught his eye. We have read the letters from Bryn and my sister explaining what has happened. I imagine this has been an awful time for you." The prince's voice was soft and full of feeling. Amelia turned back around to the prince, her smile dropping from her lips and a cold feeling running through her body. "It has." "You are safe here," he said in his gentle voice, "and very welcome." Lady Lyneth nodded her agreement. Amelia swallowed hard, wishing she had a drink. She barely choked out a thank you before she walked away to the far side of the room. Keeping her breathing even was not easy, and the tears in her eyes had threatened to fall. She didn't know what to expect in Iriala, but to be met with such kindness was almost too much. Looking around the room, she saw people smiling at each other, laughing even. It had been so long since she had felt the amount of joy and comfort surrounding her. It was confusing, making her feel hopeful yet lonely at the same time. "They are kind people, but it is easy to feel like an outsider here," said Melwa's father-in-law as he walked up to Amelia, holding 2 glasses of wine. "I hope you don't mind me asking for an introduction and thinking you might like a drink." Amelia looked at the older man into his deep, steady brown eyes. "I do not mind at all, your majesty." She curtsied before taking the drink from his hand. "I am Ignacio Sin, king of Tildia, and you are Lady Amelia Fox, correct?" Amelia nodded while taking a sip of the wine. "Yes, your majesty." "Nasty business with your kingdom. It is a shame. Ivalmor has always been such a strong beacon of light for our world." "I hope it can be again, sir, if we can get the right king on the throne." Amelia raised her glass towards Bryn. "You think the young prince can do it?" "I have no doubt of it, your majesty. You will hear the whole story in a bit, but his father wanted him to rule. Gareth knew it, and that is why King Ivor was killed." "Ivor wanted Prince Brynwyn to rule, or did he want you and the prince to reign together?" Amelia looked up at him, her mouth open. "I knew Ivor quite well, my dear. We were friends almost our whole lives. As we grew older, we could not see each other as much as we liked, but we wrote to each other often. You came up in many of his letters." "Me? Why would you be surprised? You can't tell me you didn't know how important you were to the king. He thought of you as his daughter, was thrilled with the idea that one of his sons, the more worthy one, would marry you. I knew he cared for me. We spent time together almost every day, but I didn't know he spoke of me to anyone else." King Ignatius chuckled. "I think you might have been one of his favorite subjects." He took a drink. "So, do you still wish to rule with Prince Brynwyn?" Amelia choked on her drink a bit. "Sir, the last few letters I received from Ivor were full of hope about you two marrying within a couple of years. Of course, then he died, and you were accused of the murder." He put down his empty glass. "You were held captive in the palace, I believe, the last 3 years?" "I was." Her voice was barely a whisper as she tried to keep a hold of her glass while not breaking it. Her palms were getting sweaty and her grip hard. "And now it is said you were not the culprit, but the oldest son and the master of the Lightbringers. That is what the messages from Prince Brynwyn and Princess Melwa said."
Amelia nodded, finding it hard to speak.
"So, if this is true, do you still wish to rule with Prince Brynwyn when he takes the throne?" Amelia took a deep breath and looked up at the king. She could see nothing malicious in his questions, just genuine curiosity. "I care very much for Bryn. I want to see him well settled." "And is that not with you? Father, are you quizzing the lady? You must see that she looks quite tired. She has been through much," said King Ignatius's son. "I did not mean to press her. I hope you know it, my lady. I am a curious man. It is a part of my nature." "I hope she has answered enough of your questions, father. I have been asked to bring her back to Mel, and the prince is desperate to have her by his side." The king smiled down at her. Then she should go. He picked up Amelia's hand and kissed it. "I hope we have more conversations soon, my lady." "Yes, your majesty." Her hand was given to the prince, who tucked it into his arm. "I apologize for my father, my lady. With his age, he has lost some of his decorum. Still a brilliant man, but he can be a bit much." "It is no bother, your highness." "I am Rayan, my lady, the next king of Tildia, and Princess Melwa is my wife." "I am pleased to make your acquaintance." "Likewise. Now come with me to my wife and your prince." He led Amelia back to Bryn and Melwa, who still stood by the fireplace, close together, talking softly. "Here you are, my lovely. I have found her. She was being ambushed by father, poor thing. Amelia let of Prince ran and moved to stand by Bryn. He did not ambush me. He was very kind. He was pestering her with questions. You know how he gets, Mel? Melwa gave a short laugh. I do, and you are almost as bad. Tonight you must wait with your questions for Lady Amelia. She doesn't need the headache you will give her with your prying. Amelia looked at Bryn as he took her hand. I turned around, and you were gone, Amelia. I hope you didn't think I was ignoring you. Not at all, Bryn. Prince Tristine wished me to meet Lady Lyneth. Melwa laughed. I am sure that was a short conversation. That lady barely says 2 words at the best of times. I found her charming. Both her and your brother were very kind, said Amelia. You overwhelm her, Mel. Bryn threaded his fingers with Amelia's. I am sure Amelia's gentler nature suits her better. Gentler nature, Melwa scoffed. That doesn't line up with the fierce bearer I've seen these past weeks. Amelia arched an eyebrow at Melwa before laughing. I am going to take that as a compliment. I meant it as one, said Melwa with a grin. Bryn huffed. Still, Amelia is not as brash as you when it comes to conversation. She knows subtlety where you have none. I speak truthfully. Melwa looked at her husband. You do, my dear, but I am sure Lady Amelia does as well. I think Bryn is trying to say there is a difference in your delivery. The ladies might suit someone like Lady Lyneth better than yours. Something like that, said Bryn with a half-grin. He turned to look at Amelia, his thumb gently caressing the back of her hand. Amelia has always been good with all sorts of people, charming. She talked us out of trouble plenty of times. Bryn looked down on her with so much open affection it made Amelia blush. I believe my parents wish for us to gather together, said Melwa after a moment. They will want to hear our tales, all of ours. Amelia's breath hitched as Melwa walked towards her mother, her husband following her. Bryn must have heard it because he pulled Amelia close. You do not have to share anything you aren't comfortable with. You were accused of a crime you did not commit. My brother is responsible for my father's death and will be the ruin of this land. That is all they need to know. Amelia nodded. I will say what is needed to help everyone understand. I know what is at stake. Nothing is worth you having to endure more pain. You are, she whispered. I would endure anything for you. He looked down at her and whispered her name before bending down to kiss her gently, not caring who was in the room. When he pulled away, she smiled at him and looked over, blushing as she saw a few eyes on them, including Melwa, who did not look pleased. Chapter 28, Light and Dark. Bryn. The atmosphere around the dining table was tense. Everyone went through the motions of supper, putting food on their plates, pouring wine, even eating and drinking a bit, but there were no smiles or laughter, just tense contemplation. It was the quietest 5 minutes Bryn had ever experienced in the room, as at least Melwa usually had something to say. Instead of speaking, she drank some wine, moving her eyes between Bryn and Amelia, and Bryn could not read her expression. They had spent the hour before supper explaining what had happened the last 3 years, most of it within the last few weeks. Bryn did most of the talking, though Amelia quietly shared her story of Bryn's father's death and a bit of her 3 years in the tower. Her voice sounded tired and hurt, as though getting through the words made her relive things over again. By the time supper was called, Amelia looked like she wished to go to her room and sleep for a week. Bryn was grateful when Tristine and Lady Lyneth took time to walk beside her into the dining room, speaking quietly. Whatever they said made Amelia smile a bit as she sat between Bryn and Tristine. "So King Gareth plans to rule over all of us?" asked King Ocean from the head of the table. "It appears to be his intention. He already has control over 2 kingdoms, replied Bryn. Light and dark, mused King Ignatius as he picked up a bit of food with his fork. 2 powers that appear to be at war with one another. Not necessarily, Amelia spoke loudly, and all turned to look at her. I always thought the darkness would dim the light I possess, but I find it only makes it burn brighter. Which gives the darkness the freedom to gather. King Ignatius chewed on his food with a thoughtful expression. Can King Gareth wield Elenia's power? Bryn shook his head. He cannot. He is a dweller. I have felt it, seen it. Then he will need a bearer to achieve his goals, said Ignatius. He stared at Amelia. A powerful one. Why not a guardian also, or a whisperer, said Amelia as she met the king's gaze. The moon needs the darkness to shine, and wisdom is often spoken in quiet and dark. Ignatius smiled widely at Amelia. Bright woman, just as Ivor said. Perhaps Gareth hopes to bend guardians and whisperers to his will. He might be able to do it if he has mastery over darkness and light. No matter his plans, he has to be stopped, said Prince Rayan. We should focus on that and not what magic he wants to master. Ignatius nodded. But knowing his plans can help us find his weakness and exploit it. He continued to stare at Amelia. Do we know his weaknesses? Bryn swallowed hard, not daring to speak what he wanted to say. There was only one reason they were able to escape Achilia, one reason they could leave, and it was because Gareth would not allow Amelia to be killed. He would rather let her go than see her dead. He is vain and cocky, said Amelia. He thinks the world should just bow down to him because he asks. He has no patience. He takes what he wants. Melwa took a long swig of her wine. You would know. You spent 3 years under his control, and I believe spent much time with him. Bryn narrowed his eyes at his friend. He couldn't believe she would mean to be unkind, but her bluntness was not helpful. Amelia looked at Melwa. I know him as much as anyone, I suppose, but even I did not sense the darkness in him, not like that. I didn't know what power he held. Perhaps you overlooked it on purpose, my lady, said Melwa as she held out her glass for more wine. Maybe you didn't see it because you didn't want to. Mel, hissed Bryn, this is not helpful. I was distracted during my times with Gareth, said Amelia quietly. I was trying to survive. Queen Stephana looked at Bryn and then Amelia. Of course you were. No one can blame you for any of this. She turned her eyes on her daughter. I am sure you don't mean to sound so harsh, my dear, but some kindness would not be remiss. Melwa bowed her head. I apologize, Lady Amelia, if I upset you. Sometimes my mouth gets away from me. I do wish I had paid more attention to what Gareth was saying to me, who he was, but I was not well. I was angry, confused, and alone. I want to help now, help our kingdoms and get Bryn to his rightful place, on the throne where his father wanted him. As Bryn took her hand under the table, he noticed it was shaking. He squeezed it and did not let go. You will need plenty of support from within your kingdom and without, said Prince Rayan. Have you contacted anyone in Ivalmore? Amelia sent a message to her father. We are hoping to receive a reply here. He and her brother will know which lords to contact and who we can trust, said Bryn. You will have our support, Bryn, said Melwa. I am sure father and mother will not hesitate. King Ocean looked at his daughter before looking down. Bryn, you will always have a place in this palace. I want Iriala to be a safe haven for you, but before we start naming kings and fighting battles, many things need to happen. Battles, whispered Amelia, her eyes closing. Battles where people die and kingdoms suffer. It was quiet except for the slight shuffling noise of everyone turning to look at her. If the orders of the goddesses all collide, it could ruin the world. It almost has before. This will not be like the war that cleaved the world, said Melwa dismissively. This is one power-hungry man to stop. A power-hungry man who controls 2 of the world's most powerful kingdoms, who has proved he is willing to do just about anything to get what he wants, including killing his own father, said King Ignatius with his eyes on Melwa. My dear girl, do you think when the Great War was fought centuries ago, anyone thought it would go as it did? Do you think it would have been started had those first few kings known it would last years, bringing us to the brink of extinction? Melwa stared back at her father-in-law as she picked up her cup of wine. Then perhaps we should not let history repeat itself. We know what we must do. Bryn felt Amelia move beside him, unsettled and trembling. He heard her whisper, It is not that simple. Bryn leaned slightly against her. Killing my brother does not mean we will have victory. We must first figure out what support he has. Lord Fox should be able to give you some kind of gauge in Ivalmore, said King Ocean. I doubt Gareth has much foothold, if any, here in Iriala, said Queen Stephana. I will write our lords this very evening, said Prince Rayan. Almost everyone turned to speak with one another, the volume increasing in the room, when Amelia put her cup down with a bang against the table. We must think of the people of Achilia. Her voice was clear, forceful. Everyone stopped and turned to her. Achilia? Asked Melwa with distaste. What? But her words were cut off as her husband put his hand on her arm. He looked across the table at his father, who was staring at Amelia. We cannot discount Achilia and its people. I have always been taught the whole kingdom is full of those who wish evil and harm, but how can that be? While those who run the palace seem full of malice, can there not be decent people in the villages out in the land? If we ignore the people of Achilia and only kill their leader, we might find ourselves with a bigger problem. Amelia looked around the table, her eyes landing on Melwa as though she dared her to disagree. "We need contacts in Achilia," said King Ignatius. "Unfortunately, any I have died. What of you, King Ocean?" Ocean shook his head. "Iriela has had no ties to the kingdom in many years." "Who besides the very southern tip of Evalmore trades with Achilia?" asked Amelia. Everyone looked around the table. "You have the largest kingdoms represented here. Perhaps Anelia does." Queen Stephana glanced at her husband. "I doubt it, being so north," replied the king. "This is the problem," said Amelia. "We know nothing about Achilia. We have let it be disconnected, alone in our world." "For what it did in that war that cleaved our world," said Melwa forcefully. Amelia shook her head. 6 centuries, 600 years, and we still punish them." "Their leadership has never been forthcoming, and look who is in charge now," said Melwa. "What do you know of this world's history or running a kingdom, my lady?" "Probably more than many of us at this table," said Bryn with a grin. "Amelia spent many hours at my father's side while he ruled. I think she listened better than either of his sons." "I am sure you learned plenty from your father, Bryn, but he is right. I spent many years listening to King Ivor speak to his lords, helped him write his letters, and soaked up every bit of wisdom he had for me. I would never try to override the wisdom of experience that many of you have at this table, but I believe we ignore the people of Achilia to our own detriment. If we kill or even displace their leader without their input, it will not end well." King Ignatius looked at Amelia with a nod of approval, while King Ocean appeared thoughtful. "I appreciate your candor, my lady. I believe it is something we need to think over. I have some contacts I can make with other kingdoms. We have a festival to celebrate in a few days. Let us get through it, and we will meet further about this." Amelia bowed her head before continuing on with her supper. Bryn went to do the same. When Melwa gave him a look he knew meant she would find him after the meal. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the parlor and Amelia was joined by Tristine and Lyneth, Melwa grabbed Bryn's arm and took him to the far side of the room. "Your lady was very outspoken tonight." "Was what she said not true?" asked Bryn. "Do you believe we should care what happens to those in Achilia, after all that kingdom has done? As Amelia says, it has been 6 centuries. We don't know what happens in the kingdom." "We saw enough of it in that palace. Did you see how they spent their evening, the depravity?" Melwa snorted. "If that is the representation of their lords and ladies, how can their villages be any better?" "That was a representation of the lords and ladies my brother invited Mel. He would only have those there that let him do as he wanted. Of course they were drunk or out of their minds on the goddesses. Know what? Those are the people that will stay in their mindless luxury, letting my brother rule over them. What if there are others in the kingdom, wanting more, something better? So you think we should do what? Wait and let your brother move as he pleases while we try to find out anything about Achilia to save a few people? I think there is a way we can begin to fight back against Gareth while helping those in Achilia who need it. Once we start picking and choosing who deserves to live, what does that make us?" She turned away and crossed her arms. "Your husband and father do not think she is a fool." Both the king and prince had sat close to Amelia, speaking intently to her. "The king has not been well, and Rayan has a tendency to be tender-hearted. He will see reason soon enough." "And where will that reason come from, you?" He ran a hand through his hair. "Mel, I don't know what will happen, but we need to consider all options. Above all, we need to stay together. We are tired, and it has been a trying time. Rest and think this over. Let us get through the festival, and we will come to a decision together." She deflated a bit, her arms falling to her side. "You are right. I just hate the idea of a drawn-out war. I was hoping we could end this quickly. Perhaps we still can, but above all, we need to do this right." She nodded before looking over towards Amelia. "Perhaps we should all call it an early night. I know I am exhausted, and your lady looks as if she wishes to lie back on that sofa and fall asleep. I am anxious to be in bed as well." "Yours?" she asked with a laugh. "Don't answer that." "I wasn't going to, as I am sure you can guess." Melwa swatted at him. "Good night, Mel." "Good night, Bryn. Perhaps I will wake up in a better mood tomorrow." Maybe, but I've been waiting for it for over 4 years. You would think it would happen by now. Bryn went to Amelia and suggested they retire early after their long journey. She agreed, saying good night to the room. Bryn was not surprised to find she had already charmed almost all of them as they warmly wished her a pleasant evening, King Ignatius standing to kiss her hand. Bryn walked with her up the stairs and to her room. She opened her door and looked at him. "It has been a long journey. You must want a peaceful night's sleep." He tried not to smile. "Is this your way of telling me to go to my own room? Perhaps you are the one who wishes to rest undisturbed." "I would never part from you if it were my choice, but being here in this palace amongst your friends, it's reminded me of the gap between us." He took her hand and pulled her close. "There is no gap unless you let there be one. Do you not know how impressive you were at supper? You sounded like a queen, Amelia." She blushed slightly. The princess did not seem to agree. Melwa was in one of her moods. You should pay her no mind. What I saw tonight, what everyone saw, is that I would be a fool to let you go. I need you in so many ways. He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers. "I love you. I cannot let you go again." She reached up and touched his cheek. "Go prepare yourself for bed. I will excuse whatever servant they sent and come to you." "You will come to my room?" The corners of his mouth twitched. The idea was more than agreeable to him. He could remember many nights of thinking of her in that bed with him, finding small hollow echoes of pleasure as his thoughts of her made it impossible for him to settle no matter how much he tried to find release. She nodded. "Do you not want me in there?" "I do," he said, trying to keep his breathing even. "Come as soon as you can. I will make sure I am alone." She walked through her door and looked at him with one of her mischievous half-smiles as she held the door. "I'm sorry you may not get the rest you wish, Your Highness. I believe I have a few things to discuss with you in detail." "I'm looking forward to whatever it is you have to say to me or show me, my lady. Any time I spent with you is always invigorating." Chapter 29. The Battle of the White Shore. Amelia. After meeting Master Ewan, Amelia observed the guardians training for a while as Bryn went through the exercises with the rest of the group. Eventually, Amelia let Bryn know she was going to wander the palace a bit and explore. He offered to go with her, but she implored him to stay with Princess Melwa and Prince Tristine, seeing that he enjoyed his training session and speaking with his friends. She did not mind having some time to herself. After spending her days mostly alone for 3 years, she found she still liked the quiet at times. The celestial palace was beautiful, and she had much to entertain herself as she went down the bright hallways and up the marble staircases. Eventually she found herself on the 4th floor, strolling through a gallery of beautiful portraits and paintings. She went through the portraits quickly, noticing they were all former royal family members of Iriala. She walked slower as she came upon landscapes of the kingdom. The crystal cliffs looked breathtaking, and she could imagine they were even more spectacular in person. Iriala seemed to be full of picturesque villages and beautiful shorelines. After the paintings of the kingdom, she came upon those done about the history of the world. She stopped at the end of the gallery, where a painting that took up half the wall hung. It was of a vicious battle fought on the shores of Ariala. The white stones were no longer white, but stained red, as those fallen laid upon it. The battle raged on around those dead, guardians, light-bearers, and those without powers, fighting on one side against a bevy of dwellers, shadow warriors, and fighters who followed the dark goddess. At the head of the fighters against the darkness stood 3 men, one in black, one in gray, and one in red. Though everyone else around them looked angry, intent, or in anguish, these 3 men were serene, staring up at some unseen force. "The Battle of the White Shore," said a voice behind Amelia. "The turning point of the war that cleaved the world." Amelia turned around to find King Ignatius walking towards her. "I suppose these 3 men represent the first 3 kings of our world." Ignatius came to stand beside her and nodded. "The one in black was from your own kingdom. He became the first king of Evalmor. The one in gray is, of course, from Iriala, and the one in red from my homeland." "The first masters of the bearers, guardians, and whispers," mused Amelia as she looked at the men. "I suppose they are meant to be staring up at their goddesses." King Ignatius looked closer at the 3 men. "Probably so, though it makes this piece ridiculous. Those 3 would not have been at the front of the line or looking at the sky. They would have been near the rear of their people, shielding them while they fought." "That wouldn't make a very pretty or interesting picture, though," said Amelia. It would to the poor souls who actually fought at the front, at least an interesting one, said Ignatius. From what I read, it was a horrible time, none of it pretty. It almost destroyed our whole world. Everyone blames the followers of Chardian and their dark magic. They did attack first. Ignatius moved closer to Amelia to look at how the dark magic users were depicted. They were clothed in dark cloaks, most of their faces hidden. Those whose features were seen were twisted up in hatred and anger. To take over the world, or so we are told now. Ignatius looked at Amelia. You doubt the history? I do not doubt that there were some on the side of followers of Chardian who were evil or close to it. They fought to gain power and nothing more but the others who followed them. Perhaps their motives were different. Maybe they wanted just a chance to flourish instead of being banished to a small piece of land that has always struggled to thrive. Ah, they do say nothing good grows in Achilia. The land is said to be cursed. More than likely, it is due to the short days and long nights because it is so south. The temperature never warms up as it does here or Avalmore. You can call it cursed, but it might have to do more with nature. Ignatius smiled at her. You have studied weather patterns and climates? Amelia shrugged. A bit. It was a part of my education, and I found it interesting at one time. I read quite a few books on it that King Ivor found for me. He had a similar interest. What of your compassion for the Achilleans? Did that come from him? King Ivor was a compassionate man for any who suffered, but he was also the leader of Ivalmore. If he did have any reservations for hating Achilia, he kept them to himself. You know he could hardly speak about it, even to me. There were always listening ears about. I'm ashamed to say, until being taken there, I have never thought much about Achilia. Most say it's better not to think about them, but that could be why we are in the mess we are now. Amelia's eyes swept across the painting. If we could cut them off now by killing their leader, most would say it would be a good thing. Maybe keep us from repeating history. Or it could inflame the Achilleans even more, giving us temporary peace, but setting us up for a war to rival this one or worse. King Ignatius's hand moved in front of the painting. There are no easy answers. There rarely ever are in something like this, muttered Ignatius. Ruling is a hard business. Sometimes I am very ready to be done with it. Princess Melwa mentioned you had been ill, said Amelia. I caught one of the many sicknesses that sweep the land every now and then. I am over it now. He smiled down at Amelia. I would not want you to think I am some feeble old man. Amelia smiled back at him, taking in his strong, tall form and still handsome face. No one could think you feeble, your majesty. Perhaps you might be tired of ruling, but you still look every inch a king. Ignatius laughed. You are very charming, my dear. I know you are only humoring an old man, but to hear such a compliment from one as lovely and young as you does my soul good. Take the compliment, your majesty, as I meant every word. The king smiled wider. Would you walk with me, my lady? I plan to take a short walk out in the city close to the palace before lunch. It would be infinitely better if I had a beautiful young woman on my arm. Amelia felt herself blush as she nodded her head. I have wanted to see some of the city. I would be happy to join you. Amelia spent a pleasant morning with King Ignatius. They moved through the small marketplace near the palace with 2 of the king's guards following them. Amelia helped the king pick out a locket for Princess Melwa he wished to give her during the festival, and some new quills for his son. She even convinced him to buy a handsome map of Iriala he was eyeing. "And now what shall I buy you for helping me today, my lady?" asked the king as Amelia looked at a pretty wrap she thought was some of the softest materials she had ever touched. With some embroidery it would be perfect. There was a time when her mother was alive that Amelia loved learning how to embroider and sew. "What?" asked Amelia as she dropped the fabric. "Me? Your Majesty, there is nothing I need, especially in exchange for this fine morning. I have enjoyed your company." He touched the soft, blue material she had dropped. "This would make a nice wrap for you, I think. The blue would be perfect with your eyes." "It is lovely, but I did not pick it up as a hint. It's just so odd to be around so much finery. For the past few years I have seen little luxuries such as this. Even to behold them is a treat for me." The king picked up the fabric and paid a woman close by before Amelia could protest. It was wrapped up in a package, and the king handed it towards her as Amelia shook her head. "Please take it, my lady, to remind you that you are worth such luxuries and that those horrible days are behind you." You really don't need to. Of course, I don't need to do it. I want to do it. Now, make me happy and please take this gift. It is not a trap, Lady Amelia. I do not expect anything else from you other than the service you already gave me." He laughed. "I would like to continue our friendship if you wish." Amelia slowly took the package. "I would like your friendship with or without this package, your Majesty. I think it might be the real gift." The king took Amelia's hand and kissed it softly. "You are lovely, my dear, in every way." They walked back towards the palace for lunch. As they approached the gate, Amelia saw that Bryn was standing there chatting with a guard. He stopped and stared at her when he recognized her. "Your young prince has been waiting for you, my lady. I kept you too long this morning." "He will not mind. He was busy with his friends and order." She sighed slightly. "I'm afraid eventually he will have to do without my presence altogether and me him. I am not looking forward to it." "Why would you say that, my lady? I am known for my wisdom, but even a fool could see Prince Brynwyn is in love with you. I understand he has been for some time. Do you not feel the same?" "I think I have loved Bryn in some way almost since the day I met him, but I am afraid our futures are not compatible. He will be the king of Evalmore, and my reputation in that kingdom is not pristine as you can imagine. I am certainly not who the people would want as their queen." "You don't know what the future holds," said King Ignatius. "Things can change very quickly, and I would think you of all people would know it." "I suppose they can," said Amelia as they slowed a bit, Bryn tilting his head, looking confused. "But there is nothing I would not do for Bryn to be successful." "Success!" said King Ignatius with a snort. "How does one even measure success? I can see the look your young man is giving us now, and I doubt he barely even sees me, Lady Amelia. I have seen him watch you, seen how he looks for you at almost every moment. If you ask the young prince what his idea of a good, successful life looked like, do you think there is any chance it would not include you?" As Amelia came closer to Bryn, Princess Melwa walked up to stand beside him. She spotted Amelia on her father-in-law's arm and lifted one of her eyebrows with a slight smile. "You found a friend this morning, your Majesty," said Princess Melwa as they got close enough to hear her. "I believe I did, my dear princess. At least, I hope I did. I do not hesitate in calling Lady Amelia a friend." "And I am honored to call you mine, your Majesty," said Amelia as she let go of the king's arm. "It seems you have a knack for charming kings, my lady," said Melwa. Her smile quickly faded as Amelia felt herself go red. "I didn't mean Amelia I." "Do not trouble yourself, your highness," said Amelia as she kept her gaze down. "I know what you meant. Only that it is known you were great friends with Bryn's father, and now you have charmed King Ignatius as well." "And caught the attention of Gareth as well," said Amelia before she swallowed hard. "It is true, though I never wanted it."
"Amelia, please," said Melwa with more sincerity and contrition in her voice than Amelia thought the princess capable of. "I often speak before I think. It is one of my many faults, but I didn't mean it like that."
Bryn stared daggers at the princess as he grabbed Amelia's hand. "You must be hungry, Amelia. We should get inside." Amelia nodded, but stopped Bryn from escorting her inside. "Do not make yourself uncomfortable, Princess Melwa. You may not have meant anything by your comment, but even if you did, you are only telling the truth. Tiptoeing around my past and what has happened does not make it disappear." "I don't look down on you because of it," said the princess gently. "I don't believe you do," said Amelia, leaving the rest of what she was thinking unsaid. She looked at Bryn. "Come along, your highness. You must be hungry after your training." Bryn nodded. "I hope you don't have any plans for the rest of the day. I had planned to take you into the marketplace, but I see you have already been. Perhaps we could go deeper into the city instead or out to the shoreline." "I will go see wherever it is you wish to show me," said Amelia. "Your Majesty, Princess Melwa, will you be coming to lunch?" "Go on, my lady," said King Ignatius. "I wish to have a quick word with my daughter-in-law. I am sure she won't mind." Bryn nodded. "We will see you in a moment, then."
Amelia looked back at Princess Melwa to see her staring at her and Bryn. Amelia gave her a small smile, hoping to put her at ease, but the princess only watched her until King Ignatius made her turn.
Chapter 30. The Festival. Bryn watched Amelia look over the turquoise water of the sea, her hair blowing free from its braid in the strong wind. She turned fully towards the sea and closed her eyes, her nostrils flaring as he was sure she was taking in the scent of the salt water. Bryn could not take his eyes off of her. The afternoon fall sun shone through the clouds overhead, illuminating her golden brown hair, making it appear red. Her face rose slightly, basking in the sun, and Bryn moved forward, the pull of her too great. She was so beautiful. Her long eyelashes touched her soft cheek, her slender nose barely curved upwards at the end. His eyes fixated on her full lips, wanting to take her into his arms and kiss those lips until they collapsed on the shore where he could love her fully. All those years apart, he had dreamed of moments like this. He had stood on this very shore and imagined Amelia with him, just as she was, her face to the sun, the breeze through her hair. "The air is so clean here, nothing like the port towns back home," said Amelia as she opened her eyes. "We are far enough away from the city to leave those things behind. I often came out here to think." Amelia turned to him. "What did you spend your time thinking about?" "You, always you," he answered truthfully. "And my father after I learned he died. I came out here and spoke to you both, believing you were gone as well, Amelia. I knew I would never really live again, but what life I did have, I devoted to you, trying to live as one worthy of your love. I thought of you every day in that tower. I tried to think about what I had done to make you want to abandon me. I thought you knew me better than anyone, would know I could never do what they say. For months I expected you to show up at any time. I begged my goddess. I begged you. I think it was when I finally passed out from the beatings that I gave up. It was then that I let Gareth have his way. My hope left me that day." "Amelia," said Bryn, his voice hoarse as regret filled him, "if I could." "I don't want your apologies or reassurances, Bryn. I know now you were tricked. I wish I could forget those years, forget the pain, the despair, but they will never leave me. Pushing them deep inside has only made it worse. I thought voicing it might help." He moved to her side and took her hand. "What can I do? How can I help you? Bear with me. Forgive me when my mood is low and I seem far away. I think a small part of me will always be trapped in that tower with him." "I wish I could set all of you free, take your pain away," said Bryn. "I would do anything to change the past. But you cannot, so promise me you will embrace the future. Promise me you will become who you have to be for Evalmor, for the world, and for yourself. Promise me you will do it even if it means having to let me go. I would promise you almost anything, Amelia, but that is the one thing I cannot do. Nothing in this world is worth losing you. I will find a way to help save Evalmor and the world, but only if I am with you in the end, unless you wish otherwise." She turned and looked at him, her eyes staring into his. "I wish I were strong enough to lie to you, Bryn. I should tell you I don't want you so you could start moving on, but I cannot do it. I love you too much to be able to hide it. No matter what happens, I will always love you." He kissed her again and again, not letting her go even as the water came in and lapped around their feet, not even as the sun started to approach the water's surface as it set. He needed to somehow show her there was no way he was ever letting her go. He had abandoned her once, and it would never happen again. He was tied to her in some way that intertwined their souls. To be without her would kill him somehow, leave him as a shell devoid of meaningful life. "Do not give up on us," he finally said as she laid her head against his chest. "Please do not think for 1 minute you and I will not spend the rest of our lives together. We will find a way, I promise." Any discussions about what to do about Achilia and Gareth were put on hold as the day of the festival approached. The city was decorated with garlands of nuts, leaves, vines, and boughs. Wreaths with corn and limbs were put on doors as gourds were carved out to make room for candles. It was the largest festival in Iriala, and Bryn was anxious to experience it with Amelia. Bryn dressed with care, putting on a gray guardian tunic and black pants he received from the order. Over it he threw on a dark gray cloak with a large moon embroidered on the back. Tying back his dark hair that had grown past his chin, he glanced at himself in the mirror, finding that his dark eyes appeared tired, and he looked older since his last festival. Much had happened, and while some of it Bryn wished he could erase from his mind, he could not find fault in where he was at the moment, in a safe place with a person he loved more than anything in the world. Tucking back one piece of hair that would not stay in his tie behind his ear, Bryn walked from the room, ready to meet Amelia at the bottom of the stairs. She was already there standing with Prince Tristine and Lady Lyneth, but she might as well have been alone for Bryn. Someone had found her a deep blue gown, probably the Queen or Melwa, It looked like it was made for her, the bodice fitting perfectly over her still too slim waist, making it look fuller. The neckline was low enough he could see it made her a little self-conscious as she kept putting her hand up to it, tugging once as she spotted him. The full skirt of the dress just brushed her slippers. Around her arms she held a lighter blue wrap that would help with the chilly air against the half-sleeves she wore. Bryn walked down to her and took the hand that kept fidgeting at her neckline. "You look beautiful, Amelia." He kissed her hand gently as she smiled at him. "I hardly know how to feel. This feels like some dream, being dressed so about to go to a festival with you by my side. I am afraid I will wake up back in my tower, wearing my same black dress, surrounded by walls." "You are truly free, Amelia, and never will I let anything like it happen to you again," said Bryn, not able to keep from staring at her. "My mother and father are already outside, and Melwa walked with her husband and King Ignatius to the town center. If you are ready, we could all walk together," suggested Tristine. Bryn held out his arm to Amelia, and she took it. They walked with Tristine and Linden past the palace gates, catching up with King Ocean and Queen Stephana. As they entered the city, Bryn watched Amelia. She looked around the streets with such wonder in her eyes that Bryn thought she looked like the young woman he had left behind, hopeful for the future and sure of herself. For a moment he could catch a glimpse of what she would be now had Gareth not killed their father and held Amelia in the tower. "How do you like our festival, my lady?" asked Tristine as he smiled at Amelia. "It is beyond anything I could dream. It is almost too much. In my darkest times I sometimes imagine some fairyland full of lights and music. I could never have thought of anything as wonderful as this." Bryn could feel her hand shake slightly on his arm. He covered it with his free hand. "It will all be fine, Amelia. I will not leave you, and if at any time you wish to leave, let me know." "I will be fine, Bryn. I just need a moment or two to adjust. There are so many people around." "You are safe here, Amelia. The palace guards all around, and you need only talk to those you are comfortable with." They walked up to the center of town, where a group of musicians sat on one side with the whole square cleared for dancing. It is a tradition that the royal family and friends open the dancing, but if you do not wish to do it, we can stand over to the side. "I always loved dancing," said Amelia as she looked at the musicians. "It has been so long." Before Bryn could comment, a woman walked over. "Prince Brynwyn, it seems an age since I saw you. Have you been away?" Bryn studied the woman, trying to place her. He finally realized where he knew her as shame and embarrassment made his face heat up. "Lady Brocket." Bryn gave a formal bow while holding tightly to Amelia. "So formal," she laughed as she moved closer. "It is very good to see you. Perhaps we might dance tonight, or even have a drink or two together." "I am afraid that will not be possible, my lady. As you can see, I already have a partner for the evening." Lady Brocket looked Amelia up and down before turning back to Bryn. "I am sure she won't mind sharing. She is a pretty little thing, and should have no issues finding another to entertain her while you spend time with me." She laughed and spoke quietly. "This young thing can have no idea of how to divert you as I can." He heard Amelia make a noise, and he couldn't tell if it was anger or amusement. "Lady Brocket, I think you are mistaken. The prince is an old friend of mine, and I have always been able to divert him in ways he has found very amusing," said Amelia with a smug grin. "Now, if you will excuse us, I believe we were about to dance. Isn't that so, your highness?" Bryn raised an eyebrow before smiling at her. "Yes, my lady. I plan to dance with you as much as you desire, and then not leave your side the rest of the evening. As you can see, Lady Brocket, I will be much too busy to attend to you tonight. It is nice seeing you." "Have a pleasant evening, my lady," said Amelia as she pulled Bryn towards the dancing space. They kept close to the edge as the king and queen took the center. Bryn saw Melwa finish a glass of wine before taking Prince Rayan's hand and bringing him close to Bryn and Amelia. The music started, and Bryn let the rest of the world disappear as he focused on Amelia. She gave him a tentative smile as they started moving. "Amelia, I am so sorry about that. I sometimes forget how utterly awful I acted for a time after I heard of my father's death and your supposed demise. I can't imagine how badly you must think of me." "I don't think badly of you at all. You thought me dead, and you had to go on with your life. I cannot fault you for finding pleasure where you could, not with what I was doing at the time. Do not excuse my bad behavior or compare our situations at all. What I had when I thought you died was no life. I stumbled through each day, just trying to find a way to chase away the pain. There was no relief. I pushed and pushed, trying to destroy everything about me. She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. I am sorry, Bryn. I'm sorry you had to go through it all. There are so many things I wish I could have done differently. If Melwa had not finally pushed me to do better, I am not sure how it would have ended up, said Bryn. She has been a good friend to you. Bryn nodded. Despite her cutting words and quick judgments, she is a good woman. I know, said Amelia. I am glad you had her and Prince Tristine in your life. I am glad you still have them. You are much loved here. You were all alone, said Bryn. I had Owain. He came to see me as much as he could. Your father still loves you, Amelia, your brother too. I heard the despair in his voice, thinking of you in danger. You will see. I don't want to think about the tower tonight, said Amelia as she leaned against him. I want to enjoy this night. I want to feel the cool breeze, hear the music, smell the food, and see all the people happy to be alive. She put her face close to his. I want to feel your arms around me. Bryn whispered her name before he bent down and kissed her lips gently. He held her close as they both danced in silence, content to just be together. They did have to break once the music ended, Amelia being willing taken to the dance floor by Tristine as Bryn danced with Lyneth. Amelia proved popular at the festival, finding her confidence after she danced with both King Ogian and King Ignatius. Bryn stood on the edge of the space, drinking a bit of mead as he watched Amelia smile at Prince Rayan as they danced. Your lady seems to be happy tonight, said Melwa as she walked over with a glass of wine. Her eyes looked glassy, and she stumbled slightly as she stopped by his side. Have you eaten anything, Mel? Asked Bryn as he put his mug aside. Perhaps I should get you something. You are worse than Rayan. I don't need you or him taking care of me. She practically growled before taking another drink. I see you are not hiding your devotion for Amelia. Why should I? Asked Bryn. I have always been very open with my feelings for her. I love her, Mel, and I don't care who knows it. You are setting yourself up for heartache, you and her. We don't need to go over this again. Leave it alone, said Bryn. You should listen to me. She glanced over her shoulder before turning. If you won't listen, then I am sure Lady Amelia will. She is much too sensible not to see the truth. Mel, don't you dare, said Bryn, but it was too late. Melwa finished her wine and walked up to Amelia as she stepped off the dancing space with Rayan. Bryn hurried after her, but was cut off by some passing people.
Amelia, you do know what you are doing is stupid. It will only hurt you in the long run, Bryn heard Melwa say as he pushed through the crowd.
What do you mean, Your Highness? Mel, I think it might be time to take you back to the palace, said Rayan. Melwa ignored him. You cannot keep living this fantasy with Bryn. Why carry on as you do, knowing he will have to leave you behind? You cannot be his wife, and you know it. Mel, said Rayan in warning, this is none of your concern. None of my concern? I had to watch Bryn suffer when he thought Amelia was dead. He almost killed himself in grief with his hard living. Nothing is worth what he did, certainly not some childhood crush. Princess Melwa, I beg you to stop speaking, said Amelia, sounding annoyed. You do not know what you are talking about. Bryn had just reached them when Melwa went on. He took half the women in this village to bed. He even tried to seduce me. Maybe I should have let him. I could have told my father, and then I would be married to him, keeping him safe from the disaster you will lead him to. That's enough, Melwa, said Bryn as everyone around them had stopped talking. What, your lady can't handle the truth? Have you not told her all? Perhaps it will spur her to do the right thing and leave you alone. You wanted your freedom, my lady. You have it. Now you should go far away and leave the rest of us to see to the world's future. You can take your reservations for Achilia with you. Amelia at first looked like she would argue back with Melwa, telling her off, but she spotted all the people staring at them who had started to whisper. Bryn heard someone say Amelia's name and mention his father. He had no idea who knew her history there, but it made Amelia tense up before looking at Bryn and running. Amelia, called Bryn, watching her go. He turned to Melwa. Why? Why say all those things to her? Do you feel better now? Before she could respond, Bryn took off through the crowd, desperate to catch Amelia. Chapter 31. Convinced. Amelia? Amelia made it to the palace steps, passing by confused guards before she collapsed against the stone wall that bordered the few stairs. She leaned her head against the cool stone and wrapped her shawl around her tighter. She was so weak and such a fool. Why did she let that woman get to her? She should have given her words back or ignored her completely. It was obvious the princess had too much to drink, and that something had been bothering her for some time. Amelia wondered if the princess had harbored feelings for Brynn for some time, resenting having to marry her husband for the alliance while Brynn had mourned Amelia. It would explain why Melwa had thrown Brynn's attention to her in Amelia's face, and how much the princess appeared to enjoy telling Amelia she should give up Brynn as soon as she could. Yes, Amelia should have ignored her or told her off, but instead she had noticed the whispers around her. She had seen the eyes all on her as she listened to Princess Melwa. She heard her name and King Ivor's, and Amelia knew what they were speaking about. She knew that no matter where she went, there would always be at least a few people who knew her story, and some who would always see her as guilty. She had panicked, feeling the space closing in, the voices magnified in her ear. There were too many people, too many lights, and she couldn't breathe. All she could do was run. Now she sat against the palace, feeling the cold breeze across her face, and it hid her tears. She was crying, not just crying, sobbing. She broke down as she felt shame, anger, and despair. It was not fair what had happened to her, not fair that she had spent 3 years trapped in a tower all alone. It was not right that now she would have to pay by giving up Brynn. Perhaps that is what hurt the most, knowing that Melwa had a point. Amelia had known for a while she wouldn't be able to end up with Brynn. She had tried to push it aside and listen to his pretty words of devotion and how they would find a future together, but he would have to choose his kingdom and his position in the end. She would have to go somewhere far away to be forgotten by those in Avalmore, and hopefully to somehow forget as well. "Amelia, what is wrong?" She tried to ignore it at first, Gareth's voice in her head, but the darkness gathered in her, making her power flow through her body. "Leave me alone," she whispered. "Not now, please." "You are upset. Everything is ruined, everything," she gasped. "I can't go on, not like this." "Did my brother hurt you? I knew he would disappoint you in the end. You are more than he can ever be. He could never hurt me. It is you who has destroyed my life. It is because of you I can't have what I always wanted." There was silence for a moment. "I can show you a better way, one where you will never be hurt again. You are too much for Brynn and almost everyone else, but with me your power need never be dampened. You will have to bow to no one." Amelia thought over her insistence that they find a better way to help the world and Achilia. She remembered Melwa scoffing at her, and King Ocean's indulgent smiles, as though she were a child. No one took her seriously. Even Brynn probably saw her as something to protect, something broken that needed fixing. "Amelia, you can come to me now. I will make it up to you for all I have done. I will never hurt you again, never force you to do anything. Come help me make a better world." "Words, just words," she mumbled. "That is all it is. I know what you are, Gareth." She raised her head to the moonlight. "Leave me alone." "Amelia?" A gentle voice caused her to turn. There, standing in the moonlight with his dark gray cloak blowing in the breeze, stood Brynn, looking down at her with such concern and love it made her sobs renew. "My love, please don't listen to anything she said. She was not in her right mind. I don't know what her problem is, but she is lashing out for some reason." "Is it not obvious, Brynn? She is most likely in love with you, and it sounds as if you had feelings for her at one time. Do you still?" Brynn sat down next to Amelia and sighed. "I have never felt anything for Melwa beyond friendship. When I kissed her that night, I was even drunker than she was this evening. Beyond that, I was in a terrible place, Amelia. Father was gone. I thought I had lost you and failed you in the worst way. I did anything to ruin myself, and Melwa was the final straw. It was wrong of me to kiss her, and she set me straight very quickly." He turned to Amelia and wiped some of the tears off her face. "I don't think Mel is in love with me. Something is bothering her, but that isn't it. She is right about some things, though." "She is not. Please do not start with how we cannot be together. You know I will not accept it. If you truly think that is where we are heading, you and I will leave tonight. We will run from here and never look back. I never wanted to be king, Amelia, and I won't lose you for the position." "You cannot run. I cannot run, not until the world is safe. I feel responsible for what Gareth is doing. I should have seen it earlier. Had I not been so caught up in my own anger and hopelessness, I could have sensed the darkness building within him. I cannot just let him take over our kingdom, this one or any other." Brynn moved some of her hair that was sticking to her face. None of this is your fault. You have failed no one, Amelia. The world has failed you." She took a deep breath as she stared at Bryn. "Then I must see that it does not fail anyone else. All those people out there tonight look to their leaders to keep them safe. They look to us, the guardians and light-bearers, to secure their kingdoms. I will do my duty, and you will as well, as both a guardian and a prince." Bryn took Amelia's hand and threaded his fingers with hers. "We can do our duty and not lose each other. No one gets to say who we are to each other except us. But I heard people tonight speaking of your father and me. There will always be those who believe I did it, Bryn. My past will follow me wherever I go. So mine will as well. You say that tonight. At the end of this, when we find a way to defeat Gareth and secure Achilia, then you and I will have a future. What it looks like is up to us. We don't have to decide everything at this point, but I know we have to be together, you and me. I have seen my life without you, and trust me, no one wants that man as their king." "Bryn," said Amelia as he leaned forward. His lips brushed hers. "I love you, and I know you love me." His lips pressed against her as his hand went up to her cheek. "Say you believe me, Amelia. Say you know there is no way but us." She leaned into him as she felt his tongue against her lower lip. She parted her lips as he groaned, deepening their kiss as his hands wrapped around her, bringing her against him. He pulled back for a moment. "Please tell me you understand. Say it." "There can be no one for me but you," she whispered as she held his face in her hands. "The only way forward is together." He smiled before kissing her again with no restraint or hesitation. She got lost in him for a few moments, not caring about where they were or the cold wind around him. Her shawl fell from her shoulders as Bryn's hands worked their way up her body until one hand rested on her breast. A noise from the faraway crowd made Bryn draw back. "There is something you have to see. I know the perfect place." He stood up and offered his hand to her. She took it, and he pulled her up, leading her into the palace. It was dark and quiet, as most servants had gone out to experience the festival as best they could. She followed Bryn up the stairs and into his room, where he took her out onto the balcony that faced the village. She went to the edge and looked out towards the village, its lights shining in the distance. "What am I looking for?" she asked, turning to Bryn as he came to stand behind her. "Wait, it's almost time." She waited in quiet until she saw many of the lights were put out in the village, slowly at first, but then the place became almost dark. A moment later she saw balls of dim light start to form just over the village. They started out small, looking almost white in the dark sky before they grew, becoming bright silver white. They slowly rose into the air, followed by more. "It's the guardians sending their offering to the goddess," said Bryn. He held up his hand next to Amelia, and a small ball of light formed in his palm. "You can add a bit of your own power if you like." She gently put her hand on his, sending some of her light magic to the orb. It grew brighter before Bryn lifted his hand and sent it into the air. Amelia followed its progress as Bryn put his arm around her waist and pulled her against him. He leaned down and moved the shawl she wore, exposing her neck so he could place a kiss on it. "My brilliant, beautiful Amelia," murmured Bryn against her skin. "Last year I watched the festival alone from this balcony, dreaming of you in my arms. How could you ever think I could let you go now?" She watched the lights dance over the village as Bryn kissed her neck, his hand rubbing against her side. She was enveloped in his warmth and scent, feeling more secure than she had in years. So much of her wanted to completely submit to him, not worrying about the present or the future, only focusing on the love she felt for him. "What are you thinking?" he whispered into her ear before kissing just below it. "About you, about us," she breathed. "It all seems so simple when we are like this. Everything feels right." "Because it is right." His hand moved up her side as he pulled her even further against him, where she could feel his arousal. "No one has ever affected me like you. I could never love another." She reached, moving his cloak so she could rub his strong thigh. He groaned quietly as his hand continued its track up to trace her breast over her dress. She felt her body react to him, and she was not in the mood for waiting, abruptly turning in his arms to claim his lips. He backed her up against the wide stone railing, Amelia slipping her hands under his cloak as he did, running her hands up his chest and to his back. He broke their kiss for a moment to pick her up and sit her on the railing, one of his hands gathering up her skirt as he leaned down to kiss her again. She dropped her wrap completely, letting it fall to the side as Bryn's lips moved from her mouth, down her neck to the exposed tops of her breast, his hand going under her skirt and up her thigh. She leaned back with her eyes open as one of his hands went to the back of her dress, pulling at the ties there. The lights over the village were high overhead, some floating towards the palace. She watched them in wonder as Bryn managed to pull her bodice down, the night air hitting her breast before he took one of her nipples into his mouth, his tongue swirling around it. She made a noise of appreciation and want, needing more and more of him. He moved over to her other breast as his hand went higher, pushing aside her underclothes to brush against her SX. He sighed as his hands lingered against her wetness, looking up at her with a wicked grin. "You should know better than to argue with me about anything. I have decided you are my future, and that is it. I can be very convincing." She laughed slightly. "Remind me, then. Show me how convincing you can be." He raised his eyebrows at her challenge before dropping to his knees, pulling up her skirt with both of his hands. He stared at her for one moment before he dove in, devouring her without warning. She moaned his name as she leaned further back on the railing, gripping tight more out of the agony and ecstasy his attentions were providing than fear of falling. His tongue buried deep within her, swirling around until he slowly brought it out and replaced it with two of his fingers. His mouth went up to surround the bundle of nerves at her center, while his fingers worked their way in and out. She forgot about the cold air or the fall that could await her on the other side. She entangled one of her hands in his hair, pulling it through until the tie came out, so it all fell free, cascading as a dark curtain around his face. Her first peak came quickly as she cried out Bryn's name, seeing the mist of her breath in the air. He did not stop, slowly working her up into a frenzy again until she was shaking, barely able to stay on the railing. Bryn stood up and steadied her, his hands on her hips. He kissed her, his tongue brushing over hers so she could taste herself on it. "Now," she practically growled, "I want you, need you." He answered by undoing his pants while he kissed her again. He put one hand on her hip and used the other to guide himself, groaning as he slowly moved deep within her. She wanted all of him, for both of them to be so completely consumed that there was no question of belonging to one another. This was not some shallow first love that faded over time. It was a deep, abiding connection that strengthened even when apart. She wanted to feel as though she would almost burn alive from his love, be convinced she could not live without it. Her hands went to his back, and she pulled him against her. He moaned her name as she kissed just under his chin, her fingernails digging into him as he thrust in and out of her. She urged him to go faster, harder. She didn't need gentleness and consideration. She needed wild abandonment. Her release came hard and quick as he hit deep within her. She cried out his name, and it encouraged him to go faster, to take her hips and lift her off the railing so he could plunge deep within her. She wrapped her legs around him, and after a couple more thrusts, he cried out her name, burying his head into her neck as he shuddered and moved within her until he finished his release. She lifted his head and kissed him. "I love you." She kissed him again. "I love you, Bryn." He adjusted her in his arms and carried her into his room, placing her on the bed before fully take his clothes off. He helped her shed her dress and underclothes, and then held her close, his hands slowly roving over her body, as though he was trying to memorize every curve. "Amelia," he whispered, "there are no words to tell you what you mean to me. Love sounds too simple, too direct for it to encompass what I feel for you. Do not make me try to live without you. I cannot do it." She kissed him as her hand came up to caress his cheek. "I will always choose you, Bryn, always." He loved her again, slowly, both of them taking time to savor every moment of the night, hoping they had many more ahead, but making sure this one counted if not. Chapter 32, Light-Bearer. As she slept in Bryn's arms, Amelia's dreams were jumbled-up scenes of her youth. She saw times when she sat with her mother working on her sewing, when she spoke with her father and brother over suppers, memories of sitting with the king in his study, speaking over kingdom matters, and above all, so many of her times with Bryn. She dreamed of whispering to him during their studies, laughing at him over some stupid prank they pulled, riding with him over the fields outside the city, dancing with him, their first kiss, the night when he told her he had to leave. All of it played in her head, flashes of her life before everything went dark. She stood there, no light around her, the air still, no breeze when she felt a presence that made her take 2 steps back. "Amelia," Gareth's voice said. "No," she whispered. "Please don't. It is time, my lovely one. You must join me." She shook her head. "Leave me alone. There is nothing for you here." "There is everything. You are everything." He was quiet for a moment. "I've come for you." Amelia's eyes flew open, and she sat up in bed as Bryn stirred next to her. The light was weak coming through the windows, showing just how early it was.
"Amelia?" asked Bryn, sounding half asleep.
"Get dressed now," said Amelia as she threw off the covers. "Why, he's here. I know he is, and I am sure he brought plenty of people with him." Bryn sat up and rubbed his eyes, and Amelia stood. "Who's here?" "Gareth. He's come to Iriala looking for me. I must meet him, find a way to stop him." "Surely not, Amelia. You just had a bad dream. Come back to bed." Just as he finished speaking, bells sounded outside the palace. Many bells rang out from the village beyond to the palace gates. Bryn looked at her in alarm. "Get dressed now," said Amelia as she put on her gown from last night. "Meet me in the entry hall. I am sure the others will come as well as the guardians." She hurried from his room before he could respond. She pulled out her bearer dress that had been cleaned and repaired the best it could. She swapped her gown for it and braided her hair on top of her head. After putting on her boots, she stepped out into the hallway to find Tristine hurrying past her towards the stairs. "You heard the bells, my lady?" he asked as Amelia caught up with him. "I did. I believe I know who is here, and I am afraid it is my fault. I must meet him." "You will not face him alone. Even without you here, Achilia would eventually come to our shores. We will face this threat together. We are more than prepared." Tristine moved quickly down the stairs, Amelia following, seeing Bryn was already waiting at the bottom. "The guardians should be assembling," said Bryn. He looked at Amelia, seeming to take in how she was dressed. "Maybe you should stay here in the palace." "I have to fight. I need to face him. He won't stop until he can speak with me." "He wants to take you," said Bryn as he glanced past Amelia at someone coming down the stairs. Amelia turned to see Princess Melwa walking down, followed by Prince Rayan and King Ignatius. Amelia looked back at Bryn. "I will not sit here while people are in danger." Before Bryn could answer, the palace door burst open, and 2 royal guards came in. Tristine moved forward to meet them. "Several ships, your highness. They look to be full." "The sails, flags. Where are they from?" asked Tristine. "Achilia, your highness. All are flying the flag of that kingdom." Tristine nodded as his father and mother joined him. The king looked at the 2 guards. "We know what we are facing. Go ready the royal guard. Send half the forces to the front of the village by the shores. Put the rest here in front of the palace." He looked at Tristine. "Go to Master Ruan. I am sure he knows what he is about, but tell him to move into the village, ready to defend our people." "We will join you, your highness," said King Ignatius as he walked forward. "Are you sure, father? You have been ill. It might be best if you stay here," said Prince Rayan. "I am as fit as I ever was, and I cannot stand to sit here and do nothing." "I am coming as well," said Amelia as she stared at Bryn. "You will need my power to magnify all the guardians." There were more hurried steps on the stairs, and Owain appeared, dressed for battle, his sword at his side. "I'll come with you, my lady." "Owain, are you sure you are well enough?" asked Amelia. "We will face more shadow warriors today." "I am perfectly well, my lady, and I will not let you go out into a fight without me by your side." Bryn ran his hand through his hair before grabbing Amelia's hand. "You will stay close to me through this whole thing. No running off by yourself trying to find him." She nodded her agreement, though she didn't mean it. If she saw an opportunity to meet Gareth, she would take it. "Then let us go," said Melwa as she moved so close past Amelia their shoulders touched. There was no look, no apologies for the night before, nothing but cold indifference as she failed to even acknowledge Amelia. Melwa opened the door and looked at Bryn. He glanced at Amelia before gripping her hand and walking towards the open door. By the time the guardians gathered and went to the village, guards were already fighting. Amelia could feel the cold darkness that radiated off shadow warriors all around. She could see the dark mists of magic ahead of her. She looked for the light inside of her and felt it spark in the precincts of the guardians and the dwellers down the streets. Moving ahead of Bryn 2 paces, she saw 2 guards trying to hold their own against a group of 5 dwellers. A group of guards fought with shadow warriors on the other side of the street, 2 guards already lying dead close to a building. Amelia threw out her hands at the shadow warriors, a bright light enveloping them, making them turn so the guards could easily stab them. She felt guardian magic move past her towards the dwellers facing the guards. Power unleashed all around. Dwellers flooded the streets coming from the shore. Shadow warriors hurried behind them, their faces hidden within their hoods. Amelia tried to keep track of Bryn and Owain as they fought, moving between buildings to face dwellers and shadow warriors. Guardians were all around her, throwing out their dim, glowing magic. A few times she saw King Ignatius and Prince Rayan fighting with swords. Their magic came out of them in small white wisps, seeming to confuse dwellers, soldiers from Achillean, and shadow warriors alike. A few times Bryn took Amelia's hand as they moved forward. He moved in front of her several times like he was trying to keep her from fleeing. Owain was constantly at her side, keeping any threats away from her as she used her magic. As she fought, Amelia sought any signs of Gareth. She kept her mind open, letting the darkness settle there, seeing if he would speak to her. So far he had kept silent. The fight was difficult and slow. The morning slipped by, the wind becoming colder, as the sun did not appear behind the low clouds. The closer they got to the shore, the worse the wind became. Amelia forgot about Gareth for a while as she tried to focus on what was happening all around. They were overwhelmed. She didn't know how Gareth and Achillia had brought so many with them, but it seemed like they were never ending. It was almost as if the ships were manufacturing dwellers, soldiers, and shadow walkers, releasing them on the beach. A few guardians fell around her. Villagers who had been caught out in the early morning lay dead all around. Wounded royal guards struggled to keep fighting. Amelia felt a wave of exhaustion hit her after sending a large circle of magic to bind a group of shadow warriors together so some guardians could finish them off. "We need to get to the shore and cut them off," said Amelia to Bryn. He threw some power at a dweller and nodded. "Stay with me, and we will press on." Amelia was about to follow him when she heard a familiar voice cry out to her right. She looked to see Princess Melwa on the ground, her hand up as a group of shadow warriors and dwellers came towards her. Bryn was fighting with 2 other guardians, and Owain was engaged with 2 soldiers from Achillia. There was no one else around to help. Amelia didn't think twice. She ran towards the princess, throwing herself in front of her, just as the dwellers sent their strange black mist in her direction. Amelia intercepted it as she landed directly in front of Melwa. She held it in her hands, letting it mix in with her light magic as the power built inside her. The light inside her burned brightly, cutting through the darkness and turning the combined magic into something new and strong. She threw out her hands, and her power with the dark magic flew at the dwellers and shadow warriors. The force of it threw Amelia back past the princess into a wall. Amelia hit it hard and slumped down as she heard Melwa call her name. The dwellers and shadow warriors fell where they were, and Amelia struggled to keep her eyes open. Her head ached awfully, and her power was almost spent. Though the ground near the wall was wet and cold, she did not care. She only wanted to rest where she was. She heard the fighting all around her. As she tried to make the world stop spinning, she looked around, seeing more guardians fall. Irialan royal guards lay dead around her. Villagers trying to defend their homes and shops were slaughtered. Darkness sat on the edges of her vision as 2 shadow warriors lumbered towards her, and she wondered if she should just give up, let it take her completely. As she felt herself drift off, some familiar power moved in front of her towards the shadow warriors. Her light inside of her flickered in response, wishing to join with it, to go to her fellow bearers who ran past her. She thought maybe she was hallucinating, maybe it was some vision right before she died, but then she heard a familiar voice calling out her name. "Father?" she whispered in confusion as her vision cleared somewhat. She sat up straighter, looking in the distance. 2 guardians moved, and there they were, her father and brother. Her father stopped and stared at her as her brother took his arm to encourage him to move forward. "Father Adius," she said louder. Were they really there? Amelia turned her head slightly as she heard Melwa call her name. She could see the princess running towards her, but before Melwa could reach her, Amelia felt a cold hand wrap around her arm. It pulled her hard, yanking her to her feet. She cried out as her head spun, and her arm stung from the strength of the grip on it. "I've been looking for you, my lady. I have need of you, so you will have to come with me." Amelia blinked twice, trying to focus her eyes, trying not to lose whatever was in her stomach from the night before, as a new wave of darkness ran through her. Finally, the face near her came into focus, and she realized Dugan had a hold of her. He pulled her along, Amelia unable to resist. Her exhaustion and dizziness took over, and she collapsed against the man. Chapter 33, Distraction. Bryn took out the dweller in front of him with a push of his power. He wiped the sweat from his forehead that was beaded there despite the cool temperature. His energy was almost spent, but he did not dare stop fighting. They had to defend the village, the palace, and he had to keep Amelia from being taken. Amelia, where was she? He turned in a circle looking for her. "Amelia," he called loudly, moving forward, trying to look through the group of guardians around him. "Amelia!" he yelled again. A shadow warrior ran up to him, but Bryn caught his upper arm and pushed him away with a wave of power. Owain ran over and stabbed the warrior in the chest with his sword. "Where is Lady Amelia?" asked Owain as he turned and took out a soldier from Achilia. "I don't know. She was just here." A flash of black caught Bryn's eyes, thinking he would spot her. Instead, at least 3 dozen light-bearers ran past him, using their magic as one unit to blast their way through the enemy forces in front of them. "Is that?" asked Bryn, but before he could say more, he heard Melwa call out his name. He turned, and she ran towards him. "He took her. I couldn't get to her in time, and he grabbed her. She saved me, but was injured and couldn't fight back." Melwa was breathless, her eyes frantic as she latched on to Bryn's arm. "Amelia?" he asked as he took her hand. "Someone took Amelia?" She nodded. "That man who was on the dais with your brother in Achilia, he has her." "Dugan," said Bryn to Owain, who let out a sound like a growl. "Where did they go, Mel?" "He dragged her to the left, but then he turned, and they were gone. I don't know where he took her." Before Bryn could process what she was saying, he heard footsteps behind him. "Prince Brynwyn," said Lord Fox as Bryn spun to look at him. "Lord Fox Adius, was it you who brought the light-bearers?" "Yes, your highness, but now is not the time to speak of it. That man took my sister. We have to find her." Adius Fox had his sword out at his side, and blood dripped from the trip, showing he had already been in the middle of the fight. "I hope he didn't take her back to Achilia," said Bryn. "It would be near impossible," said Melwa. "There is a reason they had to sail here. Our wards will not let them travel as they please. He must have her somewhere close to the village." "Towards the ships, then," said Owain. "They will want to get her away as soon as possible." "I left about 12 light-bearers there," said Lord Fox, "and after running to the palace to find it still well defended, we were making our way back to the shore. The bearers should have made a path for us by now." "Let's go now," said Bryn. "Do not linger, or you will be left behind. We must find Amelia before they can get her on a ship." Bryn took off towards the shore, stopping only a few times to face a lingering force of dwellers or shadow warriors. Most were either lying on the ground dead or had retreated to the shore. Bryn wondered if they were being called back now that Gareth might have what he wanted. Bryn tried to shake off the thought they would not be too late. He had a feeling that if Gareth took Amelia this time, it might be impossible to find her again. He heard the waves against the shore and the sound of people fighting. Groups of guardians battling the enemy became numerous once again. With the light-bearers joining them, they were having little problems pushing back the Achilleans, so Bryn kept going forward, trying to keep his eyes open for Amelia. As his feet hit the rocky shore, a dark mist came out of nowhere. It threw them all in opposite directions. Bryn flew forward and saw Melwa and Owain go to each side. Bryn took a moment to gather himself before jumping to his feet. He turned to join the others when a voice stopped him cold. "Brother," said Gareth, "would it surprise you if I said I am a little relieved to see you haven't been killed yet?" Bryn turned slowly to face Gareth. His brother stood serenely as if a raging battle had not happened. "Where is she?" asked Bryn through gritted teeth. "What do you mean?" asked Gareth. "I just set foot on this shore." "Liar," said Bryn as he threw out a bit of his power. Gareth caught it in his hand and threw it to the side. "You sent your man Dugan to take her." "Dugan's already here?" asked Gareth. "What kind of game is this?" asked Bryn. "Are you trying to distract me so you can have her taken away? You must see you do not have the numbers you thought. With the light-bearers, we will soon decimate your force. You will not take her." "You think this is all I have brought?" asked Gareth with a smile. "I have another ship holding off far from the shore, waiting to see if they are needed. I was hoping to get what I came for and be on my way without too much destruction." "You have caused enough, and you will never get what you want. Now have your man bring her out. I will not let you leave with her." "How?" asked Gareth with a small chuckle. Bryn raised his hand to throw more power at Gareth, but Gareth was hit by someone else's magic before he could. Bryn looked behind him to see Tristine and Lyneth running towards him. Gareth fell back to one knee, but quickly recovered. He sent his dark magic towards Lyneth and Tristine, but Rayan and Ignatius moved ahead, raising their hands before it could hit. A white mist covered them, absorbing Gareth's magic as Tristine threw out another blast of dim light, followed by 3 more that came from somewhere behind him. Bryn followed the line of it to see his master and 3 guardians coming forward. Some of the power got past Gareth's defenses. 2 dwellers tried to join him, but Bryn took them out. Gareth huffed in irritation as he tried to regain his footing. "You can't win this, Gareth, and you won't leave with Amelia. Tell me where she is." Bryn threw out some magic, throwing Gareth completely on the white rocks. He rolled before propping himself up with his elbows. Bryn stood over him, knowing he could land the killing blow if he wished. His brother had caused the death of his father. He had tortured Amelia, assaulting her over and over. His rage grew as his power built. He could not think of the regret he would feel killing Gareth. "One last chance. Tell me where she is, and I might let you live." "I don't know," said Gareth as he panted. "I don't." Bryn raised his hand high. "I would stop where you are, your highness." Bryn looked close to the water where Dugan held Amelia against him, a dagger at her throat. "Let him go now." Bryn stared for a moment at Amelia. Her eyes were barely open, and Dugan's dagger had nicked her neck. A small trickle of blood escaped it. "Don't do it," said Bryn, feeling as if he could barely speak. "Don't." "Let him up, then. Let him come towards me," said Dugan. Bryn took 2 steps back as Melwa, Lord Fox, and Adius joined him. Gareth rolled over and slowly stood, wiping his face before looking at Dugan. "Excellent, Dugan," said Gareth as he walked towards the man. "Now hand me Lady Amelia." Dugan did not let go of her. He pressed his dagger further into her neck, widening the nick slightly. "Forgive me, Great One, but I am not sure I should. Your obsession with this woman will ruin everything." "Dugan, you serve me." "I am telling you I need Lady Amelia's power. Do not be foolish." Gareth moved very slowly towards Dugan. "You are letting your misguided feelings for her tell you these things. We do not need her. We have all we need to take over this world, to see Achilia lifted up and released from its exile. Look at all the dwellers and shadow warriors we have lost today. All for this woman. She is not worth it." "Dugan, do not make me end you," said Gareth as he raised his hand. "You will not end me. Once she is gone, you will see how foolish you were. You have much power, and I believe you can lead us. She is nothing but a distraction." Bryn could not think. Panic filled his body. There was a noise in his head he could not turn off. She could not die. He could not let this happen. He slightly raised his hand, and Dugan's eyes flew to him. Bryn realized his mistake as Dugan's hand on the dagger shook slightly. "No," said Bryn and Gareth simultaneously, as Dugan's hand slowly started to move to drag the dagger. Before he could do it, he fell forward, the dagger and Amelia falling to the ground. Behind Dugan stood Owain, his sword buried in Dugan's back. He pulled it out, and Dugan fell to his knees before hitting the rocks. His blood poured out from his chest as he jerked twice and then went still. 3 blasts of magic moved past Bryn, and Gareth disappeared in a black mist before appearing closer to the shore. Bryn ran to Amelia, kneeling down next to her, keeping his eyes on his brother. Light-bearers, guardians, Ignatius, Rayan, and Lord Fox and his son surrounded Bryn. Several dwellers came to Gareth's side. He stared at Bryn and his group for a moment before shaking his head. He raised his hand, and a dark mist covered the area as dust from the rocks rose up with it. Bryn could not see for almost a minute, keeping his hand on Amelia's arm, hoping she would not disappear. When the darkness faded and the dust finally settled, several boats were far in the water, taking with them Gareth and what was left of the forces he had brought to the shore. "What should we do?" asked Adius Fox. "They are too far away to strike," said Melwa. "We will have to let them go for now." She watched the boats for a moment before kneeling next to Bryn. "How is she?" Bryn gently wiped the blood from her neck, finding the wound was not large. He wiped his hand on his shirt before softly touching her face. Her eyes flew open as she spotted Bryn. "It's fine, Amelia." "You're safe," said Bryn. "We need to get back to the palace," said Melwa. "We should check on my parents and get Amelia somewhere her injuries can be looked over and rest." Bryn started to pick Amelia up, but she stopped him. "I can stand if you will help me." He held out his hand to her and gently pulled her up, so she leaned against him. Her father and brother were next to Owain, Lord Fox expressing his gratitude to Owain. When they saw she was up, They hurried to her. She stared at her father before letting go of Bryn and falling into his arms. He held her before kissing her cheek. "My dear Amelia," he whispered, "my sweet girl." She was eventually passed to her brother, who hugged her as well. "We wanted to get here earlier, but it took a bit to arrange things. We knew some light-bearers were not happy with the state of things in the palace and the order. Once we had them all ready, we left as soon as possible." "We can talk this over in the palace," said King Aganchus as he walked forward. "Lady Amelia needs to rest, and we need to speak with King Ocean about recovery in the village." Bryn came up and put his arm around Amelia's waist as she pushed away from her brother. She leaned on Bryn, and Bryn automatically kissed her cheek. "I think we will have much to discuss," Lord Fox muttered to his son. Bryn ignored them and helped Amelia walk towards the village. Chapter 34. The Three Orders. Bryn. Palace guards and guardians were already collecting the fallen as Bryn made his way through the village with Amelia. There was loss and some destruction, but Bryn thanked his goddess, as it could have been much worse. The guardians and guards had done their duty, protecting the city. As he approached the palace, Bryn could tell it remained untouched. "So many perished," said Amelia softly. "Homes and shops were destroyed." "It could have been worse," replied Bryn. "The village will recover before winter." "The buildings may be repaired, but many will still be mourning their loss this winter and beyond. Those who were killed cannot be replaced." Bryn looked down at Amelia to see a tear run down her cheek. Despite her strength and the hard shell and biting tongue she had acquired from her time in the tower, her heart was still soft. She could not stand to see suffering, even those she did not know or have a connection with. "I feel responsible," she said. "He came for me." "You are not responsible," said King Ignatius, who walked nearby. Even if you were his main target, spreading discord and destruction was still high on the minds of him and his forces. I suspect we will see more of this spreading throughout our world. King Gareth was making a statement, showing his strength. If he wanted to just steal you, he could have done it in much more efficient ways. They made it onto the palace grounds, where healers ran around tending the injured who had been brought there for treatment. Bryn hoped Amelia would lay down, but she refused, going into the parlor with Bryn, where he helped her sit on the sofa. Bryn was greeted by King Ocean after checking on his son and daughter. Amelia's father sat by her on the sofa while her brother stood behind, looking down at her. Bryn walked over to tend to her wounds, but before he could act, Melwa kneeled down before Amelia and placed 2 of her fingers over the cut on Amelia's neck. She closed her eyes as Amelia placed her hand on Melwa's. "You are too exhausted. None of my injuries are life-threatening and can be tended to later. Save your strength," said Amelia. Melwa opened her eyes. "I am not too tired to help a friend, especially one I owe my life to and an apology." She closed her eyes again, even as Amelia kept holding her hand. A moment later, Amelia sighed as Melwa opened her eyes and sat down on the floor before her. "Your Highness?" asked Amelia. Melwa looked up at Amelia with tired eyes. "I hope we were beyond titles, Amelia, but I suppose I messed that up with my display last night. I felt awful about it later. I want to apologize, and I wish I could blame the overindulgence of wine, but perhaps you and I could have a longer conversation later." Amelia nodded. "Of course." Prince Rayan walked over and held out his hand to his wife. She took it, and he lifted her up before kissing her cheek. She leaned on him as he led her to a chair close by. All settled, Bryn standing next to where Amelia sat. Wine was poured and passed out by Tristine and Rayan before King Ocean turned from the fireplace and looked at all of them. "An attack on Iriala, on our village, cannot be ignored. Achilia and King Gareth have shown they want nothing but destruction. They have essentially declared war on us." "And I am sure more attacks will come soon," said King Ignatius. "If he wants ultimate power, he will keep his momentum growing. What happened here will spread. Even if we were successful in driving them away, I doubt this was the full strength of his forces. So we take a few days to heal, and we come up with a plan to fight back. Perhaps we could combine forces. We have the current leaders of 2 powerful kingdoms here." He turned to Lord Fox. "I take it you have some sway in Avalmore? I understand you brought a force of light-bearers with you." "After receiving messages from my daughter and Prince Brynwyn, my son and I went to work quickly. We have already been speaking with several lords who are unhappy with the current leadership in Avalmore. I have been working for years to form a large enough group to overtake the palace and displace King Gareth. I had to be careful as he held my daughter's life in his hands. As soon as I heard what Gareth had done, who he really was, I took the news immediately to everyone I knew would believe me. We contacted every light-bearer we have connections with. I brought them here to aid in any way we could. I didn't expect to find a battle on your streets." "So you will pledge your forces and allies to fight your king?" asked King Ocean. "He is no king of ours," said Adius Fox with an angry hiss. "He lost our allegiance long ago when he took my sister. What he has done now has only ensured his death." "Then you will claim Prince Brynwyn as your ruler?" asked King Ignatius. "He is next in line for your throne." Lord Fox glanced at Bryn. "I will have to talk to the prince. I have not seen him for some time." His eyes went to Amelia. "I did not think well of him for a while after he ran away here to Iriala. I thought—" He glanced back at Bryn. "I am confused at the current situation." Bryn put his hand on Amelia's shoulder. "I will talk to you more in private, my lord, but I will not hide my admiration and love for your daughter." Lord Fox glanced back at Amelia as Adius huffed. Amelia ignored her brother. "We will talk to you soon, father, but this is not the time. All I will say is you should support Bryn. He is the future of our kingdom. At least do not decide against him. We cannot be divided, not now." "Lady Amelia is right," said Queen Stephana. "We must unite not just the people in this room, but also others. We need to start reaching out to all kingdoms, to stand against this darkness threatening our world." The room became abuzz with people stating different opinions on who to contact and how to strike. "Once we are united, we could go directly to Achilia and wreak havoc on their shores," said Melwa. "Why not take the fight to them?" More talking erupted, many agreeing, others worried at the cost. Amelia rubbed her forehead before standing up slowly. "We cannot just speak as if the people of Achilia mean nothing." "They have shown who they are today," said Master Ruin from the corner of the room. "Those Gareth brought with him showed who they were, but who says they represent all who live in the kingdom? We need to know what life is like in the kingdom. Are people suffering? Are there worthy lords there who do not wish for strife, but are tired of seeing their people and land suffering?" asked Amelia. "What do we know about Achilia since the war that cleaved the world?" "They have always been secretive," said King Ocean. "Besides a bit of trade between the southern towns of Avalmor, I doubt anyone really knows Achilia." "Then we need to remedy that," said King Ignatius. "I agree with Lady Amelia that we risk starting a larger war if we do not cut off the root. I don't think this creature that has been building for the past 600 years will just die by cutting off one head. I am sure it has many, all with different wants and needs." "What do you suggest, then?" asked King Ocean. "We leave this threat unchecked. We ignore what has been done to our village, go into Achilia, and ask nicely." "You fight where it is needed. Do not go looking for a battle," said King Ignatius. "I am sure you have spies, your majesty," asked Amelia, looking at King Ocean. "Send them to Avalmor to watch over the palace. Contact who you can to look for what is happening in all lands. Call your allies to join together." King Ignatius nodded. "Send a group to Achilia to see what it is like in the kingdom. Not a large one, maybe half a dozen or so to sneak into the borders and speak with those who live in the kingdom." "Who would dare go?" asked King Ocean. "What guardians could I send to such a place?" "I will go," said Amelia. Bryn and Lord Fox both yelled no at the same time. "There is no reason for you to put yourself in more danger," said Bryn. "There is a reason. I should have seen what Gareth was. It is my duty as light-bearer to fight against the darkness. Not the darkness from the goddess, but the one that exists in evil men's hearts. I have never given up my vow to protect our world, to keep people safe." "I would go as well," said Prince Rayan as he stared at Amelia. "Light-bearers are not the only ones who take a vow to keep this land safe." "You would go into such a dangerous place?" asked Melwa. "You are to be king some day, Rayan. I am not sure you should sacrifice yourself in such a way." "If I am not willing to sacrifice myself to save my people and others, what good would I be as king?" "I am sure my father agrees," said Rayan as King Ignatius nodded. "Then that is my cue to put myself up for this group," said Prince Tristine. "I am to be Iriala's king some day, and I should do all I can to see its future is secure." "Tristine, really?" said Queen Stephana with a shake of her head. "Don't be ridiculous." "What is ridiculous about it? I am a strong guardian and a prince. I should go," said Tristine. Bryn looked around the room, and then at Amelia, marveling at her bravery, her ability to rouse two of the most important men in their world to action. "I will go as well. It looks like I could be a king, and I could not let my friends or my future queen go without me." Bryn was aware of the whispers around the room and Lord Fox's hard stare. Melwa laughed slightly and picked up her wine-glass. "I guess I'll have to go and help Amelia keep you three out of trouble. It would be wrong to leave her with three clueless men." "That is 5, said Ignatius. "One more will be better." "I will go with them," said Owain as he stepped forward. "With Lord Fox's permission. My lord, where Lady Amelia goes, I go. I will keep her safe. I swear it to you." Lord Fox looked at his daughter. "I would rather you stay safe, my dear. You have been through too much already. Sitting around and waiting for things to happen will only make it worse. I had 3 years to live behind walls and not be allowed to help my friends and fight for my people. I must go, father. It is the only way." "Not only will Owain keep her safe, but I will as well," said Bryn. "I will give up my life for her if needed. You may not believe in me as your king, but I am the last Carew alive, and if Gareth dies, I will be the next to wear the crown. Before I go to Achilia, I will name Amelia as my successor. My father wanted her to rule over anyone. I will see that she does one way or another." "Bryn," whispered an astonished Amelia. Lord Fox stared at Bryn before finally nodding and turning to Owain. "You will go with Lady Amelia to Achilia, her safety being your only duty." "Then you have your 6, said King Ignatius with a slight smile. "How fitting that the 3 future kings of our strongest kingdom should go as well as a light-bearer. We will be led and saved by the 3 orders once again." Chapter 35, New Beginnings. Amelia. They ate a simple supper in the dining room, people running in and out as they checked on people, sent messages, and performed other duties. Amelia spent some of the late afternoon and evening healing what simple injuries she could after resting for a bit. She made a plate and sat down at the table next to Melwa, picking at her food. Melwa gave her a small glance. "Not hungry either." "Not really," said Amelia. "Not after what I've seen this evening." Melwa nodded. "Is Bryn with the others writing messages?" "I believe so. He, your husband, and your brother disappeared into your father's study an hour ago." "And your father and brother?" "Speaking with the light-bearers and getting them settled in. I believe they will stay here for a time. He's also working on moving his household out of the city. Half are already in our country estate." Amelia sighed in relief, thinking of Owain's wife and child safe and sound away from the city. "Then would you walk with me, Amelia? I'd like to speak with you." Amelia nodded before standing up. King Ignatius looked up from his plate and gave them both a questioning look. Amelia grinned at him, and it seemed to put him at ease. He returned to his food as Amelia followed Melwa into the hall. They went up the stairs and to Melwa's room. She opened the door and let Amelia walk in ahead of her. "Come out onto the balcony with me. I know it's cold, but I think we could both use some fresh air. And this view looks out to the river beyond, not the village," said Melwa. Amelia moved forward, understanding. They would not look upon the broken town and hear the cries of the injured. They would see the wilderness behind them, untouched and beautiful. She went through the door and to the railing, looking up at the night sky that was slowly clearing, allowing a few stars to shine. "It is beautiful out here. You must have loved coming out here as you grew up," said Amelia. Melwa stood beside her. "I took it for granted, as I've done most things in my life. Amelia, you can probably tell that I'm a woman who is not usually agreeable. I have always found a way to be displeased with something." Amelia kept looking out towards the river. "Why?" She felt Melwa shrug. "I don't know. I've always been this way. My mother says I was born serious, barely even crying when I emerged into this world. She said I rarely smiled and laughed even less." Melwa leaned back a little, her hands staying on the railing. "I can never remember feeling content or comfortable. I seemed destined to be dissatisfied with everything." "It's a shame," said Amelia. "You grew up in the most beautiful place I have ever seen, and your parents seemed to care for you. Now you appear well settled with your husband." Amelia cut her eyes to look at the princess. "Unless I am mistaken." "Rayan is probably exactly as you have guessed. He is intelligent, thoughtful, and even passionate." "He is handsome as well," said Amelia with a small grin. "Very handsome." Melwa chuckled. "He is, and for some reason he seems to like me. For an arranged marriage, one could not hope for much more. Do you not feel for him as a wife should? I am not sure. I like him. I care about him. Intimate times with him are not unenjoyable, but I know I frustrate him. He claims I hold back much of myself, and I cannot say it isn't true. I think I have held back who I am from just about everyone. Only a select few have seen the deepest parts I keep hidden. Such as Bryn? Asked Amelia boldly. You and he are bonded in some way. It was not a question. It was a fact she knew. Bryn was probably the first person I have ever met whom I liked at our first meeting. I don't know why, but something about him made me trust him. He caused me to laugh, to truly laugh within the first hour, and it surprised me so much I didn't speak the rest of the day. Don't get me wrong. I was as sharp and ornery to him as anyone, maybe more so, but he took it with good humor. He threw my harsh words back at me and let me speak again. Melwa blushed as she looked down. There was a time in those early meetings I felt an attraction towards him. It almost felt like he was someone I was waiting for, my perfect match. Just in those early meetings? Asked Amelia skeptically. Your feelings didn't last? How could they, Amelia? He spent a good amount of his breaths speaking about you. I was not lying when I said I felt like I already knew you before we met. Bryn told me everything about you. I thought at first you were just some youthful attachment, some memory from home he was hanging on to. But he kept speaking about you, and weeks went by, and then months, and you did not fade from his conversations. The look in his eye he got when he went on and on about you did not change. I could see it was love, a love that few get to experience. There would never be room in his heart for anyone else. Even when he thought you were not writing him back, he did not forget you. He moped around and complained, but his love for you remained constant. It was hard for me to understand. I didn't see how it could be real. My parents are fond of one another, but they were the product of an arranged match. They like one another, but they are very much two separate entities. I think they could each go weeks without thinking of one another. I was also destined for another, and I felt it was a duty. Even with the sweet notes Rayan wrote me over the years, my heart was not touched. I would do as I was told because it was the obligation of my position. I never thought of falling in love. I thought the idea of love was ridiculous, but then I saw how Bryn could love you, even with you being so far apart. I grew jealous, not because I could never have Bryn. My crush had long since passed. I won't deny and say I didn't find him attractive, but any ideas of some kind of future with him were long gone. I was jealous because I couldn't experience love as he did, as you, some woman I had never met, could inspire. She leaned on the balcony, propping her head in her hand. Then my stupid brother declared he was in love with that mousy little Lady Lyneth. Amelia threw her a sharp look. Oh, don't look at me like that. I see the lady's worth now, but you must admit she is so tiny and quiet that she leaves no impression at first. I laughed at Tristine, thinking he was ridiculous, but he persisted with his love. Then the unthinkable, my father let him have his way, marrying this simple woman instead of forming some alliance in the world. Instead of joy for him, I felt cheated. Here I was, the two most important people in my life, getting to experience love. Love that I thought was impossible, and I was stuck marrying some man I barely knew. Melwa was quiet for a moment, and Amelia turned to face her. She had never seen the princess look so vulnerable. She usually stood straight, her face hard, her eyes wide as though she expected an attack by someone. Now she was slumped over the balcony, her mouth downturned and her eyes soft. She was a picture of melancholy loveliness that tugged at Amelia's heart. Without a second thought, she reached over and took Melwa's hand. You must think I am ridiculous, talking like some young girl about not being loved enough. With everything going on, this should be the least of my worries. I know this, and I think it made me even angrier to meet you, to see you in the flesh, and find you everything Bryn described. Amelia gave a half grin. I doubt I held up to half of what Bryn said, especially now, especially after the tower. You are more subdued than he described, but your beauty, kindness, and fierceness in battle were all he said. When I first laid eyes on you, watching you fight those dwellers, I understood Bryn's fascination with you. She laughed. I knew I would like you, and it made me angry. Angry? Melwa nodded. I was prepared to hate you, to mock Bryn for being taken in by some beautiful lady who was not half what she seemed. After Achilia, when I got to know you, I became more and more aware you were exactly what he said. Yes, you were damaged in some way, sad, hesitant to trust and love, but even all that couldn't hide who you were. Even when my magic touched yours, I could feel its purity and lightness. I watched you start to smile at Bryn, to laugh with your guard, to think of all you've been through, how you've been betrayed, and you could still find a way to experience joy. It made no sense to me, and part of me wanted to crush it. That part of me I hate wanted to see both you and Bryn miserable, so you would be more like me. I told myself I was protecting my friend by mentioning to him all the ways you and he could not be together. I knew you felt some of them, and Bryn did too, though he wouldn't admit it. Your past will follow you. It is not fair, but it is how it will be, and you know it. Amelia let go of Melwa's hand and nodded. I have told Bryn this many times. I have tried to make up my mind to let him go, but I cannot. I am afraid I am weak and cannot do as I should. The idea of leaving him now is impossible, not when I wanted him for so long. Then don't leave him. I am sure he has told you countless times he cannot do without you. Listen to him. Let him choose the life he wants. This is much different than your advice last night. Amelia shook her head. Just last night it seemed so long ago. There should have been more time than one miserable day between her breaking down in tears and then loving Bryn in a way she had never experienced. I was awful last night, said Melwa. Everything became too much, seeing you ease into our lives here. My father-in-law is half in love with you, I think. Melwa laughed. If you don't want to be Bryn's queen, you could come rule in my new kingdom. Amelia laughed with Melwa. I am sure it is not like that. He was friends with King Ivor and sees me as some sort of responsibility, I think. No, it is more than that, but I will not argue with you about it. My brother liked you immediately. My husband defended you to me, and even my father and mother have no objections to you. I heard my father even call you impressive. When it comes down to it, I want to hate you. Hate you for being everything I cannot. I lashed out in a way I knew would devastate you. As soon as I saw the look on your face before you turned and ran, I regretted it. You did not deserve those words, and I had no business speaking them. I have never seen Rayan so angry with me. He knows my temper and moods, but he said he had no idea I could be so cruel. It did hurt, not only because it was true, but because I want you to like me. Amelia smiled. I have been jealous of you too, you know. You might know Bryn better than me now. I have not seen him for 4 years, but you spent almost every moment with him. He cares deeply for you. I do like you, Amelia. I like you very much, and I don't want to be this miserable creature everyone will grow to resent. I just wish I could feel as deeply as others, love as freely, and get to experience what you have with Bryn, what my brother has with Lyneth. I have known Bryn since I was 10. We had years to build a foundation, said Amelia. We were friends first, playmates who got each other into too much trouble. As we grew, so did our feelings. Even now, I think there is much room for my love for Bryn to grow. Your brother has known Lady Lintate all his life. I am sure it was much the same for them, friends and companions. They are both quiet. Perhaps they could talk to each other as no one else could. Melwa, you barely know your husband, and already you are fond of him. Whatever you say about your feelings, I can tell you care for Prince Rayan. He already adores you. He might sometimes be angry with you, but I see how he takes care of you and looks at you. He is a man in love. The goddess is willing you will have many years with him, and if you let yourself, I think you will find you will experience the deep love you long for. Melwa stared out towards the river. You don't hate me, do you? Of course I don't hate you. Amelia smiled. You think I would jump in front of multiple dark curses for someone I hated. Melwa turned to her. I do. I know you would. You think too well of me? I don't hate you, Melwa. Mel, said Melwa. Call me Mel. It is what my friends call me, and you and I shall have to be friends if we are going to survive our trip with 4 men. Amelia laughed. I agree. She took a deep breath, her smile vanishing. We have to bring them through it alive. They are important, not only to us, but to this world. Melwa took Amelia's hand. We will keep them safe, but watch out for one another too. The world needs us as well. They walked from Melwa's room back to the stairs, deciding they were hungry. Melwa hooked her arms with Amelia's, and they both laughed at something Melwa said when they came to a stop, spotting Bryn, Tristine, and Rayan looking at them as though they each had 2 heads. We were looking for the 2 of you to discuss our upcoming trip. We need to leave as soon as it can be arranged. Bryn stared at them both before looking at their conjoined arms. Is everything okay? Melwa and Amelia turned to look at one another. Amelia and I were just having our own meeting, trying to think of ways we could keep the three of you out of trouble. I am sure Prince Tristine and Prince Rayan are both well-behaved young men, but keeping Bryn out of trouble is impossible. You must know it, Mel. We can only minimize the damage," said Amelia. Melwa laughed as she gently pulled at Amelia so they would start walking again. "My husband can cause problems plenty, and my dear brother has been in too many sticky situations of his own doing. We will have our work cut out for us, Amelia." They moved past the men, going down the stairs. "Perhaps you will follow us down the stairs. Lady Amelia and I have not had a good meal yet. We can meet with you there." It was decided they would leave in 5 days. Amelia's father was not happy about it, but he understood. Her brother thundered on, complaining that she had already done her part and suffered enough, but in the end he listened to her, promising to watch over their father in the interest of Avalmore while she was gone. 2 days before they left, Bryn disappeared into some small parlor with her father and brother and did not emerge until several hours later. When she asked how it went and what they spoke of, all he would say was they all had an understanding and he had some work to do. Amelia smoothed out her simple black dress made of thick material and threw on her cloak. It would do for the sea journey towards Achilia. Once they came to the shores, they had to find clothing fit for the kingdom. She left most of her hair down, only pulling up some of it to keep it off her face. As she looked at herself in the mirror, Bryn came behind her and brushed her hair to one side before kising her neck. "I hate the idea of you going," he murmured before his lips brushed her skin. She half turned and looked at him. "You did say you wished us to travel." "Not straight into danger, not closer to where my evil brother is probably living?" He pulled her against him. "I cannot lose you again." "You won't. I plan to see us both safe through this trip and this war." He turned her so she would face him. "Then you have accepted that I won't let you go. After we defeat my brother, whatever happens, we will do it together, whether that's ruling or sailing off to lands unknown. I know being away from you feels wrong. Right now, I want to focus on saving the world, and then I think I will be open to you convincing me of many things." He leaned down, his lips hovering near hers. "I can be very convincing, Amelia, and I will not wait until we defeat my brother. I will start this very moment." His lips curved into a mischievous smile. "I am willing to wager that I have you convinced before we sail back to Iriala from Achilia." She laughed. "I am willing to let you try." The end.